Have you ever wondered what happened after the Dark Emperor Sung Jinwoo used the Reincarnation Cup to turn back time? While everyone thought he would live a normal life with his father, in something unexpected happened. After his son Sung Suho was born, he suddenly disappeared without any reason. Suho had to live with his mother, never knowing his father's face. Just when it seemed like everything would continue like that, unexpectedly, Father He-in also vanished when Suho was 5 years old. And today, I will summarize the journey to uncover the truth behind all the mysteries since Sung Jinwoo disappeared. And our main character this time will be his son, Sung Suho. At the beginning of the story, a mysterious figure recounts the omnipotent beings who created countless universes since ancient times, known as the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Beings continuously sought eternal life while constantly creating new universes. In the process, countless particles of matter, souls, and laws were born. This repetitive cycle led the Supreme Beings to grow bored and come up with a way to entertain themselves, watching their creations fight each other. Humans were merely pawns on the chessboard. To the Supreme Beings, the destruction caused by their creations was quite entertaining. This meant countless creations had to fight endlessly, die, be reborn, and repeat the cycle. This was necessary to alleviate the Supreme Being's boredom. And then, the inevitable happened. However, an accident occurred. One Supreme Being was killed by one of the creations while observing the endless battle. The Supreme Beings from other dimensions, upon hearing the news, gathered to observe the world that had lost its master. The death of their comrade caused by a creation they had made. However, the Supreme Beings ignored this. They all shared the same thought. Power without an owner would belong to whoever claimed it first. One morning at school, Sung Suho arrogantly bragged, "I got accepted into the Korean University of the Arts." Two friends looked at him in disbelief. "No way." They could hardly believe it. "Cover it up, man. How could a loser like you get into that school?" Another friend cried. "And I have to try again next year?" Suho laughed. "Ha ha ha. I finally escaped this hell." Suddenly, someone else approached, and the atmosphere instantly changed. "Congratulations. Sung Suho, I heard you got into the arts university?" "It was Onunan. I didn't know you were that talented. When did you get so good? Are you Kim Jong-cheon?" He growled angrily. "My name is Liunon, not Kim Jong-cheon." But he calmly replied, "Oh, really?" They exchanged words. "Thanks to you, my plan to rule the school was ruined." "Yeah, and I graduated because of you," the girls whispered, and Unchan started again. She was worried. "We're about to graduate, so why is he still acting immature? I give up." They looked at Sung Suho's calm face, wondering why he had to be rude to someone who just lost his parents. Suddenly, Lee Union swung his fist, smiling wickedly. Before he could make a move, Suho struck him with a knee, then calmly said, "Why can't we get along before graduation?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the other guy was still standing and getting up. Leonon's nose was bruised, but he smiled with delight. What the hell? He clenched his fist. With such power, it seemed like an energy flow. He threw a punch, smirking. That didn't hurt at all. He struck in a way that made Suho flinch and dodge, and the locker became the victim of the punch. He was terrified by that overwhelming power. The girls jumped up in shock. The locker was destroyed by Leonon, dust and smoke billowing out, leaving a big hole. Even he couldn't understand it. Suho sat on the ground stunned, not knowing what was happening. 2 years had passed. A young man stood dazed, feeling the gentle breeze. That was none other than Sung Suho, now walking down the street. He was a sophomore in college. Suddenly, he noticed something by the roadside. It was a small evacuation. "All classes in the main building. Please move to the annex building. Move now." Curious, he approached. Hunters were raiding a dungeon. "Everyone, stay back." A man in a black suit asked how long the hunters had been inside. The guard replied, "About 8 hours. Since this gate is only black rank, they should be out soon." Sung Suho stood amid the crowd and noise. "Come on. It's dangerous. Everyone, please step back." Maybe he was overthinking. What if they couldn't clear the dungeon? Surely the hunters would manage. His face showed sadness as he slowly looked up. Another gate. In the past, a shocking event occurred. The whole world changed 3 years ago with the appearance of these gates. Monsters flooded out. The gates led to dungeons. Monsters inside would emerge after some time, and some people stood up to protect humanity's survival. Yet humans began to change, as if we were born to confront them. Superhumans with mana control abilities began to appear, called awakened ones. An organization was formed. The chaos everyone believed would last long, along with a constantly changing world, was quickly subdued when an awakened one named Yuan Chun created the Hunters Association to unite all other awakened ones, called Hunters. The pen tip was placed on the paper. Now the world was divided into awakened hunters and ordinary people who had not awakened yet. Sung Suho sat in the drawing class studying. Each pencil stroke was deeply imprinted, forming beautiful shapes on the paper. While some people had to work hard like ants to become wealthy, others were handed everything on a silver platter. He had endured a very miserable time. This difference made those ants realize their limits, and the strong one, Lunchon, appeared once again in his memory. No matter how hard the unawakened tried, they could never close the gap between themselves and a fake awakened. His face was expressionless, his eyes soulless. The world would end if hunters could not close the gates. In other words, while the unawakened could live without fake awakened, the fake awakened could live normally without them. He continuously moved the pen tip quickly, so everyone was very grateful to the hunters. After all, weren't they the reason the unawakened like him could live peacefully? The pencil strokes were evenly spaced, but a worry began to grow in his heart. Sung Suho seemed lost in thought. Was he gradually getting used to having nothing? He thought of the images behind the pencil strokes, parents missing, lives dependent on others. He also recalled precious times with friends, even the moments when he thought he could do anything after losing them, the feeling of helplessness slowly rising in his heart. The image now was just dense, overlapping pencil strokes and the silhouette of a man appearing. His mother often said he was becoming more like his father as he grew up, so what would his father do to escape this helpless feeling? Suddenly, a voice startled Suho. It was Lindogun, saying, "Today you're focused." He replied, "Yes, sir." Lindogun asked again, "How can you enjoy drawing so much?" Suho shyly answered, "Ah, I'm just drawing what appears in my head. Am I drawing ants? That looks creative." He put his hands on his hips and added, "Well, maybe calling it an ant person would be more accurate, right?" Suho thought helplessly, "Why am I drawing this?" It was a monster with a pitch-black body from the pencil shading, sharp claws, and looked fierce. Meanwhile in the dungeon, the guards were still on constant watch. Everyone shouted when they saw someone step out. The hunters were coming out. They looked very calm and seemed to have no problems. They appeared so relaxed, they must have succeeded. A guard approached to congratulate them. "Well done." The hunter, Kim Trong-shu, replied, "The dungeon raid was successful, but there's something I need to report to the hunter associations." His expression was serious. "We encountered a new species of monster. According to the report, they were humanoid monsters with blue flames coming from their eyes and mouths. They attacked with claws. However, their attacks caused no damage." He forced a smile and said, "Since I'm fine after being attacked, it's probably nothing serious." But then someone interrupted. "They're still new monsters we've never encountered. It's a relief they're not dangerous," the young man said. Then Hunter Kim Trong-shu, "Please send a simple report about what happened during this raid." On Kim Trong-shu's arm was a scratch that suddenly burst into blue flames like those monsters. He froze, his whole body stiff. He dropped his weapon and bowed his head, confusing the young man. The man called out to Hunter Kim Trong-shu again. He spoke, "Sir." But before he could finish, Kim Trong-shu suddenly opened his mouth as if to bite him. Blue sparks appeared. In a flash, the guard was devoured before everyone's stunned eyes, unable to understand what was happening. Everyone witnessing this scene froze. A female hunter muttered, "The blue flames are just like the monsters in the dungeon." Kim Trong-shu opened his mouth again. The girl couldn't react in time and met the same fate as the guard. Everyone was terrified and began to flee. Some hunters with open wounds also started to ignite blue flames. Screams of fear echoed everywhere. Sung Suho, still in the classroom, could hear those desperate screams. People started to pay attention and move toward the glass window. "What's going on? What is that?" But after seeing the scene outside, they all instinctively grimaced. Down below, everyone was in chaos. Everyone held their heads in pain, and the blue flames kept burning. Were they attacking each other? A trembling young man said, "Their eyes are glowing blue. They're monsters." A female friend spoke up, "Don't tell me it's a dungeon breach." Panic started to spread. "What do we do now? Run away now." "No, we have to wait for the hunters." The classroom became noisy. "Teacher Lim, you're a fake awakened. Do something." "No, he's just a candidate." Sung Suo's eyes widened as he saw something. A person infected with blue flames walking on the rooftop. Suddenly, he crouched down and then prepared to jump. Suo realized and shouted, "Run!" But it seemed too late. The person lunged at the glass, then exhaled terrifying blue flames. All the students turned pale with fear, their faces drained of color. Suo ran like crazy. "Everyone run!" A girl shivered, sitting on the ground, cut by a shard of glass, unable to stand. Suo struggled mentally watching this scene. "Help!" He shut his eyes tight. "Then to save my life, I'll run. I'll call a hunter." He ran while feeling torn inside. "Damn it, why did I say that? I just abandoned her." But all a person like me, who hasn't awakened yet, can do is push back and close my eyes tight. That damn unawakened part won't change if I keep making excuses to run away. Sung Suho. I have to do something. Anything. He remembered his father's silhouette again. What would his father do? In his mind, his father slowly turned around and opened his eyes to look at him. Suddenly, the person infected with the blue flame froze. The girl saw this and groaned in confusion. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face, her whole body trembling. The monster with a mouth covered in blood was getting closer and closer. It lunged forward as the girl screamed in terror, its mouth wide open, ready to bite into a tasty piece. Luckily, Sung Suho appeared and smashed a fire extinguisher over its head. His eyes became bright and sharp. If it were my father, he definitely would. Suddenly, the system appeared. You have met the requirements to complete the hidden mission, Courage of the Weak. Long ago, I had a dream. In that dream, everything was like a game. Sung Suho smiled confidently. Now things are starting to get interesting, he thought as he stared at the steel gloves newly equipped on his hands. The rank 1 E-level attack gloves. Alone, he charged into the monsters and easily defeated them. Back then, to defeat monsters that grew stronger with each floor, a group of monsters in hard armor appeared. They were countless, like an endless army. I leveled up and fought again and again. Sung Suho didn't hesitate to attack them. He easily defeated them all and received a level-up notification from the system. His eyes were cold and sharp then. That was the look of someone who had been through many battles. His demeanor was confident and passionate. He said, I don't need anything. A man should fight with his fists. As the monsters grew stronger, I also kept getting stronger. The monsters were the final bosses behind the gate. He had to fight many like them, all relying on his steel-hard fists. His eyes lit up, he gritted his teeth, never faltering or giving up. One punch struck through their bodies. After countless trials, Sung Suho fought many monsters alone. Not only monsters moving on the ground, but also those capable of attacking from the air. He leapt high, aiming straight at a monster that looked like a giant ancient dinosaur. Facing such a terrifying monster, he showed no fear and landed a punch, then followed with continuous kicks. He ended that battle with a spectacular kick. The monster was completely defeated. I finally climbed to the highest floor. There, he had a fierce battle. Everything around the fight was almost leveled and shattered into pieces. The final boss I encountered was incredibly powerful. The boss looked exactly like a human, with a hood covering its facial expression. Its whole body radiated an aura that made others tremble in fear. It held a long blade, standing firmly with a strong posture. Although he was my enemy, I couldn't help but feel envy and even respect for its power. And somehow, the true identity of the final boss was that very boss. It placed its hand on his head and gently stroked it. It asked him in a gentle voice, was the game fun? He was stunned, only question marks in his mind. Sung Suho instinctively looked up at it. His face was still covered in a lot of blood. He didn't know if it was his own or from other monsters. He showed a confused expression and asked about the game. After seeing the boss's face clearly beneath the hood, Sung Suho exclaimed in shock, Father, my father! Maybe the dream reflected my father's image from my memories. He remembered his father's strong and steady silhouette. My father was very strong and reliable. How could he become that strong? Back to the present, a fire extinguisher appeared before him. He repeated his thought, Father, and without hesitation lifted the fire extinguisher in front of him. Sung Suho grabbed the fire extinguisher and rushed toward the monster. He thought silently, if it were my father in this unbelievable situation, the monster's ugly, fierce face was getting closer. It opened its disgusting mouth ready to attack. The blue flame came out of its mouth, and its eyes looked terrifying. The fire extinguisher in Sung Suho's hand suddenly appeared right in front of it. He swung with all his might, hitting its face hard before it could react. The brownish-red liquid from the monster's wound sprayed everywhere after Sung Suho's attack. His eyes were now filled with determination. He thought silently, Father would do the same, right? For a moment, the monster was knocked backward by his surprise attack. He looked at it, feeling a bit chaotic inside, wondering what to do next. He heard that attacks from an unawakened person without mana wouldn't affect magical beasts. He had charged in a bit recklessly. Suddenly, as if realizing something strange, his eyes widened in astonishment. The monster was knocked back but didn't fall to the ground. It stayed still in a strange posture. Only question marks remained in his mind. What's going on? He turned to look at the woman who had just been attacked by the monster, still panicked and crying. Her tears hung in the air, not falling to the ground. His confusion grew. He looked back at the monster in front of him. It remained motionless, showing no sign of movement. Sung Suho wondered in amazement. Time had stopped. A screen frame suddenly appeared before him, startling him. 2 notification boxes kept appearing and updating on the screen. Notification, you have met the conditions to complete the secret mission, the Courage of the Weak. Notification, you are now qualified to become a player. Do you accept? Sung Suho stared at the notification frame in surprise. This situation suddenly reminded him of the time he fought monsters in his dream. That notification frame also appeared then. It displayed right in front of him exactly like now. Notification, level up. He was surprised and thought silently that these things could move, just like in that dream. He thought about the dream where he had enough power to fight those monsters, the kind of power that could completely defeat them. If I can fight in that dream, then why wouldn't I accept becoming a player in such a desperate situation? Sung Ho remained silent. He lowered his head, shadows hiding the expression on his face. Having made up his mind, he decisively chose to accept. Then, a blinding light flashed on the floor where he was standing. The system continuously displayed frames right after. Notification. Congratulations, you have become a player. Mission reward notification. Mission reward. Secret mission. The courage of the weak. Blessing. The blessing of Grand Mage Candiaru. Grand Mage Candiaru has granted you a special spell. The blessing of Grand Mage Candiaru ensures you will remain healthy throughout your life. Mission notification. Mission reward. Permanent effect of longevity. Cure for all poisons and status effects. And sleep will enhance regeneration ability. Notification. This system will help the player develop. This is not a dream. You only have one life, so be careful. Finally, a special notification board appeared. Status window. Name, Sung Suho, level 1, no class, no spirit, no title, health 100, mana 10, strength 10, stamina 10, agility 10, intelligence 10, reflex 10, current points, no skills, passive skills, none, active skills, none. Power of the Ruler Level 1. Sung Suho looked at the notification boards popping up one after another, his expression showing some excitement, thinking the game's status window was exactly as he expected. Without giving him much time to think, 2 more notification boards appeared in front of him consecutively. Notification. Mission appeared. Mission notification. Mission. Guide, defeat the firebones and level up by 1 out of 2 levels. At the same time, time flow returned to normal. The monster called Firebone was pushed back by Sung Suho using a fire extinguisher and began to move. Sung Suho was startled awake by the scene. The firebones lowered their heads and started moving. One of them was the awakened Firebone RKD. Sung Shu quickly realized time had returned to normal. He shouted loudly to signal the woman behind him. Run quickly. The woman's face turned pale with fear, but she tried to calm down and replied, okay. Sung Suho focused intently on the firebones in front of him. He noticed something unusual. Name tags appeared above them. The leading firebone had the tag Awakened Firebone RKD. The 2 firebones behind had tags saying Unawakened Firebone. He thought silently that his opponents were 2 unawakened ones and a hunter undergoing transformation into a demon beast. The woman quickly turned and ran away. Sung Suho stood still holding the fire extinguisher. Meanwhile, the 2 unawakened firebones started rushing toward him. He thought silently, sweat covering his face. He was both worried and excited. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. I really have awakened, Sung Suho thought without hesitation, swinging the fire extinguisher to strike the firebone in front of him. The blow forced the firebone to retreat, and the fire extinguisher was dented by its body and flew out of Sung Suho's hand. At that moment, the firebone crouched defensively and spread its hands, preparing to charge. Sung Shu refused to back down. He clenched his fist tightly, aimed straight at the firebone, and shouted, sorry about this. With just one punch, as the firebone attacked, it was blasted straight up to the ceiling and stuck there head first. Sung Ho froze, eyes wide in shock, as the system popped up a display frame. Notification, you have defeated the unawakened firebone. Sung Suho looked at his fist, hardly believing it. One hit, just like that? At the same time, the remaining unawakened firebone also charged at him. Sung Suho quickly spun around and lifted his leg. He easily dodged the firebone's attack and delivered a kick right to its stomach. The firebone's internal organs shattered. It opened its mouth wide, coughing up blood, and its eyes oozed a brownish-red liquid. Simultaneously, the system displayed a notification. You have defeated the unawakened firebone. Then a series of notifications appeared. Notification. Level up. Notification. Tutorial mission completed. Mission notification. Tutorial mission. Defeat the firebones and level up by 2 out of 2 levels. Sung Suho turned around. Behind him was still one awakened firebone RKD. The system continued popping up 2 display frames. Notification. You have received the mission completion reward. Notification. Check rewards. Below were 2 options. Accept or decline. Sung Ho didn't choose immediately. He was a bit distracted, thinking. Now, I'm sure Sung Suho didn't hesitate and charged to attack the awakened firebone RKD in front of him. The sound of their clash echoed. He thought silently, I really have awakened. Sung Shu's punch distorted the face of the awakened firebone RKD. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he wasn't knocked out immediately. Sung Suho looked surprised. Could he really withstand that hit? Before he could think further, the firebone in front of him swung its arm back to counterattack. Sung Suho had no choice but to lean aside to dodge. The awakened firebone RKD didn't give Sung Suho a moment to catch his breath. It raised its hand into a claw and slashed right across his chest. Hot blood poured out from the wound. He gritted his teeth in pain and groaned, then struggled to lean back to avoid the strike. Sung Suho stomped hard to gain momentum, his strength shattering the floor beneath his feet. He pushed off with force to retreat, keeping distance from the firebone in front of him. Sung Suho lowered his head to look at the claw marks on his chest. Blood soaked through his shirt. He was a bit panicked and unwilling to accept it, sweat dripping drop by drop onto the ground. Damn it, if it had scratched me properly, I'd have turned into a beast. I just awakened, and I'm already about to become a beast? But then, something miraculous happened. The system popped up 2 notification windows in quick succession, alerting him that a harmful effect was detected in his soul. The notification said the longevity effect had neutralized that status effect, and at the same time, the wound on Sung Suho's body flickered with a faint light and began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sung Suho's eyes widened in shock. He froze in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. Longevity. Now that he thought about it, he remembered seeing that effect in the status window at the start. Before he could think further, the firebone lunged at him. It pounced on Sung Suho like a wild beast and pinned him to the ground. Its attack was so strong that the ground beneath him cracked and crumbled. Sung Suho struggled to fend off the firebone's assault with both hands. He was sweating profusely, barely holding on, thinking to himself, if I'm weaker than a rank D who's already become a beast, that means I'm RE. I just became a false awakened, and I'm already worried about RK. In this critical moment, the firebone pinned on top of Sung Suho opened its saliva-filled mouth wide, looking disgusting as if it wanted to bite him. He gritted his teeth and fought back with all his might. There had to be something. Sung Suho suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up. Ah! Sung Suho chose to accept the reward, and right after, a notification window popped up. Mission reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, 5 attribute points. Reward 2, 3 attribute points. Strength from 11 to 14. Sung Suho's strength increased. He roared loudly and pushed the firebone, pressing against him with his hands. Then, with a spectacular kick, Sung Suho completely kicked the firebone high into the air and far away. The firebone flipped once in midair, knelt on one knee, and landed safely. Sung Suho didn't give it a chance to react. He dashed like lightning and punched it right in the face. The firebone was unfazed. It raised its hand into a claw, preparing to counterattack. Immediately after, a series of attacks targeted Sung Suho. He struggled to dodge but still got scratched. Multiple wounds appeared on his body, bleeding continuously. He was overwhelmed by the assault, barely able to defend himself. Another attack came. He bent down to avoid it. But then he realized, even with his increased strength, he still couldn't defeat this thing. He quickly made a decision. Then I'll put all my reward points into strength. The system displayed information. Strength from 14 to 19. Sung Suho clenched his fist tightly. He felt the power in his body rising. A false awakened could level up. He had never heard of that before. Without thinking further, he punched the firebone right in the face. Hot blood splattered everywhere. Because level is determined at awakening, and no false awakened has ever become stronger than the level of the person who awakened them. Sung Suho ducked to dodge the firebone's attack and threw 2 more punches into its stomach. His force was so strong that the armor on its body cracked into pieces. I don't know who decided the levels of false awakened. Sung Suho clenched his fist tighter. His eyes gleamed. He swung his fist, preparing the finishing blow, but just as if he had the strength to break free from that damn hierarchy system, the TV mounted on the wall in the next room suddenly fell to the floor. The sound of shattering glass was loud, and dust began to rise thickly. The wall where the TV was mounted started showing cracks all over. The cracking sound echoed sharply. Then the wall seemed to suffer a strong shock and completely split apart. The entire body of the rank D awakened firebone slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole. Sung Suho held his punching stance. Rocks and debris from the wall crashed down below. He gritted his teeth, his face shrouded in shadow, but at this moment, his eyes shone especially bright. Sung Suho pushed through the rubble and charged forward, landing another punch right in the firebone's face. The rank D awakened firebone was punched through the ruined wall, along with the TV and debris, flying straight backward. Sung Suho clenched his bloody fist, unsure if the blood was his or the firebone's. He stood still, exhausted and gasping for breath. The firebone was completely defeated, lying motionless on the ground. Its armor was nearly shattered. The status window appeared and refreshed. Notification: you have defeated the rank D awakened firebone. Notification: level up. Notification: level up. Notification: level up. Sung Suho was nearly exhausted, leaning on his knees, sitting down on the floor. He barely dared to believe it, muttering, I won. Sung Suho looked at his bloodied hands, panting hard, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall, some drops even dripping down. Sung Suho clenched his fist tightly. He was overjoyed and full of hope. So that means I'm also an awakened one now. Just then, Sung Suho heard someone nearby shouting, Ah! He startled and froze. Immediately after, he felt a surge of excitement, turned around. I can do this. Considering I'm awakened now, I can save those people and handle this crisis. Thinking that, he stood up at once, stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then, without hesitation, he charged into the fire skeletons ahead. A loud explosion rang out. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and he easily knocked 2 fire skeletons flying to each side. Sung Suho leaned on the window frame, looking down and thinking silently. The situation outside is really bad right now. Suddenly, he was startled, eyes wide open, cold sweat running down his cheek. Sung Suho was stunned. In front of him was a fire skeleton wielding two swords, leaping forward to attack him. Its muscular body looked extremely powerful, and above its head appeared the name tag, Awakened Fire Skeleton, RKC. It raised the huge sword behind its back, preparing to slash down. Then a massive explosion occurred inside the building. Thick black smoke rose densely. The sky that day was especially gloomy, signaling a bad omen. The city's loudspeakers kept emitting meaningless static noises. An unusual wind blew. In the bustling city with tall buildings, the loudspeakers broadcast a warning. The dungeon gate has opened at Soon University of Arts. We request all residents in the area to evacuate immediately. The wind howled fiercely. At Super Onun University, the area was sealed off. Inside was thick with smoke and dust, and the silhouettes of fire skeletons could be faintly seen. Outside stood a crowd fully armed, seemingly military personnel. One of them, smoking and frustrated, said anxiously, "Damn it, so many people died and we can only stand by and watch. When will the association's hunters arrive?" The man holding a tablet nearby replied seriously. "They said sending B-rank hunters will take some time." The smoker glanced at him and asked, "B-rank? Didn't they say this is a B-rank gate?" The other hurriedly answered, "Actually, the association is considering that the hunters might be infected." He swiped through the hunters' profiles on the tablet. He heard the smoker say, "Could it be?" The smoker's voice turned shocked. "That C-rank hunter is already infected." The tablet holder didn't respond, his hand stopping on the profile of a hunter named Kim Chong-soo, temporarily assigned to Chi. Meanwhile, inside Soon University of Arts, Sung Suho was facing a C-rank fire skeleton. He was knocked down, sitting on the ground, his clothes torn to shreds. He reluctantly propped one hand on the floor to keep balance. Sung Suho was sweating coldly, feeling disbelief. What the hell? Did it jump down from a lower floor? Looking at the fire skeleton before him, its head displayed a red name tag, indicating an awakened C-rank fire skeleton. Sung Suho was amazed. A C-rank fire skeleton with weapons must be different from the ones before. Sung Suho regained his composure, holding both hands in front of him, watching it warily. "But just now I leveled up. I wonder if I have a chance." The fire skeleton's huge sword lunged forward. Sung Suho gritted his teeth, only able to dodge by leaning aside. With one slash, it nearly destroyed the entire room. Sung Suho leaned against the wall, terrified and barely able to believe it. Looking at the overwhelmingly powerful fire skeleton before him, it raised its arm, preparing to strike again. Sung Suho thought silently, "This is insane." The awakened RKC fire skeleton gave Sung Suho no chance to think much. It swung its sword down with a fierce growl. Sung Suho could only grab a fire extinguisher on the ground to block the blow. The extinguisher was cut in half, and Sung Suho took this chance to jump aside. The compressed gas from the extinguisher quickly released, filling the room. It slowly drifted out the door. Immediately after, a strong force pushed from inside the room. Sung Suho dashed out the door like a gust of wind. He ran with all his might, thinking he couldn't possibly face a monster like this. No wonder awakened ones are ranked. He worried and wondered when the hunters would arrive. If only he could hold out until then. Sung Suho dared not think further. He sprinted full speed to escape the fire skeleton, but after only a short distance, it appeared outside the door with its sword. Its eyes blazed with blue fire, and its mouth breathed terrifying flames. Suddenly, it didn't chase Sung Suho, but turned in another direction. Sung Suho, seeing no movement from it, stopped, a bit surprised. He wondered silently. Why is that? Meanwhile, the awakened RKC fire skeleton looked up toward the rooftop, where three girls stood trembling in fear. One of them tried to comfort the others. "Just wait until the hunters arrive." The girl beside her held tightly to another's hand. "They're coming soon, right?" The last girl looked down the stairs, her eyes wide as if she had seen something terrifying. The awakened RKC fire skeleton, sword in hand, jumped from the lower floor window to the rooftop. It raised its sword, aiming straight at the three girls. The loud noise there caught Sung Suho's attention. He froze, unable to believe it. The awakened RKC fire skeleton was now standing on the rooftop. It had destroyed a corner of the place. The wind howled mournfully. Sung Suho clenched his teeth in anger, staring at it with a look of hatred. Sung Suho couldn't help but curse silently. Damn it! Without hesitation, he jumped after it onto the rooftop. No time to wait for the hunters anymore. Sung Suho furiously delivered a kick right to its head. The dust around still hadn't settled. Although he knew he wasn't a match for it, he silently decided he had to stop it. A full-force kick, combined with an outburst of rage, didn't even scratch the firebone. It spun around, swinging its sword to attack Seung. So, he quickly jumped up, stepped back, and dodged the strike. Seeing the ground cracked and shattered beneath his feet from its slash, his expression turned serious. Just one hit would mean death. He glanced at the girl's body sinking in a pool of blood beside him, but his heart was full of fury and determination. He clenched his fists tightly, resolutely facing the charging firebone, refusing to let it escape. Countless punches were thrown, striking directly at the firebone's body. The firebone showed no hesitation, continuously swinging its sword to attack Sung Suho. He could only lean aside to dodge, but he clenched his fists tighter, his eyes shining. Then he threw another punch. His rage gave him strength. He switched hands and swung a punch to attack it. Punch after punch was thrown. He seemed tireless. The firebone's pitch black awakened, C-rank eye darkened, its expression turning fierce, eyes flickering with blue flames. Sung Suho grabbed the firebone's head with both hands, jumped up, and kneed its face. At the same time, the firebone swung its sword aiming at Sung Suho. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Hot red blood poured out of him. Sung Suho was knocked back, blood staining the corner of his mouth, eyes wide with pain as he groaned. That blow directly threw Sung so far back, crashing into the wall behind him. His internal organs felt shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The firebone slowly approached Sung Suho, who was slumped against the wall, blood dripping from its head. Sung Suho's vision blurred. He gradually closed his eyes. The system displayed his HP at 140. Sung Suho knelt on one knee on the floor, one hand clutching his chest, the other supporting his knee. He bowed his head, trembling and muttering, "Lucky, the system probably doesn't want me to die yet." His vision became hazy and unclear. The firebone in front of him seemed excited. It moved closer and closer. Sung Suho saw a streak of light spreading like a crack. He stood up, trembling, trying to hold on. Blood dripping drop by drop from the corner of his mouth. The streak of light became clearer, accompanied by the crack and the sound of breaking getting louder. Before he could figure out what it was, the awakened C-rank firebone lunged at him with full speed to attack. The system popped up a stun status window, 99. At the same time, Sung Suho's drowsy eyes slowly closed. "Damn it," Sung Suho cursed silently as the firebone's sword swung close to his body. At that moment, the crack and the light he saw while dizzy grew brighter. Suddenly, the space before him looked like glass. It flashed a dazzling light and shattered into pieces. A shadow shot out from the crack. It dove down from above and let out a strange cry, more monster than human. At the same time, the firebone's sword was about to strike the fallen Sung Suho. From above, a terrifying force suddenly struck down, easily severing the firebone's hand holding the sword before it could touch Sung Suho. The power was so strong, it destroyed the floor. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, blocking the firebone's advance. Sung Suho still had a flicker of consciousness. He tried to open his eyes to see the situation around him, but fatigue and sleepiness overwhelmed him. He helplessly closed his eyes halfway. The thing that just appeared from the air stared at Sung Suho lying on the ground, a mere ant. It raised its hand, its sharp hand, not human at all, surrounded by a layer of blue light. No, the blue light covered Sung Suho's whole body, gradually healing his wounds. All because I came late. It turned to look at the awakened RKC firebone nearby with a severed arm and roared. "Yeah." Its whole body radiated terrifying energy. "Surely you are." Its eyes lit up, looking like a monster with immense power. But it made human sounds. Lowly insects dared to harm him. As soon as the words ended, the overpowering awakened RKC firebone easily got pierced by it. Its body exploded in the middle, leaving only its arms and legs. Elsewhere, another firebone's eyes glowed blue flames. It charged at the person holding a mop, letting out a beast-like roar. "Yeah." The person holding the mop trembled in fear, tears uncontrollably streaming down. He stammered a scream. "Help! Anyone?" He panicked so much he dropped the mop and clutched his head, desperately calling for help. At the same time, the firebone in front of him was blown apart into a pool of blood, leaving only 2 legs. Similar scenes kept happening elsewhere. With just a wave of its hand, the monster that appeared from the sky swiftly dealt with the rampaging firebones. It raised its hand, turning every place it passed into pools of blood from the firebones. It seemed tireless, moving from one floor to another in Soon University of Arts, effortlessly wiping out the firebones. Facing absolute power, the firebones could only accept being slaughtered, their heads taken one by one. The Soon University of Arts building endured a fierce battle. Thick smoke rose densely, a fierce storm blew through, and the glass windows of the building shattered into countless fragments. Something seemed to sweep across the sky, shaking the entire area, startling those surrounding the university. Centered on Soon University of the Arts, that power swept through and spread across the city. The military personnel widened their eyes at the scene, their minds filled with questions. A monster descended from the sky to the ground. It knelt on one knee before Suho, who lay unconscious on the ground, showing utmost respect. Amid the ruined setting, its voice echoed with indescribable reverence. "Long time no see," the prince returned. When Shuho was young, he was happily drawing a cute little ant. Surrounding him were paintings of ants, strangely, all standing like humans. While drawing enthusiastically, Shuho suddenly stopped, focusing his gaze on something. His eyes widened, and excitement gradually appeared on his face as he saw an ant standing like a human. The ant approached, picking up the painting Shuho was working on. "Young king, is this you drawing me?" The ant was so moved, tears streamed down its face. This Baru was terrified. Seo gradually woke up in the hospital, realizing the earlier memory was probably a dream. He opened his eyes, dazed and unsure of where he was. He woke with a confused expression, surrounded by two doctors examining him. Recalling the dream, Seo vaguely remembered something. An ant in the hospital. Suo's uncle anxiously called him. "Suo, what the hell is going on out there? Are you hurt?" Suo tiredly sat on the bed, continuing to listen to his uncle ramble. "This can't be. The world is too chaotic now. I'll arrange a bodyguard for you who has awakened." Hearing this, Suo quickly replied, "I'm fine, uncle." When Suo opened his eyes, 2 days had passed since then, and the media kept reporting on the fierce battle at Korea University of the Arts. Regarding the incident at Korea University of the Arts that shocked the entire country these past days. Due to many casualties, the event became sensational in many ways. First was the appearance of the firebones. From discovering the firebones, the monsters could actually infect hunters, turning them into creatures like themselves. Second, despite the incident happening right in the city, the Hunters Association's slow response was undeniable. Finally, when the hunters arrived, they were faced with a field of scattered corpses. A mystery remains unresolved. The firebones inside the university were all destroyed by an unknown cause. A young man being interviewed kept pointing. "Those who turned into monsters suddenly exploded right before my eyes." That's why Suo sat in the hospital watching the news report on TV. He recalled the earlier memory. His face suddenly brightened with joy, as expected. Awakening was not a dream. Moreover, he was an awakened person growing stronger by leaps and bounds. Suo's status window appeared. The status window showed Suo at level 5, class untiring, no title, 140 HP, 14 hearing, 22 strength, 14 health, 14 agility, 14 intelligence, 14 senses, 14 available points. Suddenly remembering something, Shuho's face grew tense. "But wait, didn't I get slashed by a Class C firebone awakened monster? How am I still alive?" Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. "That's because I, Beru, eliminated that trash for you." Suho heard the voice, confused about its source when a shadow of an ant appeared on the hospital floor. The shadow gradually turned into glowing smoke shaped like an ant. "Long time no see, young king." The ant saw Shuho and was moved to tears. Shuho heard the ant speak, his mind going blank. The ant continued, "Young king, since when have you grown so much? I can't control the overwhelming emotions right now. Like scattered fragments, my memories slowly returned." Shuho's memories flooded back. "I know this ant. When I was a child, he was one of the dark entities living with me. Why did I forget him until now?" Baru said with frustration. "I, Baru, crossed space to come meet the young king." Suo looked at Baru, secretly wondering why he lived with dark creatures as a child. "I really have too many questions about this." Looking at the ant before him, Shuho was doubtful. "First of all, in my memory, I didn't think you were this small. You are an ant, right?" Beru explained. "This is the result of using too much mana when crossing space. I'm usually bigger and scarier than this." The system window says you are an individual rank, so Baru proudly introduced himself. "Baru level 1 ant is a joke. Baru, a martial rank, is just an individual? That's stupid system." Swa sat up, got off the bed. Swa happily said, "Anyway, I recovered thanks to you, right? Heh. I may not look like it, but I really am a healer. My goal here was to break your seal, but I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. I, Beru, am extremely impressed." Suo wondered. Seal? Fragments of Suo's memories appeared. "Is it the seal inside my dream?" Baru comforted him. "You can consider it a dream, but all those things are what you truly experienced. You were much stronger when you fought alongside me. Even when the great Dark King Sung Jinwoo sealed your power in your memories, to give you a normal life." Suho became agitated as soon as Beru mentioned his father. "My father! Just as I thought, you're involved in my father leaving home." "He didn't leave home. He's in the outer world." Suho doubted. "The outer world? What do you mean?" Simply put, inside the room, black ant shadows gathered. The great Dark King, Sung Jinwoo, is in a place called the Outer World, fighting against those trying to invade this world. The black ants revealed the image of the outer world before his eyes. His father's silhouette appeared. "Is my father protecting the world?" A black hand seemed to manipulate everything. "That's right. That's Itarim, the gods of the outer world. Chaotic monsters are tearing each other apart. Itarim is sending their apostles and trying to invade our world. Before coming here to meet the young king, I, Beru, have already torn apart countless enemies. The truth is, the gates and monsters appearing on Earth are the effects of this war. Suho didn't know what to say and just sighed. Suho asked Beru, "Did my mother go with him?" "No. She disappeared the same day as my father, so I thought they went together." Suddenly, the black ants began to fade. They cried out, "Hain's clone has disappeared. Itarim's apostles on Earth have made a sinister plot. Is it because of those bastards called Itarim?" Suho sadly lowered his head. "So that's why my parents couldn't return." The black ants curiously asked, "Does the young king want to see them again?" Suho clenched his hands, trembling. "Of course. I've been alone for so many years. Then there is a way." Soho's heart raced, hearing there was still a way. The black ants continued, "The Lord cannot return to Earth while the war is escalating like this. But if the young king becomes stronger, he can search for and rescue the lady himself." "Hain." The black ants looked at Suho with determined eyes. "Level up. Report. A mission has appeared. The mission info board appeared. Mission details. The Dark Trial mission. You are the son of the great Dark King. However, your innate power has been sealed. To regain that great power, you must prove yourself worthy. Enter the Dark Dungeon and prove your value." A strange key appeared in Suho's hand. Item: Dark Dungeon Key. Rarity unknown. Usage: this key opens the door to the Dark Dungeon. It can be used in the shadow of Xyoung Suho. Insert the key and enter the shadow. Suho, suspicious, slowly inserted the key into his own shadow. The key was inserted straight into the shadow. When the key was inserted, black energy swirled around it. The key was fully embedded in his shadow, then massive black energy engulfed the two of them. The dungeon door opened, and the black ants urged Suho to hurry through. "Let's go. Enter and reclaim all the power that belongs to you, young king." Suho coldly looked at the door before him, still unable to believe it. He unbuttoned his shirt. The outer world, the gods' war, or the Dark King's war. It's all really absurd. So determinedly stepped toward the dungeon door. But if in his memories he could recall his friends, if he could meet them again by becoming stronger. Suho's eyes began to glow. "I will level up no matter what." The black ants beside him looked at him with admiration. "My lord, someone orders Beru, return to Earth and break Suho's seal." Beru knelt respectfully. "You mean the young king's seal?" the mysterious figure replied. "Yes, Itarim's invasion could spread to Earth," the mysterious figure continued. "Return the memories and sealed power to Jung-ho so he can protect Earth himself. The rest, I leave to your discretion." Watching Suho step forward determinedly, Beru thought silently, "My decision. If you let me decide your life, then I, Beru, will stay by the young king's side and watch him grow." With that thought, Beru and Suho entered the dungeon. As they stepped inside, the dungeon door slowly closed. The door vanished in the room as if it never existed. Inside the dungeon, Suho was confused. The black ants spoke. "This place is the land of the dead, where the living cannot enter without the master's permission. This is the Dark Dungeon. You have arrived, surrounded by desolation and countless corpses." Sung Suho thought, "So this is the Dark Dungeon?" It looked more like a ruined city than a dungeon, but somehow it felt strangely familiar. Suho was surprised when a notification board appeared before him. Mission notice, survival mission. The inhabitants of this dark dungeon will never accept a weak master in this land. Survive for a certain period and prove your worth. Required time, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Is it dangerous? Do I have to survive here for 4 hours? Beru said anxiously. "Please stay alert, young king." A voice echoed from above. "The time of hardship will come soon." Hardship? Sung Suho was ambushed from behind, but with his sharp reflexes, he flipped and kicked the blue arrow far away. His pupils glowed as he said, "That was unexpected." A goblin scout, he sat clutching his chest on the ground, growling. Suho was surprised. A goblin scout? Beru was also alarmed. Having a scout here means many more are nearby. If that's the case, we must deal with it quickly before it calls for reinforcements. Saying that, he dashed toward the goblin scout. Beru hesitated and said, "Young master, indeed, goblins are weak and small creatures, but rushing in so carelessly means this one's name has no color, which means it is at the same level or lower than me." After saying that, Sung Su quickly defeated the scout goblin and received a notification. "You have obtained the goblin's stone axe. You have defeated the scout goblin." He smirked arrogantly, turned around and said, "All right, the stronger ones than me are marked with colors on their names." "Ah, I see." Another goblin appeared up high. Sung Su frowned in annoyance and said, "Looks like there's still another scout." Following that was a whole pack of goblins, Goblin 100 captains, Goblin 10 captains. Sung Su wiped sweat and smiled at Beru, saying, "You're going to help me, right?" Beru said, "I wish I could assist you, but since I'm too far from your position, my mana doesn't regenerate continuously. so I need to conserve my strength as much as possible. And if I interfere in this battle, the experience you gain will be significantly reduced. Young king, does that mean you won't be much help? The goblins charged continuously at Sung Suho. Well, let's just try then. He struck decisively and quickly defeated the goblins in an instant, so that was the skill engraved in his status window. It felt like having an invisible hand. The level 1 ruler's hand skill, an active skill that doesn't require mana, you can physically affect objects without touching them. Sung Suho caught an arrow with his hand. No more archers? Here, take this. He used his power to create a bow and shot back at the goblin archer, causing it to fall in pain immediately. Beru thought silently. The adaptation skill is truly amazing. The young king's youth was like the birth of a legendary hero in myths. From that moment, he could use the ruler's hand inherited from the king at will. However, that power was made to destroy everything, so it was like a chain in this peaceful world. But now, as Itarim's apostles are eyeing the invasion of Earth, the young king's power has begun to shine in this world. Notification. Level up. His pupils flashed as he thought. It seems the limit of the ruler's hand is about 10 kilograms. At that moment, Sung Suho was ambushed and stabbed from behind by a goblin. He winced in pain, turned around, and punched it hard in the face. Beru panicked and called for the young king. From afar, a goblin approached, Goblin 100 Captain, with 160 to 190 HP. Sung Suho pulled out the dagger, stabbed in him, and thought, that really hurts. But Sung Suho aggressively defeated each goblin. I feel stronger than when I was powerless. He fought with 180 to 190 HP, 84 to 190 HP, 53 to 190 HP, then a series of level-up notifications appeared. After completely defeating all the goblins, he tiredly sat on a cart. Ha! Notification. Time remaining 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. You have completed the mission. Truly amazing. How could Beru, never once doubting you, would fail this challenge? Young king, he angrily said. You really didn't help at all from start to finish, did you? Notification. You have received a reward for completing the challenge. Check your reward, accept or decline. Check. You will receive the following rewards. Reward. Ancient Language Stone. Shadow Extraction. Ancient Language Stone? If I use this, can I learn the Shadow Extraction skill? Beru happily said. Oh, young king is learning the Shadow Extraction skill. Now that I recall, I also received a persistent skill while fighting. Seems like I got extra skills beyond those gained from leveling up after awakening. Persistent skill, level 1. Passive skill, no mana required. You possess incredible endurance. Physical defense increased by 20%, Sung Suho said while running. Compared to before awakening, it feels like I've become a cheat character. Wounds even heal after leveling up. This leveling system is based on the system the king used in the past. It's a support system designed to ensure safety as you develop. Young master, to sum up, I thought I was someone unawakened, but I was actually born with the strongest silver spoon in the dark, or something like that. He said helplessly. All right. Anyway, I accept the reward. Ancient Language Stone for Shadow Extraction. You can absorb skills by breaking the Ancient Language Stone. You have learned the Shadow Extraction skill. Shadow Extraction skill. Power of the Dark. No mana required. Extract mana from the body of the dead and turn them into dark warriors. The failure rate of extraction increases proportionally with the stats and time since the target's death. The number of times you can extract shadows is unlimited. I can create dark warriors. It's a skill that can turn corpses into warriors like me. Shadow extraction is truly the essence of the power that created the current Dark King. Lord Sung Jinwoo is like a kind of necromancy, but if I want to command my soldiers, I need to hunt them first, so I can only control those weaker than me, right? I heard summoning skills aren't very popular among hunters. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction. Please set a command for the shadow extraction skill, he thought. Do I need to come up with a specific command for the skill? If it's a command, it needs to be direct. His pupils flashed brightly, and an incredible power surged around him. At Sung Suho's command, a black smoke rose from the ground, suddenly forming into a pale green hand. A group of level 1 Dark Elite appeared, their normal level showing. Sung Suho looked at them with some surprise. So this is the Dark Tribe. He scoffed in disappointment, not as impressive as he had thought. Beru quietly explained. Usually dark warriors are weaker than in real life. Sung Suho asked further, are they smaller too? It hesitated but admitted yes. This only made him more curious. How much weaker are they? Beru answered uncertainly. Probably just a little. Sung Suho gritted his teeth in frustration. Moreover, he was told they would disappear after just one day. Beru broke out in a sweat at the thought. No way. Don't you have the dark storage skill? He immediately crushed its hope. No, Beru said dejectedly. I think it's because of the intelligence stat and the level of influence of dark power. It sighed sadly. But that skill is really good. Truly, it's an excellent skill. Sung Suho comforted it. I understand. Don't be sad, Beru. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. He rubbed his belly and groaned softly. Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Sung Suho asked, Beru, how do we get out of here? Beru quickly replied, you can leave anytime using the dark dungeon key. He thought for a moment and decided, then let's find some food first. It agreed immediately. Yes. The system notification appeared. Do you want to exit the dark dungeon? Later, Sung Suho satisfied his hunger, holding his cheek and praising. He kept scooping food into his mouth, enjoying it and nodding in approval. I didn't expect hospital food to be this good. Baru peeked nearby, clenching its fists and said, Your Majesty, now I will explain what you need to do from now on. You have a total of 3 missions. It began listing. The first is to protect Earth from alien monsters. Sung Suho immediately wondered. So I should go to dungeons and hunt monsters, right? Baru did not deny it. Yes, when you hunt monsters, you level up, and the stronger you get, the safer Earth becomes, just like your father did. It continued explaining the missions. The second is to find Lady Hain at all costs. Sung Suho asked, Is there a way to find Mother? Baru suggested, When you hunt alien monsters, you will find clues, right? He sighed, so I still have to enter dungeons. Suddenly, Baru's tone grew serious. And the third mission? This one is very important. It held its cheeks, tears welling up as it revealed, that is to restore my power. Unbelievably, I'm only at an individual level. I want to show you my true strength. Sung Suho grew interested and asked, How can you restore your power? Baru answered, I can absorb magic and knowledge from targets by drinking them. This is an inefficient method from before I became a dark warrior, but I have no other choice because I cannot absorb power from you. It concluded that basically, it just needs to consume some magic. He bit his spoon and pointed out a fact. That means he still has to enter dungeons. After eating, Sung Suho neatly arranged the dishes on the tray. He stood and told Baru, then get ready to go. It suddenly reminded him, you need a hunter's license to enter dungeons. First, we must go to the Hunters Guild for a magic assessment. Upon hearing this, Sung Suho's expression darkened as he thought about the magic assessment. He was an awakened being who had leveled up. Outside, dusk was falling over the bustling city, but his mind was stuck on a few questions. What level will I reach? What if it's S rank? After the test, the Hunters Guild staff handed him a report and announced his level was 46. Sung Suho couldn't help but feel disappointed. He was an awakened E rank. Outside on the busy street, he walked alone with his hands in his pockets, leaving the guild. Baru stuck its head out to comfort him, saying, I heard hunter ranks are determined by play V magic. Since you only focused on increasing strength stats, naturally, your rank is low. Sung Suho stopped it, feeling discouraged. You don't need to comfort me. It only makes me feel worse. The rising insecurity and self-doubt made him very uncomfortable. First the dark power, now my rank. Can an E-rank hunter like me really protect Earth? Baru offered advice. But you can level up. Sung Suho looked at his rough palm and said dejectedly, I've heard that expedition teams rarely hire E or F rank hunters. At this rate, just entering dungeons will be difficult. Suddenly, he shouted as if he had an idea. Sung Suho's shout startled Baru. Maybe there's still a way. From what I know, in dungeon expeditions, work is divided strictly. The attack team raids the dungeon, the transport team follows to collect minerals, and the extraction team harvests resources from the dungeon. Except for the attack team, the transport and extraction teams can accept E-rank hunters. In other words, even an E-rank hunter like him can enter dungeons. Thinking this, Sung Suho immediately joined an extraction team. After a tiring session, he wiped sweat from his hand and sighed deeply. Phew. Then Sung Suho turned to the person next to him and said, Thanks for introducing me here. I just awakened, and you're the only person I know. He spoke softly. Assistant Instructor Lim. He is an assistant instructor at the Korean University of Arts, Department of Fine Arts, and awakened at rank E. Sung Suho turned back to continue working and added, Luckily, I know a senior awakened. Thanks to him, I can work here now. Suddenly, Lim Do-gyun called out, Suho. He turned around, puzzled. Yes. He seriously bowed 90 degrees to apologize to Sung Suho. Sorry about what happened at the university. Lim Do-gyun mustered all his courage to admit. I was the only awakened there, but I was scared and ran away. Recalling the moment when the monster appeared, many people urged him all at once. Assistant Instructor Lim, you're an awakened. Do something. But Lim Do-gyun just waved his hand to refuse. I'm only a rank E. Then he ran away in fear. Currently, Lim Do-gyun is still bowing before him, apologizing for not being able to do anything. Sung Suho was so startled his face went blank. He raised his head and said, I'm just a rank E awakened like you. He continued to reassure him. The Hunters Association advises rank E like us to run away immediately when we see a magical beast. I was just following instructions, Lim Do-gyun asked in surprise. You're a rank E? Sung Suho calmly replied. Yes, my mana level is 46. For a rank E, that's still very low. He couldn't believe his ears. Your mana level is lower than mine? Lim Dojiun recalled the earlier chaos. No way. He thought he saw him fighting a magical beast on the rooftop while running away. Lim Do-gyun looked at Sung Suho, who was focused on extracting mana crystals, doubting himself. Did I see it wrong? He adjusted his glasses slightly and sighed. Rank E awakened fighting magical beasts and surviving. That's truly amazing. Baru suddenly flew out and added, That's right, the young king is extraordinary. Lim Do-gyun was startled and looked at it. He screamed loudly and collapsed to the ground. Sung Suho's magical beast immediately scolded Baru. Why did you suddenly pop out like that? It briefly explained. Young king, you are as weak as an ant larva now, so I have to stay by your side to protect you to feel at ease. Lim Do-gyun stood up, dusted off his pants, and stammered in question. What's this? You awakened and became a summoner? He mumbled in response. Ah yes, I think so. He was very surprised. Many rank E hunters don't even have skills. You're really lucky, he humorously boasted to him. I even have the skill to run away. Sung Suho awkwardly joined in. So that's why you ran away so fast. That comment hurt Lim Do-gyun deeply. He curled up in frustration. He awkwardly corrected, I was just joking. Baru flew over to Lim Do-gyun and scolded him without courtesy. That's typical of the young king. You made him collapse like that. Sung Suho ignored them. He turned to look into the deep dungeon, thinking this was the first time he entered a dungeon other than the dark dungeon. He wondered if the attack team was hunting monsters ahead. Indeed, inside, some hunters had succeeded in killing a magical beast. One person sighed, drawing his sword and complaining. This dungeon has nothing at all. Li Yang-ho also felt impatient. So far, only one wolf has appeared. The hunters gathered to discuss. Wolf skins aren't worth much. Sometimes their corpses have mana crystals, so we just have to keep working hard. Don't be too disappointed. We have to clear the whole dungeon to know. At that moment, someone pointed to a narrow cave and shouted, Captain, there's something on this shortcut, Kim Dong-shu said excitedly. See, I told you. The whole team entered and found ancient ruins. Everyone was extremely cautious, looking around. What is this? What are these ruins? Shouldn't we go outside first and request backup? They checked for a while and concluded, my detection skill didn't find any magical beasts. There's none here. What is this place for? We have to investigate. Some were worried and said, who knows? Maybe there's treasure here instead of a boss. Just then, they saw a treasured sword stuck in the center of a circle. Kim Dong-shu exclaimed in surprise. Damn, who would have thought there's really treasure here? The whole team rushed in to observe, cheering happily. What is this? This weapon is like hitting the jackpot. Li Yang-ho bent down to touch the blade. We have to appraise it to be sure, but it looks amazing. Someone stepped forward to remind him. Treasures like this usually come with traps, so we have to be careful. But Li Yang-ho stubbornly insisted on doing it his way. Step back, I'll pull it out, Kim Shu hurriedly shouted. Wait, Li Yang-ho, I told you treasures usually have traps around. Li Yang-ho arrogantly held the sword's hilt and said, even if there's a trap, I'm a rank C warrior. I can handle it. Just as he pulled a little, he felt a terrifying aura rising. Li Yang-ho was horrified to see himself standing in a pool of bright red blood with sharp teeth protruding. What is this? Immediately, he was swallowed by a monster, which revealed scary yellow eyes, and at the same time, the sword was fully pulled out. Kim Dong-shu saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no trap. He sternly warned, Hey Li Yang-ho, but he seemed like a different person, gritting his teeth and growling. How dare you? Be careful next time. Kim Dong-shu hadn't finished speaking when a sharp sword slash cut through his head. Li Yang-ho's eyes glowed yellow slightly. The scene terrified the other hunters. Li Yang-ho's whole body twisted, radiating a demonic red killing intent, questioning, who dares to covet the Fang King's sword? The mysterious voice in Li Yang-ho's head kept urging, kill the invaders of the Frost King's territory. He steadily moved closer to his panicked teammates. Li Yang-ho swung his heavy sword. Kill! He had completely lost his mind now, decisively slashing at the other hunters. Kill! All Li Yang-ho saw was blood and his comrades falling one by one. Kill! He roared like a wild beast, killing as he stepped over their bodies in the rain of blood. In his mind, there was only one command, kill. On the other side, the mining group was still diligently digging for spirit stones. The hunters nearby looked at Sung Suho with astonishment. What is this? Lim Do-gyun pointed at the dark goblins enthusiastically breaking rocks, stammering. Is there a summoning skill like this? He was confused, thinking, I heard summoners can only call 1 or 2 creatures at a time, but he summoned 3, and if you count the talking ghost, that makes 4. Lindagun looked at his calm face and guessed, isn't Suo's power unusually strong? Sung Suho was very satisfied with the goblins, although he could only summon 3 creatures and needed a corpse to extract shadows, which was a bit inconvenient. Having a corpse from the dark dungeon wasn't bad. They did the small tasks without complaint, which was convenient. He turned to Baru and said, Baru, this shadow extraction skill is pretty good. Just as he said that, Baru irritably reminded him, Young king, don't praise me for making them do chores. Shouldn't you be leveling up in the dungeon instead? Sung Suho explained, hunters ranked E can't enter dungeons on their own according to the Hunter Guild rules. I heard the measuring devices still have many errors because they only recently started ranking hunters, so I plan to recheck when my mana increases after leveling up. Ahead, two hunters continued working, telling each other that the rookies would dig them out while I'm distracted. Let's show them the true power of our senior. Sung Suho reminded Baru of something. Do you still remember your third mission? I can do it here, Baru asked suspiciously. Restore my power, he said. He pointed to the spirit stones scattered on the ground and said, you said you can recover by consuming things with mana. Even those fragments of spirit stones on the ground have mana, Baru gradually understood. Young king, could it be that Sung Suho ordered you to eat those spirit stones on the ground because you can't collect spirit stones? While waiting, just eat those small stones. It obediently flew out and started nibbling on the small stones. Suddenly, something like a signal swept through its two heads. Baru hurriedly called Sung Suho, young king. He turned his head, confused, and asked, what now? Baru immediately reported, I just sensed the presence of a king. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, King, do you mean my father? Baru denied it immediately. There's more than one person with the rank of king. If it were our king, my power would have recovered already. He looked toward the back of the cave and speculated. The scent of this beast was probably recognized by the hunters as well, who nervously asked each other. That direction was toward the endless darkness inside where the assault team had gone. Suddenly, 3 pairs of glowing red eyes appeared, terrifying. The hunters, seeing the ghost beasts clearly, retreated in fear. Now, facing them were 3 ferocious wolves growling, ready to attack. The ghost beasts are here. One reacted quickly and gave orders. Why did the ghost beasts come all the way here? Everyone run! Summoning all his courage, he struck an axe at the ghost beast and shouted, Ah, don't come near me. But it directly opened its sharp jaws and bit the axe cleanly, then crushed it. The hunter, seeing his weapon broken, was drenched in cold sweat with terror. He was so scared he almost cried, stammering and unable to call for help. At that moment, a shadow flew past, and he stabbed the ghost beast's head decisively. The hunter panicked and called out, Suho, hurry! He urged him. I'll buy you some time. Get out of the dungeon quickly. He hurriedly ran off, not forgetting to say, thank you. After ensuring the others had left safely, Sung Suho carefully observed the pack of ghost beasts. He noticed the label Iron Fang Wolf and silently guessed their name was orange-colored, meaning they were at a level equivalent to a low-level blood mist. I fought at the Korean Art University. I can definitely win. Sung Suho looked back toward where Lim Do-gyun was standing, a bit annoyed. If alone, he reminded himself, he would run away too, but Lim Do-gyun refused. Suho, you want to help everyone evacuate. I'm not running alone anymore. Hearing this, Sung Suho didn't chase him away. Then when you meet Ngai, you'll have to rely on me, he said, then quietly ordered the goblins to protect him. Sung Suho summoned his inventory to choose a weapon. He quickly drew a sword to fight. The weapons I collected in the dark dungeon are at least much better than this rusty old thing. This made Lin Dogon very surprised and think, what kind of skill does Suho have anyway? Sung Suho stretched his leg back for momentum and dashed forward like lightning to face the ghost wolf pack. One opened its wide mouth full of teeth to attack him, but was immediately stabbed in the throat by his sharp sword. With a single strike, he cut its large body in half. The system immediately notified, you have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. Everyone witnessing this was very excited. Sung Suho quietly muttered the awakening spell. Following that, thick black smoke rose. He raised his hand toward the dead ghost beast's body and absorbed its soul. At the same time, a shadow goblin dissolved into black smoke before everyone's astonished eyes. Sung Suho raised his sword to block a bite from another ghost beast. The black smoke transformed into a wolf and bit back at the remaining one. A shadow goblin simultaneously dissolved into black smoke before everyone's astonished eyes. Sung Ho raised his sword to block the bite of the demon beast on the other side. The black mist transformed into a wolf that bit back at the other one. Beru was very excited, exclaiming, Oh, young king, he's already used to fighting with dark power. As for me, I'm quite satisfied with my method. Tracking and summoning don't cost any mana at all. Once I have more mana and the tracking count increases, I'll be able to create an army. Thinking of something? Thukiem was preparing to counterattack again. Then add one more. No sooner said than done. Sung Suho quickly pierced through the snout of the demonic beast, ending its life. The system continued to notify, you have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. He shouted to rise up, and instantly, the second shadow goblin dissolved into smoke. The remaining goblin looked confused as its companion disappeared. It groaned in frustration, then teared up because it hadn't evolved. While it was crying, a mechanical sound rang out, signaling a level up. As a result, 3 more Iron Fang wolves appeared beside Sung Suho. Lin Do-gyun couldn't take it anymore and urgently called out, Suho, you, he loudly interrogated. Your physical ability isn't level E, and on top of that, you even tamed a dead demonic beast. Yeah, Sung Suho stammered in response. That He thought hard. I'm too excited. How do I explain this? In the end, he chose to play dumb, stubbornly insisting, I really am level E. Yet Lin Do-gyun kept doubting, don't tell me Ho is a fake level trying to hide his rank. Suddenly, he paused, staring at the board in front of him. The system coldly announced, new mission, urgent mission, defeat the enemy. Creatures around here want to kill people, eliminate them, and protect your safety. Number of enemies to defeat, 1. Number of enemies defeated, 0. Sung Suho looked confused into the deep cave, wondering about the mission. Only one enemy, but I already handled all the Iron Fang wolves. Does that mean there's another enemy? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from inside. Both looked at him suspiciously. Lin Do-gyun realized he was from the assault team. He immediately rushed forward to ask for help. You saved us. The demonic beast suddenly appeared here, almost causing a disaster. That's right. Sung Suho seemed to sense something unusual and hurriedly called him back. Wait, he shouted loudly. Danger. At the same time, Li Yang-ho's glaring yellow pupil appeared. Lin Do-gyun was terrified by that frightening gaze. Li Yang-do fiercely slashed a sword toward him. Luckily, Sung Suho was quick and pulled him back just in time to avoid death. The heavy sword struck down, shattering chunks of earth and rock. Sung Suho caught the unconscious Lim Do-gyun and shouted, Wolf Team. He ordered an attack, and instantly the wolves charged forward to tear into Li Yang-ho. Sung Suho struggled to support Lim Do-gyun as he retreated, angrily scolding, Damn it, another crazy hunter. Since when did hunters start turning into demonic beasts? He noticed the red text. Lang Na was possessed. Above the enemy's head, his spirit suddenly became alert, and the color of his name. Sung Suo was a bit nervous. The redder the name, the more dangerous the monster. I already experienced how strong red names were at the Korean Art University. Running away with Do-gyun is probably the best plan. But he turned to ask Beru, he's not a king like my father, right? It explained. Although he possesses dark energy, he's too weak to be called a king, but that doesn't mean you can face him in this state. Sung Suho fumbled through his bag again. That's it. His action made Baru panic. Young king, don't tell me. He swung out a bunch of weapons stuck into the stone floor and said, You said the system will support me to ensure stable growth, right? Since it gave me this mission, it means I have the ability to win. More importantly, to meet my parents, I have to get stronger as fast as possible. Ahead, Li Yang-do was fiercely slashing at the wolves. His terrifying face gradually appeared through the black smoke. Waiting for him was a fake level E awakening with a strong energy flow and a long line of weapons. He was determined to defeat him and quickly become powerful. Beru, in spirit form, somehow called Shu Ho the Young King. It had witnessed him bravely fight enemies many times. Despite facing insurmountable challenges repeatedly, the Young King never ran away. Beru's thoughts about him were sincere. Beneath that fragile shell, I can see the shadow of a king deep inside. It just saw the enemy the system asked to eliminate and identified his true form as a sword. If all his arms are cut off and separated from the host, he won't be able to move anymore. Shu Ho hadn't fully understood yet, half doubtful, half believing. Is that so? Yang Ho, being possessed, had become Lang Na. He stared wildly at him. His eyes were like a cat's in the night, standing there looking fiercely at everything. To restrain Lang Na, dark creatures like hunting dogs charged to attack him. One of the hunting dogs bit Raken's fang, trying to test if its teeth were harder or the sword sharper. Suho was surprised by his small action. Oh, they really stood up again after I poured mana into them. Baru had explained the special principle. Dark soldiers like us basically have spirit forms. As long as you still have mana, we can still recover. Who would have thought that right after boasting, a hunting dog was split in two by a sword strike? How do you see the power of dark soldiers? Not much different from other dark soldiers who also got hit by a sword and died while charging. Another one just raised its claw and was immediately slashed into holes. Shuho turned to ask it, losing faith. The power of that dark soldier, huh? Baru was embarrassed, sweating, and blamed him back, saying this was because the young king's mana was still too weak. He was still stunned by Yo's swordsmanship. How was that possible? The sword he held not only radiated deadly intent, but was also incredibly sharp. Yang Ho was still arrogant about his own sword skills, boldly criticizing. So, a common nuisance like you, using the power of the Dark King? Suho was angry but more curious. What? It can speak? Meanwhile, Beru tensed up, quickly stepping in to assert his identity. How dare you call the bloodline of the king a common nuisance? All of Yo's teeth were sharp as daggers, and he grew more and more furious. The bloodline of the king, I never thought we'd meet here. Before he could finish, something was launched at him. Enemy of the Wolf King. Yang Ho fell into a rage, flustered by the sudden attack from the axe. It turned out to be a move from Suo's position. Now that he held the axe, he thought it was time to test his strength a bit, right? He swung a blow toward him. At the same time, Lang Na also counterattacked and barely dodged Suho's power. As Suho expected, the red demon was just as anticipated, able to easily take the hit. He hesitated because there were many weapons stuck in the ground ahead, while Yang Ho screamed wildly, having lost consciousness. Suho finally made a decisive choice. I have to win by numbers. He seemed surrounded by the moves he unleashed, aiming to counter the attacks coming from all directions that Suho delivered. Beru, watching from behind, admired Yo's back. This is the talent of one born to wield power, the authority of a ruler from birth. But each of Yo's moves was sharp enough to cut weapons in half, which worried him. Still, Yo continuously shattered the weapons Suo threw into pieces mid-air. Yang Ho, wielding Rakan's fang, charged fiercely forward with eyes shining like stage lights. Suho was not discouraged, still gripping the axe, determined to fight to the end. But he had to admit one thing. Yo's power was overwhelming. One strike shattered his axe. Suo was lost in thought as he watched. With just one attack, the goblin's weapon was gone, leaving him unarmed and only able to dodge attacks. If this keeps up, isn't that the same as having no way to fight back? His mind flooded with thoughts, and Suho saw clearly that if he recklessly charged, a single hit would end him. If the battle dragged on, he would lose any chance of winning. Yang Ho was clearly provoking him, planning to keep running away like a coward forever. The Dark King is probably just someone who hides behind his soldiers. Baru didn't wait for his master to speak and immediately insulted him back. That bastard! Suho dropped the broken axe. He was officially fed up. Talking trash about someone's mother is just rude. Yo swung Rakan's fang straight at him. Suo could only jump aside to dodge. Though provoked, he didn't have the confidence to defeat him. Damn it, if only I were stronger. Suo wondered deeply as he realized nothing had changed. Baru, if the seal has been broken, why hasn't my power returned since I climbed the tower? Baru gave a reasonable explanation for his justified suspicion. The power of the young king has been sealed since birth. It's better to think of it as regaining that power now. If you had that strength, you could easily fight Itarim. Ultimately, Baru concluded, leaving Suho somewhat disappointed. But that power lies between reality and illusion. It's simply a test to see if you can unlock your talent. Whether you pass or fail, your physical strength will vanish after the test. Baru suddenly grew a hand, reminding him, in short, it's just a game. Your experience in the tower was not wasted. Try to recall your feelings and fighting spirit. Yang Ho kept launching moves at Suo. I still vividly remember the feeling back then in the tower, fighting with just my fists. If only I still had those old gloves. He recalled Baru's words, which calmed him. We Dark Warriors are basically soul forms. As long as you have mana, we can recover. Suo thought carefully to make the right decision. Thinking back, I can change Baru's form at will. It always supports me from behind. The young king helped Suo gain confidence. With that, the Dark Warriors rose immediately, giant hunting dogs appearing. Arise! Yang Ho was eager to win, bored that his opponent was unworthy and used cheap tricks. Don't you see those tricks are useless? As he tried to use Rakan's fang, 2 hunting dogs were already charging at Yang Ho. I'll send you off first. These hunting dogs are nothing like before. They stared at him unblinking, but couldn't understand why the Dark Warrior suddenly became riddled with holes. Suho had to empower them again. He spread his arms wide to pour in mana. Meanwhile, Yo wanted to finish him with a decisive strike. Dust filled the air, but couldn't hide his triumphant smile. Yang Ho's smile suddenly faded, as something protected Suo while the sword came down. Suo used all his remaining strength to block Rakan's fang. Dark Steel Fang, huh? You really live up to your name. The system notified the skill he was using. Dark Steel Fang Level 1 transformed into steel gloves. The system sent a notice that the Shadow Glove skill had been upgraded. It also informed him that the Level 2 Shadow Summoning skill transformation requires dark power without mana, allowing the Dark Warrior's form to be changed at will. Suho regained his usual confident demeanor and flicked Yo's sword away from his head. With this, I can duel you one-on-one now. Neither he nor Yo was willing to back down. Their attacks clashed against each other. Baru could only stand there, eyes wide in bewilderment. He trembled before finally daring to exclaim, "Oh my God," transforming the Dark Warrior into a weapon. The image of a person wielding dark power appeared in Baru's mind. He always used the kindest words to praise him. The Dark King, one who has surpassed countless levels, standing freely controlling the shadows. Yet, this young king had just learned dark power, comparable only to a newly hatched ant, and had upgraded his dark power on his own without any guidance. Baru thought about his quick reflexes against Yanho's attack, his fighting spirit radiating until now. An axe suddenly appeared in midair behind him, and just as Baru said, he possessed the talent of a ruler's power. From a simple weapon, the axe was sharp enough to wound him. The angry expression on Yanho's face was the clearest proof. He was extremely surprised by the power he had. Baru was also quite shocked by Suho's abilities, especially now using dark power. He could only scream silently in his mind. Exo's eyes still shone brightly despite exhaustion. "Oh, my king." Yang Ho appeared in pain, his body covered with many slashes as he tried to charge at him. Then he was sent flying by Exo's punch straight into the wall, causing rocks and debris to fall. Dust and smoke filled the air after the endless battle. But it didn't end there. Yang Ho stood up again, bearing Raken's fang. Crack suddenly appeared on the ground, wind blowing dust everywhere. Unexpectedly, many axes were neatly arranged on the ground. All of them flew off simultaneously, controlled by his mana. Baru couldn't believe his eyes. Exo held one axe in his hand, while the others rushed toward Yo. The young king, indeed. Raken's fang was knocked out of Yo's hand by his techniques. Suho deserved Baru's praise. Truly a genius. Sung Suho was still talking with Baru. His name was in red, so I was a bit worried. But in the end, he still defeated him. Baru still had great faith in Suho. I was sure you would win, young king. Suho knew Baru was just trying to encourage him, so don't lie anymore. Although the result wasn't perfect, Suho still felt somewhat lucky. Thanks to this fight, I learned a new fighting style, so it's not too bad after all. Sung Suho smiled faintly. He excitedly said, "Now let's see what the reward is." The system sent a notification. Notification. You have received a reward after completing the mission. Do you want to see the reward? On the notification board, there was a yes or no option. Of course, Suho wanted to see it. He answered yes. After selecting, the system sent another notification about the mission reward. You will receive the following rewards. The reward includes the Violent Sealing Axe. Another notification arrived. Notification. You have learned the Violent Sealing Axe skill. The system also thoughtfully introduced the new skill to Suho. Violent Sealing Axe skill level 1. Active skill, mana cost, 50. The power of a whirlwind envelops your sword. You can attack multiple enemies at once. Suho was enjoying his reward, a skill. This was the reward he had wanted most. He automatically understood how to use this skill. Suho was curious. Maybe I should try it out. Suho began using the new skill. He looked at the sword. Then a thought suddenly echoed from someone. How humiliating. I never expected to be defeated by the bloodline of the Dark King, but he still didn't respect Shuho after his victory. But it's not over yet. Human greed is endless. Suho bent down to pick up the sword. The other seemed very pleased with his action. He was smug. That's right. As soon as you hold my sword's hilt, your greed will consume you. Suho's hands reached for the sword, but what the other expected didn't happen. The system notified you have obtained Raken's fang. Suho picked up the sword and evaluated it, definitely better than the goblin's weapon. The other was surprised. I inherited the power of the Fang Claw King, but is there really someone in this world I can't control? Suho was excited with the new sword in hand. He drew the sword out. Let's see how this skill works. The system sent another notification. The blessing of the great mage Kadiaru. The great mage Kadiaru has bestowed upon you a special spell. When receiving Kadiaru's blessing, you will gain a strong and sturdy body. Permanent effect. Longevity. All diseases, poisons, and status effects will be healed, and your recovery ability will significantly increase during sleep. He tightened his grip on the sword and raised it high. The system notified the skill activation. Violent Sealing Axe. Rocks and stones were slashed and scattered by Shuho. Each stone seemed ready to crack. Suho evaluated. Using this skill each time consumes all my mana, which is a bit troublesome, but I like its destructive power. Baru added, compared to now, your reaction to the shadow summoning skill was too indifferent. The power of darkness is 100,000 times greater than this. At this moment, Suho's brother slowly woke up. Suho was surprised. Oh, you're awake already? He held his head in pain, curiously asking, what happened? Suho. Before he could recover, he had to witness a horrifying scene before his eyes. Gaping in shock, Suho knew he was agitated now, so if he spoke, it would be a long story. Do you want to listen while we walk outside? In the bustling city filled with passers-by, Suho spoke first. I'm going to check if there are any survivors in the dungeon. Suho's friend agreed. All right. Watching Suho's figure gradually disappear into the distance, he silently assessed Shu from afar, a renowned hunter with summoning skills. Even among minor threats, he didn't stand out much. How could Shu be this strong? His eyes looked at Shu with full suspicion, but he quickly dismissed those thoughts. Well, thinking about this now won't change anything. People streamed past on the street, reassuring each other. Don't worry. I'm not hurt. Why did this happen? Now you realize the important thing. Suho saved everyone today. The fierce dogs growled viciously. They charged at Suho to attack. Shu calmly dealt with them one by one. The system kept sending multiple notifications. You have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. You have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. Level up alerts kept coming in. After finishing, Suho told Baru, there are still many wolf-type beasts inside. Baru reminded him, it's all experience, so don't waste it. Shu frowned in surprise and questioned Raken's fang. Why has your attack power suddenly dropped? Raken's fang replied, do you think I'd cooperate with someone bearing the bloodline of the Dark King? The info panel appeared. Rakan's quick item, rarity unknown, an attacking sword with a base damage from 30 to +5 with stat adjustments. The sword is made from Rakan's fang, the king of wild beasts. Reiken's soul is sealed within this sword, and if used, low-level hunters will have their bodies possessed. The sword's effect of despising the weak causes the targeted enemy to be terrified for 1 minute. All stats hover around 50%, with a critical wound effect, and a 15% chance to deal double critical damage. Baru spoke to Reiken's Fang with disdain. You even have skills meant to counter weaker foes. Truly shameful. Reiken's Fang retorted scornfully. Shameful? What hunter aims for prey stronger than themselves? Baru replied sarcastically. You're a bit stronger than the young king, but he still beats you, he stammered, vaguely offering a gift. Ah, Shu is speechless with them. First, a talking insect, now a talking shadow. It's all chaos. Shu sighed. He silently observed. Shu's steps gradually approached a place emitting a sinister red light. Countless fallen had sacrificed themselves here, strewn across the ground. Suho silently watched. Suddenly, Baru reminded Suho, who had been standing still. They're all dead. Raken's Fang responded. I only kill those who dare enter this place. My mission is to guard the Dark King's territory. Suho suddenly grabbed Reiken's Fang, surprising it. Shu, furious, slammed it into the ground and ordered, Be quiet for a moment. The system notified that shadow tracing could be used on this target. Suho was surprised. Shadow tracing works on humans too? Beru politely answered, Young king, you can turn all corpses into your soldiers regardless of race. Shu extended his hands and grabbed the body lying flat on the ground. He quickly dealt with the pile of corpses scattered there. Beru asked in surprise, Aren't you going to prepare to use shadow tracing? Suho casually confirmed. Yeah, Suho spoke with compassion. They're already dead, but forcing them to fight is just another form of punishment. It seems Suho really isn't ruthless enough to do that. Beru was speechless. Young king, and Reiken's Fang was also silent, unable to say anything. Everything was settled by Suho. Suddenly, he spoke. Hey, you said this is a sanctuary of a king? Beru confirmed. That's right, Suho asked further. My father is also a king, but he killed other kings before, right? So what exactly are they? What's their connection to Itarim? Suho was curious. Baru answered according to its knowledge. You can consider Itarim the current enemy of the king, while the kings are his old enemies. There are 9 kings in total, including the king himself. Baru proudly introduced the kings. First is your great father, Sung Jinwoo, the king of the dead, the Dark Prince. Then there's the Beast King, the ferocious Fang Lord, the Insect Queen, the Plague Lord, the Humanoid Monster King, the Iron Body King, the Demon King, the White Flame King, the Giant King, the Primordial King, the Snow Tribe King, the Ice King, the Dark Spirit King, the Shape-Shifting King, and finally the Furious Dragon King, the King of Destruction. 9 kings introduced until breathless. Baru spoke enthusiastically without any sign of fatigue, although all 9 kings possess power unimaginable to ordinary people. When the other 8 kings invaded Earth, they all died at the hands of the king. Shu suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. Father did that? Rakan's Fang suddenly spoke. That's right. The Dark King is the one who killed my master. The ferocious Fang King started sulking. If my power were intact, I'd tear you, the one sharing blood with the Dark Lord, into pieces and throw you as food for the wolves. Then its tone turned threatening. Shu fell silent, then spoke with empathy. I can understand your feelings. Shu defended his father. It must be that your father fought against other warlords to protect the Earth, while you only want to protect this place from intruders. Both sides want to protect what is important to them, which is why they act this way. But Suho still has doubts and unresolved feelings that he cannot shake even now. However, I still find one thing confusing. You keep saying you have to fight me because I share the same bloodline as the Dark Warlord. He continued. If your mission is to protect this place, then acting hostile toward my father is a very foolish thing to do, isn't it? Hit right in the heart, Rakan's Fang was startled. What did you say? Suho said. I want to meet my parents, but because of intruders from outside this realm, I can't see them. As long as I can achieve my goal, I can use any kind of power. He kept asking, if Itarim starts invading, this place will fall into chaos, won't it? If you help me, I will also help you protect this place. He made a deal with Rakan's Fang. Rakan's Fang was confused, cooperating with someone who shares the bloodline of the Dark Warlord? It looked straight into Suho's eyes. Suho grabbed Rakan's Fang tightly. How about that? He knelt down, and the dark and the fierce fangs became allies. Elsewhere, on a beautiful day, inside a cafe, many people were there to enjoy the wonderful atmosphere. Now, in a corner, reporters were swarming to interview Lim Do-gun. Can you tell us in detail about the total annihilation incident that happened in the D-Dan dungeon yesterday? They continued. Mr. Lim Do-gun, the survivor of yesterday's event. Do-gun agreed. I will tell you everything. Do-gun thought silently, although he was only an E rank. If recognized, Suho's treatment would definitely improve. This was a good opportunity to repay his debt to Suho. That night, An article appeared online. It detailed how an E-rank hunter from Dan saved other hunters alone in a dungeon. The article included eyewitness accounts of the E-rank hunter bravely charging at the ghost beast to save everyone, along with countless people he rescued. At the office, Kim Yong nervously poked his head with a pen. It's time we hired some porters, right? At the Gai Huyen Vu of the second management team, Yong Jun's subordinate agreed upon receiving the order. Yes, the collection team was noisily demanding more staff. I think we need to recruit more E-rank hunters. Young Jun nodded in agreement. He proposed, I'll send you some candidates now. What do you think of this one? The subordinate received the information Young Jun sent. Let me see. An E-rank hunter evacuated and changed extraction while fighting ghost beasts in the Didan dungeon and helped the raid team hunters escape. The subordinate was stunned. An E-rank hunter? Young Jun replied, if a big guy like us gets him, won't we be front page news? They reviewed Suho's profile, a hero rising from the E-rank. Yongjun decided, I'll contact him immediately. The next day, after checking work, Yongjun slammed his phone on the table. Yong nervously asked his subordinate, has Hunter Suho responded yet? He was invited to the Huyen Vu Guild as an E-rank hunter. He should like it. According to his judgment, Yongjun's subordinate saw his boss seemed a bit hesitant. Just then, the assistant's reply came through, and Yongjun raised his voice. What? He already declined? Yongjun seemed unable to believe his ears, and asked again to confirm. He refused the invitation from the Huyen Vu Guild? Isn't it unreasonable for a rookie E-rank hunter to refuse an offer from a big guild like ours? The subordinate reread the message Suho sent back to the guild, saying he had no plans to join any guild. Young's voice suddenly rose an octave. A hunter who doesn't join any guild? Does he think he's an S rank or something? Youngjun's tone grew impatient. The assistant, knowing Youngjun was angry, tried to calm him down. Well, maybe sooner or later, he'll call us back. He'll soon realize how unreasonable it is not to join a guild. Meanwhile, Suho was at home, replying to messages on his phone. He sighed wearily. Suho scrolled through his phone tiredly. I've received countless invitations from guilds since returning from the dungeon. Baru praised. Many people envy the talent you showed that day, Your Majesty. Suho wearily wiped his hair after washing it. But they're all trying to recruit me like some kind of tool. Why do they keep contacting me so much? What's the reason? Suho collapsed onto the sofa complaining. If I join any guild, it will only hinder my growth through the leveling system, so joining a guild is unnecessary, Suho asserted. He turned to confide in Baru. That's how it is, and also Rakan's Fang. Let's continue our conversation, shall we? Rakan's Fang. Flashback. After holding Rakan's Fang in his hand, Rakan's Fang spoke to Suho. How do you feel? Its voice continued to question. The dark and fierce fangs became allies. Rakan's Fang was surprised. What's up with this kid? It wondered. Suho gripped the fang tightly. Rakan's Fang was utterly astonished. How could he say such an unreasonable thing so easily? But Rakan's Fang reconsidered. It realized, however, if the dark and fierce fangs became allies, Suho's eyes deepened. Before accepting the request, Rakan's Fang wanted to make one condition. I have one condition. Take me to another territory of the fierce emperor. Returning to reality, Zhou asked Rakan's Fang, do you know how to get to that territory? Rakan's Fang replied, if it's the territory of the holy fierce emperor, I can find it, no matter how far it is. Rakan's Fang continued, I can sense that the gate to the sanctuary has disappeared. It's probably what your kind calls a dungeon outbreak, Zhou responded. Then that sanctuary must have turned into an environmental dungeon. Let me explain a bit about environmental dungeons. Environmental dungeons are lands that have turned into deserts due to a dungeon outbreak from an abandoned gate where monsters dwell. Zhou decided to set out and sent a message to his uncle. Uncle, I'm going out for a while. Please don't worry about me, even if you don't hear from me for some time. After sending the message, Suho prepared his gear and got ready to depart. We're heading to that place, right? They began their journey right in the dead of night. Suho arrived at an iron fence with a dilapidated gate. Standing there, he nervously asked Lai, are you sure it's here? Rakan's Fang answered, definitely. Seeing the surroundings and the warning signs, Suho sensed trouble ahead. This place was occupied by a newly dead hunters guild. Suho knew that trespassing on private land here was illegal, and he heard that the Hina Guild was formed for outlaws, so there would likely be many thugs inside. Baru spoke up. Instead of listening to that tiny creature, it's better if you level up and strengthen yourself. But before he could finish, Baru had to stop. Baru questioned, what are you doing? Suho was ready to move forward. Baru looked at the camera nervously. What about the Hina Guild? Suho reassured. Everything will be handled. Suho clenched his fist and smashed the camera. Calmly, Suho explained, if we do this, there won't be any evidence, right? Baru was surprised. The way you work without a single trace is very king-like. So stepped inside, and Suho couldn't help but be amazed. Do all environmental dungeons have bones this thick? Baru explained. Those bones are magic from beyond the universe. They compress spatial barriers until they shatter, creating cracks in the world. Rakan's Fang added, because of those bones. The sanctuary I was in passed through a crack and ended up connected to Earth. He recalled entities from outer space digging a huge hole from our dimension to send troops here. The more magic power there is, the more it affects the movement of space. Just like me. Zoe asked, so you mean it takes time to bring the strongest here? So suddenly stopped and decided, all right, then we just need to level up. Thousands of monsters here were charging to attack Zoe. There were some of the strongest beasts, sharp-clawed Grima, and the dark shadow Razan. Rakan's Fang seemed to have waited a long time for this battle. Finally, it's time to show my strength. Suho praised it. That's pretty fierce. Watching the monsters rush in, Suho said, but I'm not going to use you as a weapon. Rakan's Fang was surprised. What? Suho calmly replied, I've thought through how I'm going to fight from now on, confidently, just like what I learned from the tutorial. Suho's hand formed into a fist. Suho decided to use the ruler's hand to support mid-range and long-range attacks. He grabbed Rakan's Fang with a cold gaze. He planned to combine different weapons to confuse the enemy. The system announced, the Windstorm/skill has been activated. He reached out, and Suho stood firm like a hero ready to fight. He gained rewards by summoning the warrior's shadow. Suho proudly introduced, this is my new fighting style. Baru couldn't help but admire. Amazing, young king. Rakan's Fang was equally surprised. So this is the power of someone from the bloodline of the Dark Emperor. It silently assessed that the longer the battle drags on with more enemies, the stronger he becomes by using defeated foes. With this horde, we have a chance in this outer world war. Everything was settled. Suho observed his progress. Now he could handle 5 shadow soldiers after boosting his critical points. Suddenly, Baru jumped in, saying, that's nothing compared to your millions of troops, my king. Before finishing, So snapped sharply. Silence. Now only the quiet forest remained, with leaves rustling in the wind. Rakan's Fang led Suho and Baru to find the gate. Upon arrival, it exclaimed, here it is. Rakan's Fang said, this is the gate to the territory. But unlucky for them, someone was still in the forest. Aso sighed, damn it. I can't believe someone's still here at this hour, Rakan's Fang said. These are the ones who will do anything to cling to life. Suho wondered, why are they here at this time? Wouldn't it be better to take down the mages during the day? Below, a group was transporting something. A cart was slowly rolling. Suho was surprised. He saw them cornering a blindfolded girl. One of them stepped closer and lifted her face. Suho asked Baru, are we really witnessing a human trafficking scene? Baru confirmed, looks like it. Baru reminded him, so, young king, we're trespassing. It would be wiser not to act rashly if we get caught here. Hunters. Before he could finish speaking, Suho disappeared without a trace. Baru helplessly shouted, hey, Rakan's Fang is speaking, he's already gone. Rakan's Fang recalled his father, a violent crime detective, and his uncle, a legendary firefighter. The 21-year-old Sung Suho had grown up admiring them. The people below sensed something and quickly turned around. It was Suho flying up to attack them. They all shared a common habit of acting immediately when injustice occurred. Suho's eyes turned cold as he attacked the group there. Sho rushed forward and directly knocked the kidnapper out cold. The kidnapper took a kick from Sho's foot, twisting his face. Sho's action shocked his teammates, leaving them speechless and frozen. The other kidnappers present also froze, only able to gape without doing anything. The one hit by Sho fell face first to the ground. Sho turned back, glaring at them with bullet-like eyes that seemed ready to pop their eyes out. The kidnappers panicked and stammered, who the hell are you? Sho suddenly realized he had gone too far and panicked, covering his face. That's right, his body had moved on its own. He must have been too angry. Right now, Sho wished he could go back a few minutes to stop his anger. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had made a mistake by invading another guild's territory illegally. What should he do now? Sho racked his brain, trying to find a way out of this awkward situation. Suddenly, he remembered something. Baru the Great ran out to Sho. It flew past Sho. Sho seemed to regain the upper hand and threatened. So, you kidnapped others and threatened them? What are you? Damn Hina Guild scum. Sho's voice grew more dangerous. The Hina Guild members finally realized a bit and shouted, who the hell are you? Not only did you invade our territory, but you also attacked us. Do you want to die? Their leader ordered his subordinates to tear Sho apart. The subordinates obeyed their captain and quickly advanced to attack enthusiastically. It seemed they still hadn't realized their mistake. One by one, they approached, aiming straight at Suo's face. Fortunately, Suo quickly escaped from these crazies. Silently, Suo recalled that, according to his research, the average rank of Hina Guild members was D rank. To be cautious, he shouldn't use all his power. Sho calculated and acted accordingly. Suo decided to fight them using only 20% of his strength. One by one, they charged, but Suo kicked them flying 39,000 miles away. The ones behind, seeing their comrades beaten to a bloody pulp, showed clear panic and worry on their faces. Sho jumped into the air, flipped beautifully, directly scaring the Hina Guild members present. Beru suddenly shouted. The little war king. Beru felt surprised and a bit proud. He has grown so much. Those so-called awakened D-rank people have no chance against him, right? I, Beru, am truly moved. After putting on his mask, Sho's face became even more dangerous. He silently judged that he had won too easily. All the Hina Guild members present were captured by Suo and piled up in a heap. Beru proudly ran out, praising Suo non-stop. You handled it cleanly, young war king. The girl Suo helped escape from the Hina kidnappers stammered her thanks. Thank you for helping me, she asked. Are you a hunter from the Hunter Association? Sho, seeing this, could only choose his words carefully. Something like that, just tell them that. In this situation, that's all he could say. There was no other way. The people rescued by Sho were deeply moved, tears streaming down their faces. Sho reassured them, I will handle everything here, so please evacuate to a safe place. After the group left, Sho asked Beru curiously, but why would the Hina Guild kidnap people? Suddenly, Rakan's Fang called out, Sung Suho, and said, I can sense it. Suo immediately asked, sense what? Rakan's Fang explained, that's why I said we should come here, over there. Rakan's Fang was referring to the old warehouse. Suo, Rakan's Fang, and Beru approached it. He used his hand to pull up the rolling door. The scene before Suo surprised him. Sho stammered, this is. Before them were dozens of cells with iron bars. Sho looked around. Was this where they imprisoned people? There were many discarded items like medicine wrappers and syringes scattered around. Beru also sensed an energy source here. This vague energy might belong to Suo. Beru and Rakan's Fang looked toward a small cell nearby. Suho saw a puppy trembling in the dark corner. He couldn't understand or guess what the Hina Guild wanted to do. Did they even imprison puppies? What exactly did the Hina Guild want? Rakan's Fang corrected him. That's not a puppy. It's a wolf cub. Rakan's Fang said, it's a descendant of the Beast King. The ferocious War King, Sho suddenly exclaimed. What? Rakan's Fang recounted. Right after losing the battle with the Dark War King, the ferocious War King left a descendant to his rear guard and sent the descendant to evacuate to the sanctuary. He believed that as long as his aura remained, another ferocious War King would be born. The sound of chains hitting the ground echoed. He truly wanted another ferocious War King to be born. The atmosphere here gradually grew heavy, as if Rakan's Fang deeply understood the ferocious War King's feelings. He wanted his bloodline to continue unbroken and survive into the future. The ferocious king! Shu Ho suddenly shouted. What? Rakan's Fang recounted that right after losing the battle to the Dark King, the ferocious king left behind an heir for his guards and sent the heir to evacuate to the sanctuary. He believed that as long as his aura remained, another ferocious king would be born. The sound of chains hitting the ground echoed. He truly wanted another ferocious king to be born. The atmosphere here gradually grew heavy. It seemed Rakan's Fang deeply understood the ferocious king's feelings. He wanted his bloodline to remain unbroken and survive into the future. Beru also said, I can sense a faint energy belonging to the fierce king in that wolf, because it's very weak and has traveled so much. If we leave it like this, it will die. Beru asked, what will you do now? The young King Suho didn't know how to respond properly. He kept hesitating. Suddenly, Ron's brother shouted, what is this? This statement made Suho and Beru turn around simultaneously. The voice of the attacker came from the Hina Guild. That group was in chaos. All the guys outside had been taken down, so there must still be a few inside. But it seemed like only one person was left. Suho cast a hateful glance at them. Damn it, there are still people from that guild here? Suho suddenly realized. Yeah, the one in front of him wasn't a person, but a monster. That monster was furious seeing the situation. Hina Guild, those useless bastards. Just as I thought, humans can't be trusted. Rakan's Fang was surprised. Roki, you're still alive? Suho was curious. Do you know him? It answered, I do. He is the guard assigned to the heir I mentioned earlier. Roki saw Rakan's Fang and spoke up. Han, it's been a while, hasn't it? Rakan's Fang, you're still alive? Rakan's Fang angrily questioned Broki. Broki, you haven't forgotten you were sent to protect the heir of the fierce king, right? What the hell have you done for things to turn out like this? It questioned Broki. Suho's hand began to clench into a fist. Roki looked straight at Suho. What the hell? It sneered close to Suho's face. Human. Roki challenged. How dare you lay a hand on my possession? Suho remained silent, only marveling at its speed. It's too fast. Roki bared its teeth, then unleashed a massive power, smashing the nearby rocks into pieces. Its speed was truly incredible, and it was too strong, sending Suho flying back. Beru saw the dangerous situation and shouted, running quickly toward Suho. Young king. The entire ground was covered by thick smoke, dust swirling everywhere. Beru reached Suho, who had been hit, and sat down, worriedly asking, are you okay? Suho evaluated with a half-joking tone. Of all the hits I've taken recently, this one hurts the most. Beru shouted anxiously. Your head is bleeding. Suho showed slight annoyance but calmly replied, my head is buzzing. Stop yelling. Beru, The system suddenly notified that the defense skill has leveled up. Physical defense strength increased from 20% to 40%. Beru still couldn't hide her worry. Young king, when we arrived here, I sensed a faint energy. Now I know what it is. Beru continued. Itarim, I can sense Itarim's energy on that guy. Rakan's Fang stepped forward and said to Brokey, Brokey, do you realize what you're doing to the heir of the fierce king? Brokey replied, do you think I, after losing the territory, can maintain the sanctuary and sustain this power? Rakan's Fang was surprised. Roki continued, for the survival of the strongest nations there, only the strong can survive. The weak can only depend on the stronger. Also, this is nature's law. The weak become nourishment for the strong, Roki said. Although this guy is too weak, his origin shares the same bloodline as the fierce king, so he can be considered optimal nourishment. Roki revealed his true nature. That's why I've always wanted to absorb him. Roki was delighted. I've wanted to drink his blood. The blood of the fierce king's Fang called out Roki's name in disappointment. Roki asserted, and I will definitely kill you all. Haha, you can't even do anything on your own. A human like you. What can you do to stop me? The fierce king's death proves he was weak. Suho stretched out his hand. Roki kept boasting. But your survival is what truly defines strength. Suho still raised his hand. Roki was delighted. You deserve the title of king. He turned to look at everyone. Baru went to the wolf, calling Hylas. Suddenly something brushed past. It was Suho. He called Rakan's Fang back to his hand. Baru was startled. The sound of Rakan's Fang echoed. Suho replied, just in time. Seems like you're pretty pissed at this bastard, huh? I have some business to settle with him too, Suho said. This is the first time the alliance between Darkness and Fierce King shows its power. Suho thought silently. Itarim, I finally found a clue connected to my father. Brokey was angry. What a nuisance. Some cowardly bastard. Brokey threatened Suho. I will kill you. The system suddenly notified a new mission. Mission alert. Emergency mission. Defeat the Hina Guild. Eliminate Brokey and keep yourself safe. Eliminate Brokey first. The system sent the new mission to Suho. Can he overcome them? Bezdu was holding the dog, who was crying and whining. Sigh. I can't do anything but stand and watch. The dog lowered its head, looking sad as if deep in thought. Scene shifts to Suho. At this moment, holding Gan's Fang, he was fighting Bojoki. He thought, Hina Bojoki? He continued thinking, I think I know where they got their guild name from. How can a monster both found a guild and capture human corners? Could it be related to the Itarim group? Itarim is the main villain of the story. Suddenly, the people behind said, Lord Bojoki, please release us. This surprised both him and the other. They continued, that guy, he's no ordinary person. We will lend you a hand. With this offer from them, Bojoki also pondered for a moment. At that moment, Sung Shu drew the Qing sword and shouted loudly, I will not just stand by and watch this happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, and lunged toward the group. They cried out in fear, ah, then a very light slap bit off all their heads, splattering blood everywhere. Sung Shu was shocked and terrified. What? Bojoki said, thinking that I need help to deal with a guy like this? Those who don't know their place are just fat prey. He felt extremely angry, then swung his sword toward him and shouted loudly, Bojoki! The sword slashed quickly at him, but he easily blocked it with his hand. Facing him, his eyes showed intense anger. He questioned him. You kill people just for that reason? The monster replied, deciding whether Liu Yaodui lives or dies is the privilege of the strong. Then it threw him far away, saying, do you think the strong need reasons for everything they do? Immediately, he came back and jumped down from above. His eyes shone brightly, filled with hatred as he stared at it. Then he gritted his teeth and charged forward with his sword. The monster punched at him, but luckily he dodged in time. The wall there instantly crumbled. The battle continued like this. The monster struck once, he struck once. They exchanged blows relentlessly, neither giving in. Suddenly, a monster stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Then its eyes lit up, and its mouth formed a very eerie smile. Then it tensed up, creating a powerful shockwave that spread all around. Suddenly, it noticed something. From above, a very familiar figure appeared, surprising it greatly. Sung Shu swung a slash at it. Feng Baojan. The monster raised its hand and blocked the strike. It laughed loudly, showing contempt. Ha ha ha. That's all you've got? I thought the descendant of the Dark Lord would be something else? As soon as it finished speaking, the sword pierced through its chest, silencing it immediately. He said, it's not over yet. He activated a whirlwind. Instantly, the sword generated a powerful force that pierced through the monster. He said, why did you become like this? Suddenly, the Fang emitted a sound. You, who were loyal and respectful to Lord Jia Kan, why did you betray him? This made him feel confused and uncomfortable. He stood silently thinking, respect for Jia Kan? He spoke while recalling Jia Kan's image. That image kept appearing in his mind. Immediately, he grabbed the fang and said, "No, no." He violently threw the fang to the ground, shattering it. He screamed in anger, "I never respected him. I only submitted to Jia Kan's power." He continued speaking to the broken fang. "Do you think I will live forever as a weakling?" Sung Shu shouted loudly at the scene. "Fang!" Immediately it charged at him, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. It said, "This is no time for you to worry about others." The worm fled. He felt extreme fear and pain. His bones felt like they were about to shatter. But when he thought of his father, who might still be fighting somewhere, it gave him strength. Instantly, he broke free from the punch. Then his eyes shone brightly again, turning around and radiating an intense aura. He raised his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the monster's stomach. "I must not fall here." The monster was knocked back by his punch. Bidu shouted loudly, "My young king." At this moment the sword is shattered, and the gem in the sword is also broken. Power is leaking out. From the cracked sword, I will be destroyed next. Regardless of the survival of the descendants in the clan, regardless of the future of the Fang clan, everything falls on Sung Shu's shoulders alone. I want to fight more. I still want to fight. At this moment, it looked toward the dog in the distance. What will happen to Lord Jia Kan's descendant? Ah Min understands now. Sung Shu is still fiercely battling the monster. The Fang thought further. So he was inspired in spirit and combat by noble deeds, not tolerating evil. I understand now. The last thing I can do here. It began to glow brightly. Then those beams of light started moving toward the dog. I can transfer all the remaining power in me to the descendant of the Dark Lord. Saying that, the power was transferred directly into the dog, healing all its wounds completely. Meanwhile, at Sung Shu's side, he was being relentlessly beaten by the monster. He was punched and thrown far away, then slammed into a nearby wall. The wall crumbled, and his wife was unconscious. He looked pitiful, his hair hanging down, sitting motionless right there. His blood was down to 21 out of 2,350. Yet at that moment, he regained consciousness with a face full of murderous intent and anger, seeming a bit stronger. The monster said, "Just a bug, but you lasted quite long." Then it began approaching him. He thought silently, "Can I defeat him?" Then, it lunged at him with an attack. "Go die." Its sharp claws were about to touch him. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! A huge explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The dog had bitten its hand in time to save him. He was surprised by this. It turned to look at him. He looked back and said, "You are." Seeing the bleeding bite on the monster's hand, he began to realize something. The dog radiated anger and growled. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. "Attention! The Fang tribe descendant greatly admires the player's fighting spirit. Would you like to recruit the Fang tribe descendant as a teammate?" He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The Fang tribe descendant? Does that mean the little wolf from before is going to be his teammate? The monster looked at the wolf dog and said, "You are a descendant of Jia Kan. Have you absorbed the magic power of Jia Kan's fang?" Sung Suho was stunned. It absorbed magic power from Jia Kan's fang? Does that mean Jia Kan sacrificed himself to save the king's descendant? The system voice continued again. "Would you like to recruit the Fang clan descendant as a teammate?" He thought silently that since he wanted to ally with the Fang clan from the start, there was no reason to refuse. He extended his finger and pressed the control panel. The system voice sounded once more. "You have recruited the Fang clan descendant as a teammate." At that moment, both his and the wolf dog's eyes widened to their fullest. Something had penetrated his mind. He saw images of the dog and the monster. The monster said, "Descendant of Jia, can I have lost to the Dark Lord?" He continued, "This world follows the law of the big fish eating the small fish. Since I lost, I will lose many things. Become strong to gather the prosperity fang." Then he patted the dog's head. The two dogs were stunned. They cried silently. Before their eyes, the monster knelt before a group of people with plus symbols above their heads to protect it. He said, "What are you? Why don't you finish me off?" The child in the woman's arms replied, "This seems to be a useful monster. Exactly what I need. I choose this one, no doubt." He slowly brought a crystal close to the monster's face. Because the crystal touched his eyes, a wail sounded so tragic that even the dog outside was terrified. "Hyena Bozoki, from now on your mission is to capture humans alive and bring them to us. The thing I transferred into the body will give the person power. Of course, it depends on who uses it." At this moment, the monster transformed into a cruel being. The dog behind howled in despair. Then something terrible frightened the dog. Before it stood Bojoki. He bowed before the long tongue, hearing the sharp teeth laugh loudly, as if their aspirations had been twisted. Sung Suho was stunned at this moment. The memories of the Fang clan descendant, these people had attached something to Bojoki's eyes. They were the direct culprits related to Yazim. The Fang clan descendant didn't want revenge on Bojoki, but wanted to stop Bozoki's tyranny. If this thing was related to their plan, I have to defeat Bojoki first, but I don't have the strength to beat him. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have received a quest upon recruiting a teammate, which surprised him. Quest notification. Descendant of the King quest. Track down the descendants of the kings and recruit them as teammates. The descendant of the king has become one of 8 teammates. The reward is a question mark. The connection skill has been formed due to the bond with the Fang clan descendant. This surprised both him and the wolf dog. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, forcing Bojoki to quickly cover his eyes. Bidu on this side was also surprised. Huh? The young king is undergoing a transformation different from the king. At this moment, Bojoki said, I don't know what's going on, but do you think I'll sit still and wait for you to transform? Saying that, he raised his fist and charged at him. The punch created an incredibly strong shockwave. He punched once, shattering rocks that flew everywhere and were blown away. At this moment, the dust gradually cleared, and the system sounded again. A new skill has been created through the bond with the Fang clan descendant. Suddenly, a hand blocked his punch. This surprised him greatly. A man with platinum hair and a cross symbol on his forehead. No one else but Sung Suho, who had combined with the wolf dog. He looked extremely cool with this new appearance. He even leaned back. This is the system notification that the possession connection skill with a monster, level 1, consumes 1 mana per second. When the Fang clan descendant possesses your physical body, your body is enhanced, and your senses become as sharp as a beast's. Bojoki was very surprised. What is he thinking? This time he combined with the Fang clan descendant, then he threw a punch at him. But surprisingly, he dodged it all easily. He felt his body was very light, his senses sharper. He could feel every movement and avoid danger. Then he kicked straight into Bojoki's mouth. At this moment, Bojoki spat blood and screamed in pain, not knowing if he still had teeth left to eat porridge after this. Suddenly, he realized something. Huh? That was the cry from earlier. Now, a cross symbol began to glow on Bojoki's body. He looked at him and thought he couldn't lose, or he would lose everything. Then Bojoki charged and punched him, but he blocked it. Bidu thought, the young king's magic power has increased. Bojoki said to him, I don't know what you did, but I will never lose to a human like you. After all, the difference in power comes from the difference in species. It's all because you're human, a lowly race. At this moment, their fists collided, releasing a massive force that destroyed everything around them. After that blow, his arm was thrown back, surprising him. Blood splattered everywhere. The system announced again. Notification. You have learned a new skill. One-on-one combat level 1. One-on-one combat, skill level 1. Passive skill, consumes no mana. You become proficient in one-on-one combat, dealing an additional 33% damage to opponents when attacking. Bidu angrily said, How dare you mention racial differences in front of the young king? There is no race superior to the Dark King's race. At this moment, he began to suspect something. Wait, so this kid is a descendant? At that moment, he flew straight up into the sky and prepared to attack with a kick. A direct kick hit him. The kick sent him flying to the ground, shattering the earth beneath. By now, both of them had caused the place to fall into ruins. After a while, his hair returned to its normal black color. He breathed heavily, and the wolf dog also left his body. Joki was lying motionless at this time, but his mouth kept mumbling continuously. Stronger, I must become stronger. The wolf dog approached and licked his face, tears streaming down. Ah, I remember now. The reason why I must become stronger. His eyes slowly closed. A past image appeared. My lord Jia Kan went mad because he couldn't protect you. The wolf dog howled in pain. Suho also lowered his head in sorrow. The system announced, You have defeated Hienaboki. Level up, level up. The gray wolf opened its golden pupils wide, staring at the huge body it had defeated. The scene around was thick with smoke and dust, everything reduced to rubble. On the ground, the giant red beast was attacked until unconscious, while the wolf itself was exhausted, ears drooping. Not only the two beasts, Suho stood nearby in torn clothes. The Dark Ant King flew beside him, noticing his master was a bit pensive, so he encouraged, Young King, you did very well. The encouragement from his beast friend moved him slightly. He softly called out, Baru, you said you sensed Itarim's energy coming from Braki, right? Suho suddenly asked tensely. I just glanced through the memories of the clawed descendant. The hunters who entered Braki's dungeon placed something over its eyes. He suddenly recalled the earlier scene. Several surrounded and restrained the beast. While it was angry and trembling in pain, they used some kind of power. They brought an object like a stone emitting golden energy close to its eyes. Could they be from Itarim? Why would they attack Braki? He wondered. In response to his question, Baru said, Probably not. The outsiders don't act on their own but use apostles to manipulate cause and effect. However, the hunter's goal is likely related to world invasion. Suho frowned, clenching his fists. That means there are also apostles of Itarim on Earth. At this point, he felt a bit disappointed, bowing his head and muttering, If only I had more information so I wouldn't lose track of those silent ones again. There is a way. Baru interrupted his thoughts, surprising Suho. Really? The Ant King flying beside him had a bright idea. Rocky has memories. If I eat his corpse, I can see those memories. That way, I can also restore mana, killing two birds with one stone. Hearing his excited suggestion, Suho was speechless, looking very doubtful. You have such power, but even if I don't believe it, right now that's the only way to uncover the truth. Helpless, he turned to stare at the monster's corpse before him. The wolf sensed his gaze, looking over with its yellow tea-colored pupil. The man and the beast locked eyes. Then Suho knelt on one knee, smiling sincerely at it, asking, "Do you want to come with us? I have a place I want to show you." The wolf looked intently at the man before it, silent and cautious. Suho didn't push it, just patiently smiled, his eyes showing sincerity. Shortly after, the gray wolf responded by rushing forward and licking his face with its tongue, showing trust and closeness, making Suho feel a little ticklish and laugh happily a few times. After deciding, he used a key made from dark energy and raised it into the air. From the key's tip, a powerful energy spiraled out, opening a spatial gate. Suho stood before the vortex, looking at the wolf as if telling it to be ready to step inside with him, then looked back. In that case, I'm counting on you. Behind, Baru was only the Dark Ant King and the giant monster's body. It stared at his back, a bit sulky. Young king, you are truly kind. The place they arrived at was a city with tall buildings, though modern-looking. It carried a gloomy, dark atmosphere. Only a little light pierced through the mist but couldn't dispel the darkness ahead. Yet the man and beast didn't enter the city directly. They walked on a dirt road, surrounded by huge trees. Baru flew alongside him, curious. Young king, why did you enter the dungeon instead of going home? Suho laughed and explained, I want to find a place where the clawed descendant can live. Hearing this, Baru was startled. In a dark dungeon? He let the wolf go ahead. It looked around the unfamiliar place, while he followed behind, speaking to the Ant King. I have an alliance with the Clawed tribe. He lost both his guardian and the temple, so it's very pitiful. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, announcing to the team that the Clawed descendant wants you to give him a name. He looked carefully, and the system reminded again, please name the Clawed descendant. Suho was surprised and pointed at the wolf. You want me to name you? The wolf heard its master ask and turned back, barking loudly to agree. Suho stroked his chin, looking at it intently, seriously thinking, because your fur is gray, I'll call you Grady. The words made the Ant King beside him tremble, suppressing laughter. His naming ability was just like the king's, but the wolf seemed quite happy with the name he gave it. His eyes narrowed as if smiling, and the system panel appeared simultaneously. Ray, relationship, teammates, trust level, respect. Seeing its good mood, Suho excitedly suggested, Ray, now I'm going to redesign this forest as the territory for the Fang clan, so make good use of it. Immediately after, a joyful wolf howl sounded, and he swung his hand. An invisible barrier layer appeared, and the system also displayed a notification. Part of the dark dungeon has transformed into the Fang clan's territory. The designated owner of the Fang clan's territory is Gray. The whole area has become the wolf's future home, making it excited as it ran everywhere, stopping in front of a tree and extending its sharp claws to scratch the trunk wildly. Seeing his friend so enthusiastic, he felt a bit more at ease, and conveniently asked Baru what Gray would eat. He heard the reply, since he carries the blood of the Fang clan, he'll probably eat raw organs or monsters. That's good. Suho laughed upon hearing the answer. He turned his head to one side, proudly saying, since there are still monsters here that I haven't dealt with, I guess I'll have Gray clean them up. And from my view, behind that tree, a green-skinned humanoid monster with red eyes is hiding and eavesdropping. Knowing he's been spotted, he hesitated. Before he could escape, the gray wolf quickly pounced. It opened its large mouth with sharp teeth, its yellow eyes flashing an unusual light. After the wolf's roar, its huge body lunged forward. Before the monster could react, it was bitten and killed instantly, its head severed from its neck. The remaining monsters, seeing their comrade killed, angrily charged forward, trying to kill the beast in front of them with swords in hand. But facing the large and agile body, they missed several attacks from the wolf. Very quickly, they fell into a passive position. All these actions were within Suho's sight from the tree branch, and he praised, good movement, Gray. Now I'll arrange the spoils. The system rang again. Quest rewards. The following rewards have been prepared for you. Reward 1, 5 ability points. Reward 2, title of Wolf Slayer. Seeing this, Suho became even happier. Notification. You have received the title Wolf Slayer. Title Wolf Slayer. Awarded to hunters who have killed the most wolves. When facing beast-type monsters, stats increase by 40%. Looking at the system lines, he scratched his head in confusion. Wolf Slayer? Rocky is the spirit ball after all. Next to Baru, who looked helpless like iron not becoming steel. Let's ignore that minor detail. Suho sighed in frustration and gave up, then opened the panel again. Quest info. Quest. Descendant of the king. Find the king's descendant and recruit teammates. Current descendants and allies. 1 out of 8. Rewards unknown. Looking at the jumble on the screen, he became more thoughtful. Well, This quest is to find the king's descendant and recruit teammates. Baru beside him also read these lines. It wondered why the king didn't have a system like this. Hearing that, he glanced over, and it continued. I heard the leveling system created for the Lord was partially modified by removing the system's inherent malicious intentions. Hearing this, Suho was surprised. Malicious intentions? Baru explained. Back then, the system forced a player named Sung Jinwoo to develop powerfully, and the administrator's goal was to use him as a vessel for the Dark King. At the moment the goal was achieved, your father's soul should have been destroyed, but he resisted the system and became the Dark King himself. Afterwards, the king became the supreme being and no longer needed to level up. It said thoughtfully, Suho, that sounds confusing. So now the system is helping me become the Dark King? No, there can only be one Dark King, Baru explained. As it spoke, it looked up at him with a confident gaze. I believe the system will adapt in a beneficial way and guide you. If any new functions appear, they must have been created to help you. Hearing this, he suddenly became serious. Eyes slightly narrowed. Status window objective. The screen opened again. Status window. Sung Suho, level 16, no spirit class. Title, Wolf Slayer, health 2,550, mana 270, strength 35, stamina 27, agility 27, intelligence 27, reflexes 27. Currently has 5 passive skills, no active skills. Level 1 Ruler's Hand, Level 2 Shadow Extraction, Level 2 Endurance, Level 1 Violent Slash. Looking at the string of numbers on the screen, he carefully analyzed. After hearing this, I roughly understand why my class is no spirit. Suho naturally felt a bit worried, thinking to himself, my stats have increased significantly since the first time Miss Bonds chased me at level 1. I didn't expect to gain so many useful skills already. He still sat on the tree, looking down at the gray wolf fighting the green-skinned, yellow-fanged monsters below, becoming more thoughtful. However, I was still very weak in the recent accident. If not for Gray and that connection skill, I probably would have lost to Brokey. If the system-created quests are meant to benefit me, then I'll complete all those quests immediately. If I finish them all, I might be able to see my parents again. He quickly smiled and encouraged himself. Then, Suho regained his spirit, jumped down from the branch, and looked at Baru, saying, Oh, right. Have you found any traces of the Itarim from Brokey's memories yet? Hearing the master's question, it spread its hands and explained, I tried to check, but no Itarim apostle has brainwashed Brokey at all. Suho squinted and glared, so there's no clue left? Before he could finish asking, Baru mysteriously said, but memories appeared about those who founded the Hyena Guild for Brokey and kidnapped humans. He immediately told him the fragments of memories he saw after eating that guy's corpse. It was a base where that red monster was the leader. His strong henchmen helped him capture humans and lock them in underground chambers. When he heard about the guild from the Ant King's revelation, Shuho was stunned. The guild? Before he could fully process it, Baru continued and revealed the name. The Reaper, symbolized by a death god wielding a scythe, had built a tall, modern base. Based on that, he suggested that if they dug deeper into that guild, they would learn more about Ethereum. Elsewhere, on a table, a phone suddenly rang. A slender hand pressed the screen, making it light up and connect. The person sitting in the chairman's chair in a large room with glass windows overlooking the city answered. The man picked up. What's up, ETU? Aren't you heading to Southeast Asia for a raid? The voice on the other end immediately shouted, That's not important. Have you seen the news? You're behind this hyena accident, right? The other pretended not to understand. What accident? Aren't there hyenas at the zoo too? The other side yelled in frustration. Don't change the subject, Lee Minung. No matter how angry that guy is, he still acts like a spoiled brat. You talk so annoyingly, it drives Toe crazy. My cousin already knows you teamed up with the Hyena Guild. The association will find out soon enough. The phone screen showed the call was still connected. The voice on the other end threatened fiercely. But what if he didn't back down? What would they do if I said no? If I got a lawyer, even the guild couldn't touch me. Still, don't get too cocky. The law might not be enough, but the guild chairman isn't someone to mess with. Taeju, in combat gear, reminded him. Remember to clean up thoroughly before I get back. The phone on the table buzzed with some static, and Minung didn't say anything more. After the call ended, he narrowed his eyes in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Say whatever you want and then hang up? He was once just his driver, yet now he dared to act high and mighty just because he was a senior. Unable to hold back his rage, he replayed the call. He clenched his fist and slammed it down hard, shattering the phone into pieces, and the table suffered the same fate. Lee Min-sung stood up, speaking with hatred. The guy who defeated Brokey and destroyed the Hyena Guild. Even with info from survivors, all I know is he's a young hunter wearing a black mask. I don't have time to waste on someone I lack info about. As he spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket. Looking at the gem containing shimmering blue crystals in his hand, he smiled wickedly. This is more important than Min-sung, the Reaper Guild's deputy executive hunter rank. Gazing at the gem reflecting his hand's shadow, the stimulant awakened the Stardust Hunter. If this business succeeds, no one will underestimate me anymore. Gray stomped hard on the ghost beast, killing it instantly. Seeing Gray's fierce hunting, Shuho praised him. You're getting better at hunting. Keep it up for the young king. Gray growled. Shuho continued. Now don't leave anything behind. Eat it all for me. Immediately, Gray bit and tore continuously, devouring without pause. Shuho wondered why Gray had turned into a growl. At least it adapted faster than he thought. A notification showed Gray's companion experience from hunting ghost beasts had reached the limit and would transfer to the player with a 50% experience loss. Hearing the notification, Suo was surprised, pointing at the screen and asking, Peru, my experience just increased a lot from Gray's hunting trips. Is this part of the system too? Peru asked curiously. Maybe, Peru replied. I'm not sure, but it's probably similar to how the Dark Soldier's experience points transfer to the king. Suho listened, resting his chin on his hand. So it's like a group system that shares experience. Like in games, even with a 50% loss, isn't automatic experience gain a good thing? Baru answered, Then from now on, just let Gray hunt here. Hearing that, Gray looked confused and scared. Suho noticed something else, a status window. A notification appeared. You have met the requirements to unlock a quest by defeating a certain number of ghost beasts in the Dark Dungeon. Another notification. Daily quest to clear the Dark Dungeon has appeared. Quest notification. Daily quest to clear the Dark Dungeon. 100 ghost beasts out of 100 ghost beasts. 0 out of 1 Centaurian ghost beast. Seeing this, Suo exclaimed in surprise. A daily quest? It wants me to kill ghost beasts? He stood there thinking, if a quest appears, there must be a reward. Since it's daily, do I get a reward every day? Baru replied, It seems the system wants this area to fully belong to your territory. Suho looked doubtful. It wants me to find 100 ghost beasts in such a huge area? Suddenly, he remembered his item and shouted, The horn. The item was rare, a musical instrument. The horn was used by Centaurian ghost beasts to summon subordinates. Suo held the horn and said, I got this item by defeating a ghost beast. Immediately, he raised the horn and blew into it. The system notified, You have used the horn to summon nearby ghost beasts. The space around began to stir. Footsteps pounded on the ground. A horde of ghost beasts appeared, rushing towards Shuho. He remained unusually calm and spoke. Just as I thought. Baru beside him was surprised. Oh, using the horn to attract ghost beasts is really next level. Sho clenched his fist tightly, and the next moment, his eyes lit up brightly as he punched hard toward the demon beast. Sho's punch came out at an extremely fast speed. The demon beast winced in pain from Sho's punch, grinding its teeth. Without stopping, he continued to punch another demon beast. With that strength, the demon beast's face was deeply dented, yet he kept attacking relentlessly. One by one, the demon beasts charging at him were beaten to pieces by Sho. Sho thought to himself that he was tired of fighting these demon beasts, but if he had to battle so many of them, then he used a horn to summon the system notification. You have used the horn item to call nearby demon beasts. Along with the horn's sound came the notification. You have used the horn item to summon nearby demon beasts. With such long calls, the demon beasts rushed out in waves, all kinds appearing, terrifying beyond measure. But Suho looked pleased, saying, At least it has to be this many at once. Suho, Gree and Baru stood facing the demon beasts, raising their hands and shouting. Gree dashed quickly in front of a demon beast, pressing it down to the ground. Other demon beasts charging forward were blocked by them. The battle was fierce. Sho fought more fiercely, striking continuously, causing them to die like flies. Mission notification. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon. 107 demon beasts out of 100, 10 Dion demon beasts out of 10, 1 Centaurian demon beast out of 1. The 3-hour-long hunt left Gray exhausted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Notification. Daily mission. To clear the Dark Dungeon completed. Notification. You have received rewards from the mission. Notification. Check rewards. Accept or decline. Sho stroked his chin, pondering. Seeing this, Baru asked, What's wrong, Your Majesty? You said the mission counter seems to be malfunctioning. I completed the goal, but it keeps counting. Mission notification. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon, 107 demon beasts out of 100, 10 Dion demon beasts, 10 out of 10, 1 Centaurian demon beast, 1 out of 1. Suddenly, Suho smiled. Could it be that opposite to Suho's calm, Gray is actually more shocked and scared looking at me? He exclaimed excitedly. If it keeps counting, maybe there's a hidden reward. Let's see how far it counts. Mission notification. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon. 200 demon beasts out of 100, 20 Dion demon beasts out of 10, 2 Centaurian demon beasts out of 1. Notification. Daily mission to clear the Dark Dungeon completed. Notification. You have received rewards from the mission. Notification. Check rewards, accept or decline. Gray lay motionless on the ground like a statue, legs raised in the air, while Suho grew more excited and shouted, "There really is a hidden reward," he said without hesitation. "Accept mission reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1. Status restoration. Reward 2. Attribute points +3. Reward 3. Random box chosen by Truckfuck. Reward 4. Random cursed box, chosen, accept all, accept or decline." Suho happily said, "Accept the first reward." The system displayed reward 1, status restoration. Sho was thrilled. He had fully recovered as if just leveled up. It would be very useful to use when injured in battle. Suho continued to accept rewards, accepting the second reward. The higher the level, the harder it is to gain attribute points, but thanks to the daily mission, he could grow stronger day by day. Suho's current stats were Title Wolf Slayer, Health 2550, Mana 270, Strength 35, Stamina 27, Agility 27, Intelligence 27, Reflexes 27. Currently, he had 8 passive skills, no active skills, and the power of the level 1 ruler. Sho's expression looked hesitant. Finally, the system notified, "You must choose between 2 random boxes. Which box will you choose?" The random blessed box grants the player what they want. The random cursed box grants the player what they need. Sho leaned against a tree, analyzing. If he chose what he wanted, it might turn out useless. But if it was what he needed, it might be something he didn't want. He hesitated. But the range of what he wanted was too broad. And currently, there were more things he needed. After long consideration, he decided to choose the random cursed box. "You have received the item. Horn of Vunkan." The item appeared, and Sho was surprised. "Gloves?" The system explained. "Item Horn of Vunkan, rarity level, type, attack gloves, plus, -40. Gloves forged from the horn of the greedy demon Vunkan. It helps increase damage through the power of Vunkan residing inside. The effect Destructive Thirst increases physical damage by 30%. The effect Devouring Demon Bite makes Vunkan's power stronger. This effect scales with the number of demon souls devoured." "Number of demon souls devoured?" he said. "I can't always turn shadow soldiers into weapons, so I really need a personal weapon. This fits perfectly." Sho put on the gifted gloves and threw his first punch, exclaiming, "The 30% physical damage increase means the value will increase with the number of demons I hunt? It's a bit heavy, so I'll invest all points into strength, raising strength from 35 to 43. Suho was extremely excited, not thinking about his teammates. He was too enthusiastic. "Hey," Suho joyfully said, "maybe now I should increase the number of weapons by defeating more monsters." Mission notification. Your companion's status is changing. Mission notification. Your companion Gray's loyalty has shifted from admiration to fear. Baru spoke up. "Your Majesty, GRR is not a shadow soldier with infinite stamina." At this moment, Gray was trembling violently with intense fear. Seeing this, Sho finally noticed. Sorry, let's stop here for today. I have something to find outside anyway." The system displayed, "You have exited the dark dungeon." Shaw's face was blank as he asked, "The name of the guild related to the Hyena Guild is Reaper, right?" Baru replied, "Yes." He continued to wonder, where should we start the investigation? Suddenly, a phone rang. Suo looked at the screen in surprise. It was a message from me. "Suo, help me. At Siun Station, danger zone." Lindo Gyun waved and shouted loudly, "Suo, over here. Thanks for coming." He stepped towards Suo and continued speaking. "Today I had to enter the dungeon, but no porters responded." Hearing this, Suo asked curiously, "No one showed up for work?" Lindo Gyun replied, "Yeah, that's the situation." Lindo Gyun angrily clenched his trembling fist and cursed, "Those bastards are probably out drinking somewhere." Suho immediately spoke up, "I'll help you, so calm down." He handed Suho a set of clothes and said, "You're really number one." Suho took it. Surprised, he asked, "Isn't this Hemheart gear?" He explained, "Porters face more danger than miners, so Hemheart gear is mandatory." Lindogian continued, "Miners can safely extract in cleared areas, but porters have to carry the corpses of the demon beasts caught by the raid team, so we have to follow right behind them. I'll explain other dangerous situations. We have to prepare thoroughly for any attacks, and we could also be pierced by the demon beast's spikes." Suho put on the protective gear and exclaimed, "So that's the purpose of Hemart gear." A group of people appeared from somewhere. The leader saw the two of them and showed irritation. "Huh? Why are there so few porters?" Lindogian quickly responded, "Sorry. The porters who were supposed to be here today are missing." The leader angrily said, "You signed the contract, so why are you so irresponsible? Do you know how much we paid the Reaper Guild for the entrance fee? If you get left behind, I'll report this to the association. You won't be allowed to work as porters again." Lindogian hurriedly answered, Yes, we'll do our best. Please trust us." They then left, but the leader muttered under his breath, "That's why I hate irresponsible people." Lindogian leaned against Suo and complained, "I'm not even the porter captain." Suho summoned and said, then teach them a lesson. Suho stood silently for a moment. He thought about 4 D-rank mages, 4 D-rank combat hunters, and a healer of rank XE. The loudmouth from earlier seemed to be the captain of this raid team. The cursed random box I just received. The horned weapon that swallows demons I got. Lin Do-gyun warned Suho to be careful not to slip. Suho thought about Assistant Lim H, who contacted him earlier, and the dungeon area owned by the Reaper Guild. He recalled the terrifying room and the vicious demon beasts, then guessed if all this wasn't just a coincidence. He then drew a final conclusion that there might be dangerous events about to unfold. The raid team stopped. One held a weapon. The leader summoned a flame and announced, I've arrived at the punishment zone. Then he shouted, everyone get into position and prepare to fight. Immediately, the group lined up and unleashed their skills. The beasts slowly crawled forward, looking terrifying. The leader turned to Suho and Lin Do-gyun and reminded, since there are only 2 in the collection team, you 2 must follow us closely and collect items as quickly as possible. Lin Do-gyun complained confusedly. I can't believe they made me follow the combat team. Suho looked at the beasts and thought, lizard demons, huh? I wish I could find some demons to test the horned weapon I got from the cursed box. Suho watched the people fighting the lizard demons and thought further, well, it's okay. This is a good chance to see how a group of combat hunters fight together. I'll learn how different hunters cooperate. Suho held the key in his hand and thought, since I completed the mission today, I now have quite a few elite commanders and goblin leaders. Then he shouted, rise. Immediately, shadow soldiers appeared. Suho thought, because my intelligence stat increased, I can now control 7 shadow soldiers. The lizard demons lay defeated on the ground. The hunters stood observing the situation. One spoke, I think we're done here. Let's take a break, everyone. The leader glanced and replied, already taking a break? I only have 2 people in the collection team. If I want to hunt more, those 2 might get in the way. Suddenly, the leader's gaze changed. He looked at Suho's group in surprise. What are those? Have they finished collecting already? The shadow soldiers were busily cleaning up the lizard demon corpses and putting them into containers. While cleaning, they said, with Suho around, everything is so easy. The attack team is slower than I thought. Seeing the shadow soldiers, the leader shouted in surprise, is this your summoned creature? Suho replied, yeah. Why do you ask? Lin Do-gyun stood worried nearby. Is he about to cause trouble again? But suddenly, the leader grabbed Suho's hand, joyfully shouting, please become the exclusive collection team for our group. Suho quietly replied, I don't intend to be a collector forever. Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, we'll pay you the highest price on the market. Suddenly, someone behind shouted loudly, Captain, I've got big trouble. He continued, we found a dead body. The captain asked in surprise, a dead body? A corpse without a shirt, only tattered pants left, the whole body burned. The captain approached the body and said, this is it. The subordinate replied, judging by the equipment and clothes, this might be an ordinary person. He continued, I've never heard of any fire-using monsters in Gun. Lin Do-gyun hesitated and said, Suho, could it be Suo answering? Yeah, I think it's one of them. He looked dangerous. This is a bonefire. The team captain was surprised. Bonefire? You mean those new monsters that use blue flames? Lin Do-gyun replied, I'm pretty sure about that. There was an accident involving a bonefire at our university. The hunters shouted loudly. There's another one over in this corner. From another corner came a report. There's one here too. They spoke up. Should our captain stop the hunt and report this to the guild? The captain stood there, hesitating. This is really strange. But judging by the clothes on those corpses, they were ordinary people, not hunters. Our team is all low-rank awakened, D and C class. We can probably handle this ourselves, right? After thinking, he ordered, keep attacking. They responded, right, that's how it should be. Meanwhile, Shuho thought to himself, attacking in this situation? Shuho spoke up to warn, those bonefires are scarier than you think. The captain angrily shouted, I'm the one who makes the decisions here. The collection team, grab your gear and follow us quickly. Lin Do-gyun anxiously said, do we have to face bonefires again? Suo asked, you have escape skills, right? Hearing that, Lin Do-gyun asked, why are you suddenly asking that? Shuho replied, if something happens, just run. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? Saying that, he went inside with the hunters. Inside, the bonefires were screaming loudly. A pile of them was trapped on a pillar, and there were also some strange demonic people there. Mut spoke up. Still not enough fire. Why does the supply keep having problems? Momu angrily replied, I told you there's been some issues with the supplier, so the supply isn't stable. Maybe I'll have to ask them for a new source. The demon with a wolf-like face, his head wrapped in cloth covering his entire face, added, urgent reinforcement. Momu stood nearby, annoyed by the shortage, saying it's unbelievable that the Hina Guild supplier got wiped out like this. At this rate, the stardust powder output will be lower than other factories. Suddenly, Ammut sensed a disturbance and noticed something strange. He said, I feel a presence above. Hunters, Wonderful. Just when I need more firewood. The beast with an ice band across its head spoke immediately. I'll go. You prepare as if summoning allies. Those who stay, remember to capture them alive. He clenched his sword tightly and said, Of course. The hunters pushed deeper inside, slaughtering lizard monsters. The captain happily said, Looks like I'm going to make a lot today. A subordinate replied, No doubt continuing the hunt was the right call. He continued excitedly, Now I even have a great collection team. I've been saving this for now. Should I use it? Then he took out a gem and said, This is Stardust. Do you guys know it? They wondered, Isn't that the mana amplification item that's been selling like crazy among hunters? The one next to him added, This is really hard to get. Didn't expect you to have one. The captain replied, It only lasts a week, but it can upgrade a low rank awakened by 1 level. He stared at the gem and continued, If I use it, I'll have the mana of a C rank or even higher. At that moment, the demon with the bandage slowly appeared from the shadows. He dashed behind the captain, sending chills down his spine. The demon shouted fearfully, Ha! He also swung his sharp sword, stabbing straight into the captain's back, making him wide-eyed, shocked, and terrified, spewing blood. The bandaged demon sneered indifferently, Don't die on me. The gem he was holding earlier fell to the ground and shattered. Seeing this, the subordinate panicked, falling to the ground and shouting, Captain, that demon! The reply came, Not dead yet. The hunters were terrified and immediately shouted, Did the monster just talk? Quickly, they tried to calm each other down, shouting loudly, It's still the enemy. Everyone be careful. As soon as they finished speaking, the demon launched a fierce attack. He fought while counting under his breath. 1, 2. Then he finished with a phrase, Tough opponent count. The fierce demon grabbed the stardust in his hand and shouted, Don't need you, strong hunters. I'll kill. The gem glowed brightly in the hand of the monstrous beast. The hunters screamed in panic. Stardust? The monster can use stardust too? He replied with a joking tone. Exactly. Seeing this, they shouted urgently, We need to kill it before stardust takes effect. Everyone charged forward. As they did, the fierce demon was ready, gripping his sword tightly and swinging decisively. The hunters were relentlessly struck down one by one. A flame appeared. A hunter panicked, seeing the scene before him, as the flames gradually died out, until the last one was extinguished completely. They screamed in terror. What the hell? It's too dark. I can't see anything. Help! There's a monster! The screams echoed in the darkness. Fresh blood stained the space red, leaving only the fierce demon. He was covered in fresh blood, holding a sword in one hand and dragging a human body with the other, proudly shouting. Firewood collected. The notification appeared. Mission initiated. Suho stood silently watching the notification. The mission from the notification. Rescue the survivors. Some have been taken by a demon. Rescue them. Rewards depend on how many you save. 7 people remain alive. How many can you rescue? Hearing this, Suho took off his hood, surprised and curious. A demon? The notification appeared. A mission has appeared. Suho stood silently watching the notification. The mission. Rescue the survivors. Some have been taken by a demon. Rescue them. Rewards depend on how many you save. The number of survivors is 7, but how many were actually rescued? Sua's expression showed a hint of worry mixed with unease. Seeing this, Baru asked, Young master, is something wrong? He replied that a new mission had appeared. It seems the demons around here have kidnapped humans, Suo continued. They said the more people I rescue, the bigger the reward, which means those people will soon be in danger. Suo immediately panicked and said to Lim Dogian, Hey, I think something happened to the assault team. Get out of the dungeon quickly. Lim Dogian asked in surprise. What? How do you know? Suo answered, I just have a feeling. He anxiously started arranging things. The demonic beasts would escort him to the gate. Before Lim Dogyun could understand what was happening, the beasts dragged him away. He shouted in shock, Huh? Wait a minute, Suo. What about you? He replied, I will go find the assault team. Hearing this, Lim Dogyun was a bit surprised. Immediately, he fell silent and became thoughtful. Lim Dogyun said, All right, if you stay, you'll just be a burden. After we get out, I'll ask the Hunter Association for help. Suo responded, Thank you. At that moment, Suo shouted, Dom. Ray responded with a bark. Ow! From his usual self, Suo transformed into a battle-ready stance, putting on gloves he received as a reward, then said, We have to hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, Suo dashed forward in an instant. The tunnel was covered with spiderweb-like railway tracks everywhere, looking extremely gloomy. The surrounding walls were full of scratches and blood. The deeper they went, the stronger the metallic smell of blood became. Corpses and barely breathing victims lay scattered on the floor. The fierce demon had returned to its lair, proudly boasting about its conquest. Having gathered the firewood, Mo Mu responded, You returned quickly. Then he added, The gate will soon open, and the demons will be summoned. The bandaged demon hesitated with each word. I won quickly. Hearing this, Mo Mu told him, All right, to celebrate your swift victory, go stack the firewood. Then he turned and walked away, gripping the head of the hunting team tightly, feeling annoyed and unfair. Momu was excited. I'm glad we could add more firewood. This way, producing the stardust will be as easy as pie, he continued. The poison we were taught to make uses demon secret techniques and an awakening stimulant derived from the madness poison, the stardust. Momu explained further that the madness poison could enhance magical power, but its side effect was to corrode the user's vitality. The side effect of the burning flame that scorches the demon crystals would be soaked in demon blood, which could be soothed by replacing it with the fire from the hellfire blaze. Moot added, all this is thanks to the apostle who taught us. He added, even the monsters created by destroying the souls of living beings, causing them to lose reason, were brought into this world by the apostle. Thanks to that, the low-level demons now have a chance to become stronger. The bandaged demon from earlier also responded. That's right. Suddenly, Ammut seemed to notice a strange sound. He said there was a presence rapidly approaching. Meimu was a bit surprised. Are there still hunters? The bandaged demon replied hesitantly. Most likely, it's the new hunter team. The door was silent. Suo used all his strength to kick it far away, shocking the three demons greatly. One of them was thrown far off. He asked, is this the place? Suddenly his eyes became cautious, looking at the strange demons ahead. Suo thought to himself, are they demons? Then he glanced behind, seeing people burning brightly, and wondered if the blazing fire spirits behind them were burning them alive. Was that some kind of ritual? The announcement showed 7 survivors. How many rescued? Seeing the announcement unchanged, Suo felt more at ease. Luckily, the survivors were still safe. While lost in thought, the bandaged demon suddenly rushed at him, but he dodged its attack. The demon was surprised and did not expect this. Suo, with an angry expression, asked them, are you the ones who killed the hunters I met on the way here? Immediately after, he struck the bandaged beast hard, sending it flying. Momu observed the situation curiously. Could he dodge attacks even when the youngest had been enhanced by stardust? It seemed they needed help. Ammut clenched his teeth. Meanwhile, the bandaged demon was furious. But no matter how angry, it was still hit by Suo's divine punch. At that moment, Ammut appeared to block his strike. He said, step aside. He clenched his fist, transforming into a giant figure 100 times larger than Suo. He punched continuously at him, but Suo was quick and dodged the dangerous blows. Suddenly, he sensed a power emerging from behind him. A terrifying figure with an unclear face generated power like thunder. That was Momu. Immediately, he transmitted the electricity directly into Suo's body. Taking advantage of this, the bandaged demon grabbed a blade and charged. Meanwhile, Suo's body began to change. He shouted and rose up. As soon as he finished, he unleashed a huge, terrifying power. The shadow soldiers gradually appeared to block the bandaged demon. Murmu was surprised. How is this possible? Suo immediately counterattacked, throwing Murmu far away. Momu hurriedly said, Big brother, that's not the whole story, Ammut replied. That's right. He recalled the past and said, that was what we saw on the day the demon tribe was annihilated. It was exactly the power of the Dark Lord. Then he said, however, Ammut criticized that compared to the Dark Lord, it was still far inferior. At this moment, the bandaged demon was fiercely slashing at the shadow soldiers. Suo stood motionless, looking terrifying. Momu responded, if he wasn't the Dark Lord, there would be no reason to be scared. Momu approached the bandaged demon. Su thought to himself, if I fight them one by one, they're weaker than Brocky, but together like this, it's going to be tough for me. He racked his brain for a strategy. Even if he kept reviving the magical beasts, it would just waste mana. Do I have to use that method? Baru appeared and spoke. Dark Lord, but as you know, I only consume corpses to the extent that I can read their memories. The rest I have to discard. The longer a shadow soldier has been dead, the weaker they become. Is there a reason you chose to keep this body? Suho thought and replied, I was just reflecting on something when I saw Brocky's final moments. He was recalling a previous battle. If his last fight was filled with regret because he was controlled by Itag, maybe he'll help me and become a fierce warrior if I use dark power on him. Well, you said if you want to do that, I need Gray's permission first. Suho turned to Gray and asked, is that okay with you, Gray? Gray nodded brightly in agreement. Moments later, Suho took the sample in his hand and planted it into the ground, shouting for it to rise. He thought again, Brocky, if you regret it, I'll give you a chance to fight. If you have that desire, respond to me. The corpse lay still, only wearing torn pants, when a tremendous power surged into the body. It seemed to awaken, causing a powerful shockwave. Suho stood in the summoning stance, and before him appeared a huge monstrous figure, roaring loudly. It was Brocky, a level 1 rank. Seeing this, Momu panicked and shouted, Brocky from the Hyena Guild, is he the one who defeated Brocky? Suho said, that means Gray and Brocky are even in numbers now. Baru felt a deep sadness. Young lord, I'm here too. Su's eyes burned with determination as he shouted, let's fight now! The group charged fiercely toward the demons. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, shifting from blue to red, growing even deeper red, and a foot slowly materialized. Among the wreckage, a long-haired girl with two pointed ears appeared. Seeing this, Sue shouted. That girl appeared from the debris. She wondered, who summoned me? Is this some demon trick to kill me? Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Before her was a fierce battle between the vicious demons and Brocky, whom Sue had summoned earlier. She was surprised. Why are there shadow soldiers here? The bandaged demon charged at Sue again. He blocked its blade, grabbed it tightly, and struck the demon hard. It screamed in pain. He kicked it again, thinking this hit should be enough to take it down. Sue's eyes sharpened as another attack came flying at him, but he dodged it. It was Mo-Mu launching an attack. Sue was angry, thinking, another troublemaker? If they gang up on me, it's going to be tough. Mo-Mu went into battle and told the bandaged demon, be careful, little brother. The demon replied, thanks. Sue calculated again. If this drags on too long, I'll run out of mana from syncing with Gray. Brocky, after becoming a shadow soldier, is weaker than before, so he can only hold off one enemy. Meanwhile, the beasts were frantically attacking Brocky non-stop. Sue thought, I have to separate those two to fight them one-on-one. Suddenly, the girl from before jumped out and blocked Suho's path. She answered his question. Both Mo-Mu and Sue were a bit surprised and confused. She gripped her sword tightly, angry, and said, where is Lord Sung Jinwoo? Sue heard the familiar name and thought, is this female knight looking for her father? Where did she come from, and why is she injured? Baru rushed over, very surprised. Hey, what are you doing here? That girl was shocked. That voice. Iso turned around happily and shouted, is that you, Baru? Yes, it's really you. So glad to see you again. But where's your body? She asked rapidly. Where is Lord Sung Jinwoo? Who is the man with you? Baru replied, it's a long story. Suho stood behind, feeling itchy and confused. The bandaged demon spoke. The sacrificial summoning demon Mo-Mu responded. That's right, but she seems familiar with those others. If she sides with them, it could be troublesome. Iso happily said, if Baru is here, that means he succeeded. I can rest easy now. Baru quickly said, now is the critical moment. Save the reunion for later. If you're here, help us take care of those demons. Hearing this, she panicked and shouted, what? At that moment, Mo-Mu launched an attack and shouted, deal with the injured demon first. I only need her blood to make Stardust. Suho thought to himself, I remember meeting her before. Then he wondered, she seems injured. Can she handle all of them? Baru answered, low-level demons can't harm her. Baru continued, her name is Eso. When our lord destroyed the demon realm, her clan was the only demon family left. She's the eldest daughter of the Ladia clan. By human standards, she's about level S strength. Hearing this, Sue was surprised and thought, level S? Does that mean I'm about to see a level S fight? The battle between Eso and the demons began, but contrary to Baru's words, she was quickly defeated. Suho and Baru stood there stunned, frozen in disbelief. What's going on? Iso was knocked down and rolling on the ground. Baru flew over and asked, hey, why are you suddenly so weak? Baru added, even the mana I sense from you is lower than before. Eso tearfully replied hesitantly, something happened. She explained that half a year ago, many demons in the demon realm rebelled. Although they fought hard, her clan couldn't stop the rebellion alone. Oh sobbed hesitantly. Something happened to you. She recounted that 6 months ago, many demons in the demon realm rebelled. Although they fought with all their might, my clan couldn't stop the rebellion alone. I had been living off the other members of the clan, but my blood was taken while I was fleeing, causing me to lose my power. She was crying and begging, Baru, please lend me a little strength. Baru coldly gave her just a waste of mana. She begged again. The most helpless person was probably Suho, standing there thinking, now I have to carry these two burdens who lost their power? The demons heard this and happily said, did you hear that? The blind younger brother responded. It was hard to recognize her since she was weakened, but if she was a survivor from the La Dia clan, this was a good chance for us to take the noble demon's blood. On the other side, Suho said if it was a one-on-one fight, at least he could handle one of them. Baru spoke up. Ah, then I have a pretty good idea. Then he manifested a red power and said, this is a good time to use that ability I regained after recovering some mana. Immediately, Baru transferred that energy into Eso. Announcement. Baru has used the Ruthless Command skill. Announcement. Ruthless Command increases stats by 50%. Announcement. Eso has been cursed with madness as a side effect. Baru hurriedly urged, move, you useless demon girl. Eso now seemed recharged with energy, strength surging as she rushed toward the demons. Suho stood there silently, thinking, she looks pitiful, but now it's a one-on-one battle. The demons were still fighting Brocky. Eso dashed forward. The bandaged demon said, the noble demon's blood is being collected. He slashed at her, and she seemed to be in pain. Suho rushed over and knocked him to the ground. He gathered momentum and used all his strength to strike the demon hard. The bandaged demon was thrown far away, surrounded by a powerful aura. It showed pain, mouth wide open. Its face was now split in two. Suho grabbed the knife and slashed at it again. At this point, the demon was done for. Announcement: you have defeated a low-level demon. Announcement: you have leveled up. Suho proudly said, claiming my first victory. Announcement appeared: Vunan's horn has absorbed the demon's soul. The soul absorbed a powerful, destructive effect, increasing physical damage by 31%. Meanwhile, the two other demons kept attacking Mumu relentlessly. He panicked and shouted, "The youngest is dead? What should I do with this crazy girl?" Eso was enthusiastic but gradually weakening. Announcement: the skill's target has run out of energy. The skill effect has ended. She collapsed to the ground, surprising the demon. Before he could react, Suho quickly approached from behind and grabbed his head tightly. He shouted in surprise, "What's this?" In a flash, Mumu was defeated. Suho continued, "Double strike. Announcement: you have defeated a low-level demon. Announcement: Vunan's horn has absorbed the demon's soul." Only one Amu remained, looking more panicked and fearful. He thought, are we now at a numerical disadvantage? These useless bastards. Suddenly, he looked at Braki ahead and thought, but it's not over yet. He left Braki aside and dashed elsewhere. He rushed toward Eso, raising his hand toward her. He calculated, I will absorb the noble demon's blood to become stronger. Suho immediately rushed over. He stepped forward to block the Amu and shouted, "Dream on." Suho fought fiercely against the Amu, proudly saying, "Remember, don't let me absorb you." He shouted, "Brokey." Immediately, Brokey charged in and attacked the Amu. Eso was still lying on the ground, looking exhausted. Beru flew over to check. Still breathing? Iso slowly stood up and replied, "You're brutal, Beru. Let it go. But I still can't believe someone besides Lord Sung Jinwoo can control shadow soldiers. Who is that guy?" Beru didn't reveal everything, but said she wasn't loyal enough yet. "Try to remember carefully," Beru reminded her. She must know who that is. After a moment, she suddenly realized something and said, "Could it be?" Announcements kept popping up. You have defeated a low-level demon. Announcement: Vunan's horn has absorbed the demon's soul. Announcement: you have leveled up. Announcement: you are now level 20 and have unlocked the trading shop. Suo stood there saying, I can use the shop now. Eso recalled her past and thought, that's definitely him. Then she shouted, Young King. Suho was about to open the shop notification but suddenly paused. Eso saw Suo and said, so you are the Young King. Suho was surprised to see a strange girl like Eso come looking for him, with countless question marks flashing through his mind. Suho doubted, did she just call me the Young King? Eso looked at Suo nostalgically and said, you've changed so much, I didn't recognize you. Eso looked at Suo and couldn't help but recall her king. He looked very much like Sung Jinwoo. Suo looked at the strange girl lying on the ground and was shocked. He hurried over worriedly and asked Han, you know Baru, right? Are you okay? Baru ran out and squeezed Esso's face to check her condition. It seemed she had fainted from exhaustion. Baru reassured, she's not dead yet, so don't worry. Suho sighed. That's a relief. Deep inside, Suho felt a bit sorry for her. Kim Dong-soo was now sitting, leaning against the wall, completely exhausted. After a long battle, everyone was drained of energy. The system sent a notification to Suo, you have completed the mission to rescue the survivors. The number of survivors rescued is 7. After completing the mission assigned by the system, notification, you have received the mission rewards. Suho brushed his hands and sighed in relief. Thankfully, all 7 were safe. Suo pressed to check the rewards. Announcement, mission rewards received as follows. Reward 1, 1 attribute point. Reward 2, 700 gold coins. Notification, you have received 700 gold coins. Suho looked at the reward, stunned, showing no particularly strong reaction. If it's gold, open the shop window, Suho ordered. The shop window opened, displaying the prices of items. Suho thought silently, it seems I can use this gold to buy items from the shop window. There are quite a few spirit medicines and items I can purchase here. Receiving money as a reward made Suo nostalgic. Completing quests and earning money reminded him of when he was a child, doing odd jobs to earn pocket money. He smirked lightly. Shuho clenched his fists, trying to think positively. Looking back, it was his father who gave him this system. He resolved, Father, I will make good use of this pocket money. Eso suddenly showed some movement, seeming to be about to wake up. Suho decided to choose a potion to heal her, but a big problem had already occurred. The item, low-level healing potion, difficulty in gathering, E grade, consumes 1 stamina recovery potion. When used, it gradually restores 500 health points. This potion can be stored in the inventory but cannot be transferred to others. It says I can't transfer it to others? Shuho was helpless. So that means I can only give it to others by myself? He stepped closer to Eso and knelt down. Su poured the potion into the mouth of the body, showing signs of recovery. Suho was delighted. Oh, she looks a bit better now, Beru scolded. You're using precious gold to help a useless demon. Young king, your heart is truly generous. Shuho replied, we can't leave things like this, so, for now, I'll take them to the dark dungeon. Also, remember to collect the defeated Brokey's essence, he ordered. Suo's subordinates obeyed without a word, directly cleaning up the scattered corpses. Baru curiously asked, young king, aren't you coming along? Suho answered, I still have matters to attend to. Suho left, holding his sword as he approached Mibon. He moved closer and said, Mibon, from the moment I saw you, I thought those burned wounds looked very painful. Suho clenched his fists. I'm sorry. This is the only way I can help everyone. Suho decided to use the wind seal slash skill, creating a deep, dark tunnel. The sound of footsteps above was calm. Many reporters were present to cover the news. The news began to spread. Inside the dungeon, we found the bodies of horned lizard gods and Mibon. But based on the wounds of the hunters who died in the dungeon, it seems they were not killed by those monsters. We also discovered a deeper chamber inside. The slashes there appeared to be caused by swords. He suddenly said, could there be something else besides the monsters? Lim Dogyun hurriedly tried to leave. Well, I'm off now. He quickly turned to ask Dogun. Ah, may I ask, are you Lim Dogun? The person who provided information on the member list of a carrying team includes someone named Sung Suho. Do you know him? Dogyun quickly explained. Oh, he's a junior who came here to help me. He pressed further. Where is he now? Dogyun looked confused and stammered. Ah, about that. Both of us suddenly fell into a silent void. Dogyun scratched his head and smiled. We escaped the dungeon together, then I led him to a safe place. We're just E-rank hunters, so we couldn't do much besides requesting help from the Hunter Association. It's really embarrassing. His eyes suddenly sharpened, then he approached Dogun, patted his shoulder, and praised, You did very well. Following the Hunter Association's guidance was the best decision an E-rank hunter could make. Then, he turned back and ordered his subordinates to continue the inspection, thoroughly searching for other places. Finally, Dogun could breathe a sigh of relief after passing this tough challenge. Dogun recalled that you rescued the surviving hunters. It must have been Suho, right? Suho's panicked figure appeared again before Dogun's eyes. I need to get to the assault team. Dogun couldn't understand Suho's actions, but well, everyone has their secrets or reasons. He looked up at today's clear blue sky. I don't know why Suho hides his rank. Surely, he means no harm. Dogyun kept faith in his friend, just waiting for Suho to be ready to tell him. In a residential area, everything was silent. Not a single person passed by, when suddenly a car rushed to the front of the hall and stopped. Eso had now fully awakened and recovered. She said sadly, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Eso began to explain, Lord Sung Jinwoo has left Earth's vault to stop the invasion of external cosmic forces. Baru replied on his behalf, the king sent me to Earth to break the seal of the young lord. But the young lord is a prodigy. He broke the seal himself. Suho finally spoke up, asking, Are you Eso? Have we met before? Eso answered honestly, Yes, we met during the tutorial phase that the young lord participated in. He said he would remember me, but it seems he forgot. Her tone was a bit playful. Suho rubbed his chin, pondering deeply. He wasn't sure why his memories of that time were somewhat vague. Suho racked his brain for a while but got no response. Suddenly, Suho recalled a bit from a training session where he was grouped with a guy who had dragged a girl into a fight without any hesitation. We're wasting too much time. Let's finish this fight. Eso was so surprised she could only stammer. Wait a moment. Now this is getting interesting. Suho has remembered. Suho asked again. You're the person who surrendered the moment we met, and only now do you remember your companion. Baru heard Suho say this and immediately spoke up to scold. That time was a trial for the young king, and she responded so casually, Eso felt embarrassed and blushed, remaining completely silent. Peru suddenly grew curious and asked, By the way, why have you weakened so much? Did something happen in the demon realm? Eso nodded in confirmation when Peru asked, Well, I guess I should explain everything. It's best to tell the young king. You heard Beru say that Lord Sung Jinwoo destroyed the king and other demon tribes, right? Since that day, our Jew clan, which is the leading tribe of demons living in the demon realm, specifically the demon castle, has been waiting for orders from Lord Sung Jinwoo. Eso continued. For decades, Lord Sung Jinwoo didn't summon our tribe, so we lived peacefully. But about half a year ago, trouble suddenly appeared. She recounted everything. A miraculous enhancement drug called Sadus started spreading among the demon tribes. Suho was surprised. Sadus, he recalled, and thought he had heard about it during the fight with the demon nobles. He remembered that battle. The attacker whispered to his teammate after Suho dodged, Can he really dodge attacks, even though the youngest used Sadus to enhance himself? Take out that wounded demon first. They coldly ordered. Looks like we have to lend a hand. After all, we only need her blood to make Sadis. Oh explained. Sadis isn't very effective against high-level demons with strong magical power, but when low-level demons use it, it amplifies their magic greatly without any cost. Sadis became a catalyst. With Lord Xung Jingu's long absence, the demon tribes united with one goal, to rebel against our Ju clan, the ones protected by the Dark King. She recalled emotionally, the rebellion they sparked escalated into a war. Our Ju clan fought to protect the demon castle, entrusted to us by Lord Sung Jingu. But honestly, our clan no longer had the strength to stop the uprising and collapsed after half a year of struggle. Eso recounted with hatred. The demons involved in the rebellion didn't stop there. The members of our clan they captured were drained of blood, and to gain even more power, they drank the blood of our pure-blood demon tribe. Her hands trembled with rage. She sorrowfully told, "My father and the members of our clan sacrificed their lives like that. I also lost my strength because they took too much of my blood." Iso lowered her head, voice choked. Truly pathetic. "Everyone is dead. Only I survived. We lost the demon realm. I wonder what Lord Zheng Jinggu will say to us." Suho glanced at them, feeling sympathy. She has been through so much hardship, he encouraged her, and was stunned, eyes wide open. Suho shyly scratched his head and looked down. "I often wonder what my father would do in this situation." He spoke to encourage Eso. "Although my father isn't here, you and the others have risked your lives to fight. That alone is enough. I believe he would say the same to you." He also felt deeply grateful. "I'm also very thankful that you fought to the end for my father." Suho was determined to help her as much as possible. "Let's restore the Ju clan together." Eso was surprised and could only move her lips. She remembered saying that demon tribes always fiercely compete for higher ranks. "I will definitely make Ju the top clan." Eso remained silent. She was quiet for a while, hot tears falling, soaking her beautiful face. She called out to young King Suho, who looked a bit awkward seeing a girl crying. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The last survivor of the pure-blood noble Ju clan expressed gratitude to the player. Iso wiped her tears and smiled brightly. "I belong to the Ju clan." The system chimed in, reminding, "Do you want to recruit the White Flame heir as a companion? There are two options, no or yes. Which will Suho choose?" On the table opposite them, Baru hovered in the air as the system notification appeared. Notification: the last survivor of the pure-blood demon noble clan has expressed thanks to you. Notification: do you want to recruit the White Flame heir as a teammate? Suho's eyes gleamed mischievously, his gaze cold and unwavering. Could Eso be the second person with the status of royal heir? Eso looked dazed at him, one hand brushing a lock of hair. The new king system reappeared to confirm the information. The last survivor of the pure-blood demon noble clan expressed thanks to you. Suho suddenly hesitated, wondering if it was because she was the only surviving pure-blood demon noble. A voice filled with mystery barely whispered a word, and the system displayed a series of notifications. The White Flame heir has become your teammate. Notification: due to a bond existing between you and the White Flame heir, a link skill has been established. The Demon Link skill charges up to 100%, gaining power from the White Flame heir and unleashing a powerful explosive attack. Eso was startled, mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment. "What is this? Why did a status window suddenly appear?" Suho turned to Baru, his face calculating. "Because Gray couldn't speak, I didn't know. But I guess that anyone who became my teammate could see the status window. The young king is missing. Could that be?" Baru hesitated and asked again. "That's right." Like a flash, those words slipped into her ears. Eso had become my teammate as the descendant of White Flame. She was shocked, unable to believe what she had just learned. Am I really a descendant of White Flame? So Suho, Gray, and Hina Brookie stood before a cracked and ruined building. He was ready to fight, looked down at her politely, and asked, "Now, let's try out the new link skill right away." "Eso, are you ready?" Eso was flustered by the sudden request, but hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The surging spiritual energy began to rise. The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have used the link skill, demon puppet transformation into a statue. Fake white eyes, both palms rotating a sphere of energy surrounded by fiercely clashing aura." Suho looked curiously at the fist covered in red energy and black lightning. "Oh!" He focused on the clenched fist radiating strong energy, but then suddenly she collapsed. This was the link skill. Her face suddenly became hollow, cheeks sunken and withered, eyes dull and exhausted. Seeing this, Suho shouted loudly, trying to say a few words. "Please forgive me, I'm exhausted." After just one use of this skill, he could only comfort her with a few words. "Don't worry, rest well first." He looked painfully at the lingering magic on his hand. It was still strong. Could one strike really drain all her strength? How powerful is this skill? Eso lay weakly on the ground, but when she looked at his fist, she felt bitter, thinking about having a skill to transfer power to the young king. Suho punched forward with hopeful thoughts. Surely it would be a very strong blow. The result was a deep crater, with small rocks scattered and dust spreading. Suho and Baru looked at it confused, speechless. Baru evaluated the mark on the wall. I don't think it's any different from normal, he argued. I think it's different from Gray's link skill. Esso worriedly told herself to get up and look toward the two, thinking, that's all the damage caused after all my strength was drained? Yeah. Suho looked at the notification board, puzzled. Could it be because the energy charged was 0%? There's no way for me to charge energy, so I don't even know how to use it. The system displayed information, link skill, demon puppet, charge level 0%, receiving power from the white flame descendant and releasing a powerful explosion. Baru flew close to him and whispered, young king, I have a request. He looked down at him, face unclear. The demons killed and lying scattered on the ground are actually Baru's favorite food. Can I eat the corpses of the demons you bring to the dark dungeon? Suho refused, as he already had a purpose for those corpses. No, I leave them here because I want to use the shadow extraction technique on them. Baru didn't ask further and understood his intention. Oh, you haven't tried the shadow extraction technique on demons yet. Can we try it now? He opened his hand, fingers long and beautiful. He stood tall before them, gently reciting the awakening incantation. The demon corpses showed no change. The system confirmed failure. Notification: corrupted mana, unable to use shadow extraction technique. Suho stood there and relayed the information to Baru. I was just notified that shadow extraction can't be used on them because their mana is corrupted. Baru analyzed nearby, calculating that even the Dark King couldn't extract the demons' shadows because their souls were all corrupted. That's why he used a contract to summon them, like someone from the Ladi family. Suho sighed in disappointment. Then there's nothing we can do with corrupted souls. Baru, you can eat them all, he replied upon hearing that. Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, she sat far away, thinking she couldn't believe they just said she was corrupted. How mean. He approached and handed her a magic water, saying, here, drink this magic water and you'll feel better. She smiled happily and replied, thank you. It feels like I'm standing on your feet. During the conversation, he kept a gentle tone and said, I guess you don't have anywhere else to go now, right? Feel free to use this city. Esso gratefully said, young king, you've helped me this much? The system again displayed a notification that part of the dark dungeon was designated as the White Flame Territory. Esso Ladia was appointed as the owner of the White Flame Territory. Suho smiled happily and said to her, you're my teammate. Don't worry about the small stuff. He glanced toward the sound coming from Beru K. He suddenly shouted, Beru, what's going on? He quickly replied after realizing something. Young king, in the demon's memories. He was surprised by Baru's report. I found clues about Itarim's disciples. The gloomy building scene appeared, filled with dense, dark smoke. Suho, Esso, Broki, and Ray listened seriously as Beru explained. He flew in front of everyone and thoroughly said, now I will tell you what I saw in their memories. The surroundings were silent, except for Beru's voice. Before I start, there are some things you need to know. Stardust has spread across the world, and Miss Bond is a monster from outer space. Upon hearing that news, she angrily shouted, are you saying that hell isn't the only place where stardust is spreading? He was also surprised and said, Miss Bond is a monster from outer space. Seeing this, Broki added more information. Whether by fate or coincidence, all the demons I've consumed are connected to Broki and the Prairie Hyena Guild, one guy added. That demon group gets their human supply from the Hyena Guild. The humans who have decayed turn into Miss B, perfect as ingredients for alchemy. Stardust? Baru added that many other places are producing it too. Stardust? And they call those places Stardust Factories? He added, in short, the Hyena Guild handles kidnapping humans. Baru continued, the Death Guild is responsible for transporting those kidnapped people to the factories, and the factories use humans to create stardust. He confirmed, I'm certain Itarim is the mastermind behind these three places. After hearing this, he thought silently, so it's all connected to Itarim's invasion. Beru added, also, the one who created this stardust production line is a human. Sung Suho repeated in surprise, a human. He added, I investigated and found a human collaborating with Itarim's apostles. Baru spoke slowly. That person is, he continued, the deputy director of the Death Guild, Lee Minung. If we investigate him, there's a chance we'll find Itarim's apostles. The scene shifts to a crowded place with people filming and taking photos. An angry reporter said, why is the crowd outside waiting and shouting loudly in welcome? He's out now. Lee Min-shung walked with 2 bodyguards behind him. From the crowd of photographers and cameramen came a loud shout, it's Lee Minu! A reporter asked him, Mr. Lee, may I have an interview? What are the results of the Hunter Association's investigation? He stopped and answered the question. The investigation concluded that I am completely innocent, but that's no surprise. Suddenly, a reporter angrily shouted, you really don't know anything about the Hyena Guild's human kidnappings, even though the Death Guild sponsors them? Also, many hunters died on the Soon battlefield, which is under the Death Guild's control. What do you say about that? Lee Minung sadly said, we, the Death Guild. He bowed apologetically to the crowd and moved forward, having devoted himself fully to a world that had been plunged into chaos after the great disaster 2 years ago. The reporter was surprised as he listened and took notes on Lee Minung's words. The reason we support the Hyena Guild is that we want to help their guild, a guild mainly composed of D-rank hunters, helping them become stronger so they can have enough power to help the world. Even opening the Soon battlefield to hunters outside the Death Guild was because we thought it would be a place for young hunters to gain experience. The crowd surrounded the man, amazed and trusting Lee Minung's words. We never expected our well-intentioned actions to lead to such unpredictable results. He pretended to be heartbroken, covering his tears with his hand as he blamed himself. If I had managed everything better, no one would have died. Lee Min-seung bowed as he walked, saying, I apologize for causing trouble. The crowd outside murmured. Some said, if what he says is true, then the Death Guild is just a victim too, right? Others agreed. I think so too. Even the Hunter Association said they're innocent. Another added, the Death Guild has always aimed for good intentions. His eyes gleamed wickedly as he heard the praise. So, aren't they the heroes then? His eyes glanced back arrogantly, wearing that expression as easily as eating porridge. Once a top star in Asia, my acting skills are still as sharp as ever. Lee Minung came to perform in front of Yuan Chon, thinking silently. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association. He was worried when the Hunter Association president said, you can leave now. Lee Min-sung thought to himself, I didn't expect that sly old fox to release me without much interrogation. He smirked and thought, well, no matter. It seems the Hunter Association still doesn't know I'm the one behind the so-called stardust floating on the market. Suddenly, Suo's figure appeared, watching Lee Minung. He followed him with his eyes and said, so that guy is Lee Minung, huh? Sung Suho asked Baru. Baru, what do you think? Can you sense any Itarim energy radiating from him? Baru replied, not a bit. He continued, that means he's not controlled by Itarim, right? Baru answered, exactly. He firmly added, all right. From now on, we'll go verify that. Nehru reminded him, young king, you must not do that. He added, I know you've defeated some very strong enemies, but this time I'll risk my life to stop you. What I sensed from Lin Dung. He began to sense signs of someone nearby, his eyes filled with fierce malice. Lee Min-shung turned to look toward the wall. His subordinate asked, is something wrong, sir? Lee Min-shung said, no, nothing. Baru reminded him about that person. You're not skilled enough to defeat him yet. Lee Minung, a D-rank hunter, in a pristine white room with a glowing chandelier. On the table there was a plate of peeled fruit and a chilled bottle of wine. Lee Min-dung sat hugging a woman, scrolling his phone with the other hand, his face sinister as he said, everything is as easy as flipping a hand. Then he continued, just a little acting and the public's attitude has turned 180 degrees. At this moment, the news started spreading strongly online. Vice Executive Director of the Death Guild, Lee Minung, was declared innocent by the association. All records of the profits flowing into the Death Guild were made public. The opening of the gun battlefield aimed to foster the development of new hunters. Although connected to the Hyena Guild scandal, Lee Minung consistently pursued noble deeds. Suddenly, a girl approached and said, oh my, look who's here. Aren't you the hero of the hunter world? Hearing this, he replied, oh, hello, ma'am. She had truly seductive curves and spoke softly, if you come, you should at least let me know. Then she immediately kicked all the other girls out. You all, get out. Hearing this, he calmly said, do I have to report everything I do to you? She awkwardly responded, no, you know I didn't mean it like that. In her mind, she thought, what a difficult personality. She watched him scroll through his phone and silently judged him. He was born with a silver spoon, became a Korean star early in his youth. No wonder his pride was naturally very high. Then she poured him some wine and kept thinking. However, that pride of his was completely crushed after the great disaster. She continued thinking, after the great disaster, a celebrity like him reaching hunter rank A caused a sensation. But Lee Minung's driver also awakened and became one of Korea's rare S-rank hunters. The story was published in the media, and the public gradually focused their attention on his driver. That moment was the first time people saw the status system, with Lee Minung always at the top being overturned. But somehow, that driver joined the Death Guild, founded by Interju. Right then, she capped the wine bottle and said, now, shall we talk business? He asked, what business? She leaned close to his ear and whispered, don't play dumb, I'm talking about stardust. Then she asked him, this time, I want to buy in bulk. Is that possible? Immediately, Lee Minung slammed his wine glass on the table and said, haven't you heard the rumors? The distribution system and one of the factories have been destroyed. How can they supply that much? Hearing this, she smiled at him and said, I'm sure the great Lee Minung has his own plan, right? He replied, well, I'll try talking to the business partner and see. Hearing this, she happily said, that's the vice director for you. He thought to himself, do I really have to find that guy? Lately, he's been refusing my orders. Scene change. At this moment in the city, a hand pressed against the glass of a room. The young man's face darkened. which shocked the people behind him, who exclaimed, "That kid!" Scene change. Now a group of terrifying blue monsters charged forward. Immediately, Gray bit one of them fatally. On the other side, these monsters were executed with a single slash. At that moment, rushing forward with his sharp hand, the blue monster was cut with one strike. That single slash severed the blue monster's head. Another was cut in half. Then he continued attacking, killing many of the monsters. The power radiating from him was terrifying. He wiped the blood off his face and called Beru, saying, "All right, now I will summon a new batch of spirits." Hearing this, Beru said, "Young king, he must be feeling impatient about what we just discussed." Then Beru looked at the three people and continued, "Our goal is to extract information about Itarim's apostle from Lee Minung, who currently leads the Stardust distribution chain. We must accept that a confrontation will definitely happen once we approach Lee Minung." Sung Suho looked confused and asked, "So, how will we get information from him?" Beru answered, "If he refuses to talk, I'll just eat him to steal the information. The Dark King has allowed me to consume humans, as long as they are confirmed demons." Then Beru added, "However, that's only if we can defeat Lee Minung while we're touring the association." He thought about this and Beru continued, "Within the same rank, power can still vary. Usually, 10 D ranks are needed to defeat 1 C rank. Our team's ability is still too weak to defeat the Death Guild and A rank hunter Lee Minung." Sung Suho then asked Beru, "So what rank are you?" Then he asked again, "Aren't you a scripture user yourself?" Sung Suho looked confused and asked, "Does the secret reward only appear once?" Opening the random box, the gift box immediately opened. A notification appeared. "You have obtained the Ring of Ruin." The ring appeared in his hand. Ring of Ruin, usable at D rank. Consciousness Jewelry, grade 5. The system continued with a notification. "You have equipped the Ring of Ruin." Instantly, his consciousness increased by 29 plus 5. Seeing the ring appear in his hand, Sung Suho thought, "A ring that adds 5 points to consciousness stats." His face became very worried as he thought, "But it doesn't change my current situation. In the end, I can't level up by hunting spirits anymore." The blue monsters lay dead all over the ground. He put on his combat gloves and thought, "Hunting demons only increases Vunan's horn damage by 3%. The system just notified that the Vcan horn item has the effect of destructive desire, increasing physical damage by up to 33%. He clenched his fist and thought, "I want to get stronger really fast, but there aren't many ways to make that happen. If I want to level up, I think I need to enter a dungeon and kill monsters." After a while, he stared at his profile. Then he sighed and said, "All I got today were just some people contacting me, inviting me to excavation with the collection. I don't think anyone would dare to put a hunter of my level on the attack team. And according to the Hunter Association's rules, breaking in and entering the gate is illegal." Hearing this, Beru said, "Then how about reassessing the Hunter Association's level?" He replied, "Information about the Awakened will be posted on the Hunter Association's homepage. I should avoid getting involved in that." Then he continued, "Right now, I know whose disciple Itarim is on this earth. I don't want to be discovered by them and used as a weakness against my father." He propped his chin and pondered. "I can't defeat Lee Minung if we still have to deal with those disciples." At this point, Beru said, "I don't think you need to worry so much about Itarim's disciples." Beru hesitated and added, "If Itarim's disciples arrived here before me, they might not be that strong because of the effects of spatial displacement." Hearing that, he asked, "Spatial displacement?" Immediately, Beru explained, "Extraterrestrial races wanting to use spatial displacement must possess a spatial rift. The outer edge of the spatial rift is extremely narrow, making it very difficult for mana to leak out, which creates resistance inside it. Even if an individual uses all their strength to expand the outer edge, it recovers very quickly. So deploying spatial displacement consumes a lot of power and time depending on each person's mana." Then Beru continued, "That's why Itarim's large army fights in outer space, and the Dark King can't reach this universe quickly." Hearing this, Sung Suho thought, in short, the disciple hasn't regained full strength after passing through spatial displacement. Considering he hasn't shown himself and only uses Brokey and the demons, this seems very reasonable. His face twisted as he said, "If the invasion by Itarim is certain, then isn't now the best chance for me to get stronger?" Beru thought. "Is it time?" Then Beru recalled, "Beru, because we don't know the current situation on Earth, I'll leave the decision and execution to you when you get there." Then he added, "If you need help, take this and go find him." His face twisted into a sinister smile as he said, "He's probably a big help to Suho." Beru looked at Sung Suho, hesitating and thinking, "The other reason the king gave me this key is so I can use it." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, startling Beru, who cried out, "Young king!" At that moment, he put his hands in his pockets and said, "Why didn't I think of this earlier?" Immediately, he pulled out his phone and said, "There's a way to enter the gate without attracting attention and without breaking Hunter Association rules. Something very familiar to me." Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in the city, suddenly someone spoke to him. Long time no see, Sho. This is our first meeting since you awakened, Mr. Jinho said. I wondered why you suddenly wanted to meet me, but I didn't expect you'd bring such a proposal. You've grown a lot. Hearing this, Sung Suho said, I brought you a proposal that won't cost you anything. Baru hid inside Sho's coat, thinking, that's the young king for you. He already found him, the king he mentioned. Jinho continued, so you want me to? Then he laughed and said, help you enter the gate, right? This is Asen Iu Gino, the CEO. The director Gino introduced himself, mentioning the peak simultaneous logins of 1,241,778 users. A virtual reality game so famous it has continuously held the top spot since its release 4 years ago, The Beautiful World. Then he introduced further. No one expected the creator. The best game in the gaming industry was made by the youngest, still immature child of some conglomerate family. The game company is Asen Soft, and the CEO is. At this point, Kim Yong-jin asked Suho, you're Sung Suho, right? Yes. Then he said, I've been waiting for you. The director told me he has to meet an important guest today. This way, please. Sho was sweating and thinking, this is my first time visiting my uncle's company. He glanced over the employees and wondered, why are there so many fake awakened in this company? Kim Yong-jin looked at Sho and said, you must be confused because our company has so many fake awakened, right? Not everyone who awakens wants to risk their lives in dungeons. Then he added, if paid well, they can also accept commissions or work as bodyguards. Sho asked, why does a game company need VAV hunters? He replied, currently, our company is working on a project. Then he said, but I can't tell you the details. Sho thought, could they be making a game related to hunters? Meanwhile, in a room. At that moment, Jinho laughed loudly and said, wow, look who we have here. He patted Suho on the shoulder excitedly and said, long time no see, Suho. How long has it been? Then Jin said to Suho, the last time I heard news about you was when you awakened at the Korean Arts University. Do you know anyone worried about you? Suho immediately replied, I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't been able to keep in touch with everyone. I'm sorry. Jinho sat down and said, it seems like you've grown since the last time we met. Suho scratched his head and said, that must be because I'm going through puberty. Suho then pulled out his laptop and said, Uncle, can you take a look at this? Jinho was surprised and said, it's been a while since we talked, and you're already bringing work to the table? Jinho looked at the laptop and said, a business proposal. Then he said, I've been wondering why you suddenly wanted to meet me. I didn't expect you to bring a business proposal. You've really grown up. Hearing that, Suho happily said, I brought you a proposal that won't make you lose out in any way. Jinho continued, so you want me to? He smiled brightly and said, help you get into the gate, right? Suho then explained, yes. If you agree to help me open the gates quickly and recruit the necessary assault team members to enter, I will give Asen all the magic crystals that drop at the gate. I have the ability to conquer a dungeon from level D to level C easily. Jinho's face twisted as he asked him, you can do that even though you're just an E-rank hunter? Hearing this, Suho said, actually, I have a way to conquer the dungeon on my own. Jinho then asked him, Suho, you know I'm also a fake awakening, right? Even I, at level D, which is higher than your current rank, am not strong enough to hunt inside the gate. Jinho's face darkened as he asked Suho, is the reason you're going this far to get into the gate because you think your parents might have been trapped in one of the gates during the Great Catastrophe? Then he continued, if that's the case, I will still hire hunters for you, so I hope you keep waiting. Suho thought to himself, I knew it would be like this. Baru then popped out and asked, young king, are you planning to reveal the truth? Suho replied, well, in the end, you're still the most trusted person. At this moment, Suho said, do you see it that way? Jinho looked puzzled. Suho's face became very serious and said, actually, I am a fake awakening who can level up. Jinho panicked and asked, level up? Suho continued, there are invaders from outer space hiding on Earth right now. To stop them, I need to kill monsters to level up. Suho's expression was serious as he continued, to prevent the alien invasion, I have to enter the dungeon and become stronger. Suddenly, Jinho said, what are you talking about? Jinho asked him, Suho, have you heard about the Solo Leveling project? Hearing this, he was very confused. He broke out in a sweat and asked, Solo Leveling? Seeing him like that, Jinho laughed loudly and said, ah, now I get it. This must be some hidden camera prank, and you're going to make a ridiculous request to see my confused reaction, right? Then he laughed until tears came out and said, what you just described is the plot of a solo game our company is currently developing. Jinho continued, it's about a fake awakening who can level up alone. At first, he was the weakest, rank E, but then he conquered rank S. Eventually, he became the strongest fake awakening and went on to protect the world. If someone already told you this, then why did I keep it such a secret? Suho thought helplessly. Maybe that story is about my father. Jinho laughed loudly and said, anyway, if you're trying to prank me and my staff, "You've failed. You're not clever enough to fool me." Beru flew over and said, "Failure is impossible. This uncle definitely still has faint memories of the old world or something like that." Suddenly, Jin looked at Peru and stopped. He saw Peru and shouted, "Suho, what is that creepy thing?" Peru turned to Suho for help. "Young king, can I help?" Hearing this, he said, "Beru, since when?" Jinho's face trembled with fear. Beru then said, "During the forgotten times, you were a trusted servant serving the king, protecting countless humans. You were present in most of the battles the king fought in. Those glorious and heroic moments must have been engraved in your soul," causing Jinho to exclaim, "What?" Beru then held his sword and said, "Enough talk. This is faster than wasting words." Then Beru stabbed the sword into Jin and said, "This is a gift from the Dark King." Seeing this, Jinho screamed, "What is this?" Jinho's face froze, and everything around him turned white. Jinho exclaimed. From afar, someone was approaching, getting closer to him. That person came right up to Jinho, looked at him, and Jin was stunned. The other person looked at Jin and said, "Is that me?" Jinho began recalling the past, remembering his own image. "Jingu, you said you were rank E, right? I will protect you." Seeing Jinu carrying a heavy load, he asked, "Is your luggage heavy? Are you okay?" Hearing this, he said, "Oh, I'm fine. I can still carry it." Seeing that, he asked him, "Are you always this quiet?" Hearing this, Jingu replied, "Are you always this talkative?" The enemies were closing in on the two of them. The enemies then asked, "Are you going to side with him and fight against us?" Hearing this, he stood in front of Jingu and immediately took a fighting stance. The scene shifted back to that day. His face was serious as he said, "Enough." He slammed his hand on the table and said, "Just 20 times. No more accompanying me 19 times. He heard that, but still left, making him cry his eyes out and beg, "Please, listen to me." In another memory, he was wearing armor and excitedly said, "A full set of armor with accessories made by the most skilled craftsmen. It will boost my power. If the two of us plan to conquer these dungeons, at least I should prepare something. Don't you think so?" Hearing this, he lightly touched his armor, causing him to fall backward. His face turned serious as he said, "Take it off immediately while I'm still calm." He helplessly obeyed. Jinho then said, "With this, the raid was a complete success. You not only saved my life, but also helped me during the raid. You're more like my brother than my actual brother now." He lowered his head, blushing. Then he spoke, "If you see me as a brother?" He raised his cup and said, "Then I see you as a brother too." Back in the present, Jinho was sobbing uncontrollably. Then he wiped his tears and said, "If that's the case, in this world, to meet Jingu again." Hearing this, Suo quietly turned to Baru and said, "Baru, what did you do to him?" Peru reassured him, "You don't need to worry." Looking at Jin still crying, Peru continued, "He simply restored memories from his previous world. The hot tea was still on the table." At this moment, Jinho spoke up, "I understand now. The power Jinho possesses is limitless. His son, right?" Hearing this, Shuho looked puzzled and replied, "Yes, but it's a bit different." Jinho had stopped crying. His eyes were swollen. Then he said, "An outer god beyond the universe. He's protecting this world from those called Itarim. He truly exists in a completely different time and space." Hearing this, Suo replied, "Yes. To stop the Itarim invasion from landing on Earth, you need to get stronger as fast as possible." Then he said seriously, "Although the situation is this critical, you still brought me a business proposal. You're just as stubborn as your father." Hearing this, he gave a faint smile. Then Jinho continued, "Now that I understand the situation, I shouldn't treat you like a child to protect anymore." Jinho agreed. "I accept the offer," which made him jump with joy and shout, "Awesome." Jinho sat thinking, this time Jinu is suffering alone again. Jinho looked out the window and thought, but the reason he allowed himself to regain memories was because he wanted a chance to be supported, right? This time, trust me, I will do everything to help Shuho. The scene shifted. Suo was wearing a mysterious mask. The people there looked at him. Shuho looked at everyone and thought, "Are they the attack team you hired? You did a great job gathering enough people." An older man with a wounded leg looked at him and asked, "You're paying us 4 million just to join this attack team without going through the gate? Really?" Shuho replied, "Yes, exactly." Then the man asked, "But you plan to go alone?" Then he looked at him and said, "I don't know how confident you are in your abilities, but underestimating the gate is extremely reckless." He continued, "Well, if you feel you can't handle it, feel free to ask us for help." He turned to look at the man and said, "Even though my body is in this state, maybe I can still support you a little." Hearing this, he replied, "Thanks." Then he went in alone and said, "If I need help, I'll call you." In his mind, he thought, his father had taken on countless responsibilities and kept living until now. Suho had now arrived there. Beside him were two teammates, Iso Ray. That was why he got this teammate system. He put on gloves and said, "I can feel my father's warmth through these hidden intentions." But the stone monsters were climbing and advancing toward them. Shuho took a fighting stance and said, "I don't want my father to carry everything alone anymore." He said, "Let's start leveling up." Lee Minung's car stopped in front of a huge building. He stepped out and told his subordinates, "Stand guard around here. You stay in the car and follow orders." "Boss," he thought, It's been 3 months since we last met, right? Lee Min-seung just entered, catching the attention of a guard who was sweeping leaves. Seeing him, the guard spoke up. Oh, I saw you on the news. You're Lee Min-ung, the deputy CEO of the Death Association, right? Hearing this, he thought, damn, a shining gem can't be hidden. Lee Min-seung thought further. Well, building an image is just as important. He pulled down his mask and smiled. Thank you for recognizing me. Then he added, have a good day. The man happily replied, hero of the hunters, I will always support you. Lee Min-ung thought, right, those envious looks, everyone should see me that way. The elite of elites, born from the deputy CEO of Yujin Construction, is me. He continued, recalling. The early deceased became a star and king of advertising. That was me too. I rose smoothly in the celebrity world and was called the Asian Prince. After the great disaster, I became a pseudo-awakened. He thought further. I originally thought I would continue to be one of the top hunters in the food chain like before. He continued to recall that the one who died early had become a star, and also the king of the advertising industry, that was himself. He advanced smoothly in the celebrity world and was known as the Asian Prince. After the great catastrophe, he became a pseudo-awakened. He thought further, believing he would continue to be one of the top hunters in the food chain as before. Lim Taeju sat in the front and said, oh, I've awakened to S rank. Then he thought further, until my driver, Lim Taeju, became an S rank, awakened. Exactly. The driver said, I'm old, so I'm planning to become a hunter as soon as possible. I think I'll quit being a driver. His face was full of fear. The driver continued, by the way, you're an A rank awakened, right? The Hunter Association suggested I form a guild. Do you want to join? He looked at him thoughtfully. I'm A rank, yet some lowly driver is S rank. His gaze toward the driver changed. From that day, I was sure this world was heading toward collapse. Then he pressed the accelerator and thought further. The pyramid structure was inverted after the great catastrophe. I have to restore it to its original state. Even if I have to make a deal with a demon. He opened the door. His face was deeply troubled. A voice came from the dark room. Wipe that disgusting smile off your face before I tear each of your mouths apart. Lee Min-dung entered and said, where's your master? The landlord is back. But he didn't come to greet him? Someone called his name, Lim Myung. The person over there continued, hurry up and fix that damn hair and pupil. The platinum-haired boy looked at him and asked, you're from the alien tribe, right? Lee Min-seung looked at the platinum-haired boy and said, the last time I saw you, you were just a newborn. Now you're much bigger, huh? Even your mana has increased. You've grown according to the plan, right? He continued. I told you before, this isn't growth. I'm restoring my power. The platinum-haired boy then said, to solve the problem of time-space displacement between universes, I split my original body, dividing my power and personality into many fragments and sent them to this world. Among those fragments, the first one to arrive here was the weakest. My newborn state means the current me is a version merged with the second fragment. The boy continued. Although my memories haven't changed, my personality will be different from what you knew before. Lee Min-ung sat down and said, sounds complicated, the boy explained. Simply put, I'm telling you not to treat me too indulgently. Lee Min-sung looked at him and said, well, I don't care about your personalities. Still remember your promise to me, right? The platinum-haired boy said, fame and fortune. Lim Min-ung's face looked terrifying as he ordered to wipe out the slim 2-level hunters. Lee Min-ung praised him. Well, good that you remember. The platinum-haired boy then asked him, so why did you come here today? Hearing that, Lee Min-ung replied, am I not allowed into my own house? The boy said, I remember telling you not to come here without a special reason. Lee Min-ung then said, is there a problem with the Stardust production line? Recently, the Hyena Guild that supplies firewood and the factory in Soon have both been destroyed. So I came here to ask for more Stardust aid if possible. The boy asked, were they attacked? Have you found the mastermind? I heard the one who destroyed the Hyena Guild is a hunter. The Hyena Guild is a masked hunter who uses a sword. Then the boy called Min-shung, Lee Min-shung. You're the one who uses our Stardust production method, and also the creator of the distribution system. Didn't you promise the system wouldn't have any problems? Lee Min-sung replied, kid, if you keep worrying from one problem to another, you won't get anything done. The platinum-haired boy's eyes turned yellow. Lee Min-sung put his hands in his pockets and said, pathetic. Was it a mistake for my previous personality to choose you as a pawn? He drew his sword from the ground and said, hey, alien, instantly pressing the blade to the platinum-haired boy's neck. Lee Min-sung leaned close to threaten him. I'm not an empty shell brainwashed like you. I'm an A-rank hunter who can kill you before you regain your power once I get angry. The pawn isn't me. It's you. The sharp blade pressed against the platinum-haired boy's skin. Min-dung continued, hunters in the human world are ranked based on mana amount, treating it as a symbol of strength. His voice whispered, how disgusting. The guard was approaching. The power of these two caused the guard pain. This power was terrifying. Lee Min-shung still held the blade to the neck, suddenly thinking something. Mana was surging from all directions. He thought further. Could it have brainwashed everyone in this building? Everyone at the dining table began losing consciousness, then the two others did too. Then a girl lost consciousness, and almost everyone in the building gradually lost consciousness. The mother and child in the elevator were affected, and even the person in the car. Lee Min-sung started thinking again. Has it brainwashed everyone in this building? The platinum-haired boy spoke. The reason the previous personality thought you were useful was because you were needed for survival, but now I have the power to survive on my own. He continued, our relationship can change based on your abilities. The unconscious group was holding weapons and advancing, their approach terrifying. Lee Min-seung's face turned very scary. Then Min-dung released him and said, I was just joking, no need to be so tense. I just wanted to see if you're capable of killing that S-rank guy. Seeing he was released, the boy said, all right, since you still have some use, I'll spare you this time. The guard groaned in pain. Ugh, my head. The white-haired girl opened her suitcase. The platinum-haired boy immediately said this was a stimulant created by condensing stardust hundreds of times. Lee Min-ung picked it up and said, wait, you have something like this? The boy replied. When dissolved, you can produce a large amount of stardust. He continued. It's completely different from the stardust that only low-level hunters can use. If you use this, it will be effective even for an A-rank hunter like you. Want to try it? Lee Min-ung took it with a hesitant expression and said, thanks, but, in his mind, he thought, who would be dumb enough to use something so uncertain? He continued thinking, I might have just unleashed an unimaginable monster onto Earth. But then Lee Min-ung stood up and left, saying, all right, remember your promise. He thought to himself, it's not really my problem. The platinum-haired boy immediately dropped down. A red power flowed through his body. He said, I can sense another fragment will arrive soon. He continued, once I merge with the power fragment, I won't have to hide anymore. At that moment, a Hina Brookie appeared. Esso and Gray began attacking the monstrous creature. The Hina Brookie started crawling up. The monster stood upright, preparing to attack. Esso and Gray also took battle stances, ready to fight. Suho then took a running start and leapt straight at the Hina Brookie. The monster thrashed violently. Seeing this, he shouted, Young King! Suho's face was filled with determination as he continued attacking, gripping the monster tightly. The Hina Brookie's eyes bled. Suho's overwhelming power shattered the monster to pieces. The Hina Brookie was destroyed by Suho's hands. The platinum-haired boy spoke in a terrifying voice. Then he said, the invasion will officially begin. The girl wearing a baseball cap spoke up. This really isn't dangerous, right? She looked around at everyone and said, just wait until that person steps out of the gate, and each of us will receive 5 million. The only condition is not to reveal anything we saw or heard here. I don't understand why he's willing to pay us so much money so easily. A man sitting there responded. This is the 4th time, and they haven't broken their promise once. As hunters closing the gate, we're serving the community. This doesn't hurt anyone, the girl replied. But something felt off. Immediately, the man responded, then stop working for them. Hearing this, she awkwardly scratched her ear. The man thought silently. This is definitely suspicious. He wasn't bringing any excavation or collection teams, just sweeping the gates clean. But if he's not excavating or collecting, how does he profit from the gates? He continued thinking. At first, he only entered D-rank gates, but recently he started entering C-rank gates. What the hell is he doing in there? At that moment, a hammer strike shattered the rock. The green monsters were smashing stones with hammers, while Beru moved faster behind them. Meanwhile, on another side, someone was picking up items and talking to Gray. Collection work requires real skill, don't you think? Gray? He turned to the other side and said, as for the new king, he's fighting a C-rank boss monster alone. I wonder if he's okay. Suho moved extremely fast, dodging the giant spider's arrows. The giant spider was very ferocious, but Suho calmly and skillfully avoided them. He drew his blade and immediately made the monster taste his violent slash. Instantly, the system notification appeared. Paralysis effect activated. Target has strong resistance, so the effect will be weakened. Seeing this, Suho said, you can withstand it? I wanted to test the paralysis effect of the dagger I got earlier. Does this thing not work on spiders? The system continued to display notifications. Kasaka's Poison Fang item, grade C, classified as a dagger. Awareness plus 25. A dagger made from Kasaka's Poison Fang. The poison is still preserved inside. It causes paralysis and bleeding to the opponent. You can store the item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. Paralysis effect. Eventually, the opponent will be paralyzed. Bleeding effect. The opponent loses 1% of health every second. Then, he immediately launched an attack and shouted, just as I thought, this is how to deal with bugs. His strike hit the giant spider hard. Then, he followed up with a punch, preparing to strike the fierce spider. His punch was terrifying, hitting the spider directly. Suho's bulging muscles tensed as he shouted, a fist is still the best. Then a sword appeared in the sky, creating a terrifying aura. Suho looked at the spider and thought, I'm strong enough to face a C-rank boss alone. Next, I can enter a B-rank gate. The monster started getting more aggressive. Immediately, Suho charged at it with fierce momentum, thinking, I've gotten used to using royal authority in battle. Not only leveling up, but I'm also fighting more skillfully every day. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted. Thinking carefully, I usually only use royal authority skills to move objects. He continued charging at the beast while thinking, I'm curious what would happen if I combined the invisible hand with my attack. He raised his fist and concentrated all his strength into it. Instantly, the punch flew straight at the giant spider beast. He raised his fist and concentrated all his strength into it. Immediately, the punch shot straight toward the spider monster. This punch sent the spider flying far away. Just as he defeated the giant spider monster, the system announced, You have defeated the giant Arak. Notification, you have leveled up. The system continued to announce, The Royal Authority skill has been upgraded. Royal Authority skill level 2, an active skill that does not consume mana. Even though you don't directly touch objects, you can still teleport them. Fatigue accumulates based on how the skill is used. The system now reports fatigue at 83. Suho collapsed onto the ground and said, I think because I need absolute focus to use this skill, I get tired faster. It's really hard to use this skill continuously. Suddenly, Sue and Gray were startled and looked outside. At that moment, they exclaimed, The new King Sho looked at them and thought silently that there could be countless ways to fight depending on how he uses royal authority. She eagerly asked him, Have you defeated the boss yet? He smiled and replied, Yeah, I won. Hearing that, Peru said, Now you can fight alone without me by your side. I'm really impressed. Hearing this, he responded, Baru, you can come collect the magic crystals now. Baru then said, We've gathered all the monster body parts. Hearing that, X-Ho said, Well done. At that moment, a price list of items appeared. X-Ho quickly tapped repeatedly, adding 200 gold plus 500 gold. He said, The function that allows selling collected materials through the shop window is really convenient. Baru then said, Compared to human hunters, I think you're about to reach rank B. Hearing this, Suho calmly replied, Is that so? Not surprising since I level up 8 times faster anyway. The system then displayed the status window. Baru continued, Also, I feel that maybe because you've gotten stronger, they have too. Hearing this, he added, It's true. I also feel that the more we fight, the faster my strength recovers. Exo looked puzzled and said, How can I recover stamina without draining blood? Wait, there's one more thing. He looked at the two and asked, You two now have levels displayed. The system shows level 19 for you and level 17 for Gray. Eso replied, We have levels? That's strange. But we're not players like you or Sung Jinwoo. Hearing this, Suho asked in confusion, You can see the system window too, right? She replied, I don't think so. Suho hesitated and thought, Even though they can't use stats, do their stats increase with levels? It's good if they can get stronger from now on, but the heirs and the team system still have many mysterious pieces to figure out. Suho then said, So, shall we test if you two can really level up now? Eso looked confused and said, How would we do that? Suho smiled slyly and said, What other way is there? Of course, we raid the gate again. Eso shouted in panic. We've already done 2 raids. Why go again? They started walking. Suho then said, Then let's save it for next time. First, let's finish the daily quests. Baru turned and told him, Young King, you should be careful not to get addicted to anything. The system then announced, You have entered the dark dungeon. Suddenly, he stopped, widened his eyes, and shouted, Huh? A huge explosion appeared. Oh shouted, There's a gate inside the dark dungeon? Suho thought. The heat is intense. Is it coming from inside the gate? Then she asked Baru, can a gate appear inside the dark dungeon? Baru replied, I'm not sure either. The system announced an emergency mission. A large red explosion appeared, and the system displayed the mission. Emergency mission, Spatial Rift. A spatial rift has just been discovered. Enter the connecting gate and eliminate the source causing the spatial rift. He thought silently, an emergency mission. Suddenly, he smirked and tossed it to Gray. All right, Gray, take this. The system announced, Item, Heat-resistant cloak. Usable, unclassified mixed type. You can block heat to a certain degree if you equip this item worth 10 gold. X-Ho stepped forward and said to everyone, Great, I've been wanting to raid again anyway. This comes just in time. Let's enter the gate. Scene changes to the desert. At the Egyptian pyramid dungeon, Lu Sin, a hunter from the Aula Guild with a tooth rank, pointed a knife at the other guy's face and shouted, This is abuse of power. Who gave you the right to kick us out of the dungeon? Our Aula Guild came here first. Randon frowned and said, Who cares who came first? He threatened. This is my final warning. From now on, this dungeon belongs to our guild. If you oppose us again, I will take it as a declaration of war. Lu Xin looked serious and thoughtful. Damn, I never thought I'd run into the 10 Desolation Guild. The face of the 10 Desolation Guild's A-rank hunter looked With overwhelming power, everything else is just a puppet, Lu Xin shouted. Everyone, get into battle positions, while Randon remained calm. Suddenly an arm raised, and a greeting voice was heard. Hello. Lu Xin was very surprised, and Randon turned to look. Seeing them look back, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, Wait, excuse me, can I ask where this is? Rewinding 30 minutes earlier, just passing through, frowning. I wonder why sand is flying out of the gate. Iso rubbed his eyes and said, That's right, tell me more. The group moved closer as Swa began to continue. So it turns out the dungeon is a desert, Beru added. I sense a powerful magical energy coming from that pyramid. Watching the caravans pass by, X-Ho continued, But why are there things that seem out of place in the dungeon? The group slid down the sand, and Swa said, There are cars and even barbed wire fences. He then turned and said, I heard that machines don't work inside the dungeon. Then why are they here? Eso said anxiously. Don't tell me this place isn't a dungeon. You're saying it's a gate that has crossed into another world? Baru replied, That can't be. X-Ho looked uneasy and turned back to the others. Still, as long as the front gate remains inside the dark dungeon, there won't be a problem. I'll go check everything out. Hearing this, they agreed. Yes, I think that's a great idea. Immediately, Zoe stepped inside. After a while, he came out. Seeing him, she asked, Young prince, how did it go? Zoe's face was panicked, stammering, The gate is no longer there. His expression was full of panic and worry. Seeing this, the group murmured, The gate disappeared. Does that mean the demon boss was killed? But that person still hasn't returned. We need to contact the emergency liaison immediately. Back to reality. Inside the pyramid, everyone was staring at each other. At this moment, X-Ho thought, We've entered the pyramid. He looked at the others and thought, I'm glad there are people here. They're probably the ones who were riding outside, right? Judging by how they speak English, they must be from another country. So scratched his head awkwardly and said, Where am I? In his mind, he was glad he had learned English for university. Lu Xin looked at him and said, A hunter. After the Hunter Guild, will Asians gain ownership of this dungeon? Rando looked at him critically. What a hassle. Didn't expect so many pests to gather here. His eyes widened. He continued. It was mentioned in the old woman's prophecy. The purple monster appeared and said, The creature born from death has broken the seal. The one with the power to raise the dead will appear in the tomb. The blond man sitting in the chair said, Right after the prophecy was given, a dungeon resembling a pyramid appeared in Egypt. The pyramid, tomb, Egypt, and death perfectly matched the prophecy. Macvest then spoke, After our scheduled events conclude, grant me access to the dungeon so I can raid it. If other guilds interfere, do you want us to handle them like this? Hearing this, he lowered his glasses and said, Why do you bother asking? In X-Ho's mind, he thought using the Wild Integration Guild's methods to deal with them would be fine. Back to reality. Randon said to him, Listen, if you're a hunter chasing this dungeon, this is your final warning. If you agree, we'll let you leave. Hearing this, X-Ho thought, So this is the dungeon? He was quite worried and continued thinking, They're really aggressive. If this is a dungeon, I have no choice but to clear it to complete the emergency mission. He cautiously asked, What if I refuse? Immediately, he replied, Simple, we'll have to kill you. At once, he rushed toward him. Gray's face was extremely shocked, and Lu Xin's was no less panicked. He immediately landed a critical blow on Swa. Then he stopped to look, but Swa had dodged his attack and said he was the one who attacked first. Hearing this, he immediately gathered momentum and attacked X-Ho. X-Ho blocked him and thought, I don't know how much damage I'll cause after powering up. Since I attacked his armor, he probably won't die, right? Suddenly, his face changed color. Seeing this, X-Ho was very surprised and said, What the? Instantly, he was thrown far away. He gritted his teeth, angrily saying, How dare you hold back on me? Kill them all, whether they're from the Aula Guild or some Asian kid. Kill them all. Seeing this, Gray immediately charged in. Iso shouted, How dare you harm the young prince? Lu Xin also gritted his teeth, holding a large sword, and said, I guess a fight is inevitable. Swa was knocked far away, crying out in pain. Oh my god! Seeing this, Baru asked Khan, Young prince, are you okay? He replied yes. Then he continued, Are the hunters fighting each other? If I want to complete the emergency mission, I have to win this brawl, right? Hearing this, Baru responded, I think you have to for the sake of this raid. His expression grew serious and he said, The Armored Guys Guild attacking me is definitely the enemy. Then he gathered momentum and jumped up like lightning. Using the walls, he flipped and his head crashed straight into the armored man. Instantly, he delivered a devastating kick. The armored man laughed wickedly and said, Amazing. Then they both charged and clashed swords. The armored man said, I never expected a weak hunter to dare oppose the Wild 10 Guild. You should listen to the strong. X-Ho thought, I tried to defeat him, but he still endured my attacks. How tough are these bastards? He clenched his fists and thought, maybe I should use the new fighting method with the royal authority I just learned. He continued thinking, Can I use this on a person? Suho kept raising his fist, thinking it over, but if he accidentally killed someone, he immediately raised his sword. The two clashed fiercely. At that moment, his face was covered in blood, and he died on the spot. Then, So turned to thank Liu Sheng. Thank you. He left and said, I saw your skill when you dodged Van Don's attack. Then he said to you, but your hesitation earlier, are you afraid of killing others? Seeing you panting heavily, he continued, monsters aren't the only danger to hunters. You need to be determined to protect yourself from dangerous people like unofficial hunters. Suho heard this and looked toward the dead man, thinking, determined. I thought fighting with all my life was enough, but it still isn't. You recall the earlier battle and think further. So far, no need to kill anyone. Even when fighting the Hyena Guild, I could still hold back and fight them because our power difference was too great. Suho reflected further. But it's not always the case that I have the upper hand. Looking at Iso still fighting fiercely, he thought that non-lethal situations could lead to his own death or failing to protect what he wants. Maybe the disasters that have happened in this world will continue to arise. He thought further. I missed that because I only thought about leveling up. I forgot that I have to discard the emotions I had before the disaster. Only then, with a terrifying and thoughtful expression, can I fight Li Minung. Liu Sheng then introduced himself. I am a hunter from the Aula Guild. My name is Liu Sheng, he said. We're having some trouble because of the 10 Wild Guild. Why not form an alliance with us? Suddenly, Suho swung his fist past Liu Sheng, brushing past him, punching the man behind him directly. Then Suho slammed his fist into the ground, sending the man flying. The system displayed the skill Royal Authority Level 2, an active skill that doesn't require mana. Although you don't directly touch physical objects, you can move them by exerting accumulated fatigue depending on how you use it. Seeing this, Suho thought to himself that he wouldn't hesitate anymore. The man immediately passed out. His face was full of wounds. Randon thought silently. He defeated Yuong Hang Bi with just one strike. Thinking this, he smirked and said, interesting. Then Suho spoke. I'm Suho from Korea. Let's form an alliance. The battle among dungeon hunters never ends. One side is the armored group, the other with bulging muscles. The armored hunters, even after discovering the two hunter groups combined, remained confident in their abilities. The Asura Guild is teaming up with another hunter squad. 3 pillars remain 3 pillars. We clearly surpassed them in both quality and quantity. Suho said, surprising Jiandan. We haven't even unleashed our full strength yet. Like a command from his position, one armored hunter surged forward. Huh? According to the system's introduction, a monster with many fangs appeared. A giant era. Common rank. It didn't come alone, but brought many allies along. Randon couldn't believe the young man before him could create the impossible. With such combat ability and being a summoner. Yeah, and able to summon all those at once, so was ready to stir things up. Alright, let's get this party started. This time, let's see what the armored hunters will do against the monsters he brought. Amidst the dusty, hazy air, a man in armor with a golden shield on his shoulder, wielding a large axe, stood proudly in the desert. He stepped back, stomped hard to gain momentum, cracking the ground. Something must have happened because the earth and dust looked like an explosion just occurred. He leapt up and swung, creating a whirlwind of slashes, easily taking down the monster in an instant. No one else but Liu Sheng was here, eager to face him directly. Hiding too well, interesting kid. Suho clenched his fist, his expression showing anger reaching its peak. Randon Baru also had to admit his strength exceeded expectations. Though weaker after becoming a shadow soldier, he still managed to blow away the monster that gave the young Lord King such a hard time with one strike. Humans really are the strongest species here. Suo turned around to praise when he heard Gray bark. Perfect timing. Gray, use the connection skill. Esso stepped closer and called the young Lord King. Baru didn't understand why he stopped him. Suo was left completely puzzled. Esso hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Wait, young Lord King, she really wants to help you, so she's very eager. How about this time you use the connection skill with me? We've learned a method to speed up charging while roaming the gate. Suho didn't want to refuse. Gray beside him looked unhappy. Using a skill I've never used in real combat felt a bit off. Iso's long ears drooped. She felt sad. This is my chance to be useful to the young Lord King. Suddenly, a loud scream behind her froze her in place. Ah, the terrifying truth was the scream. They were like zombies, monsters approaching. Randon struggled fighting the monster. Were they attracted by the noise from the battle? Esso gripped her weapon. This situation came too suddenly. At the entrance, no one else but Liu Sheng stood calmly with arms crossed, while his subordinates were barely holding on. Damn monsters. I finally understand the prophecy my boss mentioned. The entity born from death will break the seal. The one who holds the power to resurrect the dead will rise from the grave. Naturally, he doesn't want to waste energy. A little thought gives him the answer. If the dead refer to the mummies, then that person must be inside this dungeon. An entity born from death can break the seal. Liu Sheng glanced back. He had to consider which option would yield more benefits. The boss's order was to take control of the dungeon, but judging by the current guild battles, taking away the power to resurrect the dead would please the boss more. His eyes suddenly turned green, and his eyebrows almost stood on end. Seeing him still fighting fiercely against the monsters, Liu Sheng hesitated deeply. However, retreating now, Shou's eyes were filled with his usual confidence, even in dangerous situations. That never changed. Liu Sheng did nothing but stood there, closing his eyes to meditate. Randon, with his skilled swordsmanship, had continuously left the monsters without a single intact body. Hu Hai predicted that Liu Sheng ordered his subordinates to charge inside. The Scavenger Guild, forget the hunters, head straight to the boss's chamber. Of course, Randon didn't want that to happen at all. The scavengers were aiming for the boss's chamber to block them, but it wasn't easy to get past the zombie-like monsters in front of him. Randon was furious that those hunters were taking advantage of the chaos. Were they planning to use the monsters to hold us back? Why does the path always have to be that way? So Behind wasn't doing any better. At this rate, the reward would be completely lost. He watched as So was surrounded by a golden ray of light, but for some reason, a giant monster appeared in front of Suo. It frantically tried to attack him with long claws, but Suo had already flown away to another spot without anyone noticing. The scene in the desert dungeon became extremely chaotic, and somehow the bodies of the monsters quickly fell to the ground. Suo stood in the middle of the area, handling all the monsters. Even Jiandan was stunned, his eyes wide open, not daring to blink. For Suo, this was just a normal performance. Quickly clean up here, and then chase after them. He was still in shock. How could he believe it? Not only could he summon them, but he could also merge with them. O was still upset for not being able to help him. His chance to participate. Randon's mouth was wide open in shock. XO, who are you? Deep inside the dark path, guarded by soldiers on both sides. When the guard stepped forward to stop the guild's actions, a sword was already at his neck. Liu Sheng lightly flicked his nose and swiftly cut off his head in front of the subordinates. More determined than ever, Liu Sheng was resolved to settle the score with that kid. Not only that, Fai wanted to confront him as soon as he gained the power to resurrect the dead. Something here caught his attention. It seemed Jiandan knew about this place. Who knows? He was just guessing from outside the door. Is this the boss's chamber? Finally, the door was pushed open little by little. As the door gradually opened, dust rose up. In front of Jiandan and his followers was a monster bound tightly by many chains. While he was still deep in thought and said nothing, two subordinates behind were whispering. It looked like the boss monster. Was it sleeping? Randon stared at it without blinking for a moment. A chained monster? The prophecy said the entity born from death would appear after breaking the seal. Even more surprising, the monster spat out incomprehensible words. At his level, he could only stand there guessing until dawn. The monster's language? Was it talking to us? Mutt was also helpless and silent in front of the foolish hunters. Although no one understood what it was trying to convey, the monster's hand was injured from trying to break the lock. Mutt continuously spat out jade beads, speaking only strange words, and Mitch was slightly injured along with it. Randon hurried more than ever, shouting to alert everyone to prepare for battle. After using all their strength to break free, finally, a chain link snapped. Mutt wildly whipped the chains in all directions, turning the scene into chaos. The power radiating from it was transmitted through the chains. No matter how strong the guild's hunters were, anyone hit by the chains bled profusely. The chains were so sturdy they left marks on the stone floor when whipped hard in an attempt to break them. At the same time, Mutt achieved its goal. It proudly approached Randon. He naturally refused to admit it, but the fear on his face was undeniable. What is this? Are the guild's tanks really that tough? Just one chain whip could take them all down? Mutt acted strangely, standing in front of him with arms spread wide. That only made Randon more confused. Was it inviting him to attack? He gritted his teeth, his competitive nature never changing, as one after another underestimated him. Immediately, Van Don unleashed his skill, his face showing peak anger, activating the counterattack skill. His green eyes in the dark were like arrows of rage aiming straight at the opponent. Mutt stood still, letting Randon swing past him, exactly as Mutt wished. No one knew what scheme it was harboring. Randon was furious, but powerless. The fear grew clearer. He had put all his strength into that strike, yet it barely scratched. Not understanding what the monster wanted to say to him, Randon was already saying goodbye. Sorry, boss. Overwhelmed with panic, he was shocked to see the iron lock on Mutt's hand cracking. I should have gone to see you first. The monster let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The ground cracked and shattered everywhere, with blood splattered all over someone. There was no way to escape the grasp of the King of Hell this time. Amut slammed his hand on his head, showing disappointment at the complicated situation. He sighed, frustrated because he hadn't yet reactivated his limbs after being imprisoned for so long. He didn't expect the first living creature to find him would die so quickly. Finally, he had to accept it and stand up. Amut hesitated a bit, wondering who he had seen that made him so excited. At least there were still a few others sharing some joy. Sung Suho swung his leg and kicked the head of a mummy. It was quickly sent flying, its skull crushed to bits. He frowned in thought. The monsters kept charging endlessly. If that was the case, Sung Suho laughed loudly to rally himself, but the system notified him that ancient souls could not be extracted. He looked at his hand, puzzled. Couldn't extract ancient souls? That meant he couldn't use it on demons either, which was more limiting than he thought. Suddenly, something heavy fell right in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sung Suho lightly jumped up and saw a large crack forming in the ground. The fighters below were also affected. Layers of earth rose as if something terrifying was surfacing underneath. Indeed, a giant centipede, over 10 meters tall, stretched out from beneath the soil. Everyone was terrified by the sight. A damn monstrous centipede, just the mummies alone were exhausting enough. The centipede crawled on the ground, opening its huge mouth full of poisonous teeth, ready to attack. Everyone panicked and leapt high to avoid its massive legs. Iso threw her spear recklessly at it, but her weapon couldn't penetrate its tough shell. She gripped the spear tightly and stubbornly stabbed again. Iso turned to the others and said, "That thing's too tough. My attacks have no effect." Randon loudly warned Sung Suho. The monsters flooding in like this were very dangerous. "I'm furious at the Scavenger Guild for stealing control of the field dungeon, but I think we should retreat," he agreed strongly. "I think so too." He recalled the system's mission and hesitated. The urgent task said he had to resolve the cause of the time crack. He wasn't sure if the Scavenger Guild fighting the boss would let him complete the mission by retreating like this. The ground suddenly shook violently as a huge, terrifying foot stomped down. The pressure was so intense that Venon's eyes widened in horror. The massive monster crushed the ruins as it appeared. He shouted in panic. That path is where the Scavenger Guild entered. A new monster was emerging from there. Sung Suo's body trembled slightly, probably because his sensory stats had increased from leveling up. He could feel the suffocating aura radiating from the monster, the blazing red glow, and the prisoner of the Amu tomb, which made him even more horrified. The monster with the red name was a disaster unlike the others. Amu opened his mouth heavily and ordered the mummies to disappear. They opened their mouths wide, howling, then quietly retreated. Iso watched the mummies' footsteps, puzzled. She heard the monster's voice telling them to vanish. The mummies returned after hearing it. She was terrified and turned toward Amu. "What is that?" Sung Suho suddenly called her name. Eso asked with interest. "That was the monster's language. Can you understand what it said?" Eso cautiously replied, "Yes, because I am of the demon race." He suddenly burst out laughing. "The only things I see here every day are dumb dead bodies and bugs crawling all over the desert. It's been a long time since I met someone who can talk to me." Eso was a bit surprised and thought, he seems friendlier than he looks. Just then, the giant centipede suddenly turned to attack her, but Amut swiftly waved his hand and shattered its bones and flesh. That made her eyes widen in shock. Did he kill the monster centipede with just one blow? Then he looked at the remaining centipedes and said, "Before we talk, I guess I have to clear out the monsters that don't understand me first." Saying that, Amut dashed off like the wind. He swept through and slaughtered the centipedes as easily as flipping his hand. Everyone was left open-mouthed in amazement. Sung Suho looked up, disbelief shining in his eyes. A monster killing monsters? Amut didn't bother with them. He just focused on punching and kicking the monsters until their bones shattered. One reckless centipede attacked him with its head, but it was quickly countered. A streak of dazzling light appeared under its chin. Amut powerfully spun and kicked the huge centipede's body. It was immediately defeated, purple blood spraying thickly in the air. Amut performed a very impressive move, tearing his opponent apart. He tilted his head back, bathing in the centipede's blood, and spoke in a deep voice, "I hate bugs." Everyone present witnessed this terrifying scene, their legs heavy as lead, frozen in place. Randon exclaimed in shock, "What is that monster doing here that's strong enough to kill countless monsters in an instant?" According to investigations, this field dungeon is only CB rank. Amut stepped heavily on the cracked stone floor and complained, "Seems like there are many I can't communicate with." Without another word, he charged up to attack. "Kill them!" Randon reacted quickly, raising his sword to respond. Iso gasped in shock. At that moment, Shuho rushed over and whistled to block Amut's path. He angrily questioned him, "Killing people just because we can't communicate with you? What's wrong with your values?" Amut looked at him with great interest. "Oh, a human who can talk to me?" Then he stomped the ground hard, and murderous intent flared up fiercely. "You said values?" Amut took a running start and punched him hard, arrogantly saying, "I never even thought about that." The force of that blow was so strong, it swept away huge rocks, forcing Jandon's group to struggle to defend themselves. Ex-Ho was caught off guard, and the blow to his side was so painful he coughed up blood. In agony, Io shouted, "Young lord, you still scold Amu? You bastard! How dare you treat the young lord like that?" He remained calm and said simply, "Is he your comrade?" Amu turned sincerely and said, "This isn't exactly an apology, but I won't kill you. If you're from the demon tribe, then you must know a lot. If you can answer my questions, that would be good." he continued. Has the battle between the Dark Lord and the other lords ended? If so, who won? Wu gripped his spear tightly, confused, wondering, what's wrong with this monster? He knows about the battle between the lords? Amu slowly spoke toward Xho and the others lying on the ground, enunciating each word carefully. Aren't you going to answer? He seemed to have lost all patience. If not, then so be it. At that moment, Baru hurried out calling Xho, Young Lord! Young Lord! Over there, Amu is still threatening them to tears. Whether it's a monster that doesn't understand language or a demon refusing to answer me, if you can't communicate with me, you're all the same. He was no longer lenient, decisively raising his leg to stomp down on her. Die. Xho sat up slowly in a corner, coughing a few times as blood dripped from his mouth. Weakly, he spoke, claiming his reward and restoring his stats. Amu was startled when a strange blue light shone. Behind him, Suho had stood up, rubbing his sore shoulder, mumbling, Luckily, I didn't affect the daily mission rewards. If you're asking about the great battle between the lords, I know a little. He looked up, eyes sharp. All the lords have died. Xho paused, then continued, at the hands of the Dark Lord. Io was overjoyed to see he was okay. Young Lord Amu was shocked by the answer and asked again, Really? He couldn't believe it. You mean while I was stuck here, the great battle between the lords ended? Shuho replied thoughtfully, Yes. In his mind, he guessed that if Amu asked about the great battle, he might be a servant of one of the lords. Shuho was cautious, thinking the crocodile monster's power was at least S rank. Just a little provocation and he'd be done for. Amu suddenly stepped forward, startling Esso. Finally, the Dark Lord has won. His next words made him frown in thought. If that day all the lords were killed, Amu raised his fist high, meaning the Iron Lord Tanak must have also fallen to him. Amu asked again, So that means Iron Lord Tanak also died at his hands? Shuho silently glanced at the prisoner named Amu from the tomb. He guessed this monster was Amu, who seemed to be a subordinate of the Iron Lord. Shuho looked up in horror as he saw Amu's giant foot approaching him. If Amu knew who his father was, he might have attacked him immediately. Esso witnessed this, terrified, shouting loudly, Lord! Amu mercilessly stomped hard on the stone floor. Fortunately, Shuho quickly jumped back to dodge. Shuho questioned in shock, What are you doing? Amu defended himself. You're answering so slowly like you're trying to trick me. If you don't answer quickly, I'll kill you. That made Shuho think. This monster was pretty smart. Amu spoke as if confirming, I'm asking again, did the Iron Lord die at the hands of the Dark Lord? Shuho cautiously replied, Yes, he defeated all the lords. He observed and guessed, thinking that if he said it like that, Amu wouldn't lose his temper and attack. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down on Shuho's body, shocking him. Amu said slowly, I've been wondering why he hasn't come to see me anymore. Contrary to Shuho's expectations, Amu was excited and happy to hear this news. It turned out he had been defeated, so he should be thankful to the Dark Lord. Shuho couldn't believe it. Was he really happy? He couldn't help but wonder, so you're not acquainted or related to the Iron Lord? Amu immediately denied happily. What relation do I have to him? Amu clenched his fist, ready to strike, shouting, If you say that, I don't like you at all. Die. Shuho quickly raised his hands to defend, but unexpectedly, as Amu swung his fist, countless chains suddenly appeared, binding his hands tightly. Shuho was amazed. Chains? Amu was extremely annoyed. His whole body was immobilized by the chains. These chains have restrained me. It seems I can't reach him. The chains suddenly moved as if they had a will of their own. Amu could no longer stand firmly and was dragged backward by the iron chains. He struggled, even scratching the ground with his feet to slow down. But in the end, Amu couldn't resist the chains' overwhelming strength. He cursed bitterly. Damn chains. Damn that bastard Tanak. Your spell has trapped me too much. Amu was pulled into the dungeon and disappeared, only his voice echoing curses. Bastard! Shuho was stunned, mouth agape, witnessing the whole scene. So Amu was dragged away by those chains. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this was very fortunate. Esso hurried over, anxiously asking, Han, young lord, are you okay? He quickly reassured her, I'm fine. Shuho looked toward Gray, who was crying and moaning, and said, Now that I know those monsters are here, I need to be careful. For now, let's take the chance to treat the Asura Guild members. Suddenly, he seemed to see something terrifying, his eyes wide with disbelief. It turned out the system board displayed the previous mission. The emergency task about the time crack had detected a time rift. Enter the door connected to that place and eliminate the cause of the disappearing rift. He wondered what was going on with this mission. Seeing show like that, Esso asked with concern, Young Commander, what's going on? He nervously pointed at the board and said, The emergency mission has changed. On the screen, the system now shows the emergency task about the time crack has detected a time rift. Enter the door connected to that place and free the descendant of the Amu entity from the pyramid. Sho read it and guessed. It says that person is the descendant of the entity. On the ground, iron armor mixed with rocks scattered everywhere. The deeper they went, the more corpses they found lying around. Sho cautiously stepped forward, thinking they must be members of the scavenger guild. So they were wiped out by that monster here. Then he looked up, staring at the one opposite him. Amu no longer had the arrogant look from before, but was chained in a corner, looking pitiful. And he didn't hesitate to exclaim, unable to believe that someone dared come here, truly a brave human. Sho raised his hand to explain, I came to talk to you. He cleared his throat and said again, we already talked earlier. Sho snapped back angrily. How could I talk to you if you tried to kill me? Did he realize his own mistake? But Amu was bold. I learned that from Tanakh. If you have any complaints, go talk to him. Sho frowned, judging that this guy had the soul of a kid who liked violent, straightforward talk, and he didn't think it was worth teasing someone like this. Thinking that, he lowered his voice. You don't seem to like the entity commander, huh? Can you tell me why? Amu didn't avoid the question. You came here out of curiosity? I guess I'm too tired of being bound by these chains, so I'll tell you. He tensed up slightly and began to explain, I am Amu, created by the entity commander, Tak, and a mage. Then they abandoned me here. Sho was extremely surprised. You mean those two created you? Amu didn't deny it, his words tinged with resentment. It was those two who transformed me from a normal person into this, then bound me with chains and left me here. Sho asked curiously, you can't break those chains? Amu quickly explained, these chains are made of magic. No matter how hard I try, I can't break them. Because of these chains, I've been trapped here for too long, he roared in anger. I will never forgive those two bastards. After understanding everything, Sho grasped the mission's core. So my task is to free him. I need to remove these chains first. He started calculating. But if those monsters keep appearing, how can I do this? At first glance, it seems all I have to do is pull out some nails from the wall. But wait, Sho asked him another question. Were the monsters here with you when you were sealed, Amu? He immediately answered, yes. They kept talking like that, ignoring Esso standing confused nearby. He muttered quietly, so, you're just a prisoner, not the master of this place. Amu replied, of course, I'm not the master here. Then Sho suddenly asked, have you ever seen a room with a big iron door here? He answered, I can't go far from here because of these chains. Why do you keep asking me such terrible questions? Sho rubbed his chin, puzzled. Why do those two hide here instead of wandering the dungeon to guard it? If my thinking is right, he suddenly proposed, if I free you, will you do me a favor? Amu was a bit skeptical. You plan to free me from these chains? Then he said firmly, if you help me escape, I will do whatever you want. So, you plan to remove the spell imprisoning me, or find the other mage who I don't even know is here to kill him. Saying this, Amu tensed his muscles, the chains rattling loudly, and he growled threateningly, if you dare to mess with me, these chains can't handle the pressure and will snap immediately. You'll see what's waiting for you. Iso, standing behind, looked a bit scared and called Sho, young commander. But you seem not to hear. Keep communicating with Amu. Listen to me before you do anything, he gently said. I will make this dungeon collapse. Sho stated his judgment. You said you can't go deeper because of the chains. If that's the mage's intention to seal you, it seems he fears you killing the master here. So if the dungeon collapses, the master here will have a hard time escaping. His words gradually convinced Amu. What do you think will happen if these chains lose their purpose of imprisoning you? When the dungeon collapses, the nails on the walls won't hold anymore. After hearing this, Amu bowed his head slightly, lost in thought. Amu softly praised. That's a good idea. After the agreement, Sho and Iso went deeper into the dungeon. Peru was left behind, upset, calling out, young commander, unable to hold back tears. Why would someone choose to save that monster? You already have this loyal servant Peru by your side. Complaining, it flew around, making Amo wave his hand to scold. All right, stop circling over my head. Peru angrily shouted at him. What did you say? You must want to die. He no longer bothered with it and instead sighed. Indeed, it was unbelievable that kid was a descendant of the Dark Lord. Then Amut pushed himself up. I can only get this far inside the tomb. The descendant of the Dark Lord has been moving for a while. He looked into the pitch-black dungeon, thinking silently, if he can't defeat the dungeon's master, everything will fail. And if the dungeon collapses, and I can't escape these chains, I'll die too. Amut suddenly recalled the words from his farewell. If I help you escape, you must obey me. He couldn't help but comfort himself, yet he felt confident and fully trusted him. He lowered his head gloomily, remembering the figure almost fading from his memory. Tanakh, you once said physical strength is true power, and that's how you created me. But now, weaker beings have also done miraculous things. He firmly believed that if it was that kid, he could free him from here. Meanwhile, Suo was rushing to conquer the tomb, defeating monsters with a single punch. The giant's head was knocked off his body. After defeating the opponent, Suo exhaled softly. He kept his spear ready for defense. Both quickly ran over the giant's body straight toward the throne. Only one enemy remained. The other calmly sat high above. He was the guardian of the Shik tomb. Amut moved his hand, and a huge chain appeared on his arm, pulling him back. He stopped before the swirling gate leading to the dark dungeon. Countless iron chains appeared, tightly wrapping Amut, preventing him from moving forward. Sung Suho and So stood nearby. Sung Suho looked at Amut and said, as expected, even entering the dark dungeon, these chains keep appearing and blocking your way, huh? Amut gripped the chain in his hand, breaking it, and explained, as soon as I think about leaving, they appear and bind me again. Sung Suho looked at the chains and said, such a troublesome magic. Honestly, I didn't think this would work. I was just testing to confirm. Sung Suho devised a plan in his mind and began explaining. There are two things we need to complete first. First, Eso and I will defeat the boss and cause the dungeon to collapse. Then, break the chains on Amut's body. Once that's done, we move to the second mission, which is to disable the chains when the pillars are destroyed. Finally, we'll all meet at the Dark Dungeon's gate, where Amut will be freed and reunite with Baru and us. Then we'll enter the Dark Dungeon and escape this collapsing tomb. Amut wasn't confident in the plan and asked, if we fail either mission, the plan is over, right? Sung Suho seriously replied, I already have a backup plan for that. Amut didn't question further, interrupting, forget it. No matter what happens, it's better than being stuck here. Suddenly, a huge pile of sand appeared, continuously pouring onto the ground. Sik stood in the center, holding a glowing yellow orb from which the sand poured out. Sik controlled the sand to form monsters with devastating power. Sung Ho could only rush out to temporarily escape the sandstorm. He pierced through the sandstorm with Reiken's fang. His eyes shone brightly. Countless slashes were made, but the sand monsters controlled by Sik tried to engulf him. Clearly, these attacks only blocked them, not destroying them completely. Sung Suho struggled, sweat pouring down his forehead, gritting his teeth unwillingly. Yeah, looking at Sik's sand control power, Sung Suho thought silently, the tomb guardian Sik. Because of this sand, I can't get close to him. With that red name, he must be at least rank A. The sand almost covered Sung Suho entirely. He pulled his shirt up to cover half his face, trying to keep sand out of his nose and mouth. His eyes shone brightly. If this continues, my mana will run out before I defeat him. I need to finish this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, someone trapped in the sandstorm made a move. She gathered momentum and threw the spear in her hand forward. Sung Suo's hand pierced through the sand. He used mana to burn the surrounding sand, creating a gap to open a path. Sung Suo covered his body with mana and charged into the sandstorm ahead. On the other side, Iso's thrown spear was also piercing through the sandstorm toward the target. Sik lightly waved his hand, knocking the incoming spear away, spinning it easily in the air. Clearly, that attack didn't threaten him at all. Sung Ho was wrapped in sand, shouting to use the link skill. Eso widened her eyes and responded, yes, your majesty. She felt a bit excited. Finally, she used her link skill, her whole body transforming, her hair turning pure white, forming a sphere emitting red and black energy. The energy charging condition for the link skill she learned while passing through the gate with the young king was to defeat magical beasts. I will absorb their souls, and from that, the energy recharge speed of the linked skill will increase. Iso thrust the orb forward, emitting streaks of black and red energy. Finally, I have the chance to show the results from all those times hunting goblins in the dark dungeon. Sung Suo absorbed those black energy streams, which increased his power. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. Sung Suo leapt high, carrying the newly linked power straight at Sik standing before him. Meanwhile, after using the linked skill, she was exhausted and collapsed face first onto the ground. Her silver-white hair gradually returned to normal. Iso temporarily lost combat ability and could only open her eyes to watch the battle unfold. Until now, I've only shown my worst side in front of the young lord. Seeing Sik raise his hand, preparing to use his power to block Sung Suoho's incoming attack, I silently prayed, hoping this linked skill between us could help him. The system displayed a status window. Linked skill of the quirk, charge capacity at 67%, receiving energy from the descendant of white flame and releasing a powerful amount of strength. Sung Suo didn't hesitate and swung his fist, focusing all his power into this decisive strike. I will put everything into this attack. The fist, representing Sung Suho's power, collided with Shika's. The sound shook everything around. Shika's body shattered under Sung Suho's single punch. Feeling the tremor, Beru jolted. The crashing sound shook an entire corner of the sky, astonishing Amut. It lifted its head to look at the dungeon floor and muttered, this is Beru beside it, sweating bullets, continuing. The dungeon is collapsing. Amut spoke with some relief. That means they succeeded in defeating the dungeon's master. On the wall where the iron chains had been firmly fixed, imprisoning Amut for so many years, cracks began to appear. Soon after, the iron chains detached from the wall and fell. 1, 2, then many fell, and even the dungeon itself cracked wide open, showing signs it could collapse at any moment. Peru flew forward, turning to urge Amut, hey, crocodile, follow me. We'll head to the young lord's location. Amut stood still, silently watching Peru. It didn't move immediately, but thought, if those chains no longer block me, it means I finally escaped Tanakh. Amut recalled old memories when it was just a weak monster, its body covered in wounds, even missing a hand. I still can't understand why Tanakh and that wizard experimented on a mere demon like me. All I remember are the excruciating memories of being destroyed and reborn every day. Amut had to endure the pain. It wailed in agony and gouged out its own eyes. Tanakh would destroy my body, and the wizard would restore it. The longer the experiment lasted, the stronger my body became, just as they planned. Yet my mind couldn't bear the pain, so I gouged out my eyes and gradually transformed to endure this suffering. It remembered those terror-filled days. Throughout that horrific time, it had only one wish to keep living. Amut imagined itself in the green forest with gentle sunlight filtering through majestic trees, as it once saw in childhood. Amut lifted its foot and walked forward without looking back. It paid no attention to the iron chain stakes flashing behind it. It thought, if I can make that happen. Suddenly, a stake moved, flying up to attack Amut. Startled, Amut turned around. Beru sweated nervously. It shouted loudly, "Crocodile?" Amut touched the stake embedded in its back. It trembled, disbelief at the flying stakes. Amut clenched its teeth. The blue blood flowing through its body spilled from its mouth. The stakes kept rushing forward. Amut stood its ground and roared in fury. Damn Tanakh and that cursed wizard. Amut looked pitiful. It felt despair. Would you rather kill me than let me go? At that moment, Sung Suho appeared, kicking two stakes connected to chains away. His foot bled, clearly injured. Beru worriedly shed tears, young lord. Sung Suho gritted his teeth. These stakes are too tough. The stakes kicked away by Sung Suho seemed to have eyes. They turned back. Sung Suho stood in front of Amut, ready to face them. They're attacking again? If those chains won't release Amut. He jumped high, dodging the stakes' attacks. Beneath him was a teleportation gate. Then I'll move these stakes. The stake hit the ground, sparking flames. It quickly changed direction and attacked again. Another stake appeared with the same pattern. It returned, seemingly unstoppable. Many stakes were transmitted through the gate. They spread out in all directions and kept increasing. Amut trembled slightly. Sung Suho, why do you have to try so hard? Sung Suho ignored everything, blocking attack after attack. Amut didn't understand. How far do you want me to go that you'd let yourself get hurt like this? Sung Suho heard cracks inside his body and opened his eyes wide in pain. My bones can't take it anymore. Just then, Ammut suddenly appeared before me. Without hesitation, it helped me block a blow. Sung Suho's face was still bleeding, and he looked wide-eyed in shock. I heard Ammut say to me, now I understand why I failed, but all the other kings failed before the Dark King. Sung Suho shouted loudly. Ammut. Ammut tried to suppress the pain. We just need to bring these stakes inside the gate, right? There was a large wound on its back from being pierced by a stake. It muttered, then let's fight together until the very end. Sung Suho saw many stakes rushing toward them. Ammut shouted, young king. Meanwhile, on the other side, Essa was still unconscious on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes. Beru was hovering in the air. Awake already? Esso sat up abruptly, looking at it with a hint of suspicion in her voice. Beru suddenly knelt on the ground, looking like it was about to collapse. Ah! The young king brought me back to the dark dungeon earlier because I was drained of energy. What about now? And Ammut, too. Beru formed a hand and put a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Shh. Be quiet for a moment. Esso heard Beru say they were resting now. She was surprised and lifted her head. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. Esso whispered softly, young King Sung Suho is peacefully asleep. Esso was extremely excited and happy. You did it. Amid the rubble, Mutt held Sung Suho so he could lean on him. Both were exhausted and drifting into sleep. At the same time, the status window kept popping up. Notification. You have successfully recruited the descendant of Iron Body as your teammate. Notification. You have completed the urgent mission, Spatial Rift. Notification. You have leveled up. Notification. You have received the mission reward. Notification. Do you want to check the reward? Below were two options close together, yes or no. On the table sat a steaming hot cup of coffee. A man in a neat suit sat in his office. The hot coffee was placed on his desk. He held a phone, seemingly watching some news. He stopped at a news item. After the disappearance of Hunter Sung Jinwoo, something had happened. He sat still with a serious expression. Hunters and gates had started reappearing. Thanks to memories from the old world that Hunter Sung Jinwoo left behind, I was able to quickly build the Hunters Guild and calm the chaos of the great disaster. And then, stardust, something that didn't exist in the old world, now appeared. It was round and emitted a beautiful blue light, a stimulant never seen before in the old world. But it could enhance mana for low-level hunters without any side effects. All I know so far is that it's being distributed by Lee Minung, the vice president of the Death Guild. Because he did all this while Guildmaster Lim Taeju was on a business trip abroad, it's highly likely he acted alone. But I don't think one person could handle such a large-scale distribution in the old world. It feels like there's a mastermind behind this. Just then, his phone rang. He answered. It's been a long time since you called me. On the other end, the caller hurriedly spoke. Guild President, sorry for calling so suddenly. He replied, you can call me any time. After all, you've helped the Hunters Guild a lot during its early years. The caller sounded a bit embarrassed. Actually, I called because I need the Hunters Guild's help. He was a little surprised and asked, help from us? The caller replied, my grandson. At this, he cried and worried, urgently speaking over the phone. The boy has awakened as an A-rank hunter, and I think he's trapped inside a gate. The voice came through the phone. Please help the boy, Mr. Jin Cheon. Jin Cheon was surprised. Mr. Jin Ho, your grandson is? He paused, hardly believing it, asking, Shu Ho? The soft golden sunlight of dusk shone on the ground at the parking lot. A group of people sitting in cars were nodding off. Suddenly, someone kept calling the man in the driver's seat. Rio Sin. Sung Suho stuck his head into the car, resting his arms on the window, smiling. Wake up. Rio Sin was still groggy from being disturbed. He was a bit surprised. Shuho Sung Suho smiled naturally and said, the dungeon is cleared. Also, can I borrow your phone for a bit? Rio Sin scratched his head. That dungeon. That dungeon is a pile of rubble now. Rio S was shocked and couldn't believe it. The dungeon is cleared? Above, a plane took off straight into the sky, with golden evening clouds. Sung Suho stood at the airport entrance, facing a group of people who came to see him off. The leader spoke, Suho, I will never forget how you saved us at the pyramid. Keep in touch, even after you return to Korea. Sung Suho shyly scratched his head and replied, yes. Thank you so much for helping me get a flight back to Korea. Sung Suho remembered Uncle Jinho crying when he got his call. At that time, he excitedly asked loudly, what? You went to Egypt because of a gate? You're okay. I'm so relieved. I thought something bad had happened to you. Sung Suho forced a smile and continued because he had helped his nephew contact his uncle. Sung Suho recalled and thought silently, Uncle Bao reported this to an acquaintance in the Hunters Guild. I'll probably have to visit the Hunters Guild soon. The person standing opposite Sung Suho was none other than the beautiful Rio, who raised a hand to her chin in a thoughtful pose and said, but this is strange. A monster that seems to be rank S or higher actually retreated and let the dungeon collapse? Sung Suho was a bit startled but quickly replied, yes, it really is strange. He forced a nervous smile, baring his teeth reluctantly, then continued, at that time, I was really lucky. He clenched his backpack strap tightly, feeling a bit tense as he thought, I can't tell him what really happened to Amu. Amu moved its hand, dragging the heavy chains on its wrists with a clinking sound. It was sitting in a somewhat ruined place, facing Sung Suho and Eso. Sung Suho looked at it and said, in the end, you still couldn't break Amu's chains. You can't leave the dark dungeon because of those chains. Since I didn't lift the seal on you, do you intend to keep your promise to me or not? Amu replied, don't worry too much. You kept your original promise to take me out of the tomb. The shining iron stakes were driven into various spots. Amu continued, maybe because the stakes are everywhere, but here I can move more freely. This is much more comfortable than that tiny tomb like a nostril. Sung Suho looked at Amu, thinking silently that Amu seemed to have changed a lot. Suddenly, Amu grabbed Sung Suho's hood and lifted him up. Then, Amu flew upward, carrying Sung Suho along. Sung Suho was amazed and impressed. Iso, standing below worriedly, shouted, hey, young lord! After a moment, Amu safely landed on some tall building. It let Sung Suho look down at the magnificent scene below and said, although just a little, I can feel the grandeur of nature that I missed here. Amu told Sung Suho, I will follow you as I promised, young lord. Sung Suho turned to look at it and smiled, saying, Amu, come back to the present. Sung Ho thought to himself as a gate opened in the dark dungeon and an urgent mission appeared. That must be so. I can meet Amu as my teammate. He turned and waved goodbye to those seeing him off at the airport. See you later, Uncle Rio. Rio watched his retreating figure, unable to help but think. Sung Suho, he can summon monsters to fight and even transform. Although he's only a rank B hunter. I have to contact my guild and tell them to spy on him. Sung Suho had no idea what Rio was thinking about him. He walked straight ahead. Baru flew closely beside him and said, it's been a while since I last flew on a plane. Sung Suho looked at him and said, that's because the gate connecting to Korea is closed now. Sung Suho muttered, I can level up 7 times faster by defeating the boss monster and completing the urgent mission. The system notification frame appeared. Status window, name Sung Suho, level 34. Profession none, no fatigue. Title, Demon Slayer. Health 7,000 out of 7,000. Mana 650 out of 650. Strength 70. Stamina 55. Agility 44. Intelligence 44, Perception 49 plus 5 remaining points. After reviewing all this information, Sung Suho asked, Baru, with my current status, what rank hunter do you think I am? Beru raised a hand and thought seriously. I think you're probably rank A. Sung Suho muttered, rank A now? His expression suddenly became more serious, as if his preparation process was nearly complete. He raised his hand, looking at it as if gazing into the power within himself, then said, it's time to strike back at Minung and Itarim's disciples. In the pitch-black sky, a layer of light flashed upward. The city at night lit up brightly. Inside the glorious Knights Guild, someone spoke up. Our guild has really grown strong. The person sitting in the leader's seat continued. We used to be just a guild of rank C hunters, but now we have access to a rank B gate in Incheon. Someone in the guild immediately chimed in. That's right, and now we also have a much bigger office. The person in the leader's seat smiled proudly. He took out a round blue orb, holding it in his hand, and said, all thanks to Stardust. Because of this, we can enter a rank B gate even though most of us are rank C hunters. The person who spoke earlier laughed and added, it's getting cheaper and cheaper on the black market, and it's becoming even more affordable. I don't know who made this, but I'm grateful to them. A man with blonde hair holding a can of drink leaned one hand on the sofa armrest and asked curiously, is it really that good? I feel like there's something shady about it. Hearing that, someone immediately raised their voice to rebut. Hey, you started as a rank B hunter. You'll never understand how we feel. The blonde man was Kim Sung-gu, a rank B hunter. He put on a serious face and said, I heard the Hunter Association is considering passing a law banning the use of Stardust. Someone just walked into the place. The voice of discontent spread through the glorious Knights Guild. What the hell? Why would they do that? It doesn't even have any side effects. Hunters can use it to open more gates. Isn't that better? If they don't do anything to help lower-ranked guilds like us, fine. It's so frustrating. Kim Sung-shu took a sip from his can. Complaining to me won't change anything. At the same time, footsteps outside caught everyone's attention as they looked toward the door. Through the glass door, several uninvited figures could be seen outside. Kim Sung-shu was no exception. He turned his head to look outside. 3 people entered. The leader spoke with an uncertain tone. This was the glorious Knights Guild. The leader was a teenager with platinum hair and bright yellow irises, looking very dangerous. He continued speaking. Are you the group that has the right to enter the gate that appeared earlier in Incheon? Kim Chul approached. Noticing the boy's height, he couldn't help but wonder. A kid, huh? This is the Elegant Knights Guild. What wind blew you here? The boy looked up at Kim Chul with cold eyes and calmly said, hand over that gate to me. Kim Chul was a bit confused. Yeah, he used his power, and a halo appeared above everyone's head in the room. He repeated his demand. I said hand over that gate to me. The Elegant Knights all stood up, the halos above their heads glowing as if controlled. They bowed respectfully to him and said, Apostle, we will follow your orders. Kim Chul, the only one without a halo, turned around in shock and shouted, what kind of joke are you guys playing? Kim Chul couldn't believe his eyes and panicked, asking, why did everyone suddenly stand up and bow to him? The platinum-haired boy put his hands in his pockets. Did hunters before not use Stardust? Perfect then. Without hesitation, he ordered, from now on, I forbid any of you from using sight or hearing. Those with halos immediately closed their eyes and covered their ears. Kim Chul showed a terrified expression, shouting in disbelief, why is everyone obeying this kid's orders? The boy paid no attention to him, sitting on the table, glancing at him and saying, I want to talk to the other humans, not that bastard. His pupils glowed golden. He recalled the blood-soaked wing and coldly said, my creator wants control over this unclaimed world. I came to Earth to fulfill his wish. Kim Chul didn't understand what he meant. He gripped his sword, ready to draw it, stammering, what are you talking about? The boy continued, but after arriving, I have a few questions. As he spoke, he casually touched the sword at a nearby man's side. Creatures are entities created by the creator to fulfill their wishes. But you humans have your own goals and act independently. Which wish of your creator are you fulfilling? Kim Chul couldn't hold back anymore. He drew his sword and shouted, Creator? Who the hell is that? Turn everyone back to normal. He kept yelling, is this some kind of cult? You might just be a kid, but if you keep messing around, I won't let you do whatever you want. The boy said no more. He grabbed the hilt of the sword next to him and slowly drew it. Cult, he said, making Kim Chul panic. His eyes widened as if he saw something terrifying. The boy's pupils flashed golden, his whole body enveloped in a red energy aura. He touched the blade, looking like a demon crawling out of hell. Did you just insult my creator? He whispered. Suddenly, the hand touching the sword blazed with a dazzling golden light. Kim Chul, panicked and agitated, swung his sword, but the boy was faster. With a single slash, Kim Chul's body was cut in two. His sword broke in half, spinning up into the air. The table behind the boy was sliced cleanly by his slash. The slash's force didn't stop there. It pierced the gap between 2 people who had followed him in, destroying the ground beneath their feet. Kim Chul's broken sword blade was lodged straight into the head of the Elegant Knights Guild leader. 1 strike, 1 life lost. The boy's entire body was shrouded in darkness. One of his eyes turned black. His expression was icy cold to the extreme. He stood amid the wreckage, with Kim Chul's severed body in front and the guild leader's corpse behind. The place, once filled with sound and light, now resembled hell. He stepped on the blood pool and coldly ordered, "Everyone, I allow you to see and hear again. Clean up this place." With that, he and the two followers entered inside and then stepped back out together. Suddenly, two people appeared before him. "What was that sound just now?" one loudly asked. "Another hunter wrecking this place?" The platinum-haired boy walked between them. He lowered his head and ordered, "Forget everything you just saw." The two immediately froze. They stood upright, halos glowing golden above their heads, a sign they were controlled. The boy stared blankly, his face thoughtful, pondering, "What is free will? The Creator made all creatures solely to fulfill their wishes. He opened a gate, yet the universe's creatures could kill their own Creator at will." The boy led the controlled hunters through the gate to attack a massive monster. He stood calmly before it. The monster's eyes burned red. He said, "Don't call it a monster. It's more accurate to say it's a space refugee wandering through spatial cracks." A yellow stone appeared in his hand, radiating strange energy. "Living as a wanderer after losing your home must be painful. I'll give you a chance to vent your anger." With that, he drove the yellow stone straight into the monster's head. It screamed in agonizing pain. "Go out there and cause some chaos." The cold young man watched the scene. His yellow eyes gleamed. "I need to investigate this world further, all for the purpose of fulfilling the wish of my Creator." The bustling streets were filled with people coming and going as a car slowly approached the heavily guarded skyscraper. A sophisticated man stepped out of the car, a crimson light, eerie and flickering, illuminating the man's figure. As soon as he got out, he immediately reported, "This situation is extremely dangerous. Based on the amount of magical energy emanating from the gate, if we don't eliminate the boss immediately, I believe a dungeon battle is inevitable. If that happens, I fear this airport will suffer severe damage." Pausing briefly, he glanced subtly at those beside him before continuing, "In that case, we will report to the Hunters Guild that everything is under control." The child apostle, known as the Sudden Apostle, suddenly unleashed a powerful red spiritual energy. The glowing light enveloped the child's entire body, combined with his unusually bright eyes, creating a truly eerie spectacle. As a massive, strange entity, molten and moving closer to them, appeared, a creature born to carry out the will of the Creator. "If you feel bored, we will launch conquests. If you desire something, we will stop at nothing to ignite wars. That is our reason for existence, us creations." But one day, the Creator, the deity, declared that one of our kind in another dimension had fallen. "Take this and seize control of that unclaimed world for me." We obeyed the god's command. Gathering countless rumors from our world, the god's army set out toward the unclaimed world. The unimaginable energy required was necessary to transport such a massive army. The passage through dimensions was not small enough to contain such enormous energy. Therefore, the god's army took a long time to pass through that space gate. But as long as the entrants remained in their great faith, they would never easily give up because the door leading to the god was right before them. No matter how difficult or how long it took, the army did not abandon their mission and finally set foot in the unclaimed world. There, we saw darkness, an immeasurable black veil rising. Contrary to the beautiful ideal world they lived in, countless demons and monstrous beasts with terrifying, ugly forms inhabited this place. They were like incarnations of evil, and now darkness covered the land, turning it into a hell. This place became their home turf, and naturally, the monsters' combat power far surpassed humans. One strike from them was enough to execute a resilient group. Darkness and its army possessed tremendous power. That was the only certainty at this time, a brutal power that forced humanity to submit. Countless battles raged between humans and monsters in the pitch-black space. Obviously, the advantage belonged to the Masters of Darkness. Darkness could be said to be terrifying in many ways. If the Outer God's soldiers fought and fell before the darkness, they would be possessed by the darkness and turn against us. As the war dragged on, more soldiers fell, and the darkness's power grew beyond imagination. The Outer God's army was overwhelmed by that assault, and the battle in the unclaimed world quickly spilled beyond the spatial boundary. The Outer God's army fell into despair, unable to pierce the darkness for a long time. At this moment, the Outer God's messenger T said, "This is an opportunity, just like how we took a long time to leave that place. Those who escaped the darkness in the unclaimed world will find it hard to return because of the enormous magical energy they possess. I do not sense magic from the inhabitants of the unclaimed world. So if we use the bone fire, I believe we can destroy their world from within." Those words awakened all of them. Perhaps since entering here, they had been dazed by the spreading darkness in the space. Bone fire, those considered the lowest-ranked believers, burned by the flame of faith but still carrying out the god's will. Though weak, their ability to spread faith was extremely dangerous to those without magical power. The god's army believed that as faith spread in the unclaimed world and the number of believers increased, we could create sanctuaries and miracles. Therefore, everyone agreed with T's strategy. then used their power to split the source of strength into 5 fragments. He left the weakest fragment carrying the bonefire to enter the unclaimed world. As planned, the weakest fragment went unnoticed by the darkness and successfully entered the unclaimed world. It silently passed through the barrier, becoming a spy for humanity and also a ticking time bomb for the monsters. This was truly their perfect two-pronged strategy. However, the first fragment TI sent to that world encountered unexpected variables, because no matter how little spiritual energy it had, it still existed and became a useful supply for the lowly creatures in the covered world. Because this darkness would inadvertently pass by a group of wandering people at some street corner. Creatures without magic in the unclaimed world gained magic after awakening, which was an inevitable result. Then he discovered that magic appeared in this world along with the great catastrophe. The first fragment decided to wait for the others and successfully merged with the second fragment. It's unbelievable that they could turn the battle in their favor against me. There must be someone behind this plan. No more failures can be allowed in my strategy. Among those humans, it's crucial to fully understand the maximum potential of the entities called hunters, those who possess magical power, so I can fulfill my mission as a fragment of Tio. You think through the crowd, standing still, waiting for a storm, and then it comes. The lowly creatures panic and are knocked down. They stare in terror at the grotesque beings approaching. The monsters charge clumsily like demons rising from hell, ready to devour human lives. They fearfully wail. The monsters scatter like headless snakes. Though not unfamiliar with such scenes, it's a matter of perception. In reality, they either run or die because human strength is too weak to withstand the attacks of these bizarre monsters. Among the fleeing crowd, someone shouts that a dungeon breach has occurred and to contact the Hunters Association immediately. You silently observe the situation. You think that if these monsters with massive magical power start rampaging, high-level hunters will surely appear. If possible, you want to see how powerful an S-rank hunter really is. Amid the chaos, countless desperate screams and foolish questions arise. Why did the dungeon breach happen? Wasn't there a team assigned to guard this gate? You catch the key point in that person's words. The hunters were already at the gate. Then you take some time to watch the current developments as the rescue team is being summoned here. They are all users of star magic. Star magic is a stimulant created by melting the faith of bonefire. While the traces of faith faintly accumulate in their bodies, they usually have no significant effect. If we use TI's amplification power to boost their faith, you crave to see them glowing with clear faith. You immediately order preparations to test this hypothesis. The person blocking us, step back. Yes, the disciple obeys and steps back, while the monsters continue their brutal massacre. An unfortunate woman is stabbed from behind while fleeing, screaming in agony. Until her cries gradually fade, she is completely subdued by the monster, which keeps stabbing her until she falls silent. She reaches out, groaning and begging, "Please save me." You watch coldly as her life slowly fades away, thinking indifferently, creatures exist for the divine creator. So I once thought life's purpose was simply to fulfill the deity's will. But why do humans have desires? These creatures possess desires, something only the creator should have. Do these weak humans think they are superior to us? While watching, they are weak, only burying their heads and running, driven by a fierce desire to live at any cost. You follow the crowd with a heavy heart, a dungeon breach. Unbelievable that this happens just as I set foot in Korea. Another unfortunate man curses as he crawls backward to escape the savage monster. But fate is sealed. He desperately awaits death's blow. In this critical moment, a god appears, blocking the monster's attack like a deity, diverting its attention to save the man's life. He defeats the monster while saying, "I will stop these monsters. Run now." You stare blankly, watching as each monster is swiftly and precisely taken down one by one. In Sung Suho's eyes, there is only battle now, a hunter wearing a black mask. You observe and ponder. At this moment, your subordinate also notices the changing situation. According to his gaze, he says he heard a black-masked hunter wiped out the Hina Guild. Combining this, you complete your deduction. Could he be the troublemaker Lee Min-shung mentioned? Amid the fierce battle, those beasts still chase innocent people, wielding swords and knives, ready to strike multiple blows, causing a man to scream in terror. His face bears a chilling smile with sharp teeth. The monsters seem intent on devouring the innocent without hesitation. Suddenly, streaks of Exho's power glide lightly through them, causing devastating damage that tears their bodies apart. Glancing back, he reflects, there's no way the Hunters Association would approve a dungeon breach. Such an event at a gate would cause heavy casualties. What exactly happened? Standing before the bodies on the ground, Exho remains thoughtful, thinking first we must get everyone out of here. But he seems unaware that someone is watching him. It's Pogan, with a solemn face and sharp eyes, seemingly plotting something. He thinks that since the faith of bonefire doesn't exist in his body, the black-masked man hasn't absorbed Stardust. Then he assesses his magic power as comparable to Lai Min-shung's or slightly higher. Arise, a voice commands, unleashing some magic. Suddenly, huge monsters appear before Suho. He orders sternly, I want you to help those who cannot evacuate themselves. His words send chills down Dojin's spine behind him, sweat dripping down his cheek. Just looking at him, he recalls that image, the power commanding darkness. Dojin stares at the man before him, deep in thought, unable to believe there is a human who can wield the power of darkness. If that human is connected to darkness, so his attack on the Hyena Guild and the Stardust Factory to disrupt our plans makes sense. It seems Suho sensed something and glanced back toward where Dojin was standing, making him a bit cautious. Turning his head to avoid Suho's gaze, he thought to himself, I need to stay hidden right now. Dojin stepped outside, but strangely, a large truck was hovering in midair for no apparent reason, while Dojin remained deep in thought. We must not let him realize our existence in this world. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the truck behind Dojin. A shadow flickered behind him, along with a familiar voice. How did a truck fly all the way here? It's unreal. Suho blocked the truck, saving Dojin's life. He calmly asked, Are you okay, kid? His face was full of deadly intent as he glanced at something ahead. A huge monster appeared behind a thick layer of bones after the explosion. It let out a terrifying roar, but it seemed to have no effect on Suho's spirit. He stood there defiantly. Still, Suho was sweating profusely and asked, Is that the leader of those monsters? Beru poked his head out from Suho's collar and replied, Your Highness, I sense Itarim's energy from that monster. Hearing this, Suho responded, Then this prison break might be connected to Itarim. Beru seemed to realize something, but shook his head, thinking, Did I see that wrong? Meanwhile, Dojin, expression unchanged, stared silently at the two of them. The monster roared loudly again. Unfazed, Suho readied an attack with one hand, thinking he would invest all his points gained upon reaching level 35 into strength between 70 and 77. As he launched his move, the monster blocked it, neither giving way. Dojin stood at a distance, somewhat surprised. Did he just save me? It seems he thinks I'm a human child. Watching Suho fight the monster, Dojin remained lost in thought. Although he uses dark powers, compared to darkness itself, he's too weak. Suho kept using all the moves he had, but it was still too early to gauge his full potential. Thinking this, Dojin's face darkened. Luckily, I met him here. I'll eliminate him. Suddenly, slow footsteps approached along with a gentle voice. I'm late, so let's finish this quickly. The voice continued as the man prepared to unleash a technique. Fireballs appeared from his hands, flying over the heads of the lower-level monsters. It seemed the fireballs almost touched Dojin, but luckily, Suho intervened again to protect him. Seeing the new technique, Suho was surprised. Fire. Suddenly, the space fell silent. No one moved or spoke, but the fireballs hovered in midair. The man didn't hesitate and continued his technique, clenching his fists. The fireballs began to explode, burning the monsters. Suho was amazed to see the scene. Dozens of fireballs suddenly appeared and attacked the monsters. In just one move, almost all the monsters were burned to ashes. Suho's surprise doubled when he saw the explosion's result. It was hard to believe so many monsters were wiped out at once. He looked toward the explosion's source, thinking, could the fire-controlling hunter be Choi Jong-gin, the Sank hunter? Jong-gin's face also showed some surprise. Oh, the biggest monster didn't stand a chance against that attack, and Jong-jin even gave it a compliment. I didn't expect you to withstand that attack. You're tough, huh? Then, cutting off his words, Jong-jin prepared another move with his hands. Flames appeared in his hands, gradually forming into a fiery bow. The monster didn't seem afraid of this attack, just opening its mouth to receive the flaming arrow. But it didn't expect the arrow's power to launch it into the air. The flames kept burning, but the ground cracked under their power. However, those same flames restored the cracks in that area. The sturdy wall gradually repaired itself. The civilians cheered joyfully. Wow, Hunter Choi, one of humanity's best, really lives up to the reputation. He smiled lightly and waved. Thank you. After finishing, he glanced around as if searching for something, thinking he might have seen a child nearby. Jong-jin picked up a jacket from the ground, pondering, did the hunter fight until I appeared and then disappear without taking credit? Why would he do that? Suho sighed in relief after hiding. Luckily, that guy showed up. I can't reveal my identity. For now, I need to get out of here. His face suddenly darkened, ignoring that thought. Itarim always acts secretly, never letting anyone know. It's unbelievable they attacked civilians, especially in such a crowded place. What are they plotting? Evening turned to night, and a figure stood in a spacious room, looking toward the distant tall buildings. It was Dojin. His face remained expressionless, deep in thought without speaking, seemingly waiting for something. A spatial gate opened, drawing his attention as it glowed. Dojin spoke first. Fragment 3, you have arrived. A voice echoed from the gate. Long time no see. Fragment 2, Dojin continued. Before handing over this body, I will summarize for you. Then he began. Among humans, living beings in this world, there are entities possessing magical power called hunters. Among hunters, some are called Sank, those who possess immense magical power, and we must be cautious of them. Besides, there is another variable in this world that we need to eliminate. The voice from the gate echoed again. Stop. As for the details, I will review the memories after absorbing the body. You have completed your duty and will be absorbed by me as planned. That same emotionless face appeared. He said nothing, feeling calm. The voice from the space gate asked again, why? Is there a problem with the second fragment? But Dojin, the third fragment, replied, nothing. All right, I entrust everything to you. Am I feeling sad because I will vanish from this world when the new personality takes over? But it doesn't matter. After all, fulfilling the god's will is the top priority in this world. All of this is for the benefit of the great creator. The second fragment began to be absorbed into Dojin's body. A dazzling light pierced through the glass. After completion, he said, this memory is the variable the second fragment mentioned. The image of Swa appeared. The existence capable of using power like darkness was beyond my expectations. Dojin's body underwent a remarkable transformation. He clenched his fist tightly. Your final decision was wrong. The second fragment, eliminating him, would be a waste. The same face appeared, but now a smug smile was kindling. Because if we transform him into a devoted follower, we could even control the dead. At night, Sung Suho sat back in his chair, looking up and exhaling. Phew. Baru appeared behind him and asked, you look tired, sir? Young king. Sua's expression was blank as he replied, of course. Sua said, I just got scolded by my uncle, recalling being yelled at by him. Trying to protect Earth is good, but my own safety must come first. If something happens to me, how am I supposed to face my parents? Sua looked up at the ceiling and wondered, my parents must be worried about me too, right? Shortly after, Suo quickly stood up, tossed the towel on the chair, and said, let's head to the dark dungeon. Seeing his master like that, Baru worriedly said, I think you should rest a bit. Suo replied calmly, rest can wait. He glanced anxiously and said, I rushed back and couldn't complete the daily mission. I can't afford to miss any more daily rewards. Hearing this, Baru guessed inwardly. It seems he's become excessively addicted to getting stronger. In the dark dungeon, apart from the desolate and pitch-black scenery, there was nothing else. Suo was surprised and stammered, what? The daily mission is lost? The system notification appeared. You have eliminated all the outer world residents residing in the dark dungeon. The daily reward mission here is now complete. Swa didn't understand and said, what the hell happened here? Swa looked at the system before him. Amu, Ray barked loudly, and Eso nodded. When the scene of Amu wiping out the goblins appeared, Eso said, Amu already killed all the goblins in the dark dungeon last night. Amu crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, saying, I simply wiped out those disgusting servants of Tanakh I saw in the young king's territory. As promised, I didn't kill anyone else. Suo began to despair, holding his face and saying, do you always contribute this much? Without daily missions, my growth rate will soon slow down, leaving the three of us, Eo, Amu, and Ray not knowing what to do. Amu said, if what you want is to become stronger, I can train you. Swa listened and showed a doubtful expression. He asked, you can? Amu replied, I wasn't strong at first either. I know exactly how to train properly. I will train you and make you stronger. Then the system notification appeared again. Daily mission, the process of training to become stronger has appeared. Do you accept? Swa's eyes widened in surprise. Another daily mission? Well, I have to accept, right? Swa clicked accept and said, all right, I'm counting on you. His face showed awkwardness as he looked at the system and said, let's see, mission log, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 62 miles. Is this the path to becoming stronger? Amu said, that's not enough. Under the mystical light, Amu placed a hand on his chest and said, you'll have to carry me while doing all that. In front of Suo, below the lines he just read, another line appeared, stating you must carry Amu while completing the mission. Suo was stunned and looked at Amu, saying, you want me to carry you during the daily mission? Eo, standing behind, was also shocked and gaped at Amu. Amu said, maybe my current body will make it hard for you to carry me. Done, Amu said as he shrank his body. No problem, because my body has been destroyed and rebuilt too many times. I can now transform. The three Swa, Gray, and Eo were also surprised by the transformation Amu was doing. Later, a pair of legs gradually appeared. Amu, once a giant monster, was now just a bit bigger than Swa. He approached and placed a hand on Swa's shoulder, saying, this should be fine. Su had to admit Amu had shrunk. Amu said, let's start training, shall we, young king? Suo immediately placed both hands on the ground and said, all right, let's do it. But inside, he groaned. Suo thought, maybe the power gap between us is so big that we have to meet certain conditions to unlock the connection skill between us. The system warned that due to the huge compatibility gap between the player and Amu, the descendant of the relic, the connection skill will be sealed. Increase your level to unlock the connection skill. Suho said. I can get a teammate through a mission? Actually, that's not bad. When Amu sat on Suho's back, he said as if a massive weight was pressing down on him, causing the ground to sink and making Suho want to foam at the mouth on the spot. Ray Beru, seeing Suho suffer like that, looked extremely worried and said, the young king muttered, "Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, although I can transform my body, I can't reduce my own weight." Right now, Suho was still straining his arms to do push-ups. Veins started to bulge on his face and arms. He thought, do I really have to complete 100 push-ups like this? It felt like his arms were about to break. Amu scratched his chin and said, I know it's very difficult, but you have to persevere. Destroying and rebuilding yourself is the only way I know to become stronger. Somewhere in a desolate place near Paju, in an environmental dungeon, the agonized screams of a person echoed. Lee Minung was not like that. He calmly watched the scene before him. He raised a cigarette to his mouth and asked, how much longer do I have to do this? Mei Mu, standing behind him, replied, Humanity, you should feel honored to be part of this. He was the demon Mei Mu, overseer of the Stardust Factory. He continued, the Chosen One saved us from that filthy life, didn't he? Lee Min-sung held the cigarette and asked, filthy life? Huh? Very quickly, with one strike, Mo Mu's tentacle was cut by Lee Min-sung. Veins began to bulge on Lee Min-sung's face. His eyes reddened, and he angrily said, a common monster like you dares to judge my life? Do you want to die? Mo Mu looked silently at the angry man who brandished a knife in front of him. Lee Min-sung put the knife away and asked, where is the child? Mo Mu answered, the disciple is busy. Lee Min-sung continued, Lim Ta-ayu will soon return to Korea. He told him to keep his promise. Mei Mu took out a yellow stone and said, humanity, you must have received this already, so why don't you use it? A vision appeared from a third-person perspective. Mo Mu was facing a group of people. Combined with his words, you are the chosen savior who appeared before me after the Dark King destroyed the demon realm and I was expelled from the space-time crack. A scene of a kingdom engulfed in flames appeared. Thanks to the transformer, the bloodthirsty poison, Stardust, was able to spread throughout the demon realm, allowing us to destroy the traitors. Na la dia. Lee Min-sung raised his cigarette, looked at the stone in Mei Mu's hand, and listened as he continued. If you submit to him, you will gain power beyond what you have now. You will be able to defeat even the one you call Lim Ta-ayu. Lee Min-sung threw the cigarette to the ground and said, what do you know about the RKS? Don't act like you know everything. Lee Min-sung turned his back and walked away, leaving Mermu standing alone. Then he said, don't talk to me about that cult. I won't use that thing. Mei Mu said, humanity, you are truly foolish, which is why you will always be such a failure. Lee Min-sung left the place, his face showing discomfort as he said, I just need to endure everything until that child kills Lim too. Then I will report everything to the Hunters Association, and they will handle all of them. He recalled his younger self and said he was restoring everything to what it once was, returning to the great person he was in the past. As Lee Min-sung's car sped away, Miho was already following his actions from behind. Miho stood on a utility pole and began transmitting a message to the contact, Benki. Chairman Lee Min-sung just left the environmental dungeon in Paju. I guess that's where Stardust was created. On the other side, Kim Sung-shu frowned and said, all right, keep monitoring him. Hunter Miho. After saying that, he hung up and put down the phone. Choi Dong-in sat on the sofa holding a piece of paper and said, it seems we are about to uncover Lee Min-sung's conspiracy, Chairman. He thought about the staff who were hastily explaining that during the airport dungeon breach, all association personnel managing nearby gates reported losing their memories simultaneously. All of them were hunters who had absorbed Stardust. Choi Jong-in continued, we have detected hunters exhibiting strange behavior in many places. Kim Seung-soo placed the papers on the table and said, they all share one thing in common. They have absorbed Stardust. Kim Seung-soo. Suspicious situations arose. The Hunters Association was considering banning the use of Stardust. Choi Dong-in looked at Kim Seung-soo and asked, how do you plan to handle Lee Min-sung? Kim Seung-soo's face darkened, his eyes sharp, and he said, we must capture him and those behind him. Choi Dong-in also showed a killing intent, adjusting his glasses and saying, my hunters will support you. Kim Seung-soo silently looked at the photo on the table and began recalling past words. Oh, Chairman Ayu told me that Suho had returned safely. If Suho is also a growth-type hunter like his father, then the system will also hinder the boy as it did his father. In the photo, there was no one else but Kim Seung-soo and Lim Min-sung standing closely together. Hunter Sung, I will do everything I can to help X-Ho. Back to Sung Suho, he was gritting his teeth, enduring Amu's weight while doing push-ups and counting. 99. When he reached 12, his arms cracked and bled. After completing 100 push-ups, Suho collapsed on the ground, his arms bleeding like a waterfall. Gray and Iso rushed over in panic. The young king's arms are broken. Amu remained calm and said, young king, are you done? You have only completed today's push-up count. Beru shouted angrily. but Suho still forced his bloody arms up and called out. The status window opened, while Baru rushed in to scold Amu. You damn bastard! What did you do to the fragile young king? We have to stop training. Sho pressed the purchase button on the status window. The four Amu, Gray, Beru, and Eso, who had just returned, were also stunned. The vial on the ground still had a little red liquid left inside. Sho said, Amazing. Actually, I wanted to become stronger even before fighting Lee Minung. Sho asked, I only have 3 missions left, right? Amu listened and opened his mouth in surprise. After drinking the potion, Sho's body was infused with a healing blue energy. The countless wounds on his arm were now fully healed, and the sweat soaking his shirt revealed his toned physique. He raised his hand to wipe his face and said, Let's continue. Just keep grinding to get stronger. The numbers 21 and 22 rang out, surprising Baru and Eso. Esso's eyes widened as he covered his mouth with both hands, compared to the white-haired guy who was doubled over while Amu sat on his stomach. Next, Sho carried Amu on his back and did squats. Potion bottles were scattered everywhere. Sho counted while squatting and carrying Amu. 47, 48. The number of potion bottles kept increasing. Sho carried Amu on his shoulders, running and shouting as he pushed himself. Amu silently admired Sho's effort. Although he still needed to use skills to get through basic training, he hadn't thought Sho would actually manage it before. Watching the young man exhausted, sweat and tears streaming down, straining to carry him on his back, he thought silently that the young king never gave up and always found a solution. Maybe one day he would surpass Shin Nak or the other rulers. A faint light shone through the corner of the dilapidated building. Sho's fierce shouts echoed, My back! Buy the potion. Gray lay next to Sho, smoke coming from his mouth. Sho lay on the ground, his face drained of blood, tears, and saliva all flowing out, smoke still coming from his mouth. The status window appeared. Hey, the mission reward has arrived. Do you want to check your reward? Eso sat next to him, worried, calling the young king. Amu looked down at Sho and said, That's the end of today's training. Sho tremblingly pressed the system window and said, Although the training was tough, with the daily mission rewards and my hard work, I'll be able to level up my endurance skill and strength by 1 rank. The status window showed strength 778, endurance skill level 3, physical defense from 40% to 60%. Sho told himself he wasn't sure if this was more effective, but if he could complete daily missions more easily, then he would definitely become stronger. Sho shakily gave a thumbs up and said, Amu, I'll be counting on you again tomorrow. Amu crossed his arms and replied, All right, young king. Baru grabbed a blanket and covered Sho. Baru scolded Sho, You come home and immediately crash. Young king, today was a great day. Baru took the chance to turn on the TV and said, Finally, some private time. I'll watch the news. The news ticker on the TV announced that the Hunter Association had introduced a new regulation regarding environmental-type dungeons. Following the dungeon explosion incident at the airport, 2 news reporters reported that unlike dungeons inside the gates, environmental-type dungeons allowed hunters to collect materials like demon beast essence crystals. Therefore, the association granted ownership of environmental dungeons to smaller guilds so they could profit greatly. However, due to the recent incident, the Hunter Association would quickly take measures against the Reaper and other guilds owning high-level environmental dungeons. Meanwhile, Lee Min-shung was holding a paper and reading. He lowered the paper, frowning, and asked, What is this? The staff in front of him calmly said, Hunter Lung, the Reaper Guild owns too many environmental dungeons. We cannot allow environmental dungeons to cause severe damage to the world in the current situation. The staff wearing black glasses continued. By order of the higher-ups, the Hunter Association must destroy B-rank environmental dungeons. Bazu belongs to the Reaper Guild. Also, in the past 6 months you haven't completed any hunter tasks. Those gods participating in the Pazu raid must keep their hunter licenses. Lee Min-shung's eyes tightened, and he fell silent. He thought about the possibility of being crushed by Kim Sung-shu. This was definitely the chairman Yuan Chun targeting him. He couldn't believe that among all places, they chose the biggest factory, PU. He thought he had to refuse this job even if it meant making the Hunter Association his enemy. The long-haired man sitting in the middle spoke up. We accept the Hunter Association's request, which surprised Lee Minung as he turned to look at him. The staff wearing black glasses said, Thank you, Don H., Hunter Chief Lim 2. It turned out the man was Lim 2, an S-rank hunter from the Reaper Guild. He sat comfortably in his chair holding the paper and said, Yes, of course we must obey the Hunter Association's orders. Lee Minung's face immediately turned ugly, thinking silently. The chief called Lim 2's name with full resentment, staring at the calm face of the man named Lim 2. Someone among the staff said, Why is he back from the overseas mission so quickly? It's to obstruct us. The Hunter Association will assign hunters to raid Pazu with you. The room fell silent, leaving only the 2 men's figures, one sorrowful, holding his face, the other grim-faced. Lee Min-shung held his face and said, Please form a team with them. Lim 2, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Lim Tu sat silently with crossed arms and replied, "Do you know how valuable environmental dungeons are?" Lim Tu continued, "Do you think the Hunter Association's real goal is to destroy environmental dungeons?" Lee Minung began to feel something was off. Tu added, "Maybe they realized what you've been secretly doing. Didn't I tell you not to underestimate them? Not only did you ignore my warning, but you also dared to use the guild members at will while I was away." Lim Tae-ayu is starting to radiate a deadly aura. He glanced toward Lee Min-sung, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Min-sung, do you still think I'm just some lowly driver serving you?" Facing that overwhelming deadly aura, Lee Min-sung could only remain silent, clearly intimidated. The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of Lim Tae-ayu's phone. He picked it up, glanced at the screen, then placed it on the table and pushed it toward Min-sung, saying, "A recruiter just called me earlier. He said a new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. I'm heading to the Hunter Association. I want you to prepare the contract and salary." He added, "Min-sung, you might still have a chance to turn back, so do your best to clean up that mess." After saying this, he left, leaving Min-sung alone, head bowed in the room. Min-sung's expression began to twist, revealing anger. He thought silently, "Another S-rank? Every one of them got lucky to reach S-rank. Yet they always act so arrogant. When will that damn alien kid grow up? When will that fragment come again?" As he recalled the image of a white-haired boy holding a book, eyes wide and bloodshot, he muttered, "Kill Lim Tae-ayu quickly. He must die for me to." Suddenly, his phone interrupted his thoughts. Min Dung stared blankly at the phone for a moment, then suddenly smirked. His face then turned even more sinister, baring his teeth. Min Dung looked at the boy on the phone and said, "That expression of his is so damn annoying. He's definitely planning something interesting." At a place like the square, a crowd gathered in a circle as if waiting for something. One of them said the person was the newest S-rank hunter in Korea. Their eyes turned toward the white-haired boy. "His name is..." The boy glanced sideways as a man stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on becoming Korea's newest S-rank hunter, Dojin." It turned out the man was Choi Jong-in. His appearance surprised the others. One of them said he was Choi Dong-in from the Hunter Association. Choi Jong-in paid no mind to the crowd's chatter and looked directly at Dojin. Standing opposite Dojin, he said, "Have we met before? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." Dojin bluntly replied, "We haven't met, but I know who you are." Dong-in apologized. "Sorry for mistaking you for someone else. Putting that aside, do you want to sign a contract with the Hunter Association?" Dojin replied, "Thanks for the offer." He pointed behind Dong-in. "But I already have a guild I want to join, so I won't be joining yours." Footsteps echoed from outside as someone said, "Am I just in time?" Lim Tae-ayu had just arrived, the very person Dojin had pointed at. All eyes turned to him. "I just got here and don't know what's going on," he wondered aloud. "Umph." But Dojin's face clearly showed a sinister look as he pointed toward Taeyu. 1 week later at Pazu, Binyo, an A-rank hunter, approached with a friendly smile. "I'm here to join the Pazu raid at the Hunter Association's request. I'm Big Minyo from the White Tiger Guild." Min Dung cheerfully responded, "I'm Lee Min Sung. Thanks for coming." "Looks like the dungeon environment is forcing you to work overtime," Minho replied cheerfully. "No problem, helping out is only natural." But in truth, she had started to judge him with a critical gaze. Damn. It's no wonder he's such a good actor. Minho watched Min Sung happily and kindly speak to others, warning them to be careful during the raid. In her mind, he's completely rotten inside, yet he acts overly kind on the outside. Anyway, everything happening inside Pazu will be exposed today. I will personally tear off that mask of yours. Minho glanced sideways. If an unexpected variable appears, it will be. She looked at Dojin, the newly joined S-rank hunter of the Death Guild. North Dojin was also participating in this raid. Dojin showed no expression, but Min Sung beside him couldn't hide a smug smile. At the Hunter Association, Minho's expression began to shift thoughtfully. "Well, if something unusual happens, I have that covered." With preparations complete, she began issuing orders. "All right, excavation team, each of you take a spear." Everyone obeyed and took a spear. Then they stood in a horizontal line holding their spears. The Pazu raid officially began. A few days earlier, Min Dung leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, saying, "I didn't expect you to grow so fast after such a short time apart," he continued. "I guess all aliens are like that?" Facing him, Dojin kept a neutral expression, holding a cup of tea as he said, "I simply chose a small, young body to survive the early stages. After gathering more fragments and regaining strength, I don't care about my body's appearance anymore." Min Dung's vile expression appeared as he said, "What about the name Dojin? And have you really decided to become a hunter? What are your intentions?" Dojin's golden eyes lit up. He said, "It's a name I use externally. If I become a hunter, I can do more things." Min Dung looked at Dojin and said, "Because of the incident you caused at the airport, the Hunter Association has started hunting me, blaming me for civilian casualties. If this keeps up, the factory at Pazu Dungeon will be discovered. Then we're done for." Dojin placed the glass of tea on the table, then looked at him with a vacant stare and said, "I will turn all the hunters involved in the raid into heretics, and then they won't be able to find anything. After hearing Dojin's plan, Min-dung smirked and said, a bold move right from the start? But do you think you can handle the S-rank hunter Lim Ta-Ayu yet? Dojin's golden eyes looked down, recalling Lim Ta-Ayu's image, and said, are you referring to my promise to help eliminate him? Now I'm certain after meeting him. Min-dung paused, beads of sweat forming on his face, listening to Dojin say, if I fight an S-rank hunter now. Min-dung suddenly grinned wickedly. He spoke, I don't care who dies, just as long as you keep your promise. At the building, Kim Sung-soo sat at his desk and said, the raid on Pazu Dungeon has begun. He rested his hands on the table, thinking that Lee Minung and Dustar needed to gather more evidence during this raid. He recalled Minho, Choi Jong, In, and other shadows, then thought further. Thanks to the White Tiger Guild's help, AB rank hunter Minho participated in the raid, so he didn't need to worry about other hunters involved. In case something happens, we still have breath hunters. Choi Jong-in and other S-rank hunters are waiting for orders. Then Kim Sung-soo's mind shifted to images of Dojin and Min Sung talking. However, the new S-rank hunter from North Dogan, who suddenly appeared, could very well be an unexpected twist. Because he joined the Death Guild right as we started the Pazu Dungeon raid, I can't stop thinking that things might tip in Lee Minung's favor. While thinking, another concern weighed on him. His gaze dropped. It was Suho's file. Suho also joined as a member of the extraction team. Sung Soo's eyes fixed on Suho's image, wondering if it was coincidence or fate. Although I approved the kid joining the extraction team, I'm not sure if that was the right decision. Kim Sung-soo folded his arms and sat in deep thought, hoping everything was part of Suho's plan. If so, he would fully support it. At Pazu, a monster was preparing to breathe fire and attack. The monster started spewing flames toward the group, but the shields blocked all of it. One person among them urgently said, I'm about to lose it with this attack team. Min Ho stepped forward. The guy holding the shield was surprised to see her advance. The monster still didn't realize its end was near and kept breathing fire. Min Ho quickly rushed in and punched the monster's face with a single fist. Bang! A loud shock echoed. The monster was struck perfectly by Min Ho's punch and spat blood from its mouth. Min Ho's eyes flashed sharply. She quickly dodged the monster's sharp claws with ease. Minho easily jumped onto the monster's back, catching it off guard. Then she leapt away, landing lightly on the ground. Minho used her momentum to launch herself forward. Reflected in the monster's eyes was Minho's figure with red eyes and a fist ready to strike. Minho punched the monster's head directly, leaving it defenseless. The huge monster was knocked to the ground by a girl's punch, sending dirt and rocks flying. Two monsters quickly lay on their backs, tongues sticking out. Minho calmly stood watching them. She glanced back toward Minung standing at the end of the line, thinking, is Lee Minung not fighting? It's embarrassing that he awakened as an A-rank hunter. She kept looking back, thinking maybe he saw hunting as a joke, unaware that another monster was sneaking up behind her, claws raised. When Minho panicked and turned around, she lost her footing. Suddenly, Dojin appeared and struck the monster, slamming its face into the ground, surprising Minho greatly. Dojin's expression remained unchanged, coldly staring down at the monster. Dojin's sharp eyes glanced sideways and said, Hunter Minho, please be more careful. Minho felt intimidated facing Dojin. Her eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, can he really defeat a salamander with just one strike? Hunter Park Dogan. Since he wore casual clothes during the raid, I thought he was just a kid, even if he's an S-rank hunter. Dojin slowly pulled his shirt up to cover his mouth, but his golden eyes remained cold and indifferent. In a flash, the salamanders were swiftly defeated by Dojin's speed, some even lost their heads. Witnessing Dojin's overwhelming power as he effortlessly took down the salamanders, Minho realized that S-rank hunters truly operate on a whole different level. Purple blood splattered across the ground. Minho assessed the situation and said, looks like everything's wrapped up, faster than expected. She lowered her head and said, but I didn't expect Pazu Dungeon to have so few monsters. Min Dung stood nearby, holding a cigarette, and said, Hunter Minho, you noticed, huh? Minung smiled coldly beside Dojin and said, our guild regularly cleans out monsters from the dungeons we own. That's why this place isn't a threat to the outside world. Minho glanced at the salamanders lying on the ground, thinking, regularly cleaning monsters? Since there's no need to enter the dungeon daily, other guilds usually don't care about this. She judged that something was definitely off here. Min Dung calmly held his cigarette and glanced, saying, all right, the kid's room is just over there. In the darkness, he laughed with a deep, sinister smile in his heart. He said no matter how hard she tried to search, she wouldn't find anything to catch me. The image of the stardust enveloping the entire factory appeared. The demons had dismantled the factory and were hiding somewhere in this Pazu dungeon. Min Dung glanced at Minho and Dojin, who shared the same wary expression, so she shouldn't even think about finding any trace of the factory or escaping from here. Suddenly, Dojin gave a faint smile. A voice echoed in his normal mind. The stardust caressed its tentacles. Behind him were two large henchmen. He spoke softly. What a pity, such a wasted opportunity. The Stardust stood before the horde of zombies and said, "It's unbelievable that we won't get to meet the Apostle, even though he's right here." He looked at the zombies and continued, "We should have stirred up a lot of Stardust during this downtime. It's such a waste to leave the materials gathered here. Someone has been standing at the door for some time." So he ordered, "Beru, you said you sensed the presence of a demon here?" Beru replied, "Yes, Your Highness." So Hu slowly pushed the door open. The door was flung wide by Sho, catching the Stardust off guard. The Stardust immediately turned and asked, "Who's there?" No sooner had he asked than he was hit in the face. Sho rushed forward and punched the Stardust, sending him flying backward. The force was so great that even the two subordinates were stunned. Sho struck a cool pose, wearing a mask and lunging straight forward with his armed arm. Sho frowned, and Beru beside him said, "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to knock a demon's head off with a single punch. Seems like daily training with that damn crocodile really paid off." Sho scanned the surroundings, thinking these people must be crazy. The Pazu dungeon really is a Stardust factory. The Stardust's voice echoed, his black mask. Sho's sharp gaze suddenly focused on the Stardust. He was knocked down but still spoke. "I didn't think the human blocking our plan, the one the Apostle mentioned, would actually come here." The tentacles suddenly rose. A huge shadow began to cover Sho, but he wasn't afraid, and looked at him with hatred. "Well said, Stardust." The Stardust had now grown larger and more terrifying. He looked down at Sho and said, "Then you'll make a perfect gift for the Apostle." They struck repeatedly, again and again, repeating so many times over such a long period. Exhausted, the mana crystal miner sighed bitterly. Still digging with no end in sight? How can a dungeon managed by a guild have so many mana crystals? Do they need to make money some other way? Just selling these crystals alone would bring in a fortune. Wiping sweat, he continued chatting, voicing all his doubts, putting that aside. "I heard there's an E-rank member with us. Did you see him? I can't believe they allowed an E-rank hunter into a B-rank dungeon like this. What are they thinking?" Kim and Shu stopped and laughed broadly, replying, "Don't be too harsh on him. He's still young. Don't you feel happy to see such a young person working hard?" The guy doubted. "Don't tell me you assigned that rookie to work at the dungeon entrance. That safe spot, huh? You realize that already?" He forced a smile, making the other guy furious, unable to believe this was true, bluntly saying, "But you always push me into dangerous spots." Suddenly, he changed the subject to something unrelated. "Seems like his cart can carry 4 times the normal load. When we finish here, let's help him out. Both are digging the dungeon, but some like him and some don't." The guy sighed and praised, "You're too good." Along the tunnel entrance, mana crates were stacked in rows. Another corner, unlit by mana, looked dark and eerie. A mysterious meeting was underway. Beru quickly reported, "Your Highness, the mana of this guy." Sho cut in, "My consciousness level has risen, so I can sense that too. At least he's on par with a hunter like Janin we met in the Pyramid Dungeon. Not just mana, even his physique is huge and monstrous." After saying that, he sank into his own mysterious thoughts. "I thought there must be a reason the Hunter Guild sent the Reaper team to raid this electric dungeon. That's why I signed up for the mining team. Could the guild have discovered something related to Stardust? If the guild is interested in Li Minung's abnormal growth, it will be hard for me to gather information about the Apostle Itarim from him." Thinking carefully, he decided to ask directly where the Apostle was. He chose to ask instead of probing further, partly because he thought that just as the Apostle was chasing this black-masked guy, he must also be looking for him. Successful people have their own paths. The Stardust seemed hotter-tempered than he expected. He didn't bother to answer, but directly wrapped his tentacles from bottom to top, capturing him with absolute strength and announced, "You will meet him soon, because I'm about to crush you as a gift for him. Now my tentacles have caught you. You won't escape my overwhelming power." He was trapped by the tentacles, restricting most of his movements, and the arrogant words made him laugh. Indifferently, he repeated the boast. "Overwhelming power? Not long ago I was covered in dirt." Lee stepped wearily and murmured, "Impressive. I didn't think you could finish my training in just 5 days. Your Highness, your body is much more muscular than before." "Is that so?" He responded indifferently, looking around his body, then suddenly burst out laughing loudly, before trembling and collapsing to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. He thought it was truly right to add up all the points earned from daily missions into his power stats. On top of that, he also received a skill that boosts his strength. At the same time, a notification sounded, "Power enhancement skill activated, increasing your strength by 20%. Curious others gathered around him and said, "I assure you, right now you are the strongest human I've ever met." It was indeed true. Even when opponents were a step ahead, they couldn't harm him. Sung Suho showed him what true absolute power meant. The opponent was caught off guard, stunned. What? He has completely broken free from control. Calmly holding a severed tentacle of Momu, his power reached 120. His eyes gleamed. The real fun was just beginning. Suddenly, a powerful light appeared, surrounded by bolts of lightning. With lightning speed, Sung Suho dashed toward Momu. The latter was caught off guard and stepped back several paces. Sung Suho showed no hesitation. His entire body radiated overwhelming power. Standing boldly before him, he asked, "I'll ask you one more time." His gaze hardened as he stared intently and shouted, "Where is the Itarim apostle?" The opponent looked confused and bewildered. Then he intensified his attack, defiantly saying, "I will never tell you." He sneered in response. "Is that so?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the two clashed fiercely. The battle was like that of gods. Both were evenly matched. The ground and rocks around them shattered under the impact. Suddenly, Sung Suho gripped his sword tightly and struck the opponent. The blade lightly grazed Momu's body, injuring him. His hand forcefully grabbed him, wondering, "What's with this guy?" The unease from him felt familiar. Sung Suho raised his strong hand. "Then I'll find out myself. You don't have to say a word." Suddenly, a voice called Baru. He quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Baru's body began to separate. "Oh, Apostle, it's a pity I won't get to see the painting you're creating." Baru gradually faded, but before disappearing said, "Thanks to your help, we were able to destroy the Ladia clan, the disgusting traitors of the demon race. That's enough for me." With that, he vanished into thin air. After an unknown time, she woke up, clutching her head, eyes darting around confused, wondering, "What happened? My body suddenly feels lighter." Baru, blushing, spoke, "That octopus was pretty tough." Sung Suho asked, "Baru, did you find any information about the Itarim apostle?" He stammered in reply, "About that." Baru sighed and reported that he regarded the Itarim apostle as a shining light. However, he couldn't find much information about him. He walked around the factory and suddenly stopped, complaining, "Another dead end. Could it be that my only option is to get information from Lee Minung? Are you in charge of the entire Stardust factory?" Sung Ho thought to himself that he needed to start evacuating people here first. His friend in the group looked around nervously and then stood there deep in thought. The demon's presence had disappeared. This wasn't the work of the Hunter Association, right? Everyone was ready. This was the boss monster room in the Pazu environment, Big Minho wondered. On the way here, I couldn't find anything. Isn't the Pazu environment where Stardust is produced? Sung Suho smirked. It seemed she was confused about why nothing was found. He glanced at the person beside him and instructed, "We'll cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. It's better if everything ends without problems." North Dojin kept a cold expression and said nothing. Unable to hold back, he spoke up. "That doesn't suit me at all." Big Minho looked suspiciously around, wondering if it might be different on the mainland. "With no other choice, I'll have to check again after clearing the boss monster." Suddenly, she stopped and announced, "Let's go in." He must have seen something ahead because his face turned pale. He glanced back, sweating nervously, and asked, "What are you doing?" The other replied, "Simply put," he continued, "all hunters in this group will become my followers." As he spoke, he implanted a yellow spirit stone into the back of his neck. He added that those we choose to side with us must have certain value. Cooperating with an A-rank hunter like you to kill a rank 5 hunter like Lim Tu was already an offer. Suddenly, his body stiffened. He stood frozen in place. The opponent leaned close to his ear, ready to whisper something. His voice was full of challenge. "To catch Lim Tu, I have to use you." Sung Suho felt like he was struck by lightning on a clear day. His eyes widened, teeth clenched in anger, recalling the S-rank issue. His face veins bulged as he shouted back, "You expect me to be brainwashed by someone like you?" Sung Suho clenched his fists and stood straight, showing determination. He slowly turned his face upward, eyes wide as if sensing danger. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone down. The opponent shouted, acting on the will of the Supreme Being. Sung Suho's face darkened, eyes vacant. He just stood there, staring into the distance. North Dojin approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. He gave a rare smile. "Now, everyone quickly go inside. Let's move on to the next target." Right outside the school grounds, a luxury sports car was parked there. Inside the car, a flame shaped like a bird appeared in Jong-in's hand. He broke the silence. "If this summon disappears, it means the team is in trouble." Jong-in squinted and continued, "A summon's summon will inform us of the situation. It's surprising that this can solve the problem of unusable devices in the dungeon. This is truly a brilliant idea." He looked anxiously at the bird-shaped flame, hoping the S-rank hunters wouldn't interfere. Zhang Wei glanced at the man who was just as worried about his close friend, softly saying, "Hopefully Li Minung won't cause any more trouble." Hunter Lim too. "You're worried, aren't you?" Taegu asked Zhang In directly. "You trying to annoy me?" Zhang In replied. "Of course not," Till sneered, his tone laced with irritation. "I guess you're jealous because the Spogan rank hunter joined the Grim Reaper Guild, right?" Recognizing Taegu's teasing, Zhang In snapped back bitterly. "No, not really. We already have plenty of talented hunters." Taegu showed no reaction to Zhang In's answer. He opened his mouth and sighed deeply. Till's eyes showed shock as he covered his face with his hands. I can't believe Lee Minung is the main culprit behind distributing that unknown stimulant. As guild leader, I'm responsible for what happened. Jong-in listened quietly to Taegu. If anything happens, I trust you'll keep your promise not to intervene if I can control the situation. Jong-in clasped his hands together. I'd be glad if you do, because I don't want to hurt anyone. The scene shifts inside the electric field, where the ghost beasts are actively breathing fire. The hunters are no less fierce, working together to fight back the ghost beasts. The scorching flames of the beasts collide with the hunters' techniques. M glanced suspiciously back at Dojin, who stood calmly with arms crossed and eyes closed, relaxing. M frowned, thinking, just acting like an S-rank hunter and letting others do the work? After all, we're his seniors. The ghost beast stopped breathing fire. It charged directly at Min Shung. Minung blocked the attack with his sword, but was pushed back by the force. Dojin observed all of Minung's actions from behind, silently evaluating. It's tough for an A-rank hunter to fight at an S-rank level with only the awakening effect from a star shard. Dojin's fingers touched, creating a strange glow. He thought, if that's the case, one of the 5 powers of T, one of the main body shards, has a blessing that enhances and compensates for the user's unique traits. The trust of the firebones stored in Stardust and the unique characteristics of the weapon will all be amplified. Lee Minung's special trait is magic amplification. The weapon's special trait that Lin Zheng possesses is combat enhancement. Dojin smirked. Lee Minung, show me if you can reach the level you desire after receiving the blessing. Watching the ghost beast swing its claws at Min Shung, Dojin thought with interest, the S-rank hunter level you've always dreamed of. Min Shung coldly looked at the ghost beast, raising his sword high. Strange sigils appeared in his eyes. As the ghost beast approached, Minung thrust his sword straight at it. A golden power pierced through the beast's body. That power shattered the ceiling. The explosion was so big that Jong-in and Tu, waiting outside the electric field, were wide-eyed in shock. MH was stunned, as if paralyzed by a pressure point. The monster lay unconscious, defeated by just one strike. Minung stood there like a god. After defeating the ghost beast, Minung's facial expression gradually softened. He turned and walked past Dojin. Dojin showed no emotion, coldly thinking, the fatigue caused by enhancing hunters rank 6 and above is immense. You can only maintain S rank for a very short time, and most of the enhancement effects fade quickly. Finally, Dojin spoke, catching Min Zheng's attention. It's a pity, Lee Minung. It seems you're not capable of containing the power of an S rank hunter. Right after Dojin's words, Minung's eyes showed confusion. M looked up at the hole in the ceiling, bewildered, thinking, that attack wasn't something an A-rank hunter could perform. Regaining her composure, MH glanced back. Isn't Stardust supposed to be ineffective against high-rank hunters, or is there another stimulant besides Stardust? Just as MH turned around, she saw Dojin's situation, his chest pierced by a sword flash before her eyes. Dojin's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Lee Minung gripped the sword hilt tighter and stabbed harder. I told you, didn't I? Minung's pupils changed strangely. He sneered with contempt, saying he would never be brainwashed by someone like Dojin. Minung growled. I will use the cursed power you gave me in vain. Dojin's body fell backward to the ground right in front of the other hunters. M, furious, shouted at Min Zheng. Li Min Sheng, why did you attack your fellow hunter? Are you on drugs? Min Sheng didn't care what MH said or thought. He slammed his sword into the ground, clutching his head, muttering, damn it, is this how it ends? Minung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. I hear endless voices. Since S-rank hunters are waiting outside under the guild's orders, if I don't get out quickly, I won't be able to leave. His gaze swept over each hunter's face, thinking, I have to run fast. M seemed to realize that Min Sheng wanted to escape, then shouted loudly to warn everyone, don't let him get away. Min Sheng gritted his teeth in anger, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Min Dung shouted threateningly, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. In the blink of an eye, Min Dung had passed through all the hunters to escape outside. MH held her arm in pain, her voice full of anger. Damn it! MH turned to look at her teammates. S-rank hunter Cheon Sung sent a signal to the other S-rank hunters outside. Cheon Sung quickly replied, yes. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, the person who should have been taken down by a critical strike slowly stood up before MH's astonished eyes. Dojin smirked faintly, clutching the wound on his chest with his hand. As long as someone has a strong enough mind, they can resist the power of the flame bones regardless of how much mana they have, right? Good. M looked at Dojin's wound with wide eyes in wonder. Hunter Park, you're still alive? That attack pierced your heart. Dojin didn't answer M's question, silently running his bloody hand through his hair. His pupils glowed strangely bright, and a sinister smile spread across his lips. Meanwhile, Min Sheng ran for his life. Damn it. While running, Min Dung muttered, I gained the power of an S-rank hunter but still have to keep running. How ridiculous. Filled with rage, Min Dung thought, that hateful alien. The Grim Reaper Hunter Association. There's no one I can trust. Now I have to flee to the nearest city. From somewhere, a sword imbued with power flew toward Min Dung. Luckily, Min Dung reacted quickly and dodged the attack, otherwise he would have been badly hurt. Min Dung made a puzzled face. What was that? From the shadows of the forest, a cold voice echoed. I was wondering what caused that sudden explosion. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. The mysterious figure gradually stepped out of the darkness. I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and the IRM disciples. Suho's face gradually appeared, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Min Dung Suho emerged from the shadows, hands in his pockets, and said, I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and Itarim's disciples. Min Dung frowned at Suho's words. He thought silently that Suho not only knew about Stardust, but also about the existence of the outer god disciples. Staring at Suho's appearance, Min Dung suddenly realized he hadn't noticed before that the person who defeated Brocky and disrupted the Stardust material supply wore a black mask. Could he be that person? Confused by his own thoughts, Min Dung clenched his teeth in anger. Forget it. If he slows me down here, those hunters will catch up to me. He drew the sword at his side. Judging by the mana he sensed from him, he wasn't a match. After deciding quickly, Min rushed toward Min Sheng. Die. Suho calmly exhaled, gently blocking Min Sheng's sword attack with his hand. This surprised Min Sheng, thinking, he blocked my attack? I can't even draw my sword. Exactly how strong is he? Suho blocked the attack, then smoothly spun around, kicking Min Sheng several meters away. Min Dung was kicked into the air, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Looking at Suho, he couldn't help but wonder, he has less mana than me, so how could he do that? Baru hid inside Suho's coat, watching Min Zung's expression and feeling smug. It's normal for him to be surprised. After all, a hunter's rank is determined by the mana they carry, and it's clear Min Sheng struggled to defend against Suho's attack. A thought flashed through Baru's mind. I, the one who can truly sense, know immediately. Although the little lord was growing stronger and increasing his power stats, thanks to training with Amu before, his strength had already reached its maximum. Suho's sharp gaze faced Min Sheng. Baru confidently thought, an A-rank hunter can't possibly match his physical strength. Back at the scene, below the ground was a large crater from the explosion. M held her injured arm and approached Dojin, asking curiously, Hunter, how are you still alive? That attack pierced your heart. Dojin's bangs hung down, covering half his face. Dojin remained silent. From inside his sleeve, a yellow crystal slid into his palm. Only then did Dojin speak. That matter. Before he could finish, he was stunned by what was in front of him. A familiar voice came from behind MH. Hunter MHO. What happened there just now? She happily looked toward the newcomer. Oh, he's here already, M called out loudly. Hunters Choi Jong-in and Lim Tagil. Seeing the two appear, Dojin hid the yellow crystal. Two S-rank hunters. Jong-in jumped down from the crater's edge, approaching the group of hunters. While walking, he asked, we came right after hearing the explosion. What's going on here? M asked. The answer came, this was caused by Lee Min Dung. Hearing this, Dojin was curious. A-rank hunter Lee Min Dung has such skills? MH calmly replied. He radiates an enormous amount of mana, as if he's on some kind of stimulant. Also, it seems the drug made him attack PK hunter Dojin. After hearing MH, Jong-in looked at Dojin's condition and was surprised. Although injured, PK hunter Dojin looked quite fine. Dojin smirked and replied, I have healing skills. Jong-in stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, interesting. You have quite advanced healing skills. M impatiently spoke up. Dojin smirked and replied, I have healing skills. Jong-in stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, interesting, you have quite an advanced healing skill. M, impatient, spoke up, put that aside. We need to quickly chase after Lee Minung. If we let things go like this, he might reach the city and hide there. Jong-in turned his face to look back. Yeah, that's right. Hunter Lim, you heard that, right? Then he looked up at the hole on the upper floor caused by Min Sung. It seems like Hunter Lee Min Sung is causing trouble. According to the promise, he suddenly got spotted just moments ago, and moments later, the guy had already flown away in several forms. Jong Hwa-in once told me that, on Dojin's side, he's just as uneasy. This isn't good. I still haven't severed my connection with Lung. I didn't expect him to resist the human desire belief. It's truly fascinating. In Dojin's mind, the thought appeared that it's highly likely no one will believe what Lee Minung says. But if I do nothing, they'll have reason to doubt me. I glanced back to remind, Hunter, if you're still not okay, you should rest here. Go close your eyes. Well, then. He silently decided he would abandon Lee Min Sung. I have to take over Lee Min Sung's body and force him to commit suicide, even though it will cost a lot of divine energy. Because he's only an A-rank hunter, I just need to find another A-rank hunter. Suddenly, a battle scene flashed in Dojin's mind, surprising him. What is this? Is he fighting right now? A familiar face appeared in Dojin's mind, leaving him stunned. Don't tell me Lee Minung has already clashed with an S-rank hunter. Dojin stood frozen there. What is that black-masked guy doing here? Could it be that the black-masked guy is also chasing Lee Minung like the Hunter Association? Dojin's heart grew unusually restless. I never thought I'd run into that black-masked guy this soon. S-rank existences in this world. Lee Minung, you can resist the bonefire belief. Since we set foot in this world, nothing has gone according to plan. Dojin pulled his collar up to cover the lower half of his face. Everything was different from the times when everything was completed according to the holy word. A sinister smile appeared on his face beneath the cloak. But why am I smiling? Back to the tense battle at the forest edge, Suho charged at Min-sung relentlessly. Suho's moves left Min-sung no choice but to endure. I can't let him hold me here any longer. Min-sung suddenly shouted, drilling into Suho's stiffened glue in midair. He clutched his stomach in pain. Min-sung cautiously asked, "Can you let me go if I tell you the answer to your question?" Suho froze in surprise. "What are you suddenly talking about? Are you colluding with Itarim's disciples?" "Mentioning that makes me bitter," Min-sung said angrily. "That bastard stabbed me in the back." He swung his sword fiercely, his voice tinged with bitterness. "That's because he said he would kill the one I want dead for me." I was surprised. "Are you working with Itarim to kill someone?" Min-sung gritted his teeth angrily. "After the great disaster, everything I built in my life changed." He sneered and asked Suho, "Aren't you also hunting that foreign god?" Suho's eyes showed panic. He immediately shouted back, "No, I have no intention of killing him if we talk." Min-seung cut off Suho's words with a cunning smile. "You don't intend to kill him? Letting that foreign god stay here to invade this world? You have the personality of someone who disgusted me when I was an actor." His eyes were full of contempt, as if emotions were exploding intensely. A character who only hopes but has no personality, kindness, or morality. Just social choices and what others give you. You don't even know what you want. Those words stabbed Suho's heart like a dagger. The terrifying killing intent surrounded Min-sung's body. If you hadn't been lucky enough to gain that power, you'd live your whole life as a nobody. Eventually, you'll be caught in a situation and have to make a decision. The more Min-sung spoke, the more his emotions exploded. "I will create that situation for you. Your identity must kill before he could finish." From deep within Min-sung's subconscious, he was trapped inside a giant hand. And the one behind all this was Dojin. He coldly said, "Lee Min-sung, I won't let you speak anymore." Dojin smirked, looking down at the small figure of Min-sung. "I thank you. I gained a lot because of you." He continued, "I will take back what I said before, that you are useless and incompetent. I will use that power of yours one last time." Min-seung's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he shouted. "I won't let you do that." But it was too late. Dojin intertwined his hand with Min-seung's. Outside reality, Suho shielded his eyes from the golden light radiating from Min-seung. Suho was confused, questioning himself. That energy from Itarim was even stronger than Broki's Itarim energy. Min-seung's body transformed. A gigantic, magnificent sword appeared, both beautiful and powerful. White wings also sprouted from his arms. Suho had to step back several steps because of the overwhelming power radiating from Min-seung. A strange voice rang out, surprising Suho. "I understand now." Dojin, having fully taken over Min-seung's body, spoke. "The Stardust Factory attack." He coldly looked toward Suho. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time. The Black Mask Destroyer." Dojin raised his sword with a cold glare toward Suho. "I want to meet you too, Black Masked Destroyer." Suho squinted at the strangely transformed Min-seung, unable to hide his surprise. Lee Min-seung suddenly transformed, just as he said. Sho asked a question but had already somewhat anticipated the answer. "You are an apostle of the gods sent from another world," Din sneered and replied. "So you already know about our existence." He laughed wickedly and continued, "Yes, I came here to claim sovereignty over this world." Hearing Dojin's words, Swa couldn't help but feel furious, thinking that his father couldn't return because of these guys. Swa's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Dojin. "You're exactly the one I wanted to meet." Elsewhere, a familiar figure silently observed both Swa and Dojin. The man shouted loudly, and with that came a pressure pressing down on both Suo and Dojin. Enough. They were stunned by the overwhelming pressure. "From now on, neither of you is allowed to move without my permission. Anyone who tries to cause trouble will be pierced with holes." The mysterious figure in the jungle aimed his bow and shot an arrow toward Dojin and Swa. It turned out the mysterious person was Tiu. He coldly aimed the arrow at Dojin, who was inside Min-sung's body. "Lee Min-sung, what exactly are you? What have you been doing all this time?" In Tu's eyes filled with rage, he seemed ready to tear Dojin into 100 pieces. Swa widened his eyes and looked toward Taegu. He suddenly thought of the S-rank hunter Lim Taegu. Dojin spoke softly. "It seems our deep conversation can't continue here." He looked at Swa with an even more sinister smile. "Let's meet at a higher area in this zone. The Black Mask." Tilu, overhearing Dojin's words to Swa, angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as he finished, Minung fired an arrow toward Dojin. "I said you're not allowed to move without my permission." Dojin glanced calmly at the incoming arrow. He gently flew into the air with his wings and dodged the arrow. Tegu, frustrated by the missed attack, created 3 destructive arrows from his palm. He angrily prepared to shoot all 3 arrows at Dojin. The 3 arrows flew swiftly toward their target. Dojin effortlessly dodged all 3 attacks, a scheming smile always on his face. Nearby, Suo also somersaulted lightly, dodging the piercing arrows. He muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, looks like Hunter Lim Tegu came to capture Lee Minung too, Baru asked curiously. Aren't you going to counterattack? Not yet, Your Majesty, Dojin answered Baru's question. Judging by the reaction, it seemed Lim Tegu was unrelated to Itarim's apostles. Besides, he hadn't shown his true skills yet. Tegu smiled, but felt no joy inside. He spoke bitterly, those bastards avoid my name as if it's natural. Once again, he knocked an arrow and aimed at Dojin. The priority now was to capture Lai Minung. No need to worry too much about that guy. The murderous intent in Tegu's eyes intensified. He silently thought, it seems my wish to capture him unharmed was just selfish hope. Min Sung Jin worriedly clenched his teeth. That Ma'ana was too dangerous. At Tegu's place, a gust of wind carrying dark magic swept by, tightening his nerves like a stretched string. T cautiously aimed his bow at the source of the dark aura. A goblin hid beside a tree, and Tegu pointed his weapon directly at the creature. The goblin looked confused, not knowing why it was there. It cried out in frustration, suspiciously pointing at itself. T made a grimace, staring blankly at the goblin. Why was there a goblin here? But just seconds later, he realized something and quickly turned in horror. Damn it! Tegu stood frozen in midair behind him. Both Dojin and Suo had disappeared long ago. T muttered curses under his breath. He gritted his teeth angrily and growled, Lai Minung, what the hell are you thinking? Elsewhere, a cell phone on a table vibrated with an incoming call, and a hand reached out to answer. After hearing the voice on the other end, Sung Shu responded with some disappointment. I see, so Lee Minung escaped. Tilu's voice carried regret as he replied, Sorry, Association Chairman. It was my mistake. Lee Minung's appearance was abnormal, possibly due to drug use, plus another hunter. Zhang Yinwei was startled by Tegu's words. He focused on Tegu's conversation with Sung Shu on the phone, a black-masked hunter with him. Zhang Yin loudly asked Tegu before he could hang up if the black-masked hunter was the one who looked like a fighter. Tegu looked at Zhang Yin in surprise. How did you know? Zhang Yin's expression tensed. The hunter I saw at the dungeon outbreak was also wearing a black mask. He single-handedly stopped the magical monsters from running wild. Along with the magical monsters running wild were dark magic monsters. If they were dark magic monsters, they belonged to Hunter Yung Jin Yu. In the office, Sung Shu sat with his hands clasped. He silently wondered if the missing hunter Sung Jin Yu had returned. If not him, the situation would have been handled quickly, Sung Shu thought. Or maybe the scene shifted to a mountain range, where a pair of feet quietly climbed to the summit. Sho glanced sharply straight ahead. Sensing the person he was waiting for, Dojin smiled excitedly. Mr. Tu stood on the cliff looking down below, where Swa was walking with his hands in his pockets. Dojin tilted his head and pointed his sword at Swa. Unexpectedly, why are you helping me? Sho showed no expression, walking and replying, Obviously, wouldn't you abandon Lai Minung's body and disappear if it became too dangerous? Dojin smirked slightly and softly continued, I heard from the demons that darkness is known as the Dark King in this world. He coldly asked, What is your relationship with the Dark King? Sho narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing terrifying, murderous intent. Looks like you have a lot of questions, but I see no reason to let you listen. I will crush you and use that method to extract information. Beru, hiding under Suo's cloak, appeared and warned, Be careful, young king. I can't gauge Lee Minung's power while the Itarim apostle has taken over his body. Suo reassured, Don't worry, Beru. I've prepared something for this moment. His shadow expanded, revealing a surge of dark power. Suo whispered softly, as if Dojin had anticipated his next move. He smirked with pride. It was certain, Dojin thought silently. It was exactly the dark power he had witnessed on the battlefield. Each summoned shadow beast by Suho appeared. The first was the common Swamp King Kasaka. The second was the common Blue Fang. The next shadow beast was the common high-class Cho. And the last and strongest was the elite gravekeeper Siga. Suho's powerful voice echoed, These are the corpses I've saved for this day. 2 more shadows appeared beside Suo, the 5th shadow beast and Io. Suho clenched his fist, teasing gently, Let's fight with everything we've got. The summoned shadow beasts were fully assembled. Dojin watched the dark beasts with fascination, smirking. Suddenly, the system displayed an urgent mission notification. Emergency mission. Defeat Li Misung, the Itarim apostle. Defeat Li Minung, who is possessed by the Itarim apostle, and reclaim his memories. Defeat Li Minung, the Itarim apostle, one-on-one. Hearing this, Suo's mood suddenly darkened. He frowned, thinking, The mission is to defeat Li Minung? Has the moment finally come? The moment I have to kill someone else? Dojin pointed his sword provocatively at Suho. Deep in his subconscious, Dojin clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and bowed his head. After understanding what emotions were, changes happened inside him, feeling very strange. The memories of the original body trapped in a fragment made me think I understood what it felt like to face darkness. A curious feeling toward a powerful being, one from another dimension, possessing strength capable of stopping an entire legion from the outer world. I was curious about that shadow, a lonely figure standing amidst his army. Dojin slowly opened his eyes, glowing with golden light. I wondered if I could get answers from him. Outside reality, the Kasaka beast launched the first attack on Dojin. He calmly watched Kasaka charge. Then Dojin took only a few seconds to swing his sword and cleave Kasaka in two. But immediately another beast attacked him from behind. Dojin's eyes showed surprise. He stepped back in panic. Suho chased after Dojin as fast as the wind. Suho threw a thunderous punch, but Dojin blocked it with his sword. Dojin finally realized Suho's trick. He used his soldiers to distract me, while he himself rushed into close combat. Is he really confident in his melee skills? Dojin angrily swung his sword toward Suho. Just as the blade was about to touch him, Suho quickly leaned back and dodged. He landed on the ground, and Dojin followed suit. Iso took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. She gritted her teeth, determined to defeat Dojin and avenge Kasaka. But unfortunately, Dojin easily dodged her strike, grabbed her spear, and flipped her upside down. Dojin questioned, "You're not a shadow soldier, are you?" Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at Dojin with hatred. Suho flew in from the rocky side to rescue Io. The mask on his face cracked. Dojin cast a cold glance at the attacker. He asked, "Why don't you use shadow soldiers in battle?" Suho replied coldly, "Shadow soldiers?" Then he said, "If you want to see them so badly, then watch this." As Suho finished speaking, Siga appeared right behind Dojin. It used a technique to trap Dojin inside. Siga's massive hand held him captive. Dojin gave Siga a cold glare. Taking advantage of Dojin being restrained, Suho used the power of the Vun horn, aiming to quickly finish him off. Suho's eyes turned icy as he raised his fist. Dojin's expression remained calm, unshaken. Suddenly, a massive explosion blew everything away, dust swirling everywhere. Dojin squinted, trying to see through the sand. He quickly stepped back to escape the blast radius. Suho breathed heavily. The sand covering him exploded. A blurry figure appeared inside the smoke. Dojin attacked Suho like a ghost. "Looks like I can't feel the excitement I once had back then." Eso was hit and screamed in pain. The Cho beast was also targeted by Dojin, losing a piece of its body. The fang on Dojin's hand cracked. His eyes showed astonishment. Dojin ended his attack, coldly shaking his head at the group. Disappointing. He continued disdainfully. "The soldiers of that shadow guy are all seasoned warriors with their own will. It's like they are a well-trained legion. Your power might be similar to his, but your skills are worlds apart," Dojin went on. "Eso and Suho are struggling to hold off the relentless attacks. I really can't believe you possess such power yet still can't win," Dojin sneered. Suho coldly looked at Dojin. "Damn it. Since the Itarim apostle has taken over Lim Minung's body, everything has become much harder." His power surprised Suho. It was almost on par with an S-rank hunter. Before he could gather his thoughts, Dojin charged forward to attack him. The reason the shadowy figure appeared so lonely was that no one in this world was his equal. Suho struggled to defend against Dojin's relentless sword strikes. After all, who could truly understand someone who possessed absolute power? Shuho thought silently. Does he really look that lonely? At that moment, a cracking sound of something breaking echoed. Shuho was stunned, eyes wide as he looked at his gloves shattering into pieces. The system notification appeared. The horn of Vunkanitum has been destroyed. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Dojin swiftly flew over and stabbed Shuho through the abdomen with his sword. Iso cried out in despair, full of heartbreak. "The young king." Dojin stared intently at Shuho, his gaze sharp. "You don't understand the power you possess at all." A glint of ambition rose from deep within him. "That's why I will take away the dark power he holds." Watching Shuho struggle across from him, a cunning plan formed in Dojin's mind. "I'll turn him into a follower, then do whatever it takes to claim that power. Once I succeed, maybe I'll understand what darkness truly feels like." His whole body trembled in pain, but he forced himself to pull the sword out of his own body. Sweat poured down Dojin's face like a waterfall. He swallowed the pain and gritted his teeth, thinking, "I don't understand the power I hold? Come to think of it." Li Min-shung said something similar. Shuho recalled the words Min-shung had said. "You're the type who always shows hope but lacks any real personality. Kindness and morality, those are just things others impose on you. You don't even know what you truly want. If you weren't lucky enough to have that power, you'd just be a background character your whole life. Eventually, you'll face a situation where you must make your own decision." Shuho wondered about his stats and skills. "Do I need something else besides these to become stronger?" Baru suddenly called out to the young king, questioning, "Why don't you use weapon manifestation?" Suo pressed the TV remote while glancing sideways to answer Baru. Because the Horn of Vun Can has more attack power. Suho rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Also, it's a bit difficult for me to use both the Link skill and Royal Authority while commanding shadow soldiers in a battle like this. Besides, I'm not confident I can use weapon manifestation. Beru spoke firmly. You're a genius. I believe you can do it. I, Beru, guarantee that. Shuho replied vaguely. It's fine. He glanced at Beru and asked, besides, didn't you say Dad doesn't always use weapon manifestation in battle? There must be a reason why he chooses to use it sometimes. So I think something might be wrong if I use it. Beru was silent for a moment, then answered, if that's what you think, then so be it. A thought crossed Shuho's mind. When did this start? When exactly? When did I start setting limits on myself so easily? Remembering himself sitting on a chair, drawing on paper, Suho sighed deeply. His eyes darkened. Was it because of the habit of easily accepting failure before I awakened? Shuho asked himself, thinking back, how long has it been since I last drew after awakening? I really love drawing. Once again, Min Sheng's words echoed in his mind. You don't even know what you want. If you weren't lucky enough to have that power, you'd just live as a background character your whole life. Shuho nodded. He thought, he was right. Shuho silently decided he had entrusted the system with the task of reuniting with his father, and that finding his mother was something he wanted to do once he became stronger. The reason I want to be strong is because I can't find strength within myself. Negative thoughts kept pouring out, gradually poisoning his mind. Why am I trying so hard to follow in my father's footsteps? But what Dad needs isn't a copy of him. Shuho resolved silently to find something only he could do. Back in reality, though blood poured like water, Suo swallowed the pain inside, his trembling hand raised high, pointing at Dojin. Suo mustered all his strength and shouted loudly, rising up. Dojin was very confused by Suo's action. Then he realized, wait, aren't shadow soldiers immortal creatures? They can revive even after death. He glanced behind at the shadow beasts of Shuho that had been defeated, disdainfully mocking Shuho's group. He smirked and said, no matter how much your soldiers attack me, they'll never stand a chance. Deep inside, Dojin wondered, are they merging? I've never seen this happen in battles against shadows before. Watching the Kasaka, Fang, Green Venom, and Siga beasts fuse into one, Dojin questioned Mimera. Yeah, Esso looked at a shadow beast suddenly appearing from the third dimension and exclaimed in surprise, Ray. A dark, shadowy aura surrounded Shuho's body, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. Childhood memories flooded Shuho's mind. Like a rewind of a film, Shuho's voice grew determined. I want to become a police officer like Dad. His father looked at Shuho thoughtfully. Shuho cheerfully asked back, is that okay? Because Dad looks so cool. Then he happily looked over at his mother. Or I could become an athlete like Mom. Can I become as strong as Mom? Suho asked excitedly. Is that okay, Mom? The mother remained silent, not answering. The mother placed her hand on his head and replied, Suho, your father and I agreed the moment you were born. She gently stroked her son's hair. We won't stop you from chasing your dreams. Just do what you love, Suho replied. But I want to be as cool as Dad and as strong as Mom. The mother looked into Suho's eyes and smiled softly. If that's the case, then try your best to be like us. As long as you're sure that's what you want. Suho gave a faint smile, wondering why he suddenly remembered what Mom said before. He recalled everything from another time. Teacher Dogun commented on Suho's drawing of the demon beast. Usually, drawing something repeatedly traps you in a loop, but it feels like I'm actually getting better. Dogun pointed at the drawing, and Suho followed the teacher's gesture, like this one here. The teacher asked a question Suho couldn't answer. Is this still an ant? Suho bowed his head, his hand still resting on the blade. The reason I learned to transform faster than Dad is because the system adapted to my body. I won't underestimate it anymore. The fighting style using the king's transformation with unlimited shadow withdrawal. The power flow of Cat combined with small lightning sparks. Dojin stood still, staring at Suho warily. Baru looked suspiciously at Dojin. Have the Dark Warriors been drawn to the young master lately? It's getting harder to maintain their forms. Suddenly, O appeared to rescue Baru from Dojin, unless it got sucked in too. She asked curiously, Baru, what's going on with the young master? Baru sighed deeply, thoughtful. I don't really know the answer to that. Baru replied, then added, but the young master is probably shedding his old self. Dojin squinted deep in thought. Is he awakening his potential? An alarm bell rang in Dojin's mind. Trouble's coming. I need to quickly finish him off and force the star fragment into his body. A dark energy burst from Suho, knocking Dojin back a few steps. His face grew pale. Dojin used his wings to fly into the air. What's going on? As far as I know, a hunter's power can't change. Is this a reawakening? Darkness surrounded Suho, his body gradually transforming. The dark power faded, revealing Suho's silhouette behind the black smoke. Suho's body transformed strangely, his eyes like a bloodthirsty predator's. Sharp claws grew on his hands, and his wings turned into powerful demon beast arms. Suho wondered, is this shadow form a way to weaponize dark power? Kasaka was revived and charged at Dojin again. Suho thought silently, Remembering the flexible nature of darkness, I can shape it in many ways. With just one move, he split Kasaka's demon beast body into two equal parts. But if Kasaka falls, there's still Siga. The demon beast attacked Dojin from behind with a mace. Siga slammed the mace where Dojin stood, aiming a critical blow, but then clenched his teeth in extreme pain. Dojin blocked Siga's attack with his blade. He sneered, "I told you, you weaklings can't do anything to me." Then he raised his sword and unleashed a flurry of slashes at Siga, shattering him into 100 pieces. Suddenly, a dark energy, 100 times stronger than before, radiated from Dojin's direction, startling him to look up. Suho slowly approached Dojin with dark energy. "Then I have this too." The system displayed a notification. Connection skill, Demon Strike activated. Suho's hair grew longer and turned white. Suho leapt up, shattering the ground beneath him. He moved as fast as the wind toward Dojin. Dojin squinted, seriously saying, "That mana flow is dangerous, like a piece of cake." Dojin easily dodged Suho's attack. He laughed mockingly, "But I won't fall for such an obvious opening." Then he turned and slashed Suho's shoulder. Suho fell backward, blood spurting from the wound. He closed his eyes and smiled softly. "Don't worry, you're not losing your power, just one leg." Suho remained strangely calm, his gaze growing colder. A voice of surprise echoed. Kwao Suho exclaimed in amazement. "So the king form has this ability too." Suddenly, dark power and demon beasts appeared right behind Dojin. The darkness unleashed a devastating punch to Dojin's face. The impact caused a massive explosion. The ground shook, rocks shattered, and flew into the air. Dojin was blasted against a cliff, shattering it. Debris fell, dust clouding the air. Dojin lay still. Suho and the demon beasts stared at him. Deep inside, Dojin was affected too. Fresh blood streaming from his eyes as he transferred skills to his subordinates. He said with some reluctance, "A new power for me." Watching Dojin gape silently, Suho thought silently, "He can't make a sound anymore. Maybe his jaw is broken." Dojin struggled to stand. Suho thought, "But his body can still move. I can hold out a bit longer if I sacrifice him. From now on, I can't be careless." Dojin's face was distorted from the dark punch. He screamed inside, "What the hell is this? That bastard did this to me." Dojin's subconscious eyes widened, stunned, wondering Lee Minung. Did the previous blow awaken him? Dojin grabbed his sword again, thinking to himself, did the impact from the previous hit awaken him? A powerful S-rank hunter was being beaten down by a subordinate. Dojin and Minjung fought for control of the body, with Dojin issuing a threat. "Lee Minung, if you don't shut up." Minjung sneered, responding to Dojin with disdain. "So what? I can get even worse. You think I'm scared to die?" Mindung looked down at his trembling hand. "What I hate most is being underestimated, and I hate being ignored." He bit into his own flesh, thinking if he could make those bastards taste pain, that would be perfect. Suddenly Min Seung stopped his actions, his eyes wide open. Seeing the familiar feet approaching, Min Dung thought silently, "Here comes that bastard." Looking up at Shou's figure, Min Dung thought, "Even if I can't be the main character, I'll still play my role well." He shattered the armor covering his body. Min Dung stuck out his tongue, his face full of madness. A hint of insanity appeared in his mind, tasting the last bit of power of a villain. At the same time, Swa realized his moment had come. He quickly rushed toward Dojin, his cold gaze fixed on Minung. A punch fueled by Swa's barely built-up affection targeted Minung. Suho's thunderous punch pierced through Min Sung's stomach before he even understood what was happening. Sung Suho punched right through Lee Min Sung's body. Then he lifted him up, Lee Min Sung's hand stained with blood. Unable to accept this, he screamed loudly, the scream growing louder. Lee Min-sung painfully raised his hand to touch around his mouth, growling as he did. Lee Min-sung wondered if it was so bad that now he had a hole right in his stomach. Now his jaw was broken. Was there no way to deny this? When that alien bastard appeared before him, he thought the chance to change this damn world had finally come. But this was his fate. Yeah, ever since the great disaster happened, his life has been like a dead dog's. In Lee Minung's mind appeared the image of Lim Taeju. He didn't like it and cursed. "Damn it, why do I remember that bastard Lim Taeju at my last moment?" Lee Minung muttered irritably. "Don't stand above me and look down on me." Lee Minung was a superstar, but why did that kid look like he pitied him? Just then, the system notification appeared. Notification: you have gained experience. Notification: you have leveled up. Mission: emergency mission. Defeat Lee Minung. Apostle Itarim. Defeat Lee Minung, who has been possessed by Apostle Itarim and had his memories taken. Defeat Lee Minung, Apostle Itarim, one-on-one. Notification: mission completed. Lee Min-shung had collapsed. Sung Suho approached him. The Esso group arrived just in time. Seeing their young lord, Esso smiled happily and said, "Young king, you did it. I knew you would defeat Apostle Itarim." Sung Suho remained silent, his eyes full of thought. Looking at Lee Min-seung's body lying on the ground, Sung Suho finally spoke. The one smiling at the last moment was probably Lee Min-seung, not Apostle Itarim, right? Although he didn't say much, He gave me the feeling of someone who poured his heart into his desire. Beru seemed to understand Sung Suo's feelings. It thought this was probably the first time the young king had killed one of his own kind. Is he in shock? Sung Suo still sat there, staring at Lee Min-seung. He told his comrades, "Thanks to Lee Min-seung, I realized something. After becoming a player, my purpose in life was only to find my mother and become someone who could help my father. But now I think I have no goal of my own. That's probably why Lee Min-seung said I don't know what I want." Suddenly he recalled the battle with his father at the end of training, when he truly felt his father's greatness. His father's voice echoed in Sung Suho's mind. "Even though you are my enemy, I respect you. I wish I could be as strong as you." Back then, I truly desired victory, so I felt deeply discouraged. He didn't know when his father had become so distant and great, someone he couldn't even imagine reaching. He thought he needed to say this. Having big ambitions is a good thing, right? Suddenly opening up like that, Baru didn't understand at all. Sung Suho seemed determined, pointing to the sky and clearly saying, "The stronger I become, the more I crave to be the strongest. I will surpass Apostle Itarim, the kings, and even my father. That's the model I want to become." Iso was moved by these words. She wanted to tell Sung Suho, young king, but those words only go so far. Beru also expressed its opinion. "Even though I think it's impossible, I will still support you." Gray chimed in. "I think becoming stronger than the Dark King is way too difficult." Sung Suho replied helplessly. "Thanks for killing the mood, guys." Despite saying that, Sung Suho understood why they thought that way. He quickly set the matter aside and focused on checking the rewards. The system notification appeared. Notification, you have received rewards. Notification, you have gained experience. Notification, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. Notification, player has reached the required level. Notification, you will receive an advanced mission. Notification, do you want to accept the advanced mission? Before this notification, Sung Suo hesitated. He thought, an advanced mission? Looks like reaching level 40 will unlock advanced missions. The system still had more notifications. In the status window, it showed Sung Suo at level 40, Profession 0, Fatigue none, Title Blood Wolf 8, 2,500 mana, 780 Strength, 124 Endurance, 60 Agility, 49 Intelligence, 47 Awareness, 54 plus 5 remaining points, 4 passive skills, 3rd level defense, 2nd level martial arts, 1st level power enhancement, active skills, 2nd level royal authority, 2nd level shadow extraction, 1st level violent slash. Sung Suho felt happy about this notification because he was finally about to receive a profession. The group stood there looking into the distance, bathed in the soft light of the sunset. Opposite them, someone silently observed their every move. Lee Min-seung. He smiled arrogantly and said, "Looks like I let my guard down. I didn't expect that black-masked guy to have such great potential. I have to make him one of mine. One of the powers I gained from collecting my fragments is the equivalent exchange balance. It allows me to trade something of mine for another thing of equal value. Min will convert the life force of nearby followers into mana. Thinking is doing." Lee Min-seung immediately used the power of the equivalent exchange balance to gather mana, and he enjoyed the results, saying, "It will be something like this." From Lee Min-seung's hand, a mana orb formed. He was satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, on Sung Suo's side, Baru said, "Young lord, now I will try to search for information about the trickster Itarim in Lee Min-seung's memories." Sungu agreed to let Baru do that. Sung Suho was still thinking about Lee Min-seung, wondering if Lee Min-seung hated the world after the great catastrophe. What if he never became a player? While lost in thought, Sung Suo's eyes suddenly widened, as something pierced straight through his side. The attack was so strong that Io and Gray were shocked. Sung Suo froze, not understanding what was happening. A flood of questions filled his mind. An attack? From where? It was Lee Min-seung attacking from a distance with the mana orb he had just formed. Knowing he hit the target, Lee Min-seung laughed with delight as another mana orb flew forward. Sung Suho collapsed, feeling something invading his mind. The system issued a series of warnings about a passive effect called longevity. You will be immune to all diseases, poisons, and status effects, and have extremely strong regeneration while sleeping. 321 failed to remove abnormal status. Longevity is analyzing the abnormal status. A 2-1 longevity confirmed that this abnormal status is similar to the flame infection. Longevity will attempt to remove the abnormal status using data from flame infection. 321 test failed. Due to the presence of foreign substances, the system became unstable. Longevity will try to heal you using flame infection data. 321 test failed. 321 test failed. 321 test failed. 321 Lee Min-seung observed from afar, a triumphant expression clear on his face. He said to himself, "We will gain the power of darkness." His eyes opened wide with madness. Sung Suo's system was still analyzing his condition. 3, 2, 1. Successfully analyzed the abnormal status. The longevity effect removed the abnormal status. The system recovery process began. Sung Suho stood up. Baru and Gray's group was extremely panicked. Sung Suho noticed the process of converting followers had stopped midway. A voice echoed in Sung Suho's ear. Young lord, are you okay? Sung Suho thought. Longevity has successfully activated. I need to use darkness to cover my wounds. The system warned again. His blood was decreasing, Suho thought. At this rate, I need to find a way fast. He pressed the accept button on the system screen. It was a notification about accepting an advanced mission. Suho agreed to take the mission. The system displayed a new notification indicating the advanced mission was starting. Immediately, the surrounding space changed. The system provided new information. Only players can enter the advanced mission. To maintain seamless connection, your teammates, the descendants of the royal bloodline, must be transferred to the dark dungeon. Eso and Baru were shocked when they heard this. They didn't want to leave Sho alone. Lee Min-zung was watching every move of Sho from afar. Sho was in pain, his eyes tightly shut. After a moment, the space suddenly changed, and a new energy appeared. The space was now completely black, and a voice spoke up. It's so dark, I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts so much. I feel the warmth of fire somewhere nearby. But if my stomach hurts this badly, does that mean I'm still alive? Then immediately, light filled the space. It was Sho. He carefully observed the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed something. Sho was sitting in a long corridor, wondering where this place was. At the battlefield where Sho and Lee Minung had just fought, a foot stepped down. It was Lee Minung's true form. He looked at his body lying below. Lee Minung stared at himself and said, "There's no magic left around me." Suddenly, the gate opened and took the black-masked man and his soldiers away. But it didn't take Lee Min-shung, meaning only he and his allies could use the gate. Darkness and the black mask always surprised me whenever we fought them. Interesting. In the space Sho just arrived at, he placed one hand on the ground, then stood up straight. Sho said to himself, "After arriving here, the hole in my stomach has completely healed. That means my body has recovered." Speaking of which, Sho stopped standing up. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and stood up, then opened the system to check everything and said, "The advanced mission doesn't allow other royal descendants to participate. The dark dungeon key cannot be used. It means I can't use the connection skill or the key to enter the dark dungeon. This is definitely the tutorial dungeon, the dungeon my father created for me." Exho recalls his previous memories. Exho thinks, although the mature version of myself from here is gone, the memories here remain forever, but there are no knights left to defeat and level up, nor weapons to give anymore. Why do I have to choose when the horn is already broken? At this moment, a series of questions flood Shuho's mind. Why isn't there a detailed explanation of the mission if I have to open the gate and climb the tower like before? Does that mean I have to complete everything without using weapons or connection skills? Is this place always like a maze with so many paths? This place feels both strange and familiar, noises coming from everywhere, cramped with something that amazes X-Ho. Ahead is a door. Suho stands before the door, still scratching his head in confusion. The path remains, but why is there suddenly a boss room door here? Is this advanced mission half-heartedly done? X-Ho stands there thinking for a moment, then decides to open the door. He feels a bit worried, not knowing what's behind it. Once the advanced mission ends, will I become stronger like I used to? The first thing I encounter in the dungeon is a knight. The door opens, and X-Ho steps inside. Inside is pitch black. X-Ho feels uncomfortable and thinks, it's too dark to see anything. But someone is there, a vague shadow sitting on a chair in front of X-Ho. He sees the hand of the person sitting there. His eyes widen, as if he's familiar with this person. He stands looking ahead, recognizing this familiar figure, and hears words spoken. "That's me from the tutorial in the past." Suho exclaims in shock. "Do I have to fight myself? Back then, I could even beat Peru with full power." Suho feels a bit worried, thinking silently that he defeated Peru. Past X-Ho clenches his fist tightly, seemingly ready to fight. Immediately, Past X-Ho unleashes his power, a punch straight forward aimed at Present X-Ho. Present X-Ho hasn't reacted yet, shouting, "Wait!" But Past X-Ho doesn't seem to care, attacking fiercely with overwhelming force. 3 lamps lighting the room are burning. Suddenly one flickers out. X-Ho slams his hand hard on the ground. The room echoes with his shout. X-Ho's face turns pale as if he just experienced something terrible. The room returns to normal. X-Ho sits in the middle of the room and says, "Will I respawn here if I die?" His eyes show fear and confusion. A flood of questions arises in X-Ho's mind. Why do I have to fight myself in the boss room? Could the advanced mission really be to defeat my past self? Is that even possible? Suho falls into deep thought. He thinks quickly, then stands up and says, "No, the system was created to help me get stronger. If my mission is to defeat whatever is behind this door, then there must be a way to do it. Unlike the tutorial dungeon, this place has many paths. If a boss room door appears here, there must be other doors elsewhere. Based on my judgment, I'll act immediately." After a while, Suho, drenched in sweat, looks ahead happily and says, I knew it, there's another boss room. He now stands before another door, similar to the first door X-Ho entered. He lifts his foot, ready to step in, but hesitates, thinking, wait, what's in this room? X-Ho reassures himself, don't think about it. Whatever it is, it's still better than facing my past self. With that thought, Suho places his hand on the door and opens it. Inside is a space filled with children's toys scattered across the floor. A little boy is sitting there playing with the toys. Noticing someone, the boy looks toward the door. X-Ho is once again shocked, thinking, is that me as a child? What kind of dungeon is this? Do I have to fight myself as a kid? Even if it's myself, fighting a child is still wrong. While Suho thinks this, the child attacks. The toys in the room float in the air, each carrying power. Suho can't move. X-Ho thinks, is that the power of a ruler? The boy points at Suho. His finger moves rapidly in different directions, and the space changes again. Another lamp goes out. Suho sits in the middle of the room again, his whole body aching. X-Ho doesn't understand what's happening, recalling that he couldn't believe the question earlier. Did I just snap my own neck and kill myself instantly as a child? Right now, I can't face both versions of myself. How am I supposed to complete this mission? Wait, suddenly, X-Ho thinks of something. He thinks if I only have 3 lives like in the tutorial, I've already died twice. That means I only have 1 life left. 1 lamp is still burning. But suddenly, many lamps appear in the air. More and more keep appearing. X-Ho looks up, confused. He exclaims, what the hell? But before he can finish, a strange phenomenon occurs. The system announces a parallel world clone. Due to interference, the system has malfunctioned. Defeat the entity behind the door with your remaining lives. The entity behind the door is more than 1. Until the advanced mission is completed, you cannot leave the dungeon. X-Ho looks at the lamps in the air, wondering, don't tell me all these flames represent the number of lives I have left. Is this a good thing? But then X-Ho realizes, but there's no way to level up here. He begins analyzing the situation. Because of the presence of strange materials, the system has become unstable. Is the reason I got such a ridiculous mission because the system is malfunctioning? The system now has a new announcement. Defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining lives. The creature behind the door is more than 1. Until you complete the advanced mission, you cannot leave the dungeon. After reading the announcement, Suho thought that if that's the case, there's no guarantee those flames are really his remaining lives. But I can't give up here. Suho moved forward. He knew the only choice he had was to keep going. Suho continued analyzing the seemingly random paths and the sudden appearances of boss rooms. So it's highly likely that other rooms still exist. But the problem is, I don't know how vast this maze really is. Sho walked while observing and analyzing the situation. Since I have plenty of time, I'll search slowly and carefully. But suddenly something caught Sho's attention. Ahead, there seemed to be something. Sho approached. It was a stuffed bear floating in midair. Then many other objects appeared, including Sho as a child. Sho looked closely and exclaimed, huh? Why am I here as a kid? Could it have come out into the hallway through the door that just opened? I have to run. Without thinking twice, Sho immediately ran, but the boy reacted faster, launching an attack aimed at Sho's leg. Sho was injured. His calf was sliced off from his leg. Sho collapsed onto the floor. He couldn't believe it, wondering how a mere toy could explode his leg like that. Wow, can royal authority really create such terrifying speed? What am I supposed to do to complete the mission in this condition? At that moment, someone appeared. It was Sho from the past. Present-day Sho couldn't understand the situation and clenched his jaw, saying, this is absurd. Past Sho immediately attacked present Sho, delivering a kick straight to his face. Time passed again, and Sho's hand clenched into a fist, pounding the wall hard. He said helplessly, it's cheating that the creatures can roam the hallways like this. Why is it so difficult? Did Dad go through an advanced mission like this too? However, the fact that I'm still alive proves those flames are indeed my remaining lives. If the mission's condition is to defeat the creatures in the room, then I don't need to communicate with them. I just need to keep challenging and find another room. Past Sho appeared again, continuously attacking present Sho. Facing this, Sho thought, even if I die, it's fine. After all, I have nearly unlimited lives. As long as I keep trying, I'll definitely find another door to a creature's room. Sho kept that spirit and fought himself relentlessly. But then he thought, what if due to a system error, no other rooms exist here? Sho realized that's not a solution. He sat down, thinking about infinite lives but facing enemies he couldn't defeat and no way to level up. Isn't this hell on earth? Sho recalled the words he said before entering the dungeon, growing stronger. The more I crave to become the strongest. Thinking of that, Sho suddenly smiled. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, those words became chains that forced me to move forward. Damn it. Fine, then I'll redraw the maze map every time I die. As he spoke, Sho wiped his bloody finger on the ground. I have to do everything I can. He began redrawing the maze from memory. Outside the world, news was spreading. The Hunter Association just announced a ban on using stardust stimulants. Stardust used to be a popular anesthetic among hunters because it was believed to have no side effects, but most users have shown symptoms of memory loss. Hunters who used Stardust are currently undergoing medical examinations. Another piece of news, the vice president of the Death Guild, the main distributor of Stardust, was found dead at the foot of a mountain by a group of climbers this morning. A former star once hailed as a hero among hunters now shocked the world as his crimes were exposed. The Death Guild will face an investigation from the Hunter Association. Linju heard the news, his face full of guilt, blaming himself, saying it was all his fault. If I hadn't let Lee Minung escape back then, none of this would have happened. Another person comforted Lim Taeju. Hunter Taeju, don't blame yourself like that. Lim Taeju, deep in thought, shared his concerns. But there are still some things that bother me. When I found Min Sung, he didn't look normal. He never had the skill to change his appearance like that. Could that be a skill created by Stardust? Choi Dong-in asked. Lin Tae-ju responded suspiciously. I'm not sure, but it's possible that such a skill exists. Also, a hunter wearing a black mask fought Lee Min-sung. Could that person be the one who killed Lee Min-sung? This character piqued the curiosity of everyone in the room. Choi Dong-in reached into his inner jacket pocket and said, speaking of which, a minor in the group was reported missing. His name is Sung Suho. He's registered as a D-rank hunter, but given the current situation, it's possible he's an imposter. Then he pulled out a photo of Suho and threw it on the table. Lin Taeji asked, can I see that person's photo? Choi Dong-in didn't refuse. Of course, after all, he's connected to this case. Hunter PD. Badogin took the photo of Sho. Kim Sung-soo looked at the photo in his hand and thought it was highly likely that Sho was the hunter wearing the black mask. But the kid is missing again? Hunter Sung Jinwoo? What exactly is happening to Suho? I hope the kid is safe. Bad DJ examined the photo closely and suddenly smirked. In the dungeon where Sho was, a maze map was drawn on the ground, gradually filling in more details. After a while, the map was as large as the entire room. Sho sat looking at the map for a long time, his eyes narrowing. Outside, the SO group worried about Suo's safety. Baru didn't know what to do, just flying in circles above the ground. Seeing this, Amut said to him, flying in circles won't bring the young king back. Why don't you calm down? Baru said again. Bo said coldly. How can you tell me to calm down when no one knows how the young king is right now? Baru cried and complained. Young king, Baru is so worried that I can't sleep. Eso spoke up to defend Baru, saying, I understand why Baru acted that way. It's been 2 weeks since the young king stepped through the gate. Unlike his cold tone when talking to Baru, Amu gently confided in Eso. You seem worried about the young king too, Eso told Amut. Aren't you too cold? You're a companion just like us. Amut didn't hesitate to give his opinion. If so, are you really looking straight at the young king? I understand that in your eyes, compared to the great existence known as the Dark King, the young king is like a child. But I have never met that Dark King. I only know that your young king has never uttered a word of giving up, even if his bones are broken, flesh torn, or spirit pushed to the limit. I firmly believe that no matter what challenges he faces, he will be safe. Baru was surprised by Amu's words and praised him with satisfaction. Wow, you're right. All we can do is trust the young king. Inside the dungeon, Suho was counterattacking, attacking while saying, do you think I'll just keep dying at your hands? Suho was facing his past self. Young X-Ho was also present, but was sitting and watching the two fight. Although he counterattacked, X-Ho was still not in the upper hand. He spoke. I stopped counting how many dozens or hundreds of times I've died a long time ago. Through these repeated deaths, I realized I could see their status windows. My younger version, the one who can tear a person apart with psychic power. Little X-Ho had no player level, no Dominator's hand skill, maximum level of telekinesis without touch, yet his Dominator's hand skill had reached the maximum level. My guide version, the one who can destroy everything with a single strike. The novice Xeung Suo's class is Battle Soul Phantom. The system displayed Suo's guide version information. Name, Seung Suo Ho, level 99, class battle Soul Phantom, and he is a 99 monster, so was reborn once again. He hurriedly ran down the corridor. He cursed with slight irritation. Damn it, even though I haven't gone far enough to mark it on the map. Through continuous deaths, I gradually got used to the fear. X-Ho recalled what he had just experienced in this room. He continued, this time I got closer to you. Hear that? But this feeling should only be here. I know I shouldn't take death lightly, so I must always try to survive at all costs. Countless deaths, through countless trials. Amid all that, I feel myself becoming stronger. X-Ho looked at the map he redrew. There was still a blank space ahead. X-Ho calculated in his mind, it seems that place is the only one I haven't set foot in, meaning there's no way to complete the class change mission except by defeating those two. Thinking back, it's strange. I encountered those two much faster than before. As soon as the thought ended, Suho's opponent appeared immediately as he predicted. Suho looked at his younger self, feeling as if he was trying to stop him from going that way. Thinking so, X-Ho sped toward the boy. He reasoned, the Dominator's hand uses an invisible hand. If so, if I also wrap myself in it, X-Ho was about to clash with the boy's power when something enveloped his entire body. Then he fell into free fall. Young X-Ho also seemed to lose control. Young Suho noticed something unusual. Suho's jacket flew in midair. Suho used the time to quickly observe the surrounding space. He looked at a corner and immediately guessed, that's right. The left path is the only one I haven't been to. Please, X-Ho, use your maximum speed to turn left. He arrived just in time. Standing in the corridor entrance, Suho exclaimed in surprise, it's a gate, just as I thought. There's someone else besides those two. While speaking, X-Ho rushed toward the gate, but suddenly his eyes widened. X-Ho looked deep down the corridor, cursing silently. Damn it, he's coming. Just as Suho predicted, past So and young So were attacking. Suho was standing in front of the door, trying to open it. X-Ho thought he had to quickly enter the gate, if they were really trying to block him from reaching it. Once the Battle Soul Phantom arrives here, everything is hopeless. Past Shuho quickly found Shuho. The two were now very close. Past X-Ho was stepping toward X-Ho. He quickly targeted him and launched a powerful attack, but luckily, X-Ho managed to enter inside the gate in time. X-Ho's body tensed, breathing heavily. He gradually calmed down, looking at the closed door in front of him. X-Ho wondered, he can't pass through this gate, right? He leaned both hands on the door, using it as support. He sighed and said, finally, I escaped those bastards. Although he escaped immediate danger, X-Ho did not let his guard down. He began calculating, but knew it was not over yet. The important thing is the one inside this room. Considering the previous two, it's very likely the entity here is a past version of myself. The only ones I can think of are my version from when I started the guide. Or maybe at that moment, if it wasn't one of the two, then who would appear this time? As Sho predicted, a figure appeared behind him, and his gaze became alert. The footsteps gradually approached. It was another version of Sho, holding two deadly weapons in both hands. Sho and his opponent faced each other. Sho looked at the person standing before him, thinking, is this round my turn to use dual swords? The guide version of Sungu Sho and the younger Sungu Sho were both different versions of himself from the past, and the weapon he held was actually the Fang of Rakan, another sword named the Horn of Vui Kan. Huh, is this name a glitch or something? Sho stared at the status screen showing his opponent's stats. After reading the information, he smiled faintly. Then Sho took the initiative to attack. He was excited, thinking that finally a worthy opponent had appeared. This time, Sho seemed very confident. After reading the data, Sho knew that his rank and stats were far superior. The status window displayed Sho's name, level 32, no profession, no fatigue, title, Wolf Slayer, strength 75, stamina 41, agility 41, intelligence 41, reflexes 41. Sho paid special attention to the strength stat. The status window showed Sho's current information. Name Sho, level 40, no profession, no fatigue. Title, Wolf Slayer, HP 8,250 out of 8,250, Mapic 780 out of 780, Strength 1,288, Stamina 41, Agility 49, Intelligence 49, Reflexes 54. It seemed Sho was enhancing himself while using the sword. The system kept sending new notifications. The body enhancement skill had been activated. The player's attack and defense power were amplified. The wind skill of the grassland had been activated, increasing movement and attack speed. The giant skill was activated, boosting defense. This enhancement ability amazed Sho. He thought, body enhancement? That's the skill Amu used. And why does he have so many effect buffs? Before Sho could think further, the opponent launched continuous attacks. A series of skills were activated, including the Windstorm Slash. These skills surprised Sho, who exclaimed that the Windstorm Slash was even usable. Sho quickly drew his sword and unleashed the Windstorm Slash. Sho blocked it. Holding the sword, he felt lucky to have kept it in case his weapon broke. Still, Sho was injured. Suddenly, a flood of old memories appeared in Sho's mind. He worried, what are these memories? Aren't these the memories of when I defeated Brokey? Is this a mental attack? Sho was being attacked both physically and mentally. Memories flashed through Sho's mind, but he was still clear enough to realize another memory wasn't his own. Could it be that every time he's hurt, he suffers more mental attacks? The current Sho was pushed backward. The sword-wielding Sho smirked, then charged energy into his two swords, slashing toward Sho. Sho couldn't dodge and could only block the attack. The attacker wasn't the sword-wielding Sho, but a knight. Things were becoming increasingly surprising for Sho. Sho was facing two enemies at once. The enemies attacked relentlessly. Sho thought that since he could summon a dark warrior from nowhere, he must have the ability to store shadows at level 32. Yeah. The longer the fight went on, the more I realized the memories appearing in my mind were those of this Sho. They were his experiences in another world. In that place, there was another version of Peru, along with other versions of Gray and Amu, and even myself, the one who could work with them to resolve that event smoothly. The system assigned him challenges fitting his current state, and he grew stronger through them. I don't know if it's due to some glitch here that he was created or what. Sho was still fighting hard. Each attack grew stronger. Fighting like this annoyed Sho, who shouted loudly, "Why? Why do you always give me challenges too hard for me? Why must I always push myself to the limit? Not only are there no easy challenges, but I also have to die hundreds of times in this trial because the enemies are absurdly strong." But the other two ignored these words, continuing their attacks as if programmed. Sho fought alone. He realized after dying countless times and enduring endless despair that if he just sat there doing nothing, he could never improve his situation. The problem wasn't whether the system was faulty or not, but that the way I used this system from the start was wrong. The thing that nurtured me isn't the system. I have to be the one exploiting it instead. The clash among the three created a significant shockwave. Sho braced his hands on the ground, his whole body flipping in midair. Sho told himself he wouldn't follow the path the system set for him anymore because his future would change based on his own decisions. Sho dodged the attack and counterattacked. The sword-wielding Sho was pushed backward. Sho didn't stop. He took advantage of the momentum to prepare an attack. A fist aimed directly at the sword-wielding Sho without missing. The sword-wielding Sho was hit by a powerful blow but countered as well. The space around them trembled from the clash of their powers. Sho lay buried in dirt and rocks. He quickly stood up. The system displayed a mission notification. Eliminate the existence behind the door with the number of lives assigned to you. The existence behind the door, 1. The player has completed the class change quest. You have received the title Overcomer of Adversity. This title is awarded to those who have spectacularly overcome hardships. The more stamina you lose, the higher your stats increase. You will gain a percentage. Your stats decrease by 1% each time your stamina drops by 1%. So, the sword-wielding So was defeated. So stood before him, exhausted, and exclaimed, "It's finally over." The system is still notifying you that it is analyzing your movements to determine the appropriate class. You chose the path of struggle instead of bowing to a much stronger opponent. Your will did not collapse despite dying hundreds of times. You have developed both physically and mentally, even when faced with circumstances that should have prevented you from becoming stronger. Your creativity will always find a positive solution in moments of crisis, and your unwavering determination will inspire those around you, ensuring that everyone achieves their goals together. You can choose one of 3 classes. 3 classes? So wondered. The system then presented each class. The first class is the Shadow Heir. If you choose this class, the system will guide you to become the Shadow Heir. The second class is the Soul Fighter. After reviewing past data, you have been offered the choice of the Soul Fighter class. Your previous stats will not be restored, and your shadow skills will disappear. The third class is a hidden class, recommended based on your player characteristics. This hidden class depends on the achievements you earned during the class change quest. Your shadow skills will disappear. So analyzed that choosing the first option would bring no change. Choosing the second would mean following the path of the past. And choosing the third would mean losing everything and experiencing something new. So Ho found something illogical and said, "Are you kidding? I've endured countless painful deaths here just to receive a reward for those unreasonable hardships. I will take everything." Then, So proceeded with the skills to accept the class. The system announced, "You have completed the class change. Your class is Baru." So Ho called the young king to rest peacefully in his arms. Esso couldn't hide his disappointment, stammering, "It's been 3 weeks, but we still haven't heard anything from him." From their expressions, it's clear that Baru is the most troubled here. He desperately needs confirmation to soothe his long-suspended soul. Bad fish. The young king is still okay, right? Honestly, Amut isn't much different from them. He pondered, "I didn't expect to lose contact with him for so long. Maybe something happened to him." Meanwhile, Gray silently appeared behind Amut without a sound. Hearing the strange noise, Gray immediately raised his head, alert and scanning the surroundings. After all, his hearing here is top-notch, making him very sensitive to sounds, especially at this moment. The other person casually walked over and asked Han, "Is everyone still okay?" "Long time no see." It was Soho. He was walking out of the teleport gate, healthy and waving comfortably at them. The whole group was so shocked they stuttered, fumbling over their words. The king finally managed to say, "Young king." Meanwhile, in a skyscraper, inside a room on a high floor, the atmosphere was dark and terrifying. Jin Ho looked momentarily stunned, a drop of worried sweat rolling down his cheek. He hesitated a bit before asking, "Still no news of Soho?" Sitting opposite him, Kim Sung-soo, though reluctant to waste time answering, said, "I'm sorry, but the Hunters Association has no information on anyone like that." The current atmosphere in the Hunters Association is tense. Many believe that Soho killed Lee Mizung. As soon as Kim Seung-soo provided the only valuable information related to the person named Soho, whom this man requested, he suddenly stood up angrily to confront him. There's no way Soho would kill someone. Kim Seung-soo first calmed Jin Ho down and added related information. "I also don't believe it's possible. Maybe So is connected to Itarim, whom you mentioned." "Calm down," he said firmly. In the previous world, I couldn't help Sanju, who always had to fight alone. I won't fight alone. The man silently listened. Suddenly, his phone vibrated repeatedly with a red alert. Wait for me a moment. Then he picked up the phone, thinking quietly, how many times has this been? The Hunters Association must control this situation, right? It's unbelievable that another dungeon collapse has appeared. Immediately, the scene shifted to a deadly dungeon filled with countless hungry monsters wandering in search of prey. They destroyed everything in their path up to where they stood and launched an attack. With their large bodies and overwhelming strength, they could easily crush a struggling person to death with one hand. Jinho and his team stood close together, forming a formation easy to defend and attack. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, how could such a huge dungeon appear right in the city? What the hell is the guild in charge of this area doing?" At the same time, in another nearby area, leaning against a dilapidated wall and looking at his hands, he muttered in boredom, "So boring." Gazing at the sky, he pondered deeply. To join the core of the Hunters Association, I need to achieve real accomplishments. The bigger the damage, the more the event is talked about, the easier it is to link some achievements. That's what I've learned. Humans are truly strange creatures. They only remember the ones everyone talks about and ignore the names of hunters who rushed to save people early but unfortunately died. Clearly, the truth has proven it, and now it's no different from a monster easily overpowering most of the hunters. With unwavering determination to protect the people, they charged at the monster, but were quickly dealt with. I shouted a command to the squad behind me. Everyone quickly took cover behind me. "We're saved! That's a B-rank hunter, Hoang Dung." Eavesdropping here, Bakdogan calmly clasped his hands, creating a faint golden light between them. He muttered to himself, "B-rank, huh? That's not good. I have to get rid of this obstacle. The main character of this carefully prepared stage has to be me." And somehow, right after the golden light flashed, the monster was provoked and fiercely charged forward, attacking with such force that there was no chance to resist. The sudden impact was so strong that its aftershock still lingers now. Dust and magical talismans swirled thickly around it, then were blasted several meters away, slamming against the nearby jagged rock wall. I wondered, what's going on? The monster's magic power suddenly surged. The aftershock roared loudly. The monster seemed to have inhaled a stimulant. One attack after another came relentlessly. Gino and the squad were frozen in place. As the dust settled, the image of the monster slumped beside a large bloodstain appeared. Witnessing this, Jinho trembled uncontrollably, horrified, thinking, "Damn it, lately I've only been lucky, earning a big sum to heal my leg, even bought new weapons. I thought I could make money again as a hunter, but as a D-rank hunter, trying to save people is basically a death wish." He stood frozen, watching the entire scene, only moving when attacked. Obviously, if he had the strength to fight back, he wouldn't let himself die in vain and immediately counterattacked. However, something suddenly happened that left him unable to hide his shock, eyes wide open in the dense forest. When the mech appeared, it was also when he showed up wearing his familiar mask. And yes, that was the root cause of his terror. He easily recognized the arrival. That mask was linked to his legendary fierce spirit, the motivation that drove him to continue this life or death profession. It was the young man who had entered the dungeon alone before. Rumor had it he was a D rank, but he easily defeated that monster. At that moment, he only thought this was a good chance to try out the skills he gained after leveling up. And so, rising up, the cold corpse of the monster suddenly transformed into a miraculous lace of bones, forming a shell around him. Watching them swirl near him, he panicked and hugged his body tightly. What's going on? A brand new set of equipment suddenly appeared and equipped itself on them. Looking over their entire body in confusion, he blurted out, "What is this?" Luckily, he had some knowledge. Several black-colored gear pieces suddenly appeared. Beru quickly understood. "Young King, that means you can now use shadow images on others." He didn't want to hide this fact. This skill isn't a shadow image, it's actually classified as an item. Specifically, this is the Naga Warrior Shadow Sword, a common creation class spear-type item with 40 attack power and 3 strength. And those who possess the gear naturally gain corresponding effects. For example, he felt his body was lighter. This was the Naga Warrior Shadow Gauntlet, a common creation class gauntlet with 15 defense and 2 stamina. And the Naga Warrior Shadow Sword, a rare creation class sword, with 55 attack power and 5 agility, skill effect enhancing piercing attacks that ignore 10% of the opponent's defense. Hearing part of this and seeing his unique seal, he was amazed and impressed inwardly. He uses shadow soldiers to create items. Even the Dark King never had this ability. So this is the power of the young king after leveling up. This is the ability of the abnormal white shadow. Meanwhile, feeling relaxed, he didn't need to think too much. Now looking back, he didn't need to hide his face anymore. Suddenly, he spoke. "If you guys can still fight, would you lend me a hand?" On the high castle, Bak Din sighed. Finally, he appeared. This is a new ability. He's completely different from before. Sung Suho, do you differ from the darkness that always fights alone, carrying everything by yourself? As for him, the one facing the monsters that Bogan casually empowered to increase their difficulty, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He was ready to be unleashed into battle. Currently, his status after leveling up was clearly shown on the status window as Sung Suho, level 42. Abnormal White Shadow Profession. Spirit. Untitled. Survivor of Adversity. Blood. 8,525 out of 8,525. Magic Power. 820 out of 820. Strength. 130. Agility. 51. Counterattack. 51. Stamina. 62. Intelligence. 61. Current points. None. Passive skill, resistance level 4, martial arts level 2, strength enhancement level 1, active skill, ruler's power level 2, shadow extraction level 2, storm slash level 1, with exclusive skill, this time being shadow creation level 1, a unique profession skill that requires no mana, transforming shadows into physical objects based on the player's imagination. The object can create a shadow soldier, which cannot revert back to a shadow soldier. I am from the Asura Guild. After the battle, a large section of the wall was deformed from the impact. Randon lay collapsed on the ground, using his last strength to send his thoughts afar. Suho apologized deeply for repaying his kindness in this way. After dealing with the Thong Dong group and leaving, they received news about a new incident. You guys mean the killer of our people is a Korean. We will head to Korea. Used for crafting cannot be transformed back into the Indian shadow soldier in the Asura Guild. After the battle, a large section of the wall was deformed from the impact. Randon lay on the ground, using his last strength to send his thoughts far away. Sho was very sorry for repaying his kindness this way. After dealing with the Thong Dong group and leaving, they received news about a new case. You guys mean the killer of our people is a Korean. We will go to Korea. I won't forgive anyone who dares to touch my stuff, he swore on the clear blue sky. Suddenly, that clear weather was shattered by a swirl of black. She stepped out from the clouds. She walked under the snowy wind. Her figure gradually blurred, so no one knew exactly where she was or who she was meeting at that moment. Both figures were hazy, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. After the city sky battle, chaos erupted below. A prison explosion was underway, and disorder was everywhere. A giant monster appeared but was defeated in the blink of an eye. Then another was taken down with a precise shot. On this side, Shuho was in the midst of life and death chaos, delivering a powerful kick to a monster. The kick hit its mark, sending the huge beast flying far away. After defeating all the enemies, Shuho stopped and silently thought, all fell with just one strike. I've grown so strong even I can't measure it. He suddenly noticed something and looked around. Nearby, a group of hunters fought together, coordinating smoothly to take down monsters. One of them, while slashing a giant beast, shouted that ever since he got this black outfit, his body felt much lighter, and even he could defeat some magical monsters. Shuho smiled, thinking they didn't need his help. They fought very well. Surely the stat-boosting effect of those dark items was making them stronger. He raised his right hand calmly and ordered, "Rise." The skill activated, and Shuho's mind displayed thoughts about the shadow creation skill he gained after leveling up his character class. It allowed him to use darkness to create items. He could sense materials from the information of dark warriors, then dismantle and reconstruct them into any shape he wanted. Shu began absorbing the remains of the giant monster. Immediately, several system windows appeared before his eyes. Rare Dark Naga Warrior shoulder armor increased upper body defense by 28 and attack by 25. Common Dark Naga Warrior gloves increased arm attack by 55 and strength by 4. Rare Dark Naga Warrior belt increased hip defense by 20 and agility by 4. Shuho pondered. The creation level of each item varied. The ones he clearly envisioned in his mind became rare, while the gloves, forced into shape, were only common. Maybe he needed to create items suited to the material's characteristics to achieve higher quality. A new status window appeared. Sung Suho, level 42, abnormal white shadow class. Title: The One Who Overcomes Adversity. HP 8,525 out of 8,525. 5 megapixels. 820 out of 820 strength. 130 stamina. 62 agility. 51 intelligence. 61 perception. 51 active skill. Dominion's Authority level 2. Shadow Extraction Lower Storm level 1. Shadow Creation level 1. Dark Item Contract level 1. Dark Item Storage level 1. Another window showed the Dark Item Storage skill, an exclusive class skill that costs no mana. It absorbs dark items and the user's shadow to store, summon, or reabsorb anytime. 525 year megapixel. 820 out of 820 power. 130 stamina. 62 agility. 51 intelligence. 61 senses. 51 active skills of the second-level Ruler's Authority, first-level Storm Shadow Extraction, first-level Shadow Creation, first-level Dark Item Contract, first-level Dark Item Storage, Another window appeared showing the dark item storage skill, an exclusive class skill that doesn't consume mana. It absorbs dark items and the user's shadow to store them, allowing summoning or reabsorption at any time. Maximum stored dark items, 40. Shuho thought silently. Finally, I have the shadow storage skill. Although it only applies to items, it's incredibly convenient. Another window appeared. Dark item contract skill level 1. An exclusive skill that costs no mana. The user can assign a unique name to a dark item, turning it into an upgradable item, but only applies to dark items of hero level or higher. In return, the user cannot equip any item other than dark items, but gains a 30% stat boost from items. Shuho reflected. The contract skill requires dark items of hero level or above. He still wondered about the abnormal white shadow class name. Could it be that his shadow really turned white? Lost in thought, suddenly a group of monsters charged at Shuho. He immediately prepared to counterattack, but at that moment, footsteps echoed. A figure leapt into the air and instantly landed, crushing a giant monster with a powerful landing. Shuho turned to see the person already in fighting stance, a confident smile on his face. It was Pidogen. He swung his arm, and 3 or 4 monsters charged from all directions. Calmly, he activated an enhancement skill, his hands glowing, and with one strike, the monsters were instantly defeated. Shuho and the other hunters stared in amazement. One exclaimed, "Oh my god, he took down all those magical monsters in one move." Monster remains piled up around. Shu's and Dogen's eyes met. Dogen smiled, while Shu looked a bit embarrassed. The scene shifted to Yujinho, watching everything on TV, tears streaming down his cheeks. He shouted, "Shu, the kid is still safe. He has to contact me as soon as he's back." Next to Jinho, Yuan Chun softly said, "Thank goodness." Jane Chun's phone rang, and he answered. On the other end was Choi Dongjin. "Have you seen the news? The black-masked hunter Sung Suho has appeared." Another person on the call, Lim Chu, was running on a rooftop during the conversation, saying, "That black-masked guy is the one I met when I was with Lee Myung. Definitely him. I'll contact Hunter Pedigan at the scene to catch him." Yuan Chun quickly replied, "Don't use violence. There's no evidence Sung Suho is a villain." But Lim Chu snapped back. "Then why does he hide his face? He's definitely connected to Stardust, maybe even Lee Minung's killer." Choi Jong-jain remained calm with a slight smile. "I don't think Suho is bad, but I agree he should be brought to the Hunter Association. According to investigations, he's the nephew of Chairman Yu Jinho, who knows the association's chairman. I help the Hunter Association because I believe in your justice. I hope you make wise decisions." Yuan Chun listened quietly. "Don't use violence. There's no evidence that Sung Sho is a bad guy." But Lim Chu snapped. "Then why does he hide his face? Surely he's connected to Stardust, and might even be the one who killed Lee Minung." Choi Jong-jain remained calm with a slight smile. "I don't think Sho is evil, but I agree he should be taken to the Hunters Guild. According to investigations, he's the grandson of Chairman Yu Jinho, who is acquainted with the guild's chairman. I help the Hunters Guild because I believe in your justice. I hope you will make a wise decision." Yuan Chun listened quietly. Meanwhile, Bogan received a call from his guildmaster. He answered decisively. "Yes, guildmaster. He's right in front of me." Suho looked at Dogen, thinking to himself, "This is the guy who just became an S-rank hunter, but why does he keep smiling at me like that?" The call ended, and Dogen looked at Suho with a smile still on his face. "The hunters around. The Death Guild Master asked me to bring you to the Hunters Guild." Suho was curious but cautious. "Is that what the Death Guild wants?" Judging by the way he spoke, it probably isn't to recruit me, right? Dogen replied in a cold, serious tone. "Appearing in the middle of this crowd, you seem unaware of your situation. You're currently wanted for the suspected murder of Vice Guild Master Lee Minung and distribution of Stardust." Suho was stunned. "Wanted?" Dogen continued. "I hope you don't cause a scene. Just follow me quietly." Suddenly, a hunter who had fought alongside Suho stepped forward. "Wait, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, but he helped us." Another hunter angrily said, "This is abuse of power." Suho calmly soothed them. "I'm fine. Thanks for standing up for me. I'll go to the Hunters Guild myself. I was planning to stop by anyway." Bogan nodded. "That works out well for me." As Suho prepared to leave, a hunter commented, "That guy is impressive. He even gave us some new items." Suho suddenly remembered. "Oh, I almost forgot to collect those shadows." He activated his storage skill, absorbing the dark items. The system window appeared, showing storage of level 1 dark items with a capacity of 14 out of 40. Suho thought it was convenient to store dark items like that. Dogen observed, thinking silently, "Sung Suho, his aura has changed. What happened in the past few days to make him this strong?" Suho turned to ask, "Aren't you coming?" Dogen continued thinking, "The Stardust effect on him has significantly decreased. But first, I need to develop Stardust to recruit an S-rank hunter." Suddenly, a hunter's phone rang, and the group stopped to check the screen. Someone exclaimed, "What is this?" "Emergency alert. John Prison, where dangerous awakened criminals are held, has just experienced a large-scale breakout. About 500 C-rank awakened prisoners have escaped, suspected of using illegal stimulants. Another hunter added, such a massive breakout must be related to Star City. Hearing the news, Suho stopped, and Dogen realized, sternly said, "You're not seriously going there, are you?" Suho replied firmly, "I have to stop those prisoners." Dogen tried to persuade him, saying hunters would gather, "You don't need to go." But Suho shook his head. If the prisoners use status, just hunters won't be enough. Dogen sighed, closed his eyes. Fine, consider that I tried to stop you but failed. Suho nodded in thanks, saying he would go to the Hunters Guild afterward. Then he leapt over buildings, heading straight to John Prison. Dogen stood watching, smiling slightly. Perfect timing. Let's see how strong he really is. Alarms blared at John Prison. Chaos erupted, prisoners rioted, people died, fights broke out, and part of the massive prison wall collapsed. From the shadows, a voice rang out. Humans are truly cruel. They dared to implant demon crystals into our necks to kill us. Sitting on rubble near the collapsed wall, a man with eyes full of hatred spoke to the prisoners below. Right, brothers? He continued passionately. After the disaster, we only used the power granted by heaven to take what we wanted. Yet the Hunters Guild calls us criminals and locks us up here. Now is the time for revenge. The prisoners looked up, and he declared, hundreds of awakened from ranks D to B are gathering here. The anger long suppressed is about to explode. Let's show them our wrath. He raised his hand, activating the prison explosion. That man was Hoang Dong, a prisoner at John Prison. The loudspeaker began announcing a large-scale prison break at Duisan Prison. Civilians near the area were urged to evacuate quickly following the hunter's instructions. At this moment, inside a very quiet house with no one around, suddenly, a flame appeared from outside through the door, and a muscular arm silently reached in to unlock it. Dish spoke up. Is there no one here? DM added. They must have fled for their lives after hearing the warning. The clothes in the house were all worn. Lucas said coldly, but can we really fight the Hunters Guild? There are even A and S rank hunters there, DM added. Didn't you hear the plan? If we take over the city and capture hostages, what can S rank hunters do? Besides, we still have the star fragment that Big Brother Dong Sok gave us. Why would the Hunters Guild spread rumors just to make this illegal? Because they're afraid their power will be shaken if everyone becomes stronger. Lucas chuckled. I guess, according to Big Brother Dong Sok, with Dong Sok's fierce face, we also have an S rank on our side. Suddenly Ditch called out, Hey, come here, this place is a gold mine for fine wine. DM was surprised. Really? We have to finish quickly and leave, he continued. But that's Ma Can Len Man wine, 30 years old. DM turned and left. Damn, isn't that wine worth thousands? How could I pass it up? A scared boy hiding behind the door thought, I have to report them quickly. His small, trembling finger moved over the glowing screen. Suddenly, the boy's gaze froze, sensing danger approaching. A dark, gloomy face with red eyes whispered, Let's have some fun, kid. Meanwhile, Dong Sok remained calm as explosions erupted across the city. The people below lost control and attacked everywhere. They didn't hesitate to kill each other brutally. Dong Sok smiled. What a beautiful sight. Hoang Dong Sok, an S-rank wanted criminal, with just one command from him, even the high-ranking prisoners would riot. That is the power that I, Hong Dong-suk, possess. Suddenly, a voice appeared from behind, taking advantage of the criminals still stalling. Act quickly. Dong-suk continued. Don't act all high and mighty when you're just a subordinate of my younger brother. Tae-shih replied, I'm not my brother's subordinate. I'm entrusted with this mission. A mission to escort you, a fake awakener of rank C, abroad, while I, Shih, am an awakener of rank B. Suddenly, Dong-suk's face darkened as he glanced back. He quickly grabbed Tae-shih by the collar. You're rank B, right? You look down on me because my rank is lower, don't you? He thought to himself. Acting tough but actually just a coward who won't swallow the star fragment? Should I kill this guy because I'm afraid of the side effects? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Tae-shich's mind, challenging the Soviet Hunters Association. I don't care. That's just an excuse for the prisoners to cause chaos. As long as you get my brother out of that mess and to me, your mission is complete. You know the consequences if you fail, right? Dong-suk's face darkened seriously as he said, Answer me. Tae-shich said nothing, only sighed deeply at the question. He raised his hand. I can't handle transforming an enemy of rank S. Fine. I'll follow your lead. At that moment, a helicopter appeared on the rooftop of a building, a strong armored arm visible. Junin spoke. This is the first time I've been summoned to fight alongside you since the Great Disaster, Jin Cheon coldly added. I can't stand by and watch the people suffer any longer. He then asked, What's wrong with the control cuffs the prisoners are wearing? Jin Chan answered. Someone destroyed the prison's control center. Also, hunters from the nearby association were attacked by an unknown force. Some were even severely injured, near death, their eyes trembling and darkened. Think about it. The control center was managed by A-rank hunters and still got destroyed. Considering the rebels are also using star fragments, it seems a very powerful figure is behind this. Suddenly, a voice cut in, confirming there is a leader behind this rebellion. Jin-chan turned to look. You're here. Thanks for cooperating. Hunter Lim Tiu. Taeju continued. Sung Suho refused the Hunters Association summons. Jinan was shocked. Sho's voice lowered. He left and said he was heading to Dui-san prison. Someone suspected of distributing stardust heading straight to a place full of rebels using star fragments. I think no further explanation is needed. He must have intended to kill Li Min-sheng from the moment he appeared wearing that mask, all to cover up his crime of distributing stardust. Considering he's a fake agent hiding his true power, he's an extremely dangerous villain. So I'll treat him as an enemy and join the effort to eliminate this rebellion. Jinan spoke loudly. No one knows for sure if Hunter Sung Suho will come to Jan's aid. Junin added, he disappeared for a while then suddenly reappeared. Refusing the Hunters Association summons just to reinforce Jisan means there's no reason for him to hide his awakening rank all this time. Since we can't predict his actions, it's best to treat him as a traitor and act accordingly. Jin Qian was surprised. Even Hunter Choi and Jin thought the same. Yeah, Jin's eyes glowed. Right now, we can't face these S-rank enemies. Sung Suho couldn't predict how this would unfold. I thought once the Hunters Association banned Stardust, the spread of star fragments would be limited. But who would have thought they'd seek out star fragments themselves despite the side effects? Thanks to that, I can observe the situation comfortably from afar. Or should I just wait calmly for Sung Suho to show up? Shuho's legs moved swiftly through the air. He ran frantically fast. I thought using beast transformation would get me there instantly. Just hold on a little longer, Ray. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in the forest. Shuho's body was gathering momentum to leap high. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked down. Is this the place? Suddenly, Shuho's gaze froze at what he saw. Continuous screams echoed in his ears. Help, please, I'll do anything. He gritted his teeth angrily. Are these the cries of those about to die? Am I hearing them because my senses are amplified by the Starlink skill? The damage will worsen over time. I can't hesitate anymore. Shuho quickly arrived in the city, panting heavily from exhausting too much energy. Before him were people staring at him. What the hell? A dog and a kid falling from the sky? Shuho lowered his head and whispered, Good job, Gray. From now on, I'll handle it myself. Those people slowly approached. What? You're a hunter too? You're about to pass out. What can you do? Suddenly, a light streaked by at incredible speed. They stared in shock to the side. Huh? In a blink, Suho quickly took down one of them. He panted and said, If you escape prison, you should be running away. Why harm innocent people? I don't have much time, so I'll say this once. You have two choices. Surrender and let me knock you out, or resist and die miserably. A flashback of young Shuho sitting by the riverside under the blazing sun. His face was pure as he looked up and said, Grandpa, why do you have so many wounds on your body? Waihan replied, these are your medals. This scar is from when you rushed into a burning building to save a 7-year-old child. This one is from when you tried to stop a raging drunk. And this scar is from when your 2 feet kept swinging under the blue water. You wonder why you try so hard to save others? A large hand rested on Shuho's hair. Although you're not fearless of pain, this body always acts before you can think. A purple aura enveloped your body. You guys only have 2 choices. Either obey and calm down, or fight back and die. They glared fiercely. Did you all just see his kick? Could he be a high-rank hunter? Someone cut in. What's there to worry about? We have the star shard. Suddenly, he bit the gold piece with his strong teeth. They were all blinded by the intense light. Excitedly, they shouted, I feel power surging through me. Now I feel like I can fight an A-rank hunter, or even an S-rank. Shuho's face darkened. So you're not going to calm down, huh? Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind. Why ask? If they've eaten the star shard, it means they intend to fight back, right? While you hesitate. Innocent people are being killed by escaped convicts out there. That's right. Your weak character couldn't kill anyone anyway. Even if you've been promoted, inside you're still a rookie. Come on. Try stabbing a clean hole through my stomach, like last time when you stabbed me to death. Min Sung's eyes glowed bright red as he charged. Show me. Shuho quickly and easily defeated him, showing no mercy. Everyone was wide-eyed in surprise. At that moment, a dark aura surrounded Shuho's body. What was this? His muscular arms attacked relentlessly. His sword was incredibly sharp, easily taking down the last trembling opponent before Shuho. He couldn't move, terrified. Why couldn't he see Shuho's movements? He clearly had eaten the star shard. Just as that thought ended, he was defeated. Shuho stood firm, swiftly defeating the last remaining enemy, when suddenly someone silently attacked from behind, and a dark power erupted from the ground. Sharp arrows appeared one after another, piercing their bodies, blood splattering wildly in the air. Suddenly, Min Sung grabbed Shuho's shoulder and laughed. Wasn't it just a few days ago that you changed this much? Impressive, but still, you could control them without killing them all. Is wiping them out really necessary? A hunter who can't tell humans from monsters, so you finally become a monster? Huh? Shuho coldly called Beru. It appeared and replied, Yes, young lord. You ordered it to swallow the criminals and read their memories. We need to know who's pulling the strings and why the convicts are attacking civilians instead of fleeing. Beru anxiously asked Shuho, Young lord, are you all right? He nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. It continued. I know you want to save humanity, but is acting openly without hiding yourself really okay? Shuho answered. Honestly, I came here to save people, but the more I think about it, the more frustrated I get. While we prepare to face Itarim's apostles, incidents like this keep happening among the awakened, and we can't handle it. If it continues, we'll only keep obstructing ourselves. So I won't hide anymore. I will stand up and unify everything myself. The remaining descendants of the lords, hunters, convicts, artifacts, and even monsters. I will gather all the power in this world, anything that can oppose Itarim, whatever it takes. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed red. You want to bring everything in this world under your command? Shuho interrupted. I mean allies. To do that, the first thing is to deal with the convicts here. To confront the convicts hiding in the city, we have only one way. Increase our numbers with them. His large hand reached out. I won't hesitate anymore. Rising up, at that moment, the evening dusk fell, covering the entire city. A wheel spun wildly at high speed. A vehicle with an expensive exterior raced down an empty street. Suddenly, a blazing fire shot toward it at high speed, and in an instant, the vehicle exploded in flames. DM and his gang looked down from above. Unlucky. Why did you have to run now? You probably don't even know what's happening in this city. Yunho's voice was slightly worried. Daughter, are you okay? Miho replied calmly. It's nothing. Her strong arm quickly grabbed hold. We can't demand compensation from those guys anyway. Suddenly, an iron bar flew up from below. Diem and his gang were startled and dodged. His eyes glanced in surprise. Was that the sound of a car door? Yunho slowly stepped out from the burning flames. Truly unbelievable for a family trip. Miho's face darkened, but luckily it happened near us. Bish Miho, vice president of the White Tiger Guild. Yunho cleared his throat. Right. If we were late, your mom would have scolded us again. He laughed confidently, handled it quickly. Let's go. Bish Yanho, president of the White Tiger Guild, a fifth-rank fake anger. Now all had been defeated. How many convicts were there? Miho said. About 500. Yunho added. If we'd been late, your mom would have yelled at us for missing the family event. She continued. The chairman of the Hunters Association will personally come to assist, along with 3 S-rank hunters. They will arrive within 10 minutes. I heard that Sung Suho, the suspect distributing the nebula, might be here. Yunho thought silently. Sung Suho. That name sounds familiar. But whatever. The safety of the people comes first. Let's start the rescue. Miho smiled and said, This reminds me of when I was still a firefighter. Suddenly, his dark eyes froze as he glanced at Yunho and asked, Miho, have you heard anything about a recent prison break? She replied, I don't think there's been anything like that. A figure was staring at the two of them intently. Then what was that inhuman creature? At that moment, in a small corner outside the city center, Hina's face was trembling with fear uncontrollably. Yang Hyun shook and turned to look at her. Run. Quickly. Fierce people appeared before them. Save Phi, someone shouted loudly. Are you just trying to hold on to protect that one girl? Are those two dating? And they're even on the same team? Lucky them. Hina's trembling hand rested on Yun's hair. Mr. Yun. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Stop crying. After all, you'll be reunited with him soon. Suddenly, a dark life force surged up, and Phi's sword directly struck Yang Hyun's soul. The sharp tip of the sword appeared right before Hina's eyes. She widened her eyes in shock and stammered, Brother Yang Hyun. Phi was surprised and froze. What the hell? Where did you come back from after dying? Suddenly, Shuho interrupted, seeing his reaction to the summoning. He must want to protect that girl, right? I'll give you power. Protect the one important to you in these final moments. System notification? Item orb? Naga warrior belt. Rare, defensive armor adding 20 defense. Agility +5. Naga warrior shoulder armor orb. Rare divine armor. Defense +28. HP +5. Naga warrior sword orb. Rare quality, attack sword, adding 55 attack, agility +5, skill effect, piercing enhancement, ignores 10% of enemy defense when attacking. The pupil suddenly glowed, radiating powerful energy. Yoon's soul frantically charged forward to attack. The scene was filled with agonized screams, and the ground was stained with blood everywhere. Suho's hand slowly summoned life energy. Suddenly, the life energy enveloped the corpses, and shadows appeared one after another. From now on, you will hunt down the remaining criminals. Peru said. Just as you predicted, the shadow soldiers are increasing, Shuho continued. At this rate, We will soon wipe out all the criminals in the city. Peru became excited and said, "Look, this is the greatness of the Shadow Ruler's authority that the Master possesses." He nodded. "Right. I never thought it would be useful, but now I see it's truly amazing." He laughed. "Oh, so you finally admit it?" The young lord suddenly relaxed and smiled warmly. Hina hugged Yang Hyun, sobbing uncontrollably. "It really is an incredible power," Baru continued. "Will you leave that shadow behind?" Shuho nodded. "Yes, because he will disappear after one day. I want them to have a proper farewell." He added, "You look completely different from when facing the criminals." Shuho replied in surprise. "Really? Am I that different?" Suddenly, he paused, sensing a dark life force nearby. Suho turned around and saw a large number of shadow soldiers had just been eliminated. Baru continued, "Hopefully this time you will find him." At that moment, Teach was attacking the dark shadows, the one behind all this chaos. Tishich's face darkened with sharp eyes. Dongshuk spoke. "What is this? Why are there so many black shadow beasts? I've never heard of this kind of monster before." "Hey, problem solver, hurry up and handle this." Titch coldly turned his head. "If we had left earlier, this wouldn't have happened." "Stop complaining. After eating the star shard, I'm stronger than an A-rank hunter now. There's no way I'll lose to those C and D-rank shadow beasts." Suddenly, his face froze as he looked ahead. The dark shadows were acting strangely. They suddenly knelt down. Shuho suddenly interrupted. "Young lord, it seems you've hit the jackpot. That bastard is the leader of the escaped criminals." He emphasized the name Hoang Dong-suk. The man turned around and said, "A kid like you being so rude, so you're the one who summoned all these." Shuho cut in. "I have a question. Do you know anything about the disciples of Itarim, like Lee Minung?" Dong-suk stopped him. Hey, calm down. If you want to talk, keep some distance. If you're talking about Itarim's disciples, I know them well. You know, summoner hunters are usually physically weak, so if they separate from their summons, they lose their defense." Tejish recognized Dongzuk's signal and charged forward. "They're like a cult or something." But now Shuho was one step faster, approaching Dongzhut's. Taikwang's body was a bit surprised by the current situation. Shuho placed his hand on his shoulder and said sternly, "So you're not connected to Itarim? Then where did you get the star shard?" His sharp gaze looked up. "And why attack the city?" Dong-suk thought to himself, "This kid isn't an ordinary summoner." Shuho's hand clenched tightly. "If you dare touch me, my brother won't let you off." Dong-suk's body was being pressed down by one of his hands. Shuho continued, "I don't care if your brother is S rank or not. Answer the question." Dong-suk said in pain, "My brother gave it to me. I don't know anything else. I have no reason to attack the city. I just enjoy seeing those people follow my orders." Shuho gritted his teeth. "So you killed all those people just for that?" The man shouted. "I will convince the remaining criminals." "Hey, this guy, the problem solver. What are you planning to do?" Tashish thought fearfully. "He's too dangerous. I have to run now." Even though he had to leave Huang Dongshuk behind, suddenly golden eyes appeared, staring at him. Hard to escape. Tashish slowly turned his head to look back. "What is this?" Dojin sat on the plane, thinking to himself, "Before the S-rank group arrives, I want to observe Sang Shuho's skills carefully. Just follow your instincts." Suddenly, his pupils glowed a golden color. At that moment, a strong, tingling light appeared above Tashich's head, and all around was a veil of darkness, a camouflage skill. Suddenly, electricity surged across Shuho's face. Beams of light continuously struck Dongsuk directly. His face was covered with cracks, and blood was pouring out. Suho still stood firm, watching Dongshuk fall painfully. Baru spoke up. "Young lord, I just sensed the aura of the Itarim apostle," Shuho said in a low voice. "They're controlling another fragment-eating creature again." "Good. I have something to discuss with them anyway." The dark shadows knelt one after another before Shuho. Taeshich's face was fierce as he charged forward with his sword, quickly cutting through the wild grass. The dark shadows were attacked fiercely one by one. But Shuho stood calmly without moving, his eyes fixed on the wound on his cheek, the camouflage skill of an assassin-type hunter. Although his sensory stats allowed him to faintly hear footsteps, he could only dodge, not pinpoint the source. Dojin sat cross-armed on the plane under the sunset glow. He thought silently. Right now, Kang Taeshich is at a high A-rank level, meaning Shuho still isn't strong enough to defeat an opponent at this level. Then Suo spoke. "Apostle of Itarim, are you listening?" Dojin looked at him puzzled. Shuho continued, "I wanted to talk to you again when I had the chance. Until now, I've always acted without revealing my identity. For one reason, I thought it would be dangerous if you discovered me. But then I realized something. If you really are an invader from outer space, why don't you show yourself and instead use the nebula to control others? Isn't revealing yourself also a risk?" But then you started appearing after the Lee Myung incident, a hidden figure gradually revealing himself. That means you're preparing for something, since you're the type who can develop step by step like me. Dojin's eyes suddenly shone sharply, staring intently at the dark life energy swirling around. I won't hide anymore. Shuho's long hand quickly reached out, so you better leave soon. Taeshish quickly appeared within the dark aura, his pupils turning pitch black with some surprise. His body immediately appeared in front of Taeshish. The tip of the sword struck his body without hesitation. Instantly, the sword tip pierced through the knee bone. Taeshish's whole body froze in place instantly. The system displayed a notification. Level up alert. A blue light spread across Suho's body. Come here, Dojin said, without emotion or tone. The apostle of Itarim suddenly had blood slowly dripping down his cheek. Taeju crossed his arms and looked at Hunter P. Dojin, who covered his face and replied, nothing. Suddenly, Dojin smiled wickedly and whispered, Shuho. At that moment, the entire city was bathed in a golden light. The dark shadows rose one by one before Shuho. You're the masterminds behind this, aren't you? Do you know how many people died because of you? Then accept your punishment. From now on, you must fight for me. The souls were burned one after another to create shadows. Suddenly, Shuho's eyes snapped shut. What are you thinking? The shadow created an item by itself. Before Shuho was an armor set appearing. He whispered, this is a rare tier shadow item notification. Armor, a scammer, rare quality, chest armor, defense plus 30, followed by a ring. And this one is hero tier. My first time getting an item at this level. System notification, Assassin Shadow Ring item has unlocked hero tier quality. Jewelry ring, agility plus 10, camouflage skill level 1, mana cost 200, hides physical body and temporarily erases all traces, consumes 10 mana per second while active. Camouflage skill activated, hero tier shadow item unlocked. Notification, you can name the item to turn it into a special item. Notification, do you want to name the item? Accept, decline. Shuho's eyes widened. Name the item? Right. Isn't that the effect of the shadow item contract? System alert. Shadow item contract skill, level 1. Exclusive skill for the profession. No mana cost. The skill owner can assign a special name to the shadow item, turning it into an upgradable item only applicable to hero tier or higher shadow items. The skill owner cannot equip any other items besides shadow items. Item stat increase rate is 30%. The text suddenly glowed. Shadow item, assassin ring. Before Suo was a glowing screen named Kira. The system displayed a guide for naming shadow items. Named shadow items can level up, will be bound to the first user, and other players cannot use them except the shadow creator. One level will be added to the named shadow item, experience will be shared with the user. When leveling up, the stats of the shadow item in shadow soldier form will be shared with the user. Shadow item, Kira. Level 1. Hero tier ring equipment. Remaining experience. Stats displayed. Strength plus 3. HP plus 3. Agility plus 3. Intelligence plus 3. Perception plus 3. The level 1 camouflage skill effect consumes 200 mana, concealing the physical body and temporarily erasing all traces. It drains 10 mana every second while active. The ring quickly settled on his finger. Exho excitedly looked at his item. It even had levels and stats. The Shadow Soldier status would also be shared with him. If I can get more hero level items or higher, I'll become much stronger in a short time. Exho's expression was extremely confident with this ability. His palm clenched tightly. I can get one step closer. At that moment, a huge solid hand appeared, quickly attacking the shadow figures. All the shadows were defeated midair. Baru panicked and shouted, "What's going on, young lord?" Exho replied, "Something is destroying all the shadow soldiers and approaching me." His face twisted in a grimace, gritting his teeth. "It's coming." Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from the building in front of Exho, debris flying everywhere. A massive foot swiftly landed on the ground. Yunho appeared in his monster form, holding a shadow in his hand. He said, "I rushed here as soon as I saw the black pillar of light." Yunho looked at Exho in surprise. "A hunter? What are you?" He thought silently. "A talking demon beast? Why is it here?" He continued. "Maybe you're mistaken. I'm not a demon beast. I'm the guild leader of the White Tiger Guild." Bitch Yunho. Exho's face turned cold. "So this person is the White Tiger Guild leader. I've heard he possesses a rare shape-shifting ability." He growled. "I can smell the strong scent of blood from you. Who are you?" Exho quickly answered. "I'm a hunter here to save people." Yunho asked. "What's your name?" Exho replied. Sung Exho. "I know the Hunter Association is hunting me, but I'm innocent." Suddenly, Yunho lunged forward, laughing loudly. "So you're that guy, bold, daring to openly admit you're wanted, suspected of involvement in the distribution of Nebula, right? The White Tiger Guild also suffered losses because of Nebula. If you're truly innocent, how will you prove it?" Exho's hand slowly placed down. "Can we put this matter aside for now? Actually, I'm short on manpower, so having an S-rank hunter here is already lucky." His voice was a bit rushed. "Let's quickly save the people." Yunho was surprised. "Do you realize your position?" Exho continued. "Even so, hunters must save people first." Yunho's eyes widened, staring at him intently. Waihan once said, "Just a moment's hesitation could cost lives that should have been saved." So instead of debating which choice is right, do what needs to be done first, then figure out how to make it right. Isn't that the duty of the rescue team? Yunho spoke. Wait, no wonder that name sounds familiar. Sung X-Ho is the name the captain always brags about as his grandson. His eyes lit up. You're Captain Shung Wai-han's grandson. A sunset afternoon bathed in beautiful orange light. The soldier spoke. Sir, can we control the rogue awakened creatures? I heard bullets don't affect them. What should we do? We have orders to follow. By the way, doesn't this city feel strange today? Exactly. Smoke kept rising in the city center. Something's off. Yunho's sharp claws quickly rose. He frantically took down countless blockers. X-Ho's palm clenched tightly, eyes sharp as he charged forward. He quickly and easily defeated them without difficulty. Both Yunho and Suo were very confident now. He laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled fighter and still be a summoner. No wonder Captain Sung Iwan always praises you. Suho thought. I still can't believe the White Tiger Guild leader took over my grandfather's rescue team. Guild leader B. Yuno, you're truly extraordinary. A real S-rank hunter, a class apart. He laughed loudly. Just call me uncle, he continued. Anyway, I'm trying to make as much noise as you told me, but Yunho interrupted. Won't this just let all the prisoners escape? X-Ho, you're just a rookie in the rescue team. You look confused, but I'm not even part of the rescue team. Yunho laughed and said, catching criminals isn't our job, right? Our job is to save people. Suddenly, his body radiated powerful energy. Yunho said, the more we reveal our presence, the harder it is for the criminals to act. If we think about civilian safety, this approach makes more sense. X-Ho smiled awkwardly. He's right. I've only been thinking about hunting criminals. That's the mindset of a guild-level hunter. Yunho tilted his head, then returned to the main topic. He asked him, Suho, do you have a girlfriend yet? He stammered. Not yet. Yunho was excited. Perfect. My daughter is single too. Maybe this is a chance to connect with Captain Seung A1's family. Suho was surprised. What? Meanwhile, the helicopter slowly flew overhead. Jin Cheon looked down below. Phone pressed to his ear. His eyes froze. Yes, Hunter Bo. She smiled and waved from below. I've confirmed it. Thanks for your hard work. She helped evacuate both hunters and civilians at the scene. Miho replied, I'm just doing what a hunter should do, Jin Cheon continued. But among the terrorists and criminals, I saw some black figures. Are they monsters? Miho quickly answered. I'm not sure. Can't identify them right now. Tiu suddenly interrupted. Then it's fine to eliminate them, right? He opened the helicopter door, saying, I'll take care of the criminals too. Tiu didn't hesitate. Quickly jumped down. Wait, his face was now full of excitement. Hunter Lim Taeju Jin Cheon was helpless against Taeju's lightning-fast action. Truly, he was now free-falling in midair. Suddenly, Taeju's pupils glowed with a fiery red light, swiftly moving toward the shadows, looking up. The entire city was now within Taeju's sight. His palm clenched tightly, ready to raise a fist. Suddenly, Taeju flew at an extremely fast speed, continuously taking down the shadows with ease. X-Ho exclaimed in surprise. That's Yun-Ho, he laughed reassuringly. Don't worry, they're on our side. The Hunter Association has dispatched S-rank hunters to assist. He sighed. Thank goodness. Now the criminals can't cause chaos anymore. Suddenly, his pupils froze when he saw the image of Suho, Tae, and the purple-eyed gaze looking up. Found them. Sung Suho, he thought silently, wishing he hadn't distributed the star cluster. Suddenly, a strong blue power surged. Something powerful was about to descend from the sky. X-Ho was surprised as the danger approached. Un-Ho quickly appeared, using his hands to block the light beam. Taeju was still moving skillfully through the city. His feet finally touched the ground. Taeju's voice was cold. Hunter bitch Yuno, why are you with a wanted criminal? He was surprised. There must be some misunderstanding here. At least let us explain. Taeju continued. He refused the summons from the association and ran away. No explanation at all. Sung Suho is a criminal. Un-Ho added, naturally calling the other a criminal. I think the misunderstanding comes from Lee Minung's case, but Sho is trying to save him. As he finished, an arrow quickly flew past his face. Taeju's expression darkened. Suho Bi-yun, what is your relationship with him? Yun-Ho's gaze sharpened, but he remained silent. He began to roar like a beast. Talking here won't help. You better calm down. Both Yun-Ho and Taeju were now facing each other. Suddenly their powers surged strongly. Zo thought, but if this continues, they'll end up fighting. What should I do? Suddenly, a ring of fire appeared, surrounding all three of them. Jun-Jin suddenly spoke. Looks like everyone needs to cool their heads a bit. Hunters fighting during a crisis like this? X-Ho's eyes widened. Besides, there are already some S-rank hunters here. Moreover, the chairman of the Yuan Chun Association is here too. Un-Ho smiled. Finally, someone who can reason. Do you know X-Ho is the nephew of the captain who once saved my life? I will vouch for him. Suddenly he froze, facing those in front of him. Miho spoke up. Just having a connection to your father's rescue team isn't enough to convince us. Your father knows about this, right? Yunho shouted. Miha Jujin added, I agree with Hunter Lim too. There's no reason not to arrest someone who has betrayed our trust. He was surprised. Even Hunter Choi Dong-in said that. At this moment, Dojin said nothing, just intently watching them. Taeju spoke up. Looks like other hunters share my opinion. Are you going to protect a criminal because of personal feelings? Step aside. B. Yunho. If you don't cooperate, we will have to take action against you first. He glanced at X-Ho. But I still think we should at least sit down and talk. Why Eunho emphasized, I also want to hear his explanation. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyes widened, looking in one direction. Even Taeju stared with some fear. Everyone was surprised and shouted, Chairman Yuan Chun, he spoke. Can you prove your innocence? Jin Chon slowly turned to look at him. Hunter Sung X-Ho. Jin Cheon recalled silently, thinking, I always wondered why I recovered memories from my past life. I guess Hunter Sung Jingu also knew that one day he would no longer be in this world. Because that world fell into chaos due to a great disaster. Because the war is imminent and because of X-Ho, you will fight alone. Scene shifts as fire surrounds everyone. He wore majestic armor and asked Hunter Sung Shu-ho, can you prove your innocence? Jin Cheon looked at X-Ho with determination. X-Ho hesitated slightly. Then Junin stood opposite and said, Chairman of the association, I think this matter shouldn't be discussed here. Sung Shu-ho had fled in the past. Even though his actions then were to save someone, he still needs to take responsibility. Jin Cheon thought cautiously, the biggest problem here is Hunter Choi Dong-in. Taeju stood next to Junin and spoke loudly. He deceived the association by forging registration and appeared in every event related to the star cluster. Moreover, he personally killed Lee Mi-sung. Even Hunter Choi said that much. Isn't the punishment for Sung Shu-ho already settled? We must arrest him first. Jin Cheon heard that and glanced at Xiao, thinking, that's a reasonable judgment. No matter how he explains, arresting him is still the right choice. But Sung Shu-ho always has reasons for what he's done. Even if it means losing the trust he built before, I still have to stand by Shu-ho. Next, his eyes firmly looked toward Taeju and said, Hunter Sung Shu-ho was the first to arrive at every rescue scene. Arresting him now is too harsh a punishment. Jun Gin pushed up his glasses and silently judged, I've known Chairman Uin Chun for years, but this is the first time I've seen him make such a wrong judgment. Doesn't he see Hunter Lim Taeju? Someone who could start a war at any moment? You two have some reason to confront, even the Death Guild, just to protect Sung Shu-ho. Suddenly, a voice rang out, saying there was no need to fight. Around Shu-ho, a circle suddenly appeared, astonishing everyone. The boy emitted a source of light, his eyes firm and resolute as he said, I will prove my innocence, even if this method is a bit extreme. Seeing this, Jin-chun panicked and turned around shouting, Wait, Shaggy Hunter Shu-ho. On this side, Taeyu also donned his armor, ready for battle. He shouted angrily, Do you think I'll let you escape again? Then his bow fired a powerful arrow towards Shu-ho. The arrow quickly struck Suho's shoulder. Yunho panicked and rushed over, shouting loudly. Suho was pushed back by the force of the arrow, his eyes wide with pain, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, an arrow unexpectedly struck Taeju's waist before he could defend himself. A series of chaotic images began to flood his mind. Then, Taega Gai collapsed. Seeing this, Junin and a girl behind him shouted together, Hunter Lin Teo. On this side, Shu-ho clutched his wound in pain, silently thinking, Young lord, don't tell me you want to restore everyone's memories. If a hunter from my father's generation regains memories of the previous world, they'll listen to me to make it happen. Then Shu-ho dashed forward quickly. Jong Gin stood there stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Shu-ho quickly gathered strength and threw a punch at Jong Gin. He firmly believed that Hunter Choi Jong-in must also remember everything. Suddenly, a large fire tornado appeared, surrounding Shu-ho. This was created by Jong Jin. Seeing that, the red-haired man shouted loudly again. Shu-ho, Jung-gin said coldly. I didn't expect you to charge in so boldly. Like Hunter Lim Taeju said, you really are dangerous. Suddenly, Suo's eyes filled with determination as she tore through the flames and rushed out, surprising Jung-jin. At that moment, Suo's thought was, please, reach them. Then the red-haired girl and Dojin attacked together. Both of them showed no expression as Shu-ho was severely injured, blood spurting from his mouth. Jung-jin was shocked by the scene. Suddenly, an arrow identical to the one that struck Taeju earlier appeared, piercing his chest. Then countless chaotic images flooded back. Jung-in suddenly fell. The red-haired girl screamed in panic. Hunter Choi Jung in Shu-ho on this side also collapsed, exhausted, sitting on the ground clutching his wound. He struggled to speak. I've done everything I could. Now all that's left is to wait. The girl angrily swung her fist at Shu-ho, shouting, You bastard! Suddenly, To stood up and asked, What kind of memories are these? Hearing this, she hesitated, then shouted, Hunter Linji, Taeju's face dirty and tear-streaked, muttering, A skill? No, it's more like forgotten memories returning. Jun Gin also stood up, covering his face, and said, I never expected I'd forget things like this until now. It's absurd. She turned and exclaimed. The hunter Choi Jong-in felt the same. Junie, tears streaming, said, "No matter what you've done to us, please explain everything clearly in your own words." Hunter Sung Suho. At this moment, Suho struggled to stand and said, "Thank God, at least now we can talk. These are your memories from before the world was reconstructed." Jun Gin was suspicious. Reconstructed? This world has been rebuilt once before. The reason peace lasted until the Great Catastrophe was because of that reconstruction. Don't say the world's reconstruction is related to Hunter Sung Jinwoo. I didn't expect you to figure out this was connected to my father right after recalling everything. You really are impressive. Hunter Choi Jong-in and Dojin thought silently. Father? Shuho continued explaining. I know nothing about my father under Jiang Yi, a hunter. I only know he always bore everything alone. And even now, he's still fighting the invasion from outside alone. I also fought those invaders to help my father. Taeju thought it sounded unbelievable, but for some reason, he found it convincing. Junin also pondered, if all these memories flooding his mind were true, then nothing would be strange. Then Jin Cheon stepped forward to add, Hunter Sung Shuho is telling the truth. I am also a hunter who restored memories from a previous life. Thanks to those memories as a hunter, I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Guild when the Great Catastrophe occurred. Now let Shuho finish speaking. I've talked at length with hunters who have regained their memories. The invasion of Itarim, the outer world god, and Itarim's apostles are still on Earth, and the stimulant awakening him is the nebula dust. Junin panicked and said, almost every incident that has happened until now, Taeju nearby added, is related to Itarim. Jin Cheon replied, that's right, it's all a conspiracy by Itarim's apostles. Tae was shocked. So, Lim Minung's death was his doing too? Turning to Suho, he asked, why didn't you tell us until now? Suho immediately answered, if Itarim's apostles discovered my existence, I fear I would become my father's weakness. That's why I thought I had to stay silent until I was stronger. Taeju suddenly asked Junin, so you're also a developing type hunter like Hunter Sung Jinwoo? He answered confusedly, yes, but inwardly doubted. Developing type like Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Then Junjin happily grabbed Shu's hand and exclaimed, Hunter Sung Suo. Did you know that Hunter Cha Hei-in was once a member of our guild's hunters? Suo awkwardly replied, Hunter Cha Hei-in? Do you mean my mother? He suddenly shouted, my mother was a hunter too? Meanwhile, Dojin stood silently observing everyone's lively discussion. His sharp eyes stared coldly at Shuho, thinking, you've already made your move. Too strong. Sung Shuho, if I were stronger, I definitely would have made a mistake. You dared to reveal your identity without knowing anything about me. Do you think your development can surpass mine? Sung Shuho. Once he made up his mind, he always charged forward boldly and without hesitation. He was definitely going to be a decisive piece in the great battle. He couldn't be allowed to act on his own will like that forever. The next fragment needed to come faster. Wyeonho scratched his head and said, by the way, it's good that the misunderstanding about Sho has been resolved, but I still don't understand what's really going on here. Sho immediately said, ah, right, if you don't know the full context, it's probably better that way. Then let's take a look back at the memories of others. Hearing that, Doin suddenly showed a look of extreme panic. Shuho smiled with relief, a satisfied expression appearing under the sunset light. Then he told everyone about the memories of the world before it was reconstructed. Sho spoke up, then let's look into the memories of others. After that, he took out a key and said, they're memories of the previous world. Wyeonho spoke again. My memories of the old world? The girl beside him said, I know the world has become very strange after the great disaster, but something like that is impossible. Father, is this dangerous? Hearing that, he stepped forward without hesitation, then firmly held Shuho's hand and smiled. I trust Sho. Immediately, a circle of black light appeared surrounding the two of them. The girl saw this and shouted, Father, don't act without thinking. When the light and circle faded, he trembled, then tears welled up as he stammered, this is strange. I didn't expect to feel warmth from memories I thought I had forgotten. The astonished girl Dojin nearby suspiciously thought, this isn't right. I never thought this world was one that had been reconstructed before. Then she stepped forward and said, please do it for me too. Dojin continued to think silently. Seeing this, the key didn't react to her because she wasn't from this world. If that happened, she would definitely be suspected. What should I do? Could it be that I have to start a war with the followers I've gathered so far? No, even if I gather thousands of followers, with my current strength, I'd probably only cause a ripple effect like the last prison break, and then it would end there. So the choice I have to make now is, the girl scratched her face, confused, saying, nothing's making sense in my head. Hearing that, Duin widened his eyes in surprise. Shuho scratched his head helplessly and said, that's strange. Shouldn't memories of the old world have appeared by now? Wait a minute. Baru on Suo's shoulder suddenly spoke. It's very likely that, like this woman, there are people who can't recall their memories. Suo heard that and called Baru. The suspicious girl pointed and said, what is this weak-looking insect? Baru angrily shouted, who's weak? I'll tear you apart. Suo helplessly said, Keep explaining, Baru. Then it explained that the old world was 20 years ago, still within this timeline when mana still existed. Thinking about a peaceful world without mana 20 years ago, it's no wonder there are differences between then and now. In other words, it seems this woman was never born in the old world. The girl was shocked and replied, I was never born. Suho suddenly turned around and saw Dojin had unknowingly touched the key, and when the light ended, he looked at his hand and said, I can't recall any memories either. Suho thought to himself, so the Pedin hunter didn't exist in the old world either. Then he turned away mumbling. Then over here, the girl shouted excitedly, Father, does that mean I really never existed in the old world? Yunho stammered, well, it seems so. Sho then said, Isn't that a wonderful thing? President Yuan Chunjin Cheon said this is the peace that the Sansung Jinwoo hunter chose. Countless lives that shouldn't have existed in the old world have now been born and live happily in this world. Suho looked at everyone chatting happily and said, This is everyone's father's choice. If we let the outer gods invade, this world will be destroyed. He seriously asked, Will everyone lend me their strength? The prison break event at Dusan prison shook the whole country, but has finally settled down. Scene shifts to a place with many modern skyscrapers. A voice from the news broadcast says, the rate of unidentified escaped prisoners is currently just under 1%. The reason the situation was controlled quickly was thanks to the timely response of the Hunter Association. Moreover, witnesses at the scene reported that if the black humanoid figure hadn't appeared, the death toll would have been much higher. We also received information that the black figure was actually a hunter's skill and confirmed it was the skill of an E-rank hunter. Sung Suho was the first to arrive at the scene to help civilians. Sung Suho testified that he reawakened in that moment of crisis. Thanks to his self-sacrifice for others, he gained the power to protect people through reawakening. With this newly gained power, Hunter Sung Suho saved countless lives and became a hero. A tall, muscular man was watching the news. He clenched his teeth, his eyes full of anger, and growled. On this side, Sung X-ho was pointing at the news, showing his image. Today, we want to share a story about a hero born in chaotic times. He helplessly looked at everyone awkwardly and said, Everyone? Reawakening? What nonsense is that? Jin Cheon, dressed in a sharp black suit, said, We discussed it beforehand and gave it to the media. Reawakening is rare but not unheard of, so the public will accept it. But now, I don't want to hide anything anymore. Don't tell me you plan to reveal that you're a developing type hunter. An existence that goes against the laws of nature only brings chaos. People will judge in their own way. The appearance of an anomaly only fuels resentment. Sung Suho, you said you have 3 goals. First, your growth. You want to become strong enough to fight alongside your father. Second is to gather hunters who can stand against the outer gods. We must unite the power of this world to fight them. And third is to eliminate the followers of Itarim in this world. Once these goals are achieved, I will set out to help my father, the one still fighting alone. Junin added, If you truly want to call upon the power of this world against Itarim, passion alone won't be enough. You also have to carefully consider your image, how to lead people's hearts in the direction you want, and every decision you make. I seriously thought about it. You are absolutely right. I can't argue with that. I realized early on that just leveling up isn't enough to reach my goals. I can't do this alone. I have to rely on everyone's strength. Then you spoke. Doesn't what you said mean everyone will help me? Then Yunho spoke up again. Of course, you are the grandson of Captain Sun Yihan and the son of Hunter Sansung Jingu, humanity's hope. But above all, your actions moved me. X-Ho, the White Tiger Guild will support you. Junin said, Even Hunter Sansung Jingu struggled against Itarim. I don't know how much I can help, but I can't just sit and watch the world be destroyed. The Hunters Guild will cooperate as well. Jin Cheon thought silently. 2 hunters, Bi Yunho and Choi Jong-in, had been convinced. Only Tuin sat seriously, arms crossed, eyes closed, silent. Then he suddenly asked, Did you really kill Li Mu? Yunho shouted in shock. Hunter Lim, X-Ho decisively answered, Yes, I killed him. Yunho shouted again in confusion. X-Ho, Taeju continued asking, What happened to Lee Minung then? Suho replied, He was addicted to dust and possessed by Itarim's follower. Taeju asked again, Then why did you approach him? Suho answered, I confirmed he was connected to Itarim and tried to extract information. Tae asked why he cooperated with Itarim. Suho was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know that. Tae was silent, thinking, I already know Suho isn't at fault, so why am I asking these questions? Suho interrupted Taeju's thoughts. Hunter Lim, do you want to know Lee Min-shung's final moment? At the last moment, Lee Min-shung smiled. Hearing that, he smiled in surprise. Yes, even now I don't understand why he had that expression. Was it excitement, or the emptiness of giving up everything? All I felt from that smile was bitterness. But one thing I realized very clearly, that man never lost himself. Even for a second, I don't want to admit it, but he left a very deep impression on me. Hearing this, Taeju sighed and said, Lee Minung will always be a selfish, arrogant man. Then he put his hand on his forehead looking tired and said, the Death Guild will cooperate as well. Seeing that, Jin Qian smiled and seriously commented, so, Suo Da, having gained the support of all three major guilds, it was your sincerity that moved everyone's hearts. Suho isn't Sung Jingu, but there's still something in him that reminds people of the hunter's fiery golden years. On the battlefield where hunter Sansung Jingu once stood firm, I'm really looking forward to the new win Suo will bring. Then Suho covered his mouth, coughed lightly a few times, and seriously said, then let me present the next plan. The first thing we must do is Sansung Jingu. As soon as he finished, Jin Qian's face gradually lost composure. Maybe Suho's choice will really bring a storm, he thought silently. Really? And not only him, Taeju and Junin also showed extreme confusion. Ex-Ho stood with arms crossed, excited, smiling, thinking, a bloody storm. In the Hunters Guild, night fell. The whole city sank into silence. Ex-Ho was struggling, carrying a huge mound on his back, shouting loudly, 98, 99, 100. The notification sounded, daily missions ready to make you stronger. Mission completed, reward received. Do you want to check, accept, or decline? And Mute jumped down and said, at first you worked so hard, but now you can train by yourself like Su Ho. Lying on the ground exhausted, out of breath, Gree ran over shouting, oof! Then you get up and look at the notification board saying, if you don't train now you won't get used to it, good job, Amut. Eso beside him looked at you thinking, young lord, you've changed a lot since the last time I saw you, not just physically or magically, but your aura is completely different. Ex-Ho stood up, rubbed his shoulders a few times, then said, now I have something to do outside, so I'll go ahead. Eso exclaimed in surprise. Young lord, you're leaving already? You replied, yeah, from now on I'll probably be even busier. I'll start clearing out the surprise outdoor dungeons. Outdoor dungeons? Ex-Ho explained. Yesterday I spoke with the senior members of the Hunters Guild to prevent another nebula factory from appearing. They asked me to help clear all the outdoor dungeons in Korea. Other guilds protested loudly, but I made them cooperate by setting conditions. To meet those demands, I'll have to work very hard. Hearing this, excitement shouted, then I'll help you. You'll call us again, right? Gray was just as excited. Uh-huh. Suho saw this and responded helplessly. All right. Then he decisively turned his back and stepped through the gate, appearing in the air to say, if you need help, I'll call. Iso won't be able to keep up and will turn to stone in disappointment. Amu, Gray, and Iso stood around playing. Eso whimpered, missing the leader. Over here in the level D outdoor dungeon, Kachisan mountain area, Miho Hoak was puzzled, wondering what our guild halls were thinking, suddenly handing over all the rights to exploit the outdoor dungeon to one person. They must know how much this affects the income of the major guilds. After all, who is this hunter Sung Suho to be favored like that? He didn't even make any demands? That those from level A and above must join a team to clear a level D outdoor dungeon. She called us just to have the right number of people. Actually, Du Hun beside her spoke up. I'm starting to get interested too. Shung Dui Hun, Hunter Guild. He continued. A hunter said he could handle monster hunting, mining, and gathering materials all by himself. Aren't you curious? Miho said irritably. It's probably just bragging, she thought to herself. And her father was always obsessed with something called memories of the previous world. Jae-hun smirked, quietly calculating. A hunter develops over time, so I have to verify if Chairman Choi Dong-in's words are true. Dong-in was also present, but silently observing without speaking. Suddenly, a great tremor shook the entire mountain. Everyone panicked. Miho exclaimed in alarm. Could this earthquake be Di-hun doubting? He had only been in there less than an hour. From afar, Suho strode in confidently. Behind him was a whole army following. Suho excitedly scratched his head and said, thanks for waiting, everyone. Boss fights are quick, but mining magic stones takes some time. I plan to hit 3 more dungeons today. Let's go. A chest overflowing with sparkling magic stones appeared before Miho and Jun, startling them both. Miho thought, even if it's a level D dungeon, clearing it alone in an hour? What kind of guy is this? Jin stood there silently watching Suho smile with no expression. On this side, Jin Chon led the way, followed by Taeju, Junin, and Yuno. Suddenly, Junin spoke up. The hunters are handing over all the outdoor dungeons of the entire guild to someone else. Is that really the right decision? A source of magic, stones, and monster materials that never runs out. Yunho beside him lightly patted Nat's shoulder and said as expected, Chairman Choi Jong-in really is the embodiment of money, but if this world falls into Itarim's hands, dungeons and money will become worthless. Then Junin said, putting that aside, we still have to admit one thing. The strongest supporter of the plan to hand over the outdoor dungeons is the chairman of the guild that once operated them. He must feel guilty in his own way. After finishing, Taeju hesitated a bit, then said, anyway, the nebula factory was also found in the outdoor dungeon. If this helps eliminate the drug that turned Lai Minung into what he is, then any sacrifice is worth it. Jun Jin suddenly grew serious and said, "But if, hypothetically, once again, foreign invaders come like the monsters of old, what can we do?" Hearing this, Yun Ho recalled some memories and fell silent noticeably. Suddenly, Jin Qian, who was leading, spoke up. Unlike the others who seemed worried, everyone exclaimed, "Chairman Yuan Chun," he continued, "you all know well, this isn't something that can be avoided just by wanting it." Then he firmly turned back to everyone and said, "Su Ho will make it happen. He thinks that abolishing the ownership of outdoor dungeons by guilds will provoke a fierce reaction from the guilds." Then he remembered the words Jungen said earlier, hunters like BM Hojin. Those without memories of the previous world have almost no reason to believe in foreign invasions, so convincing them won't be easy. Suho heard this and skeptically said, "Convince them? 3 or 4 monsters." Then Jane Chen said there's only one way he thought of. National-level power hunters like Thomas Andre from the USA, Li Gang from China, Atha Bak Chan from India, they are hunters with personal strength on par with entire nations, beings beyond all standards. Many hunters are attracted by their power. If Suho becomes a national-level hunter, or even surpasses them, that alone would be the strongest argument to convince others. Ho was a bit doubtful about the national-level power. Then, during the meeting with everyone, last time he confidently declared, "In the coming months, I will become a hunter strong enough to convince anyone." Turning back, Jin pointed toward the door and told everyone, "So now, let's focus on the battles we can fight." When the door opened, everyone entered one by one. Inside, many people were waiting, coming from various guilds and all over, including the guild in G area, Yan Shou, Wam Guild in Yan East area, Dong and D guilds in Hoseo area. Entering the middle of the stands, Jin Qian was firm in his thoughts. All for the growth of Shou. Over here, X-Ho, with eyes full of killing intent, swung his fist powerfully. Everywhere he passed, monsters were half dead, almost no resistance against his strength. Punching, then kicking, monsters from small to large were sent to the afterlife without mercy. After a while, he strode out proudly, his army following one by one with high morale. Dui Hun stood dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Big Mio Hunter, what we're witnessing right now, is this really real?" She was also stunned and replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to ask." In just 2 days, the number of cleared and exploited outdoor dungeons was 2 level D dungeons, 4 level C dungeons, and 2 level B dungeons. Du Hun forced a smile and said, "Doing all that alone is already impressive. But more importantly, I can feel my magic power increasing every time I clear a dungeon. So true hunters really do grow stronger with each battle that survives." Sho lowered his head to look at his hand, a purple flame burning in his palm. Sho silently noted that the measurement of magic power called mana or mapixel. Increasing mana level helps me use dark powers much more easily. Baru on his shoulder said, "Young lord, please allow this humble servant to assist you. Do you want me to compare your magic power with that of the S-rank eyelash hunter?" Hearing that, Sho replied, "No need, Baru. I think I already know." Behind him, Doji stood there, his whole body radiating a dazzling golden light. He listened silently but didn't react. His sharp gaze was always fixed on Sho. At night, in the building where everyone gathered to rest, Sho was alone in the dark, hands in his pockets, his face full of worries. Sho walked gently down the hallway, then took out a photo frame with a man who looked very much like him, a woman, and a child. His voice deepened. "It's a pity. If your family had come first, I would have let you stand where I am now." Suddenly, a man appeared. Sho calmly said, "You finally came." The man laughed fiercely and replied, "Sung Shou, the S-rank villain of Hoang Shu." Then he laughed loudly, smashing Shou's photo frame, shouting, "What a pity. If your family had come first, I would have made all of you taste what I had to endure, and now you have finally arrived." Seeing this, Shou's silent killing intent radiated coldly from him. He thought quietly, "This guy is Hoang Shu, an awakened S-rank." Shou recalled that Jin Cheon had once shown him a photo of this man. He said, "The younger brother of the leader of the Yan Hoang Shu prison riot. Rumors say he was the mastermind behind the entire plan to rescue his brother. In that case, since the event made you a hero, he might target you. Hoang Shu is one of the strongest awakened S-ranks in Korea. As you wish, I won't assign bodyguards, but run immediately if you encounter him." Back to Shou facing him, he said, "Hoang Shu, did you come to avenge your brother? But the problem is, I'm not the one who killed your brother. Your brother was killed by someone named Kang Ti Shich." Hearing this, Dong Shu thought, "This kid not only knows me, but also knows Kang Ti Shich." Then he spoke, "I don't care. I'm not here to avenge my brother. I'm just pissed that a piece of trash like you dared to ruin my plan." Hearing that, Shou coldly replied, "You're hopeless. Move somewhere else to talk, Hoang Shu." He was furious, punching the wall hard, cracking a big line. The room shook violently in the dark night. Shou took a defensive stance and said, "He's pretty paranoid. Just give it 5 minutes. Security and hunters will rush here. You still don't want to move?" Dongshu laughed excitedly. You damn brat. Then they moved to another place, standing face to face in a large area under the faint moonlight. Dongshu raised his arm, shouting, seeing you dare to stand before me, it seems the rumors about your reawakening are true. Have you reached S rank now? Sho calmly said, I'm not sure yet. I have to wait for reassessment. But I want to ask one thing. How did you get those nebula fragments? Dongshu exclaimed. What? You need stimulants. Why should I tell you? Those are very rare. Sho heard his answer and thought, didn't he get them from the Itarim disciples? Suddenly, he took off his glasses, smiling. Only the weak rely on stimulants. You must be excited to have been reawakened as an S rank by luck, but let me teach you a lesson, because you seem too naive. He strapped weapons onto the back of his hand, then charged powerfully, shouting, not all S ranks are the same. Sho looked calm and thought to himself, he seems much stronger than Lee Min Sung. After all, this is my first fight against an S rank, so I want to know. Then he quickly lunged forward, swinging a powerful fist at Dongshu. He lifted his leg and kicked hard backward to dodge Sho's punch, cracking the ground and scattering rocks. Sho grimaced, dodging the large stones. Dongshu then charged fiercely, saying, do you seriously want to fight me just because you're some kind of summoner? Hurry and summon that black man or whatever. Caught off guard, Sho took a punch from him that sent him flying far away. His body slammed into the wall, causing a huge impact. The wall cracked, dust billowing, but immediately he landed as if unaffected by the previous blow. Dongshu suddenly appeared, his feet seemingly just a handspan from Sho's head. Then he stomped hard on the ground. Sho quickly dodged, then kicked him in the face. The kick twisted his face slightly, smoke rising from it. Dongshu still turned and laughed fiercely, taunting, that actually stings. Then he charged immediately, throwing a flurry of punches at Sho. Sho blocked his punches with his hands. He retreated while blocking each blow from Dongshu. Dongshu shouted, do you plan to defeat me with brute strength alone? Even if you use all your skills, that's impossible, Sho thought. I can feel the power gap, but then I recall before there wasn't the pressure I felt earlier. Suddenly he stopped, surprising Sho, then gathered strength for the next punch, shouting loudly, confidently, thinking all sorts of things. The dark night sky, the ruined towers still stood tall. Suddenly, a beam of light was struck by a powerful shock, causing the wall to shatter and scatter everywhere. After causing such a huge impact, Dongshu opened his eyes wide, gripping his weapon angrily and shouted, you bastard. When did you draw your weapon? I heard a noise coming from the pile of dirt. Suho stood up, and Baru beside him asked, young lord, are you all right? Suho replied, it seems fighting against the S-class transformation without using powers is still a bit difficult. Shuho stood tall amidst the dust, honestly saying, I wanted to invest all my points into strength, but I still need them elsewhere. You step out slowly, then let's get serious now. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared and then vanished. Standing opposite Dongshu was Shuho in a different form. He coldly said, let's start round 2. A notification frame appeared for Hoang Dongshu. Minor dark item helmet, rare quality dark item Kira, heroic quality dark item shoulder armor, Cupsis, rare quality dark item chest armor with red mane, rare quality dark item thick lizard skin, rare quality status window named Sung Suho level 42, strength, 168, plus 214, agility, 109, plus 24, intuition, 84, plus 15, health, 94 plus 14, intelligence, 97 plus 10. Shuho announced solemnly in battle form. Now I will use my full strength to fight you, Dongshu sneered. You think just wearing those tattered clothes can beat me? But in his mind, he wondered where those items came from. Then he panicked. The dark energy fluctuations suddenly made his face look ugly. Memories flooded back instantly, with a voice echoing, what is this? Greed? Dying because of greed and still wanting more? What now? Do you like it, Hoang Dong Shu? Shu-ho stared at him silently. The armor he wore looked very battle-ready. Then suddenly, Shu-ho brushed off the armor, and it vanished. He thought he didn't really like such flashy things. They looked too gaudy. Should I turn off the item appearance effect? Then Shu-ho looked up at Dong-su, clutching his head in pain and spoke confusedly. Hong Dong-su heard him, opened his eyes wide and looked up, then uncontrollably attacked a man who looked like Shu-ho. But Dong-shu's strikes were all blocked or dodged by Shu-ho. Then he was counterattacked, his head grabbed and pinned down. Suddenly, Dong-shu snapped out of the earlier illusion. Dong-shu trembled in fear, holding his head, thinking, illusion? Should I not look at the black smoke around him? Are someone else's memories flooding into my mind? Those are not someone else's memories. They're mine. I know the name of the man looking down at me. He became angry and shouted fiercely, but I had forgotten that until now. His eyes revealed clear hatred toward me as he shouted. Sung Jinwoo heard the familiar name. Suo immediately asked, how does he know father's name? Peru replied, clearly. He has recalled memories from the previous world? Suho was confused. What do you mean by clearly? Peru then Beru explained that in the previous world, Hoang Dong Shu was holding his face. Hoang Dong-shu did not have a good relationship with his father. Eventually, he died at his father's hands and became a shadow warrior named Green. Maybe he just remembered part of those memories, Suho asked confusedly. But how can he regain memories without the dark key? Baru said again. Because Suho can recall memories from the previous world on his own, Hoang Dong-su can do the same. Meanwhile, Dong-su was almost going mad, muttering, Sung Jinwoo, Sung Suho. He recalled the shattered picture from earlier and remembered seeing that man's family photo. Sung Suho is definitely Sung Jinwoo's son. Why doesn't Sung Jinwoo act as a hunter in this world if there's truly a reason Sung Jinwoo can't intervene? Finishing his thought, he suddenly charged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Shuho. He screamed madly inside, those dark shadows must be summoned by the summoner spell that Sung Jinwoo once used on me. Even if this kid has similar powers, he's still just a kid. I just had a perfect chance. A bit vague, but I remembered. The days of being a slave serving Sung Jinwoo, the feeling of unconditional obedience. The price for those past humiliations will be paid with his son's life. Shuho easily blocked his attack. He asked, What's wrong? You look scared, Hoang Dong-shu. Meanwhile, he counterattacked, causing several cuts on Dong-shu's arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Shuho grabbed the weapon in his hand and quickly charged, his decisive and powerful slashes causing Dong-shu to suffer many wounds. Dong-shu wondered, this guy got stronger in the blink of an eye. Shuho's cold eyes showed no hesitation as he prepared the next strike, powered by the attribute enhancement effect from the dark item. All weapons forged in the outdoor dungeon that I created, and the summoning mechanism allow me to call them directly from the shadows without opening the inventory. If I can use them this flexibly, then from thin air, a sword slowly appeared in Shuho's hand. He swung the sword decisively toward Dong-shu. Dong-shu dodged about half of the first strike. However, Shuho's speed was too fast, so he caught most of the following blows. Dong-shu was injured with blood flowing non-stop. He feared that he was freely changing and summoning weapons during the fight. Did Sung Jinwoo have such powers? Baru silently said, It feels like the young lord is getting stronger right in the middle of the battle. Not just leveling up, but also skill and combat instincts are growing in an immeasurable way. Lord, if I may express my opinion, I believe the day the young lord stands shoulder to shoulder with you is not far off. Then Shuho continued charging decisively to attack Dong-shu. He was powerless to counterattack and had to endure. The wounds on his body grew worse by the moment. Shuho's stance at this moment truly resembled that of the boy's father. The two were like fire and flame. Noticing this, Dong-shu angrily retaliated with a kick, shouting, Damn it! His attack shattered half the tower. Amid the chaos, he dashed forward, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. I was completely caught off guard. Now I have to retreat and regroup everyone. This isn't running away. It's preparing to finish him off next time for sure. I'll strike when he's living his daily life, or better yet, I'll kidnap someone close to him. No matter how strong he is, it won't matter. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared behind him. Dong-shu immediately panicked. Then a massive shockwave erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Shuho had plunged his sword into Dong-shu, who was kneeling on the ground. He trembled. Deserve to die, huh? You want to turn me into a slave? Just try it. I'll fight to the end and personally kill you. Both you and Sung Jinwoo. Shuho replied coldly. Your ambition is as greedy as your name. If you can't surpass me, don't even dream of touching my father. Try as many times as you want. Still, I don't think you'll have the time to dream about it. Dong-shu shouted angrily at this. Shuho. Without hesitation, Shuho ended him. The system's voice rang rapidly. Notification. You have leveled up. Notification. You have leveled up. Power enhancement skill has leveled up. Shuho looked at the wounds on that muscular body and sighed. Hoang Dong-shu. I didn't expect him to remember his past life memories without the dark key. His hatred for his father must be very deep. Baru, what do you think about becoming a shadow warrior? Baru turned sharply, believing it was a great honor to serve the monarch. In his heart, becoming a shadow warrior was also a form of punishment, because they must fight eternally as loyal warriors. Even after death, each shadow warrior has their own will, can judge and act, but for dark items, only the owner's skills and stats are attached. It's as if the soul dissipates, leaving only karma clinging to the body. His legs felt heavy as he stepped closer to that body. His gaze sharpened and rose. The system's voice echoed, making him feel disappointed. Dark extraction failed. 2 attempts remaining. He angrily looked at the motionless body on the ground, grinding his teeth. You still resist? Hoang Dong-shu tried again to rise. The system's cold voice echoed again. Dark extraction failed. 1 attempt remaining. Baru shouted irritably, Damn it! How dare you resist the young lord? You're just a lowly soldier. Shuho pressed his lips tightly, silent, seemingly calculating something. He sat down, placed his hand on the motionless body on the ground, surely the last remnants of his will. Keep resisting. No matter how much you hate, I have no intention of understanding a villain like you. What I need now is power. Even if forced, I will make you use that power for the world. Hoang Dongshu, his voice was cold and terrifying as he rose. Suddenly, a vehicle sped by, kicking up a cloud of dust. The vehicle stopped in front of a pile of ruined debris. Jun Gin hurried inside. The explosion happened in this abandoned building, not far from Shu's house. The Hunter Association chairman continued, "If Shu Ho is fighting the intruder, we must hurry." System information appeared. Dark item, green grade, question mark. Hero grade crafting quality, gauntlets. Stat conversion rate 10%. Attack power plus 280, strength plus 14, agility plus 10, intuition plus 10, stamina plus 11, intelligence plus 7, active skill effect, crush. Energy cost 400, extremely powerful strikes causing massive damage to hard structures, plus 200% damage to solid objects. In the morning, clear skies, everyone stood before a building chatting. At the Hunter Association level measurement center, a pale-faced man entered. He sighed. What will Turing Min get upon awakening? Ultimately a D rank. Suddenly someone ran over and clapped him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. D rank hunters can still work in mines, no need to risk their lives inside the gates. In his heart, so far we have 4 D ranks and 2 E ranks. Alright, I have a good feeling about this time. With that many bricks, statistically, the jackpot should be next time. Kim Pan, 37 years old, unemployed, just awakened, no need for S rank, just A or B is fine. That alone would completely change his life. The Hunter Association's ability evaluator cheerfully entered. Next, please prepare for measurement. In his heart, it's my turn now. What if this guy is another brick? The evaluator continued. Shu Ho, please come in. Shu Ho was calm. All right. He stood up, scratched his head awkwardly, feeling something strange. He clenched his fists. Please don't be E rank. Kim Pan. Result, E rank. A heroic voice rang out. A new S rank hunter has appeared in Korea. Reporters below kept snapping photos, admiring eyes directed at Shu Ho. And he is a reawakened, the hero from the Jisan prison event. Hot news. A reporter interviewed Shu Ho about how it feels to become an S rank hunter. Jin Cheon crossed his arms and looked down. As expected, Shu Ho had reached S rank. In a meeting, Jun Jin spoke up. This was inevitable. He continued. With this development speed, he might one day possess power comparable to an entire nation. Junin's gaze turned vicious as his claws were sharpened. Now is the time to move on to the next step. The next step is to clear out all the remaining outdoor dungeons in Korea and then gather the full strength of hunters worldwide. All of this is to strengthen the power of the Jingu hunters, but it's hard to say how long that will take. He lowered his head. The biggest problem is that while I complete my mission, the Itarim disciples won't sit still. Jin Chan remained calm. Even though Stardust has been banned by the association, it still evolves into nebula fragments and keeps expanding. They always avoid any investigation as if they already know every move of the Hunter Association. Xungshu's gaze was probing. If they are hiding within us, we must narrow down the circle of those we can trust. Our enemies are far smarter than we think. Reporters kept filming him. A bug screeched, and a blue portal appeared. Inside, it seemed to contain a bottomless abyss. Inside a room full of people diligently working, a voice rang out. Enough. Dojin's tone was cold as he gathered all forces. Everyone respectfully knelt down. Inside him, unlike Lee Myung, these SD-class hunters can no longer resist the nebula fragments. The problem is those fragments haven't evolved enough to upgrade their rank. Since Sun Shua reached S rank, he has been continuously expanding his power. Since that day, he has recruited many other hunter guilds. Simply put, he challenged himself to join a territory game. Whoever recruits the most powerful awakened people wins. With all the S-rank hunters in Korea following him, recruiting people here is now pointless. If I confront him directly instead of playing this game, can I win? With that unstoppable growth rate, even with all our forces combined, victory isn't guaranteed. He remained calm as the 4th fragment appeared, pondering the 4th fragment, his goal to seize the power of darkness. At some point, I began focusing on Shungshu. I want to win this game when the 4th fragment appears. No, when the 4th fragment appears, I will steal its power. A voice behind interrupted his thoughts. The PDN hunter, a cheerful woman, stepped in, her admiring voice ringing out. Is that really PDN? I can't believe I met him in a dungeon. She smiled. So lucky. I got separated from my team. Going with you is the best, she continued. But before finishing, he mercilessly took her down. Can I come along? She teased. You're really narrow-minded. There's no law forcing me to side with this world just because I live here, right? Dojin looked disappointed. But attacking without a warning was a bit much, wasn't it? Don't you teach manners where you come from? The PD hunter, or rather the Itarim disciple's voice trembled. Who are you? She answered coldly. Me? I am the evil serpent. Someone from another world who came to make an offer to the Itarim disciples. Dojin asked coldly. Who are you? Rose smiled with satisfaction. I am Sa, a resident of this world. Here to make an offer to the Itarim disciples. Dojin became alert. How do you know about me? Rose replied playfully. Just by chance. I'm investigating the origin of the stimulant called Stardust and approached Lung, the distributor. During that process, I discovered the Itarim disciples' beings from another world. My subordinates are experts in gathering intelligence. You know already. Dojin's subordinates kept attacking. Despite her pitiful appearance, she grinned widely. Attacking me is useless. The one standing before you is only my clone. Are you afraid I'll expose you to the world? Don't worry. I really came only to help you. Here's a gift to prove how useful I am, a version of the nebula fragment that's been improved. Unlike the ones currently on the market, if you use it, you can brainwash even S-rank awakened people. Dojin looked at the stone in his hand, feeling the misty soul flame inside the nebula fragment was stronger and more stable. Unbelievable, I can stabilize such a complex structure. She leaned close to his ear. From now on, I will provide you with improved nebula fragments. Of course, what I want is your help to defeat Sung Suho and the Dark Lord. He turned away, avoiding her gaze. A resident of this world helping an invader like me? She teased. You're really narrow-minded. There's no law forcing me to side with this world just because I live here, right? Dojin looked disappointed. Don't give me those shallow excuses. If you really wanted to help me, you could have found me when Lee Myung was still alive. She smiled with satisfaction. People who ask too many questions usually aren't liked. Got it? Which side I stand on is my own will and decision. Isn't choosing the more beneficial side normal? I'm also an heir to a Dark Lord, like Sung Suho, but I feel I can't cooperate with someone like Sung Suho, the heir of the Dark Lord. So that means you also possess a special power like Sung Suho. If you mean dark power, then no. I have a completely different power. For example, she transformed into a giant monster, Dojin sneered. Your final move is still imperfect. She, in the form of a terrifying monster, roared loudly, her monstrous mouth wide open, howling continuously. She calmly said, as the heir of the Plague Lord, I can do things like this, can't I? They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Keep persuading me. Don't you think we could achieve something if we cooperate? From a blue light, a slow-moving clone appeared, and a voice spoke. Ah, you've worked hard. She was excited. How did it go? Was the negotiation with Apostle Itarim smooth? Rose smiled brightly. He agreed to cooperate with us. A heroic voice echoed. You really are the one. Ah, that's wonderful. Rose remained calm. Thank you, Cover. In her heart, Apostle Itarim Pakdogan initially only answered a few questions about this world, yet he agreed unexpectedly. Well, it makes sense. The Dark Lord will definitely obstruct their plans. Her smile turned sinister, but that doesn't affect me. There's always a reason behind every system command, the system voice announced. Mission update. The path to becoming a Four Sovereign. To become a sovereign, the existence of the Dark Lord is an obstacle. Form an alliance with Apostle Itarim, the enemy of the Dark Lord. Alliance with Apostle Itarim, 1 out of 1. Reward unlocked. The path to becoming a 5 sovereign is no longer far. She continued with us, the heirs destined to become sovereigns. In the morning, under a building, a paper was pushed onto the table. This is the best offer we have, he spoke calmly. Are you willing to join the mission to conquer the A-rank gate alongside the Fame Guild? Sung Suho looked distressed, as I've said many times. I won't participate in any A-rank conquest missions. Lunok, the freelance hunter, he shouted angrily. But isn't it such a waste for someone with S-rank talent like you? If you join the Fame Guild, surely Sung Suho helplessly covered his face. No conditions, no persuasion can make me take that risk. Please, just leave, he continued, persuading. You're one of the very few S-rank hunters in Korea. Isn't the A-rank gate still within reasonable limits? Sung Suho said something that stunned them. I have nightmares every night about being swallowed by monsters. His voice trembled. Thousands of monsters come to tear me apart and eat me. They mercilessly gnaw on my arms, legs, and body. What's the point of having S-rank? In front of those monsters, I'm just a trembling child. Sung Suho's face turned pale. So please, don't come looking for me anymore. Saying that, the door slammed shut. Sung Suho stood by the window, deep in thought. An angry voice rang out. Damn it, she's worried. Are you really leaving like that? He continued. She saw your eyes too, didn't she? Rank doesn't matter if you can't fight anymore. Suddenly, she was stunned. He is Sung Suho, surprised by the sound. He stared at Dojin, standing at the door. Who are you? An S-rank member of the guild. The Reaper heard that members of that guild are very rude, but do you think you have the right to barge into someone else's room without warning? He opened his mouth. I came because I heard an S-rank hunter trembling before the monsters. His voice shook. So you came to cause trouble. I don't need your help. Get lost. A cold voice rang out. Stop right there! His voice carried killing intent. Unless you want to be roasted alive, don't take another step. He angrily punched him in the face. He said, Don't worry, Hunter Lai Unok. From now on, what you face will no longer be monsters. He dropped the rock, staggering like a soulless man. Darkness, the heir of the Dark Lord. Sung Ho and the rise of other sovereign heirs, those who oppose the darkness. The game's situation has begun to shift with the appearance of unpredictable competition. They are too focused on invasions from other worlds to notice the cracks appearing within. Then Jin's gaze turned sharp. I will make good use of those cracks. Morning at a control tower, everyone was working diligently. A voice called out, "This is Call 472. Control tower, please respond." The staff politely replied, "Yes, go ahead." The voice on the other end was urgent, currently flying at an altitude of 350, latitude coordinate 20, longitude 20. "We are in the airspace near Korea. I have a question. At this altitude, is it possible for snow to fall?" He felt confused. Clearly, snow can't fall above the cloud layer in the atmosphere. The pilot calmly said, "That's normal, right? So, how do we explain this?" The pilot was extremely puzzled, unsure how to handle it. He looked into the deep black hole. That was a gate. A gate had appeared in the sky over Korea. The staff was confused. "A gate," he continued. A fierce snowstorm was forming around it. "If this continues, the plane might crash. Proceed with emergency landing." The staff was shocked to hear this. Captain 061 Iron Fang bared sharp teeth angrily. It kept growling, its body restrained by a strap. Sho flew down from somewhere and landed on the ground. He seemed confused. "I forgot to use Greed's skill again. I can feel my stats increase after equipping Greed. Too bad I haven't examined its skills carefully yet." Dark item Read level 1. Hero grade crafted quality gauntlets. Stat display rate 20%, attack power plus 200, 80 strength plus 28, agility plus 20, intuition plus 20, health plus 22, intelligence plus 14. Active skill effect crush consumes 400 energy. An extremely powerful strike causing massive damage to hard structures, 200% increased damage to solid objects. When the level and stat display rate increase, will I get S-rank stats? After mining the magic stone, now I should leave before the dungeon closes. He calculated that his shadow warriors only last 1 day, so he must turn them into dark items for permanent possession. Dark items storage 340 out of 340. I will release the low-quality items and recreate them with the newly acquired shadow warriors. The system voice echoed. Shadow crafting skill has leveled up. The chance to create high-grade items when crafting shadows has increased. Swords from all directions flew around his body. He crossed his arms, calm and composed, clearly receiving more high-level items after his skill leveled up. Common items have dropped significantly. Maybe I'll get something heroic, he curiously checked, wondering what it was. He stayed silent for a long moment to study it. A heroic item is great, but another gauntlet? I just got Greed not long ago. Unfortunately, I can't choose the appearance for heroic items. Compared to Manticore, Greed offers much better stats. I'll put it away for now. In his heart, thanks to the Hunter Guild persuading other guilds, we can continue conquering dungeons out on the plains. Sho's gaze sharpened. But no Dustsmith workshops have been found in those dungeons yet. Did they anticipate I'd take action and respond? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Suho's thoughts. "Thanks for your support, Sung Hunter Suho. This dungeon is a plains dungeon." An alert appeared on his mobile. Emergency notice. All hunters must gather at the guild immediately. He was puzzled. What's going on at the Hunter Guild? In a large building, everyone sat in a meeting room, serious and tense. The leaders of the major guilds were all present. I'm the only A-rank here. Or maybe I was summoned because I'm A-rank? Buk Dong-su, A-rank hunter representing the Knights Guild. Yunho spoke anxiously. Surely everyone knows why we're here. B. Yunho, S-rank hunter representing the White Tiger Guild. Jungin was calm, probably because of the gate in the sky over Korea. Choi Dong-in, S-rank hunter representing the Hunter Guild. Taeju added on, "Are we about to divide control of the gate?" Lim Taej, S-rank hunter representing the Death Guild. Dongguk laughed loudly. "Our guild will take this part." Ma Dongguk, S-rank hunter representing the Fem Guild. He continued, "I heard Coach Lim has good news. You recruited S-rank hunter X, right? We tried everything to recruit him. How did you manage that?" Taeju sighed and waved his hand. "It was Hunter Padogjian, not me. I just got lucky thanks to a guild member." Suddenly, Shu Ho rushed in, flustered. "Sorry I'm late. You just finished clearing a dungeon on the plains, so you're late." Sung Suho, an S-rank hunter unaffiliated with any guild. Everyone looked intimidated. An S-rank hunter, Sung Suho Dongguk, approached happily. "Coach Sung is glad to meet you." Suho was a bit confused. "Even though I'm not a coach, someone asked if you haven't joined any guild yet?" Everyone bombarded him with questions. "Join our Knights Guild. We guarantee the best benefits." "Why not join our Fem Guild?" Jun Jin was helpless. This situation felt familiar. Sho pretended to regret it. "Thanks, but I have to decline. I have no intention of joining any guild." He politely bowed. Inside, Jun Jin felt a strong rejection. Suho seemed quite surprised. "Looks like I'm the only hunter here without a guild. Forming a guild to recruit more hunters. I should probably think about that too." The door opened, Jin-chan and his assistant hurried in. Dong-guk grinned slyly. Coach Yu, you're late. You don't look too well. Stomachache? The man frowned. Sorry, compiling data took some time. Thanks to everyone for responding to the guild's summons. A-rank Hunter, president of the Hunter Guild. As everyone knows, a gate appeared in the sky over Korea yesterday. A civilian plane was the first to detect it, but it was sucked into the magic surrounding the gate and crashed, causing many casualties. We sent A-rank hunters to measure the gate's magic, but the mana level far exceeded A-rank. His next words shocked everyone. This gate has been classified as S-rank. Suho looked quite surprised. Could this S-rank gate be the first since the Great Disaster? Junin was worried. This is the worst-case scenario we feared. His hands trembled inside. Even hunters with memories from the previous world are this scared? Is an S-rank gate really that dangerous? Sho broke the tense atmosphere. But if we all work together, it should be fine, right? Baru interrupted helplessly. That's tough. Even if we unite against what's inside, we're just ants to a termite. Suho was furious. Peru, inside Dongguk's heart, so this is the rumored summoned beast of Sung Suho. His eyes widened in disbelief. His body suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Why am I shaking like this all of a sudden? Shuho nervously scolded. Baru, you know something, don't you? Stop scaring people and get back to your place. Baru spoke clearly. The god can't know better than anyone else. The one who was the boss at the S-rank gate in the previous world. No one else but me, God Baru. Baru confessed to everyone, leaving them stunned. The boss at the S-rank gate in the previous world was none other than me. Peru Suho glanced at him, thinking Baru was once the boss of an S-rank dungeon. A magical beast that even S-rank hunters feared? Jungin hesitated, recalling the summoned shadow. Yunho stared wide-eyed beside him. It looked just like the ant Sung Jinwoo once summoned. Seeing this, Baru immediately laughed smugly. After witnessing a predator like me, you instinctively realize you're just weak prey. He even taunted arrogantly, unaware of the fist flying behind him. Now you know, beg and kneel before me. The true predator, you weaklings. A loud noise echoed. So it turns out Sho was so annoyed he couldn't hold back and gave him a beating. Hey, why did you scare everyone on our side? Please forgive me, young lord. It's been a long time since I felt such overwhelming power. Then Jungin turned to him, puzzled. If what he says is true, can you single-handedly clear this S-rank gate? That would be very difficult. I don't know how strong Peru was in his past life, but now Baru has lost all his power. He's useless now, young lord. The two sitting opposite could only look at each other in confusion and whisper. I didn't really understand what they were talking about. Neither did I. Jungin pushed his glasses up slightly and inquired. But one experience is worth 1,000 explanations. Hunter Sho, can you help them recover memories from their past lives? Of course. Immediately, Sho unleashed his power, creating a dazzling purple light that made Lucas exclaim in surprise. By past life memories, everyone means you smiling while looking at the key in your hand, but he was trembling uncontrollably. They couldn't blink at the recent scene. They didn't expect this whole world had been reset. An S-rank gate similar to the one on Jew Island. That means we have to face a monster of the same level. But Jin Qian hesitated, resting his hands. It takes 3 days from the gate's appearance for the dungeon to collapse. If the S-rank gate in Soon's sky collapses, the damage will be beyond control. Lucas suddenly raised his hand and stood up. But if the dungeon collapse happens in the air, won't the monsters fall and die immediately? The association has launched an investigation into that. Jin Qian's face darkened with worry, and we discovered the gate's altitude has been gradually lowering since it appeared. At this rate, by the 7th day when the collapse happens, we've calculated it will be right at the center. He sighed in frustration and sat down. A moving gate? Then we have no choice but to clear it. Yoon Ho sat nearby, frowning in discomfort and deep thought. We were already preparing to face the alien enemy called Itarim, and now even the S-rank gate is a huge problem. He glanced at Suo, watching how he defeated the S-rank Wild East Shu. Suo has the potential to surpass even us. If this continues, we will just be a burden to him. His hand clenched tightly and trembled continuously. How long has it been since I felt this powerless? Taeju finally spoke up. Clearing the S-rank gate in the past life only succeeded because he was there. If only Hang to Sung Jinwoo were still here. The whole study table instantly darkened. Sho was a bit surprised and hesitant. Everyone was getting worried. Don't carry all the responsibility yourself. When the master defeated me, he was at a higher level than you, young lord. And you seem to realize something. If your father was at a higher level, does that mean you can't do it right now? Sho recalled the formation at that time. No, this is no longer just my problem. Everyone here clearly feels the absence of their father. Whether we are ready or not, an S-rank gate has appeared. If we leave it like this, we won't overcome the challenge and will be destroyed. It's not about my father, but what I can do. By any means, I must return now, Sho said excitedly, gritting his teeth. I have to find the answer. There's a mission. Mission notification. S-rank gate mission mobilizes all player abilities to clear the S-rank gate in the sky. No. He looked up at the system screen in surprise. Sho muttered, "This is..." A hand gently touched Suo's shoulder. He startled and quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Junjin immediately called out, "Hunter Sho." Sho swallowed and stared wide-eyed at everything the players could do, as if the system was saying the answer lies within himself. Suddenly he spoke, "Hunter B. Yunho, you're a melee hunter like me, right?" "That's right." Then Sho used his magic. "That's right, I have this. An item I picked up in the dungeon called, what? White Tiger and Fist." A weapon appeared. "Sounds good." "A shadow item. Rank B. Hero type gauntlet. Execution rate only 10%. Attack power plus 130. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 5. Intuition plus 4. Health plus 4. Intelligence plus 1. Active skill. Charge. Energy consumption. 120. Dash and deal damage. Increase movement speed by 30% for 1 second after use." Hearing the call, he quickly looked back at the hunter bow. Suo seriously raised the weapon. "I want to try something. Can you help?" Then they went together to the black hole being sealed. Junin and others were surprised. This is only a B-rank gate. Everyone hesitated behind him. "Let's just follow Sho." But what is he planning? The monsters immediately charged out, more importantly. And Yunho then transformed and charged to attack the monsters, unexpectedly assigning the monster hunting task to Hunter Bo. Jin Cheon, confused, quickly asked, "Sho, why is Hunter Bo Yunho hunting monsters?" "I'm testing equipment I created with my power." Suo's answer stunned him a bit. "A power to create equipment? Didn't you have summoning power like Hunter Samsung Jinwoo?" "Similar, but also a bit different." He continued to explain. "I heard my father's Shadow Warrior exists permanently and can gather an army that can level up. Compared to my father, my Shadow Warrior only lasts 1 day. But here," his tone suddenly hardened, "I can't do what my father did." Then Sho raised his arm, infused with his magic power. "But even though my method is different from my father's, there are things I can do." He further explained that my shadow crafting ability uses warriors to create shadow equipment. Among them, some equipment can level up. They can transfer the stats they had as warriors to the user. Jin Cheon hesitated and questioned, "Don't tell me the item you gave to the craftsman Sunbake Yunho is also equipment that can level up." Even Junin was confused and quickly spoke up. "If what you just said is true, then the user can hunt magical beasts to become stronger." He frowned and replied, "I think that's possible." Sho turned toward Yunho, who was fighting the monsters. "The issue is, I'm not sure if others can level up equipment." On the other side, he was excitedly fighting bare-handed against them. Then he thought to himself, "The gauntlet Sho gave me exceeds what I imagined." After finishing his thought, Yunho slammed down hard, shattering the ground. "Not just in function, but even when I equip it." Just that made him even more fired up to charge forward. "I have automatically learned a skill. An active charge skill that consumes 120 energy, dashing quickly from the enemy, increasing damage, and boosting movement speed by 30% for 1 second. Sho glanced back from behind with a slight smirk. Yunho raised his weaponized arm. "The dark item, level 2 Bishku, hero-grade gauntlet. The stat realization rate is 11%. Attack power plus 130. Strength plus 7. Agility plus 5. Intuition plus 7. Intelligence plus 1. Somehow, my body feels noticeably lighter." Everyone was stunned and speechless. 6 days remain before the dungeon break. Before that happens, I will do everything to create equipment for everyone. Equipment that can level up for all of us. Meanwhile, Suo confidently unleashed his magic and declared, "For all the challenges ahead, let's fight and overcome them together." Jiangshu and Dongguk were wide-eyed and stunned. Jungin and others hurriedly asked questions one after another. Hunter Sung Shu, "Sir, can you create equipment that enhances fire element?" Wait, prioritize my bow first. That's not something I can decide." And the other two didn't hesitate to push in as well. "Can an A-rank hunter like me become as strong as an S-rank, coach? Or should we go by age order?" Watching this scene from outside, Jin Cheon couldn't help but smile with relief. Sung Jin-goo's power is absolutely perfect. He doesn't need anyone's help. Compared to his son, Suo's power is structured to lead others. For those who were powerless in their past lives, Suo's power is hope for them to fight once more. If I get the chance to stand alongside him, a silhouette illuminated in the distance. Everyone followed Sho forward. He placed his hand on his chest and smiled contentedly. "Though it's only a dream for now, I still hope that day will come in a grand mansion." The woman sternly said, "Master, it seems you forgot something." The large man lying on the chair calmly replied, "Is that so? Not long ago, after visiting the Asura Guild, you said you would go to Korea. You mean the meeting with Suo?" He simply hinted, "That matter isn't ripe enough for harvest yet. Teaching the Asura Guild a lesson was enough to improve Scavenger's image. And I heard Sung Suho has reawakened and become an S-rank hunter, right? For us, going to Korea now brings no benefit." The woman continued, "Don't you want revenge for Randon?" "Revenge? I just want to honor him." The man raised his arm toward the sun, making his death as meaningful as possible. "Isn't that the best way to honor Vandu?" Then the secretary quickly handed him documents. Then perhaps now is the right time. The man skimmed through the information about Sho. After the Great Disaster, the first S-rank gate appeared in Korea, and now they are requesting hunters from other countries to assist. He smiled with delight. It's ripe. Immediately, the master sat up and ordered, Laura, contact Korea and tell them the Scavenger Guild will provide aid and prepare a private jet for me. We will head to Korea right now. Understood? Then he muttered and laughed gleefully. Randon, I promise you, I will make them pay dearly for your death. Meanwhile, Junin was a bit confused. He held a magic circle in his hand, a level 1 torch accessory of hero-grade creation, a bracelet accessory with a 10% stat realization rate, defense plus 40, strength plus 3, agility plus 5, perception plus 4, stamina plus 4, intelligence plus 9, fire damage increased by 50%, skill effect activating rapid blaze level 1, mana required 300, reducing fire skill cooldown by 30% for 1 minute. Suho immediately explained, this is the shadow equipment I prepared for Hunter Choi Jong-gin. Its name is Torch. Thank you. Junin couldn't help but think, growth equipment that Hunter Sho made just for me. Now if I hunt magical beasts, I can become stronger too? So he looked up playfully, hearing that he also gave growth weapons to other hunters. Are you overdoing it, Hunter Sho? Unexpectedly, Sho appeared exhausted and trembling. I'm fine, because I finished making equipment for all the hunters present. You don't look okay at all, Beru muttered nearby. Of course, he must be tired. He recalled hunting magical beasts day and night to craft hero-grade items. The remaining time was spent doing Amu's daily missions. He replenished stamina with recovery potions non-stop for 2 days. Seeing Suho yawning endlessly from exhaustion, he could only remind himself, it seems he's pushing himself to keep his promise. I must do my best to not waste the efforts of Hunter Sho. Then, Suho raised another weapon and instructed, now all that's left is to deliver this glove to the chairman of the Yuan Chun Association. If you're going to the Hunter Association, come with me. You don't have to do this alone. It's fine. I have business at the Hunter Association today anyway. But you were a bit surprised when Junin mentioned that Thomas Andre would be visiting. Thomas Andre? You mean the national-level hunter from America? At the high headquarters, he led Sho away, and you were startled. Ahead of them, many people were waiting. There sure are a lot of people outside the chairman's office, huh? They all looked fierce, eyes glaring, but Junin calmly walked forward and instructed you. They must be members of the Scavenger Guild led by Thomas Andre. Sho, please wait here for a moment. Sho glanced around at them. Scavenger, that's the guild that attacked us in the pyramid dungeon to monopolize the rewards. Are they also involved in this S-rank gate? Junin slowly opened the office door. Jin Cheon was sitting inside. He had come to visit the hunters. He quickly raised his hand to signal Junin. This is our Korean reconnaissance team captain. Hello, I'm Choi Jong-in from the Hunters Guild. He carefully and coldly observed. This is America's #1 hunter. The man calmly replied, nice to meet you. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself. The atmosphere was intense. Laura, standing nearby, spoke up. Then let's get started. About the conditions for our Scavenger Guild to participate in the S-rank gate. Hearing this, both Junin and Jinon couldn't hide their surprise. You won't accept aid from any country other than the Scavenger Guild, and our guild will take 80% of the rewards from the gate. 80%. Isn't that robbery? The man smirked and repeated, robbery. Not only that, he kicked the table with his foot as he spoke. This is a very reasonable proposal. The Korean Association asking for foreign aid shows they've judged they can't clear the S-rank gate on their own. He then revealed Thomas Andre, the national hunter of the Scavenger Guild. Considering the damage that would occur if the dungeon collapsed, this price is actually cheap, isn't it? Hearing this, Junin glanced at Jin Chan and whispered that it seemed they came not to negotiate but to threaten. He hesitated and proposed, we request aid because the danger level of the S-rank gate is immeasurable. Also, you surely know that Korea recently gained 2 more S-rank hunters, right? Thomas quickly interrupted. No matter how you look at it, this condition is unreasonable. We will refuse aid from the Scavenger Guild and seek assistance from other countries. Are you aware of what happened in the dungeon at the Egyptian field? He recounted. Unfortunately, because of that incident, our elite Scavenger Guild member Randon and several valuable guild members lost their lives. And there, besides Scavenger members, were the Asura Guild and a group of Korean hunters. After that incident, rumors spread that Scavenger was inferior to Asura. I went to the Asura Guild to restore our honor, and through one of their members, I learned the name of the Korean hunter who accompanied them. Thomas glanced over and pressed, asking what his name was. Laura and the others were startled when they heard the name Sho. Sho? He scratched his head, recalling, yes, Sho. It seems he was involved in Randon's death. The veins on Thomas's face and neck became prominent. If you don't accept the proposal, to compensate for the losses the Scavenger Guild suffered, you will have to pay with the lives of the S-rank hunters Korea struggled to obtain. After all this, you still want to refuse? Jun-gin was startled and hesitant. Or else the reconnaissance team captain, known as the ultimate weapon, might try to stop me. His face darkened, and Jun-jin told himself to hold back. The disciple of Itarim, the S-rank gate, if the entire scavenger guild becomes an enemy, it will only cause more trouble for Sho, and the more he heard, the angrier he got. Suddenly, loud noise erupted outside the door non-stop. Thought reinforcements had arrived, but it was actually a bunch of thugs? That kid dares to barge in here? Get out while I'm still being polite. This crazy guy, a whole group trying to hold on to Sho's people. I said get out. Thomas could only silently watch the scene. Jun-gin turned to call Sho, while you frowned in discomfort and spoke up. Sorry for interrupting suddenly. If this causes any trouble, I'll accept punishment next time. What are you planning to do? Yet Sho only needed to flick his hand lightly to send the group flying. You say you're America's national hunter, right? I'll make a proposal that Scavenger can claim more than 80%. You declared coldly and confidently, whoever claims the benefits inside the gate first gets them. If Scavenger is truly better than us, taking more than 80% is entirely possible, isn't it? This made the two pale and watch closely, while Thomas calmly rested his hands on his thighs. Interesting. He stepped up to Sho and growled threateningly. If I turn you into a bloody mess right now, what will you do? The Scavenger Guild will be infamous for flying all the way to Korea just to cause trouble and then leaving, but that only made you angrier. And what confidence do you have to be sure you'll win? Hearing this, Thomas furiously removed his glasses. The kid's reputation both unleashed suppressive powers simultaneously. Jin Chun on the podium announced sternly, "From now on, I will brief the S-rank raid operation plan." Everyone below listened quietly. Conquering the gate in the Soon Sky has one major problem. Even if we enter by plane, the nature of the dungeon disables all mechanical devices, so there will be no way to escape once the dungeon is cleared, which surprised everyone a bit. On this point, the fact that the S-rank gate is gradually lowering its altitude is an opportunity for us. The closer it gets to breaking the dungeon, the lower the gate's height will drop until it can be seen with the naked eye from the ground. Jin Chan continued to announce. At this time, the hunters will board the plane along with a pilot capable of controlling the aircraft and enter the gate. After safely landing inside the dungeon using safety equipment, the best plan is to defeat the boss within one day and return safely through the lowered gate. Others thought this over while continuously discussing it. Just entering the gate is already this difficult. Can we really defeat the S-rank gate boss within one day? But Thomas calmly spoke up. Wait, the Scavenger Guild. We won't go with the Korean hunters. We will enter separately. Jin Chan quickly interrupted from the front. This is a dangerous raid. All members of the expedition team must work together. Didn't the Korean Guild propose a competition? We have to fight for the limited resources inside the gate. Suddenly, they noticed the empty chair and remembered that Sung Suho was nowhere to be seen. Could he have fled out of fear? He looked toward Thomas and thought silently. It seemed that because of yesterday's incident, Suho had caught Thomas Andre's attention. Jin recalled the conflict from yesterday with the scavenger secretary, which was barely stopped. Letting those two meet would be dangerous. Suddenly, Dojin, sitting behind, spoke up. Hunter Sung Suho is currently raiding. Not knowing how to manage his condition and still overexerting himself, he still seems like a rookie among hunters. Then Thomas noticed and asked, and who are you? I'm Perrin. He turned to him. You are the one who became an S-rank hunter, at the same time as Hunter Sung Suho. It's an honor to meet a hunter with national level power. You don't look like Sung Suho. You seem reasonable. Not only that, Thomas didn't hesitate to recruit, making Taeju jump when he calmly replied, if you intend to work with me, contact me. I will treat you better than your current conditions. I'll consider it. Then he raised a coin and challenged. So who enters the gate first will be decided by the coin toss. If it's heads, Scavenger goes first. If tails, the Korean Guild leads. After saying this, Thomas flipped the coin high. Any objections? Everyone held their breath anxiously, watching it, but someone smiled calmly as the coin fell to the ground. A woman stepped forward. I heard you're also joining the S-rank gate raid. Dojin glared at him, then turned to question. I told you not to use those insects to spy on me. I only happened to find out while tracking Sung Suho by chance. She even recounted that Sung Suho had only one thought, to beat Thomas Andre, so he raided day and night. Thanks to that, he seemed unaware of our existence. That's fine. The woman laid out a plan and pulled Dojin in. We raided together. Why not try befriending the descendant of darkness? Wouldn't it be interesting to stab him in the back when he's off guard after becoming friends? I don't understand that concept enough to exploit friendship. No friends? You're pretty pathetic too, he said irritably, warning. Right. We're also entering that gate. Why are you coming there? She immediately answered. Because we created that gate ourselves. Hearing that, Dojin's eyes widened in shock. You mean you artificially created the gate? The woman explained while glancing sideways. Using our shield's power, we can create gates. She smiled, teasing while waving to the shield. Of course, the power isn't very stable. Not only does it create a gate in the air, but it also gradually lowers it to the ground, making the girl almost cry in frustration. Ah, no need to explain everything. Dojin watched without blinking, excited. It seemed useful. With that power, can you open a path to another world? The villain cautiously replied. No way. Even Monarch level can't do that. If you dare target Pia, even just a fleeting thought, I'll reveal your identity to Sung Suho. Good luck with that. As she spoke, she extended her hand toward Dojin. Anyway, if you're going in too, that's good. This is the first time we can cooperate. I have my own business to attend to. Dojin coldly gave orders. Thomas Andre, while the S-rank gate causes chaos, I intend to recruit the one known as the national level power hunter as a follower. The villain continued. Behind the S-rank gate is national level power? That's fast progress. Well, if you can hold back the hunters entering the S-rank gate, that's good for us. Immediately, Dojin turned and left. Hopefully, we won't interfere with each other. Oh, why don't you ask why we created the gate? But he just coldly replied, indifferent. Our relationship is based on a deal. Your silence means you're not confident you can convince me. The villain is really difficult. Looks like I can't get close to that guy. The giant vortex appeared ahead, the shield watching Dojin's retreating back and hesitating. Damn, we established a good relationship with Itarim's disciple. Is that okay? If they really invade this world successfully, I'm afraid I don't know what will happen. The girl worried. Moreover, her body has deteriorated a lot from trying to create the gate. Is the system really on our side? Immediately, Aksa placed her hand on Pia's head, surprised to see her eyes glaring red with fury. How dare she doubt the system that has helped us? You're such a spoiled kid. Aksa gritted her teeth and glanced sharply. What happened when you followed the mission? With your unstable power, you usually can't even open a proper gate, yet you managed to create an S-rank gate, right? This made Pia's face turn pale with fear. It's because you have grown through the mission. The system will definitely make us rulers. Moments later, Aksa softened and hugged the girl. Don't doubt the system, she whispered quietly. The fact that I could find you wandering alone in the space-time crack was also thanks to the mission's guidance, right? Just like that, Pia burst into tears. As long as we follow the mission, we can become perfect rulers. The girl panicked and begged. Ah, I'm sorry. I won't doubt anymore. All right, good girl. Aksa glanced at the screen ahead. Now, let's go pick up the new teammate. Mission guide. The path to becoming a ruler. 6. The player has successfully opened the S-rank gate. Find the descendant of the Ice Clan inside the gate and recruit them as a teammate. Recruit the descendant of the Ice Clan. The plane took off immediately, flying straight toward the massive black hole. The raid on the S-rank gate began, but unexpectedly, somewhere the plane wreckage was scattered everywhere, and the remaining pieces were burning fiercely. The order was to open an unprecedented S-rank gate. Do you know what this crisis means to its owner? Does it mean anything beyond money and power? Well, yes, that's certainly a correct answer. He glared with bloodshot eyes and warned, but add a little romance to it. High up in the sky, a dazzling blue light appeared. What is needed in moments of crisis is the existence of a hero. The birth of a hero always happens in places like this. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Could it be that you intend to become a hero? Ha ha ha. Making money would be good too. Ex-Ho stepped right beside him. Thomas immediately mocked. Who is this? Isn't that Sung Suho? Have you heard about it? But the Vanguard team is scavenger. It seems the gap will widen from the start. What should we do now? But you just brushed it off and kept walking, as if it didn't matter. Thomas looked back and asked, Laura, when was the last time you met Sung Suho at the Hunter Association? 3 days ago, he pondered. Was it an illusion? It seems he has become a completely different person in just a few days. The black hole appeared in the sky. Ex-Ho calmly watched it. That is the S-rank gate. I sense a danger unlike any gate I've seen before. Suddenly, someone else approached from behind. Why do you look so serious? Haven't we prepared perfectly? Everyone on the team is ready behind you, Shuho. Do you really think we'll lose to the Scavenger Guild? He smirked with satisfaction. No way. Even Thomas was equally excited. The others calmly prepared. The plane took off immediately, flying straight toward the massive black hole. The raid on the S-rank gate began, but unexpectedly, somewhere the plane wreckage was scattered everywhere, and the remaining pieces were burning fiercely. Shuho lay on the snow, his face blank, seemingly all alone. Why did things turn out like this?